The future of humanity may rest in your hands. Train hard. Dismissed. As the door slid shut behind Mr. Arnold, the tension shattered like glass. Conversations erupted. Dude, that speech again. I swear I could recite it in my sleep. Laughter broke out, but at the back of the class, Ethan sat frozen. His face was pale, his breathing uneven. Sweat glistened on his brow. Ryan, his broad-shouldered childhood best friend, frowned and nudged him. Ethan, you all right, bro? You look like you've seen a ghost. Ethan didn't answer. He couldn't. His thoughts were a jumbled storm. Where am I? What just happened? He remembered. He was minding his own business in a park, but suddenly a bastard truck came out of nowhere and hit him. Then he didn't remember anything. I died, didn't I? Am I in the hell? His pulse quickened. Everything felt wrong. The language, the classroom, the tech, the talk of martial arts and alien spaceships. This wasn't Earth. A sharp pain exploded behind his eyes and Ethan gasped. Memories flooded his mind, fragments not his own. Faces, names, school schedules, battle rankings, gene locks. His head throbbed. His stomach churned. He collapsed. The world went dark. When he awoke, he was in the infirmary. Sterile white lights buzzed overhead. His limbs trembled as if the fever of 1,000 dreams had just passed. Ethan, you awake? Ryan's face swam into view, eyes full of worry. Damn, man, you scared the hell out of us. Ethan sat up slowly, still reeling. I'm Ethan Hunt, he whispered, more to himself than anyone else. Blue Star, Base City 5. The name felt foreign in his mouth, yet familiar. He was no longer the same Ethan who had lived on Earth. That Ethan had died, and he was now someone who reborn into a new world. A brutal, wondrous, terrifying world of beasts, martial might, and alien legacy. Somehow, against all odds, his wish had come true. He had always dreamed of a second chance. A world where strength ruled, where he could rise, fight, live with purpose. Now it was real. He closed his eyes. Then a cold, mechanical voice echoed in the depths of his mind. Ding, the infinite system has been successfully activated. The familiar chime of a notification echoed in Ethan's mind, and he froze. A surge of indescribable excitement rushed through him. His eyes widened. His heart pounded like a war drum. That sound, it wasn't just a beep. It was a call to destiny. As a veteran netizen from Earth who had spent countless nights binging web novels, Ethan recognized the moment for what it was. He'd read it 100 times, stories where ordinary protagonists were granted mysterious systems, cheat-like abilities that turned their lives upside down. It was the beginning of greatness. Now it was happening to him. He had a system. His breath hitched. Eyes shut, he turned his attention inward, just as countless fictional protagonists had done. He focused, mind taut with anticipation, trying to summon the interface. What would it be? A shop system, a cultivation accelerator, a skill copier. Then, in the darkness behind his closed lids, a translucent panel blinked into existence. Master Ethan Hunt. Physique 0.1. Spirit 0.1. That was it, Ethan blinked. Disappointment crept in like a cold draft. No flashing lights, no dramatic fanfare, no tabs, options, or grand list of powers, just 2 measly stats. His initial euphoria began to fade. Then, like a bolt of lightning, pain lanced through his skull. He winced, clutching his head as data surged into his mind. A cold, mechanical voice echoed within him. System active. Core function. Automatically doubles host's attributes every 24 hours. Ethan froze. His thoughts stalled. Double. Every 24 hours. His pupils constricted. He wasn't a math prodigy, but even he understood exponential growth. At first, the change would seem small, but over time, days, weeks, a snowball would become an avalanche. The weakest ant could become a dragon. His fingers trembled. He clenched them into fists, his lips parting in stunned awe. This is insane. Suddenly, that basic panel didn't feel so underwhelming anymore. Physique 0.1. Spirit 0.1. The data from the system clarified. 1 in either stat equaled 1 ton of force. At 0.1, Ethan currently had around 100 kilograms of physical and spiritual strength. Neat, round numbers. Too neat. The system had likely calibrated his starting point intentionally, but Ethan didn't dwell on that. He needed answers about the world he now inhabited. Sifting through the inherited memories of this body, a new reality unfolded. The planet was called Blue Star, a futuristic, Earth-like world where martial power reigned supreme. While advanced technology existed, the true cornerstone of society was cosmic energy and those who could harness it through cultivation. Strength ruled all. The cultivation hierarchy was divided into 5 major realms. 1. Martial Warrior 2, Martial Master 3, Martial Grandmaster 4, Martial King 5, Martial Emperor. To embark on this path, one first had to awaken their elemental affinity. Some people possessed a latent affinity to one of the 9 elements: fire, water, earth, metal, wind, light, darkness, thunder, and ice. Through their element, they would receive a corresponding breathing technique, allowing them to absorb cosmic energy and evolve. The foundation of cultivation lay in unlocking 5 gene locks, each tied to a realm. Every gene lock contained 9 sublocks, and unlocking each one exponentially increased a martial artist's strength. Before unlocking the first gene lock, a human's strength capped at 1000 kg hard, universal limit. Once unlocked, however, first sublock, 2000 kg second, 3000 kg third, 4000 kg, ninth, 10,000 kg. Upon advancing to martial master, first sublock, 50,000 kg second, 100,000 kg, and so on, a terrifying system of power escalation. Ethan couldn't help but marvel, and I have a system that doubles my stats, daily, starting at 100 kg today, tomorrow 200, the day after 400, then 800, 1,600, exceeding the 1,000 kg limit, a feat no unawakened mortal had ever achieved. Could I break the law? The thought made his heart race again. His mind drifted to what he remembered from class. To qualify for a top-tier martial university, a student first needed to become a quasi-martial artist. The criteria: punching force, 500 kg. Sprint speed, 25 meters per second. With that certificate, one could take the elemental affinity test. Pass, and they'd receive a breathing technique from the Alliance Hall and start cultivating. Fail, and they were condemned to mediocrity, powerless in a world where strength decided everything. This is the world I'm in now. Still reeling from the revelations, Ethan stood from the infirmary bed. Outside, the sun was setting, painting the sky in soft gold. He remembered the students who had helped him earlier, Ryan and the others. Smiling, Ethan treated them to a hearty meal at a nearby restaurant. It was the least he could do. Later that evening, he booked a ride to home. The sleek humming car glided through the neon-lit streets. Ethan sat in the back seat, gazing out the window. This life is so different from the one I had before. Back on Earth, he had been alone, an orphan, no family, no dreams, just a drifting soul in a gray, indifferent world. But here, he had parents, a home, a future. The Hunt family was among the city's elite. His father, a successful businessman. His mother, a gentle figure from the fragmented memories in his mind. And yet, anxiety gnawed at him. Will they notice I'm different? Can I act like the original Ethan? Fortunately, the Ethan of this world had been introverted and quiet, distant. Though he loved his parents, they hadn't spent much time together due to their busy schedules. Still, they cared for him deeply. That thought warmed Ethan's heart. It made the guilt sting. The car stopped in front of a sleek villa in an upscale district. Ethan stepped out, nerves tightening with each step. Following the map in his memory, he entered the house. It was empty. Relieved, he removed his shoes and climbed the stairs. Every room matched his memory. Every photo, every detail reel. In his bedroom, he soaked in a warm bath, letting the water wash away the tension. Later, dressed in clean clothes, he sat cross-legged on the bed, staring at the ceiling. This is it. My new life has begun. His emotions were a whirlwind: fear, awe, excitement. He wasn't just surviving anymore. He had a system, a path, a chance to rise. All he needed was time. Every 24 hours, my strength will double. If I stay quiet, prepare, and act smart. He looked at his hands, clenched them. A new fire burned in his soul. Tomorrow would be day 2, and nothing would ever be the same. Ethan now had 15 days to go to the Association Martial Hall to get his quasi-martial warrior certificate from there. Now that he had time to himself, Ethan sat before his sleek terminal screen, browsing through articles and forums. His mind was buzzing with curiosity. Are all martial artists the same once they step into the martial realm? He wondered. Do they all have the same strength? But it didn't take long to find the answer. No. The universe was never fair, not in his past life, and certainly not in this one. Equality was a myth when it came to strength. While martial artists might share similar foundational strength at the same realm except for some geniuses, that was only part of the equation. Skill played an enormous role, but weapon techniques or bare-handed martial arts. Mastery over these skills could multiply one's combat effectiveness many times over. But mastery required something special: comprehension. Even if two people learned the exact same skill, the way they applied it in battle could differ drastically. Understanding, talent, instinct, these factors set them apart. Then there was a game changer: innate talents. Upon unlocking their gene and stepping into the martial warrior realm, some individuals awakened unique talents. These talents could be elemental in nature, fire, ice, lightning, or physical traits like enhanced strength, speed, or defense. Others awakened more specialized abilities like healing, long-distance vision, etc. However, not everyone was gifted with talent. All martial artists might not have a talent, but every genius had one. As Ethan absorbed this knowledge, a fire lit within him. What if I awakened a talent too? He thought excitedly. Combined with the power of the system, I'd be unstoppable. That night, he went to bed early, his heart brimming with ambition. The next morning, sunlight streamed through his window. Ethan stretched lazily and brought up his attributes with a thought. Master, Ethan Hunt, physique, 0.2. Spirit, 0.2. He blinked, feeling sharper, more focused than ever. His vision seemed clearer, his body lighter. Is this the effect of the spirit attribute? He wondered. After freshening up, he headed out for breakfast. It was Sunday, a free day. With nothing scheduled, he decided to explore the city a little. driving his advanced motorbike, a sleek machine modeled after a Royal Enfield but with futuristic upgrades. Ethan revved it up. The beast could easily hit 500 kph, but today he cruised slowly. His first stop was a shopping mall. He needed training clothes, something the previous Ethan would have never bought unless absolutely necessary. As he sifted through racks of gear, his gaze landed on a girl nearby. His breath caught. She was stunning porcelain skin, about 170 centimeters tall, and a figure that could rival any model. She wore a stylish violet trench coat over a fitted turtleneck with black boots that hugged her calves, a perfect blend of elegance and strength. Ethan's heartbeat surged inexplicably. Why am I reacting like this? Then he understood it wasn't his emotion. It belonged to the original Ethan. That girl was Rose Leslie, his classmate and longtime crush. She excelled in literature and martial arts and dreamed of entering Aurora Martial University. Though from a modest family, she was driven, spending her days studying and practicing martial arts at the gym. Today, she wasn't alone. Beside her stood a younger girl, maybe her sister. She shared the same ethereal beauty. Unlike the old Ethan, this one didn't hesitate. He walked up and greeted her. "Hey, Rose." Rose turned, startled. Her eyes widened in recognition. "Ethan?" she asked, surprised. She knew him as the quiet boy who barely spoke to anyone except Ryan. Still, she smiled politely. "Hi." The younger girl, Zara, peeked at Ethan curiously. He was handsome, and her sister seemed to know him. Ethan smiled gently and greeted her as well. Shy Zara hid behind Rose's coat. "What are you doing here, Rose?" Ethan asked. "Just buying clothes for myself and Zara," she replied. Ethan nodded and offered casually, "Want to grab a coffee?" Rose hesitated. "Maybe another time," she declined gently. Understanding, Ethan didn't press further. He gave a small smile and waved them goodbye. After leaving the mall, Ethan made his way to a nearby martial gym, the Tiger Fang Martial Gym. A warm-looking receptionist greeted him. "Looking for something?" she asked. From her, Ethan learned that the gym's owner was a powerful level 9 martial warrior. Many aspiring students trained there before awakening their genes. It was a respected place to start the martial path. Ethan considered joining, but then he shook his head. With the system, his strength would grow far too quickly. If he trained here, it would be hard to hide his unnatural progress. Better to stay low-key for now. He spent the rest of the day strolling through various parts of the city before finally heading home. As he stepped into the house, Ethan paused. Their home. A flicker of nervousness hit him before he composed himself. In the kitchen, his mother, Alina, was humming a tune while preparing dinner. Tall and graceful, she carried an aura of warmth. His father, Jack Hunt, sat on the couch, a towering figure of 190 centimeters with a strong, athletic build and a sharp, calm demeanor. "Hey, Mom, Dad," Ethan greeted. Alina turned, surprised. "Ethan, you're back." "I went out shopping," he said casually. Her brows rose. "Shopping? That's rare. What did you buy?" "Training clothes." "Training clothes." Alina blinked, genuinely surprised. "What for?" "I want to take the Quasi-Martial Warrior Certificate exam in 15 days. I need to train." Jack looked up from the TV, startled. His son, who always seemed uninterested and unambitious, was talking about martial certification. "Why the sudden rush, Ethan?" Jack asked, his voice filled with concern but also curiosity. Ethan felt the warmth in his father's tone. It wasn't suspicion, it was care. "I want to get into a top university, Dad. I'll need that certificate for admission." There was a long silence. Alina's eyes softened and Jack leaned back, thoughtful. Their son was changing. He wasn't the same shy, withdrawn boy anymore. There was fire in his eyes, purpose in his voice. They exchanged a glancione of quiet pride. Alina turned back to him with a smile. "All right then, what do you want for dinner?" Ethan grinned. "How about black pepper grilled beef with garlic rice?" "You got it," she laughed. As Ethan headed to his room, he couldn't help but smile. Ethan went to bed peacefully. After all, he wasn't the kind of protagonist who needed to grind day and night to grow powerful. All he needed was time. The next morning, Ethan checked his status. Master Ethan Hunt. Physique 0.4. Spirit 0.4. As expected of his mighty system, his attributes had doubled once again. He now possessed 400 kg of force in both body and spirit. A surge of vitality coursed through him, felt lighter, sharper, and more alive than ever. After freshening up, he walked out to see breakfast already laid on the table. A note rested beside the plate. It was from his mother. "Honey, we need to go to the office. You eat before going to school, okay? Love you." Reading the simple note, warmth bloomed inside his chest. This kind of simple Carthi's motherly affection was something Ethan had never known before, and it hit him harder than he expected. Smiling softly, he sat down and enjoyed a hearty meal before heading to school. Inside Class 10. Ryan was grumbling about his insomnia as usual. He'd gone to sleep late again and now spent the entire day feeling like a walking corpse. Suddenly, he looked at Ethan with squinted eyes. "Hey, Ethan, you look different. What happened, man? Got yourself a little wife or something?" "Wait, did little Miss Rose finally agree to bear your child, huh?" he teased with a perverted grin. Ethan rolled his eyes and smacked Ryan on the head. I wish that were true, he said, half laughing. Ryan rubbed the back of his head, still smiling like a fool. No, seriously, bro, you look healthier, fresher. What gives? Ethan thought for a moment, then replied, I've been doing some martial arts training lately. Maybe that's why. His voice was thoughtful, like even he wasn't quite sure. Ryan's eyes widened. Martial arts training? Seriously? Didn't we promise to be slick pants young masters forever? Why the hell would you start training now? Trying to get into Aurora Martial University to impress your little crush. Ethan didn't argue. He just chuckled and said, yeah, something like that. Ryan grinned and clapped him on the back. Then I'll just have to stick to your thick thigh in the future, oh future martial prodigy. Before the banter could continue, Teacher Arnold walked into the classroom. Attention, everyone. We have an announcement today, he said, scanning the room. Previously, I told you the Quasi-Warrior certification test would be held on July 15th. However, due to some urgent circumstances, the date has been moved forward. The test will now take place on July 7th. Be ready. The classroom erupted in gasps. Some were excited. Others panicked they didn't have enough time to prepare or build up their strength. Ryan groaned, damn it, my old man was nagging me to join a gym yesterday. I was even planning to visit a gym. But now do I have enough time even if I wanted to? Ethan, on the other hand, remained calm. He wasn't too surprised. At his current pace, he would surpass the required threshold by tomorrow and still have 4 days to spare. After class, Ethan and Ryan went to grab lunch together in the canteen. While waiting in line, someone suddenly shoved Ethan from behind, trying to cut in front of him. Without thinking, Ethan grabbed the person's wrist and twisted it behind their back in one smooth, instinctive motion. A squeal pierced the air. Let go, let go. It was Mark, a minor school tyrant. Hailing from a wealthy family, Mark's grandfather was none other than the renowned martial master Eric Silva. Ethan didn't care about any of that. He was simply returning the favor for being shoved. Mark struggled and yelled, you idiot, do you know who I am? I'm Mark Silva, grandson of Eric Silva himself. Ethan smirked. Huh, good for you, I just go by Ethan. The students nearby burst into laughter. Mark turned beet red from the humiliation. Wherever he went, people scrambled to curry favor with him. But this guy's Ethan didn't play by the rules. You'll regret this, Mark snarled. I'll make you regret ever touching me. But before things could escalate, a calm, commanding voice rang out. That's enough, Mark. It was Rosa, the class president. Beautiful, composed, and universally respected. Despite not coming from a well-off family, her charisma gave her a status no wealth could buy. You tried to cut in line and now you're openly threatening someone. Maybe I should report this to the principal, she said sternly. Mark's bravado evaporated. He paled and backed down. Not only did he fear the principal, but he also had a huge crush on Rose. Gritting his teeth, he stomped away without another word. Ethan watched him go, eyes narrowing. That look in Mark's eyes, it was dangerous. He might become a thorn in Ethan's side. Maybe Ethan mused it would be better to remove him altogether. Rose returned the smile. You're pretty impressive, Ethan. I didn't know you had it in you. You stopped Mark's hand without even looking. Looks like you've been training hard in martial arts. Ethan scratched the back of his head sheepishly. He hadn't trained in any martial arts at all. It had been pure reflex, born from the rise in his spirit power. Back at the table, Ryan was already back to teasing. Man, you're on a roll. Even our future sister-in-law praised you. Good for you, bro. Ethan smacked his head again, grinning as he sat down. Getting recognition from his crush, it felt pretty damn good. When Ethan got home that evening, his parents were still out. He lay on his bed, thinking back on the day's events. He had humiliated Mark Somion, who in typical novels would stop at nothing for revenge, even if it meant destroying entire families. Ethan decided to keep a close eye on him. If Mark did anything reckless, he'd kill him without hesitation. 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. July 7th. Ethan stood in the school courtyard along with the other students. Today, they were going to the Martial Association's branch to get their Quasi-Warrior certificates. He opened his system panel. Master Ethan Hunt. Physique 6.4. Spirit 6.4. In just 4 days, both his attributes had reached 6.4, a total increase of 16 times. And more than that, he had broken through the iron rule. No one was supposed to exceed 1,000 kg of force before unlocking their gene lock. Now, Ethan had over 6 tons of force coursing through both body and spirit. And something else had awakened mental energy just after his spirit had crossed the 1-point mark. He could now move objects from afar using sheer will. At 6 point, he could control up to 6 tons in total, but only up to 6 individual objects at a time. Even if the total mass was within limits, he couldn't manipulate more than 6 things at once. Still, Ethan wasn't worried. He'd figure things out as he went. His eyes swept across the courtyard and landed on Mark. Strangely, Mark hadn't made a move over the past 4 days. That surprised Ethan, but he didn't dwell on it. Mark, however, was seething with venomous rage. He had gone to his father about Ethan, but was told to hold back until after the certification. Once he had that certificate in hand, Ethan would be nothing more than a bug to squash. Mark had also taken a body-strengthening fluid. His current strength had surpassed 700 kg. He was confident he'd pass with flying colors. He glared at Ethan and muttered under his breath, "Just wait. After today, I'll show you what hell really means." Teacher Arnold stepped forward, gave a short motivational speech, and ushered the students onto the bus. Ethan couldn't help but feel excited. He had a strange feeling. Today, he might awaken a talent. Let's see what the future holds. Ethan transmigrated from Earth to a post-apocalyptic martial world with a system. His system has only one function: double the attribute every day. Watch him rising in the universe with a pace faster than the speed of light. What do you think? The awakening room buzzed with a nervous tension that pressed on everyone's chest like a weight. 46 students stood in tense silence, eyes glued to the football-sized crystal that rested upon a pristine glass pedestal at the center of the room. The crystal pulsed faintly, like a sleeping heart waiting to awaken. Richard's voice echoed, calm but authoritative. One by one, step forward and place your hands on the crystal. If you possess an elemental affinity, the crystal will light up, and the display will show your element. There's also a small chance every rarethat you may awaken a soul talent. If you do, you can choose to reveal it or keep it a secret. The choice is yours. The Federation will protect and nurture you accordingly. With that, the process began. The first student was Sam, a brown-skinned, handsome boy well known in the school. He was popular, confident, and came from a prominent family. As he stepped forward, his swagger had faded, replaced by nervous resolve. He placed both hands on the crystal, and silence gripped the room. A moment passed. Then light exploded from the crystal, bright sweeping waves of green that shimmered in the air. Sam's eyes flew open, trembling with excitement. He looked up at the display with bated breath. Wind element, a single word, yet it meant everything. Sam threw his head back and laughed, a release of pure joy and relief. "Yes," he shouted. Around him, murmurs rose like a tide. Some girls stared at him with admiration, their eyes shining. A few boys clapped him on the back, offering congratulations. Richard stepped forward with a rare smile. "Well done, Sam. You are a future pillar of humanity. Stand over there. After the test, you will receive your wind element breathing technique." Sam nodded with pride, his confidence surging higher than ever. Student after student stepped forward. Some were successful, their joy filling the room like sunlight after rain. But not everyone was so lucky. Cries and gasps followed the failures. Those who did not awaken any element broke into tears, their hopes crumbling like dry sand. Their journey as martial warriors had ended before it could even begin. Arnold stepped forward, voice steady. "Those of you who couldn't awaken, do not despair. You can still serve in civil posts. There is honor in every contribution to humanity. This is not the end for you." He didn't say more. There were no words that could soften the sting of a dream slipping away. Then Mark stepped up. His face was smug, his eyes burning with arrogance. He placed his hands on the crystal, and instantly it flared with a fierce red flame. The air heated, and a sharp gasp spread through the crowd. "Fire element," Mark threw his arms up in triumph, laughing like a conqueror. His gaze immediately found Ethan, venom flickering in his eyes. His expression was provocative, daring Ethan to match him. Ethan didn't even look his way. Richard came forward, nodding. "Eric Silva now has a worthy successor. Young man, practice diligently. Make your grandfather proud." Mark basked in the praise, the crowd feeding his ego. He was now just one breath away from becoming a true martial warrior. Next was Rose. She walked forward with a calm grace that made the room still. Her soft palm touched the crystal. In seconds, cold air swirled around her, frost coiling along the floor. "Ice element," gasps rang out, but something else was happening. Rose's eyes flickered with a strange light. Her calm face betrayed a flicker of surprise as an unfamiliar but powerful sensation washed over her. Something was awakening inside her, something more than just an element. A moment later, she understood. A soul talent. A piece of information came into her mind: ice domain. She could now control a 10-meter radius of chilling space around her domain, and this was just the beginning. As she grew stronger, the domain would evolve alongside her. She opened her eyes and smiled. It was the first time anyone had seen her smile so genuinely. Even the students who had failed looked up, mesmerized. Her beauty, grace, and power was no longer just a school flower. She was something more, something untouchable. Rose approached Arnold. Her voice was steady. "Sir, I've awakened a soul talent." The words hit like thunder. Even Ethan's eyes widened in disbelief. She awakened a soul talent? Incredible. No wonder the previous owner of my body was so obsessed with her. Ethan thought with a soft smile, but I can see it now. She's truly extraordinary. Mark's face twisted with awe and greed. If I can stand by her side now, Grandpa will surely approve. She has value and I have status. Arnold asked gently, "Rose, are you sure you want to reveal this to the public? If you wish, I can keep it hidden." Arnold gave a small nod. "Very well, I'll help you register it." Richard beamed from the side, but let Arnold handle the situation. He still walked up and offered his congratulations. Rose nodded politely, then returned to stand alone, her usual calm restored. Then it was Ethan's turn. The room stilled again. Ethan stepped forward slowly, feeling all eyes on him. He placed both hands on the crystal. Immediately, a strange energy surged into his body, snaking through his veins like a whisper of power. But unlike the others, Ethan could clearly sense the energy's flow. His spirit attribute was far beyond the norm. Most adults, even martial masters, didn't possess such clarity of spirit. His perception was razor sharp. The energy followed his veins, entered his vena cava, then flooded into his heart. It converged on a precise location between his ventricles, and there it happened. A core emerged. Roughly the size of a marble, it began to spin slowly, then glowed with light. 3 colors flared: light, thunder, metal. The room fell into a stunned silence. The display flashed with a brilliance that made everyone instinctively squint. 3 elements. Ethan had awakened 3 elemental cores. Even as awe rippled through the room, Ethan wasn't done. Inside his mind, another message appeared. Talent awakened. Infinite comprehension. His breath caught. Infinite comprehension. His eyes trembled. Comprehension is the foundation of all cultivation. To grasp techniques faster, to progress where others stall, that's what defines a genius. And I have an infinite comprehension talent. His hands trembled slightly. This was heaven-defying. He opened his eyes and looked at the display. Then slowly, a faint smile appeared on his face. He was no longer walking toward his dream, he was running toward it. Richard was the first to speak, voice vibrant with excitement. Ethan, congratulations. 3 elements. You truly are a genius. Now tell me, which element do you want to focus on? Ethan looked from Richard to Arnold. Sir, do I really need to choose just one? Can I cultivate all 3? Arnold blinked, caught off guard. Ethan, didn't you hear what we said? Cultivating multiple elements will divide your focus. Your advancement will be 3 times slower. It could stall your progress permanently. Are you sure? Ethan pressed on. How long does it normally take to master a breathing technique and unlock the first gene? Arnold rubbed his chin. Normally 2 months. A genius might need less. I've heard the top talents in the super cities can do it in 15 days, but it depends on understanding, on comprehension. Ethan smiled slightly. Then I'll cultivate them all. Gasps filled the room. Richard was frozen in place. Arnold simply stared. Mark, meanwhile, looked like he had swallowed a lemon. His teeth clenched so hard they might have cracked. He really wants to cultivate all 3. This bastard. Does he think he's some kind of god? Then he sneered. Fine, waste your time, Ethan. I'll rise step by step while you stretch yourself thin. You'll never catch up. I'll crush you soon. But Ethan didn't spare him a glance. He stood tall, calm, and composed. The path of a true martial warrior had just begun, and he would walk it with thunder in his steps, light in his soul, and metal in his bones. Ethan looked at Teacher Arnold. Teacher, he asked, if 2 people have the same understanding of a breathing technique, will their absorption rate be the same? Arnold turned to look at him, a faint smile curling on his lips. No, it's not that simple, he replied. The absorption rate is heavily influenced by the size of the Korean individual trait unique to every cultivator. The core itself exists in a personal space located within the heart region, though not directly on the heart. It's one of the great mysteries of the universe how a separate space can open within the body without disrupting any of its functions. He paused, letting the gravity of the words sink in. Most people awaken with a core about 1 centimeter in diameter. After breaking the first gene lock at the warrior realm, it doubles to 2 centimeters. At the master realm, it becomes 4 centimeters. Grandmaster realm, 8 centimeters. With each major breakthrough, the size doubles again. So yes, if 2 people have the same size core and equal understanding of a technique, their absorption rate would be about the same. But prodigies, they're different. Some awaken with a 1.5 centimeters core or even 2 centimeters. These people are naturally faster, their cultivation efficiency far beyond the ordinary. Arnold's eyes twinkled as he added, and of course, treasures and body refinement methods can cleanse impurities, enhancing absorption and energy distribution even further. Ethan listened quietly, committing every word to memory. His own core was already 2 centimeters something that marked him as a genius, but he didn't allow himself to feel arrogant. There's always someone stronger, he reminded himself. Who's to say someone hasn't awakened with a 5 centimeters core, or bigger? When the awakening process concluded, the harsh reality became evident. Out of 46 students, only 10 had successfully awakened their elements. 10 out of 46. The path of a warrior was truly a brutal, narrow road. Richard led the 10 successful students into a wide hall. His expression was stern, voice carrying a heavy sense of duty. Today, he said, you have taken your first step awakening your element and becoming quasi-martial warriors. You will now receive breathing techniques based on your affinity. Once you break your first gene lock, you'll be eligible to report to the Martial Alliance and receive your warrior identity. He paused, voice trembling with emotion. You are humanity's hope. Beasts ravage the world beyond our walls. They've taken our lands. We live imprisoned in these so-called base cities. But Yaoyu are the ones who may change that, reclaim our legacy. With that, he handed out the techniques. Ethan received 3, light, thunder, and metal. He said farewell to Arnold and Rose and quietly left the hall. Arnold watched him go, eyes complicated. Ethan is a rare genius, but will his pride stand in the way of progress? He had wanted to advise Ethan to focus on one element, but in the end he said nothing. Everyone must walk their own path. Back home, Ethan found his parents sitting tensely on the sofa, their faces pale and anxious. They didn't know the results yet, had kept it a secret to surprise them. Alina rushed to him the moment she saw him. "Son, how did it go?" she asked gently, her eyes filled with worry. Even if you didn't awaken anything, your father and I will always be proud of you and give you a life you can enjoy." That simple display of care struck Ethan hard. In his past life, no one had ever looked at him like this. No one had ever waited for him, anxious, worried, loving. A tear formed at the corner of his eye, but he wiped it away and grinned playfully. "How could you both underestimate your handsome son like this? Do you really think I could fail?" He handed over the certificate. Jack took the paper, his eyes scanning it quickly. Then, silence. Tears began to drip from Jack's eyes. His calloused hands clutched the certificate like it was the most precious artifact in the world. Ethan's heart twisted. "Dad, did I do something wrong? Why are you crying?" Jack looked up, eyes brimming with emotion, and pulled Ethan into a tight embrace. "You did nothing wrong. I'm crying because I'm happy. So happy I couldn't hold it in." Alina, too, wept silently beside them. They held each other in a quiet embrace, the kind born from a love too deep for words. There were secrets buried in Jack and Alina's hearts, things Ethan had yet to know. Neither of them had elemental affinity. They had never dared dream a warrior would be born into their family. But now, that dream had come true. Hope was finally been seen by Jack and Alina. "Let's celebrate," Jack finally said, voice trembling. Alina smiled and went to the kitchen. Sitting at the dining table, Jack looked at his son. "Now that you're a Quasar warrior, what's next?" Ethan thought for a moment. "There are 20 days until the university entrance exam. I'll cultivate first. If I can become a warrior before that, I'll join a force and become a full-time warrior. If not, I'll sit for the exam. What do you think, Dad?" Jack nodded slowly. He wasn't a warrior, but he understood enough. Becoming a full warrior in 20 days was near impossible. But this was his son, and the blood of that family ran in his veins as well. Maybe he had chanced to become a warrior in 20 days. Ethan's smile widened. "Then it's decided." That night, their home was filled with laughter, warmth, and a happiness Ethan had never known in his previous life. Later, in the solitude of his room, Ethan showered and sat cross-legged, gazing at the interface before him. Master, Ethan Hunt, Physique, 6.4. Spirit, 6.4. Talent, Infinite Comprehension. His eyes widened. A new entry had appeared: Talent, Infinite Comprehension. Let's try it. He inserted 3 pen drives into his microcomputer and opened them. One by one, he began to study the breathing technique, starting with light. He closed his eyes and followed the method. Suddenly, ding, basic light element breathing technique detected. Comprehend, he blinked, stunned. It can be done like this. Yes, he said in his heart. Infinite comprehension triggered. Primordial light breathing technique comprehended. Primordial, his eyes widened. He activated the technique immediately. A terrifying amount of light elemental energy flooded his body. Ethan hurriedly stopped. His core was already a third full. What the hell? He had read that even prodigies needed a whole night to saturate their core the first time. But in just seconds, his core had filled a third. He tried the thunder technique. Ding, primordial thunder breathing technique comprehended. Corretwo thirds full. Then the metal technique. Ding, primordial metal breathing technique comprehended. His core fully saturated. Another prompt appeared. 3 breathing techniques detected. Combine them, combine. Yes, ding, primordial 3-element breathing technique created. Suddenly, his core expanded from 2 centimeters to 3 centimeters. You should know, no one had ever done this before to make his core bigger even before unlocking the gene. But Ethan, rather than panic, simply nodded. So this is the power of infinite comprehension. The system is the greatest anomaly. The technique allowed him to absorb 3 elemental forces at once. If not, he would have to saturate each one separately, wasting time and effort. He activated the method. A vortex of energy formed, drawing in light, thunder, and metal simultaneously. After just 30 seconds, a thunderous bang echoed inside him. His first gene lock shattered. Master, Ethan Hunt, Physique, 7.4. Spirit, 7.4 plus 1 to each stat. He closed his eyes and continued. Bang, level 2, bang, level 3, bang, level 4. By the time 5 hours passed, Ethan had broken through to martial warrior level 9 in one night, but he stopped. He could break through to the next realm, but he chose not to. Major breakthroughs can increase his stats 5-fold, but with his cheat, he would double his stats every day. So after doubling his stats for some days, he would break through. His stats will gain greater boosts then, and who knows, maybe he could gain some other benefits. He looked at his panel again. Physique, 15.4. Spirit, 15.4. A normal level 9 warrior had 10,000 kg of strength. Ethan, 15, 400 kg, and it would double tomorrow. He glanced down at his body. Black sludge coated his skin. Impurities. He showered again, cleansing his body. But just before going to sleep, he took one last look at his core, and what he saw made his jaw drop. His eyes trembled. What is that? What Ethan saw was not a 3 centimeters marble-sized core, but a massive 14 centimeters core. When did this happen? Didn't the teacher say only a major breakthrough could make the core bigger? But it seems that's not the case for me. Before unlocking his gene, his core was 3 centimeters. After unlocking, it doubled to 6 centimeters. Then, each minor breakthrough gave him 1 centimeters more, making it a whopping 14 centimeters in total. Even the core of a martial grandmaster is only 8 centimeters, and a king's is 16 centimeters. But here he was already at 14 centimeters, and he was just a level 9 warrior. Even if he told others, no one would believe him. Ha, what an anomaly. But the good thing wast anomaly is me. Ethan laughed in his heart, then he went to sleep. When Ethan woke up, it was 10 in the morning. He first checked his panel. Master Ethan Hunt. Physique 30.8. Spirit 30.8. He had been busy the past few days, so he hadn't had time to reflect on his spirit value. But now he realized it could pick up 30 tons of weight using just his spirit. Then he tried manipulating multiple objects. He could only control 10 at a time. He spread his mental force around, trying to sense his surroundings. He could clearly sense a radius of 500 meters, so 1 km wide domain. Within this range, anything under 30 tons of weight was within his control. Moreover, he could sense everything within his mental domain. Ethan freshened up and went down for breakfast. His parents had already left for the office, but breakfast was prepared with a sweet note from his mother. He loved reading her notes, always filled with warmth and care. He ate voraciously. His appetite had grown significantly after becoming a warrior. Then Ethan began thinking, what should I do today? He didn't plan to break through again so soon, so maybe he should find a skill to hone. He had heard that many techniques could multiply the force of one's attacks. That was practically magic, and Ethan deeply longed for such a skill, but those were only available to official martial warriors. Should he go to the Alliance Hall and get his identity token? His hand rested on his chin. Maybe I should just say I broke through to level 1, so it won't cause a panic. But even then, he couldn't fully grasp the situation. A quasi-warrior becoming a full warrior in one day. That was literally unheard of in history. Ethan got ready and took his Mercedes Vision XX to the Alliance Hall. He walked up to the receptionist and said, "Hello, I'm Ethan Hunt. May I know where Mr. Richard is?" The receptionist looked up and saw a 1.9-meter tall, handsome young man dressed in rich attire standing in front of her. She wasn't a martial artist, just a normal girl, so she was stunned for a moment. This guy is so handsome. Last night, after Ethan's body purification during his breakthrough, he had become even more attractive. Not every martial artist got to experience such a transformation. The girl asked with a smile, "What do you want from Mr. Richard, if I may ask?" Ethan replied casually, "Oh, he was the instructor of our batch during the awakening process. Now that I've become a warrior, I'd like to ask Mr. Richard to help me get my identity." The girl nodded. "Oh, so that's how it is. You've become a warrior." But then something clicked in her mind. She suddenly looked at Ethan, her eyes wide in disbelief. "Wait, Mr. Richard was your instructor. Didn't he only instruct a batch yesterday? And I don't remember him taking any batch for the past year or two. Are you saying you awakened 1 or 2 years ago? But you're so young, you must have awakened recently, like within a month or two." Ethan was surprised by how sharp this girl was. He was genuinely impressed. He nodded. "Yes, I was in the batch yesterday." It was like a nuclear bomb exploded in the girl's mind. Her voice trembled. "Are you telling the truth? You became a warrior in a day." Ethan was puzzled by the fuss. There should be many geniuses in the super cities who have done this, right? Still, he confirmed yes. The girl immediately called Richard. "Sir, there's a person named Ethan Hunt. He says he awakened yesterday under your supervision and has already become a warrior. He's here for registration." Her voice was still shaking. On the other side of the call, Richard was sipping tea. When he heard the words, the cup slipped from his hand and shattered on the floor. His eyes bulged. "What did you say? Did you just say Ethan became a warrior and came to report?" The girl shakily confirmed. Richard shot up and ran out of his office like a madman. His mind buzzed with disbelief. He had to see it with his own eyes. When he reached the hall, he saw Ethan casually sitting on a waiting sofa, playing on his phone. The receptionist was standing nearby, looking completely dazed. Richard walked up to Ethan. "Hey, Ethan, this girl just said you become a martial warrior and came to register." Ethan looked up from his phone. When he saw Richard, he stood up and said, "Yes, Instructor Richard. I was lucky enough to grasp the breathing technique last night and accidentally broke through." Richard's brain went blank. Is this even human speech? Accidental breakthrough. Grasped 3 elemental breathing technique. What are you saying? Are you speaking alien language? After a few moments, Richard managed to compose himself. Ethan, if you don't mind, could you come with me to verify this result? Maybe there's some misunderstanding." Ethan understood Richard's shock, so he obliged. He stood in front of a punching machine and punched. 2,000 kg. Richard already believed him deep down, but seeing the number hit him like reality itself. Still, he maintained his composure. Next was the speed tester. A level 1 martial warrior typically had a speed of 35 million s. Ethan ran 38 million s. There was no denying it now. Ethan had really broken through, but Richard knew couldn't handle this kind of genius alone. He immediately made a call. In Super City Number 1, an old man in his 50s or 60s stood up the moment he heard the report. He was Charles Denver, a martial king and direct supervisor of Base Cities 1 through 5. When he heard someone in Base City 5 had broken through to martial warrior just a day after awakening, it blew his mind. Even the Alliance president himself, the legendary Dragon, hadn't achieved that feat. Charles instructed Richard to treat Ethan with the highest level of hospitality. He would arrive in 5 hours sand, immediately booked a fighter plane for travel. Meanwhile in Bay City 5, Ethan looked suspiciously at Richard. Why is this guy acting so weird? Don't tell me. Is he a pervert? Ethan couldn't think any further. Seeing Ethan's discomfort, Richard snapped back to his senses. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, Ethano, Mr. Ethan. Our supervisor is coming to the Bay City in 5 hours. He asked to meet you personally. What do you think? Ethan was stunned. A supervisor-level figure. That meant at least a marshal, grandmaster, possibly a king. Such a person wanted to meet him. He immediately agreed. No one dared to act unscrupulously in the Alliance Hall, especially since the president was Dragon himself. Ethan then asked if he could get his identity token now and browse the warrior website. Richard grinned from ear to ear. Of course, Mr. Ethan. I'll bring your token right away. Please wait a moment. Ethan waited on the sofa. 20 minutes later, Richard returned with a black card, Ethan's official martial warrior identity token. Ethan opened the microcomputer on his wrist and logged into the Martial Alliance website. Everything was there: a warrior forum, online marketplace, and more. He was especially eager to explore the skilled techniquest, particularly sword techniques. He selected the section of special techniques for above martial warrior realm, as there was a basic technique section also which could be learned by Quasi warriors too. 1 dimension cleaving 100 billion alliance coins 2, annihilation 100 billion 3, 50, light sword technique 100 million. There were 50 sword skills listed. The cheapest one, 100 million. Ethan stared at the prices in a daze. 100 billion, what the heck? Even my family, though well off, has a total net worth under 100 million, and that includes investments, stakes, house, land, liquid money. And the cheapest technique here is 100 million. How am I supposed to buy this? He slumped, so depressed. Ethan sat there depressed. He thought to himself, maybe I should just buy a basic sword technique to mess around with first. When I have enough money, I'll get those special techniques. Richard stood nearby, watching with growing anxiety. When he saw the dejected look in Ethan's eyes, his heart skipped a beat. Did I do something wrong? Did I offend him somehow? Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead like bullets. The supervisor had personally told him to treat Ethan with the highest level of hospitality, and now Ethan looked like someone close to him had just died. Richard asked nervously, Mr. Ethan, what happened? Did something upset you? Did I do something wrong? Ethan looked at him as if Richard owed him money. What the heck is this guy saying? He looks like some creepy stalker. Why is he even standing here? I didn't know Richard was like this before. I'll ask teacher about him when I have time. The moment Richard saw the expression on Ethan's face, he instantly plunged into despair. It's over, all over. Supervisor Charles will skin me alive, he muttered, then dropped onto the sofa with a heavy thud. Ethan was shocked to see Richard sitting down right next to him, so close that his skin crawled. His hair stood on end, goosebumps covered his arms. Damn it, this guy really is a pervert. I'll ask Rose to stay away from him. No, I'll never let her come into contact with him again. He snorted and stood up abruptly. Before leaving the hall, Ethan said coldly, call me if the supervisor arrives. I have something to do, so I'll excuse myself. Then he left in a hurry. But Richard hadn't even heard the whole sentence. He only heard Ethan was leaving because of him. His soul seemed to have left his body. Like a zombie, he stumbled forward, his movements stiff and broken. The receptionist caught a glimpse of his ghost-like demeanor. She was so terrified that she slid down behind her desk, hiding in the corner, covering her mouth with both hands like she was taking shelter from a real zombie. Ethan took his car and drove to a coffee shop so he could properly browse the Alliance website. He opened the Warrior Forum. There were all kinds of posts, some about newly discovered monsters near the outskirts of the base city, others about rare treasures found deep in the wilderness. Today's world was divided into many factions. The Martial Alliance stood at the very pinnacle, controlling over 70 of the world's resources and power. Then came the martial dojos, established by powerful martial artists, grandmaster level, king level, even emperor level experts. There were also the Academiesa collective faction that produced scientists, researchers, and martial artists alike. Unlike the Alliance, the dojos were private entities. The stronger the dojo master, the more reputable the dojo. They had fewer resources but offered far more freedom. So for a martial artist, there were 3 major factions to choose from. Ethan sipped his coffee, pondering his next move. His heart longed for Adventurito go out and fight those monsters. but he had just awakened yesterday and officially become a warrior today. According to the rules, to venture out into the wilderness alone, one must be at least a level 7 martial warrior. Otherwise, they had to join a team. On paper, Ethan was listed as only a level 1 warrior, even though in reality, he had reached level 9 and was far stronger than any ordinary level 9. He would need to either wait until he revealed his true strength or find a team to go with. Either way, he would think about it after meeting the supervisor. He asked mentally, "Hey system, can you lower my aura to that of a level 1 warrior so no one can tell what level I really am?" The moment the command was given, he felt his overwhelming aura vanish, leaving behind only the faintest trace, like that of a beginner. As he continued browsing on his phone, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. It was Ryan, Ethan's best friend. Ryan was arguing with a tall man inside the coffee shop. "Adele, don't go overboard. I was the one who booked this seat first. Now you're telling me to give it up, just because your brother became a Quasar warrior. You think that makes you invincible?" Adele had been their classmate, another who had failed the warrior exam like Ryan. But Adele's older brother, a third-rate university student, had become a quasi-martial warrior 5 days ago. Now Adele was trying to suppress Ryan with borrowed power. Ryan had been out on a date with his girlfriend. She wasn't a top-tier beauty, but she had delicate features and a naturally adorable look. Frightened by Adele's aggression, especially since she came from a middle-class background, she tugged on Ryan's sleeve and whispered, "Ryan, please don't argue. Let's go somewhere else. Let's just leave." But Ryan was a man. How could he let himself be humiliated in front of his girlfriend? He shouted, "Adele, don't go too far. My brother Ethan is also a Quasar warrior. Don't dare threaten me. I'll call my brother in, then we'll see what happens." Adele froze for a second. He had been there when Ethan had crushed the test with 1,000 kg force. A flicker of doubt flashed through his ice, but only for a moment. After a pause, he smirked again. "Hey, brother, you said," he sneered. "Does Ethan actually think of you as his brother? You two belong to completely different worlds now. Does Ethan even care about you?" Ryan was stunned. Adele's words struck deep. Before yesterday, they had been on the same level, but now Ethan was like a star in the sky. Would he really still care about someone like him? His childhood best friend. Ryan's heart ached. He was proud of Ethan's success, but if Ethan had changed, there was nothing he could say. He simply wasn't as gifted. From a corner of the shop, Ethan had been listening the whole time. The moment he heard Adele's mocking words and saw Ryan's face filled with sorrow, a sharp pain stabbed into Ethan's chest. Ryan, his childhood brother, his best friend. So what if Ryan can't become a warrior? Hadn't I become one? Didn't I tell him I'd make him my general? Ethan's eyes turned cold. He stood up, walked over to their table, and declared in a thunderous voice, "Who said Ryan is not my brother? He is not only my brother, but also my general. You dare threaten the brother of Ethan Hunt? Are you perhaps tired of living? Maybe I should help your family get rid of some garbage." The entire coffee shop fell into stunned silence. Ryan froze. He didn't even turn around, just clenched his jaw as a single tear slipped down his cheek. His eyes turned red, but he wiped the tear away before anyone could see. Then he slowly looked up at Ethan. Adele also turned it in when he saw who it was. His legs almost gave out. His face turned pale. He felt like he was staring into the eyes of a prehistoric beast. Cold sweat drenched his back. "Ethan, I didn't know you were here. Please forgive me." Ethan's tone was colder than ice. "So if I wasn't here, my brother would have just been insulted by trash like you. How can I forgive you?" He looked at Ryan. "Ryan, what do you want to do with him? Just do it. You don't have to worry about anything else." Ryan's blood boiled, his fists clenched with rage. Without hesitation, he kicked Adele squarely in the abdomen. Ryan had always been stronger than Adele, just didn't have a powerful backing. But now that Ethan stood behind him, he had no reason to hold back. Adele groaned in pain, gasping for breath. He shouted, "Ethan, don't go too far. So what if you become a Quasar warrior? My brother is one too. If you hurt me, he'll definitely teach you a lesson." Ethan sneered with disdain. "Then call your brother and ask him to come and rescue you. You can't leave now after threatening me." Ryan punched Adele in the face. A tooth flew out from the impact. The girl who had come with Adele screamed for help, but no one in the coffee shop moved. Even the management stayed quiet. They had heard the entire conversation and they couldn't afford to offend a future martial warrior, not even a quasi-warrior. Ryan kept hitting Adele until he was barely conscious. Adele eventually called his brother. When his brother heard his battered voice, he roared over the phone, "Which bastard dares hurt my little brother? Just wait if you dare. I'll be there immediately." Ethan smirked. A little amusement is always nice. After the beating, Ryan looked at Ethan, wanting to thank him, but Ethan simply said. Then he smiled. Ryan said nothing. Instead, he raised his right hand high into the air. AMD made a fist and shouted, "When the king calls, this general will come." Ethan was momentarily stunned by his dramatic, ever-loyal brother. Then he turned to Rhea, gave her a warm smile, and said, "Congratulations for finding such a beautiful sister-in-law for me." Ethan sat across from Ryan and Rhea in the corner of the cafe. Warm light filtered through the glass windows, casting a soft glow over the wooden tables and steaming mugs of coffee. The waiter who brought their order moved stiffly, eyes flicking nervously toward Ethan before hurrying away. Even the faintest whispers of Ethan's strength had spread fast. He sipped his coffee slowly, his posture relaxed, and smiled as he watched Ryan and Rhea share small glances and soft laughter. So Ethan began casually, smirking, "Where did you two lovebirds first meet? And how exactly did this fairy tale start?" Ryan scratched the back of his neck, looking slightly embarrassed. "Rhea is the daughter of my mom's best friend," he admitted. "She used to live in the neighborhood next to ours. We kind of knew each other since childhood. But yesterday, I don't know. I was in a really depressed mood after the failure, and she comforted me, and when she talked to me." He turned to Rhea with a fond look. "It was like I was looking at an angel. So I just proposed, and she said yes." Rhea blushed, and Ethan leaned back in his chair with a nod of understanding. That made sense if this was all recent. It explained why Ethan had never heard about Rhea before. If Ryan had been dating for a while, Ethan definitely would have known. Their casual chat continued with warm laughter and harmless teasing, until a sudden tension pulled the air taut. The cafe door burst open. In walked a tall young man, his presence instantly oppressive. He wore a sleeveless training uniform that showcased his sculpted arms. His eyes were sharp and prideful, scanning the room until they landed on a trembling figure in the corner, Adele. This was Kane, Adele's older brother. At 20 years old, Kane had already awakened an earth element and become a quasi warrior. The transformation elevated his status at the university and in the community. With power came arrogance, and Kane had quickly learned to flaunt his strength and suppress the weak. Even though Adele had failed to awaken his element, Kane still doted on his brother, spoiling him recklessly. When he saw the bruises and cuts on Adele's face, Kane's eyes flared with fury. His voice echoed through the cafe like thunder. "Which bastard dared to lay a hand on my brother? If you've ever drunk your mother's milk, then come out and face me like a man." The atmosphere froze. Dishes clinked. Waiters ducked behind counters. Patrons shrank in fear. Ethan's eyes turned glacial. He stood slowly, each movement deliberate. His calm steps echoed against the tiled floor as he walked forward and stopped in front of Kane. He didn't speak. He simply drew back his fist and struck. The sound was like an explosion. Kane's body shot backward like a cannonball, crashing through the cafe's glass door. He flew down the street, bounced across the pavement several times like a rag doll, and finally collapsed in a heap. Blood streamed from his ears, nose, mouth, and eyes. People gasped. Some screamed. Others stared in horrified silence. No one knew if Kane was dead or alive, but Ethan's expression remained impassive. There was a rule in the alliance: a martial artist could not attack a commoner. But if a non-warrior insulted or disrespected a warrior, the martial artist had the right to retaliate even lethally as long as proof was provided. Kane was not a true warrior, only a quasi-warrior, and he had disrespected Ethan. Even if Ethan had killed him, there would be no punishment, but Ethan had held back. Kane would live. Ethan turned and calmly walked away, bidding Ryan and Rhea farewell before leaving the shattered cafe behind. He still had a few hours before his next meeting. It was time to invest in himself. Back in his room, Ethan sat at his desk and opened the Alliance store interface on his tablet. He navigated to the basic sword techniques section and began scrolling through countless entries. He wasn't looking for something flashy. He needed something foundational, a technique that would sharpen his basics and deepen his understanding. Then, one technique caught his eye. Foundation Sword Art. A fundamental sword style designed to solidify one's swordsmanship. Mastery of this art increases the chance of comprehending sword intent, a deeper understanding of the way of the sword. It was the most expensive among the basic grade techniques, 5 million Alliance coins. Ethan hesitated. Then he picked up his phone and dialed. "Dad," he said hesitantly. "What is it, son? I need some money." "How much?" 5 million. There was a long silence. Ethan held his breath. Then Jack Hunt replied, calm and unwavering. "All right." A few seconds later, Ethan's phone pinged. His account balance had increased by 5 million. He stared at the screen for a moment, his heart warmed by the silent, unshakable trust of his father. He purchased the technique. A file arrived in his warrior account. Ding, basic level foundation sword art detected. Would you like to comprehend it? Ethan nodded. Yes. Ding, primordial grade foundation sword art successfully comprehended. His eyes widened. What should have been a basic technique had transformed. The sword art revealed itself as primordial level, containing the essence of ancient sword wisdom. It had only one move, but that move had distilled endless complexity into profound simplicity. The main basic level foundation sword art had 4 levels. If one could reach the pinnacle of level 4, there was a slim chance of awakening the S-Rod intent, but it just a chance, not certainty. Ethan closed his eyes and began practicing. The moment his mind aligned with the sword art's principles, a surge of sword intent erupted from his body like a tidal wave. The ground trembled slightly beneath him. His body moved on instinct, his index and middle fingers forming the shape of a sword. He stepped outside just in time. A piercing sword light exploded from his fingers and sliced through the air, so sharp and swift it left a lingering hum. It shot into the sky and cleaved a cloud in half. Ethan stood frozen. His body trembled not in fear but in awe. He had just awakened Sword Intent Level 1. Sword Intent, a manifestation of understanding the Sword Tao. Level 1 increases strength twofold. Level 2 threefold. Level 3 fourfold. Level 9 12-fold. He had only scratched the surface, but the path was now open. A bright fire burned in Ethan's eyes. He would cultivate this art until he reached the peak. After 2 hours of practice, Ethan returned indoors, showered, and went out for lunch. He was halfway through his meal when his phone buzzed. It was Richard. "Mr. Ethan," Richard said hastily. "Supervisor Charles has arrived. Would you like to meet him now?" "I'm eating," Ethan replied coolly. "I'll come afterward." He hung up, still thinking Richard was a bit of a pervert, but decided not to dwell on it. When Ethan entered the Alliance Hall, Richard greeted him with a wide, overly eager smile that made Ethan's skin crawl. Richard noticed, and his smile quickly faded into a neutral line. "This way, Mr. Ethan," he said, leading him to a private room at the end of the corridor. He knocked. "Supervisor, Mr. Ethan has arrived." A deep voice answered from within. "Come in." Ethan stepped inside. The moment he crossed the threshold, an overwhelming pressure crashed down on him like the presence of a prehistoric beast. His breath hitched and cold sweat formed on his forehead, but his face remained calm. Charles's sharp gaze observed him with intrigue. Then with a chuckle he retracted his aura. "Ha ha ha, I'm sorry, Mr. Ethan. I just couldn't help myself. I had to test you." Ethan exhaled slowly, relief washing through him. He'd thought Charles might be a hostile figure, but now he understood. "It was merely a test. Please have a seat," Charles said warmly. "Let me introduce myself properly. I am Charles Denver. Base cities 1 to 5 fall under my supervision." Ethan bowed his head politely. "Ethan Hunt. It's an honor, Mr. Charles." Charles narrowed his eyes slightly. "Hunt, that surname. Are you related to anyone from Super City?" He remembered Richard mentioning Ethan's name earlier, but had been too excited to connect the dots. Now that he heard the name again, his thoughts turned toward a particular powerful and mysterious family from Super City who also bore the Hunt name. Probably just a coincidence, he muttered to himself, brushing the thought aside. After a few moments of conversation, Charles leaned forward and said, "Ethan, I'd like to invite you to officially join the Martial Alliance as a genius-level recruit. Even without a registered soul talent, your strength qualifies you." Ethan tilted his head. "What are the benefits?" Charles smiled wider, not a hint of annoyance on his face. If anything, he was pleased by Ethan's calm inquiry. Desperation would have been a red flag. Composure meant the boy had a solid martial heart. "There are many benefits," Charles said, sliding a document across the table. "Here's the agreement. Take a look. If there's anything else you need, let me know. I'll make it happen." Ethan read the terms and his eyes widened in shock. Now this offer. It was far more than he'd expected. The contract 1. Get 500 million Alliance coins. 2. Get a villa in the Super City. Can be unlocked if you become a martial master within 2 months. 3. Receive 2 vials of supreme-grade body strengthening fluid. 4. Buy anything from the Alliance market at half price. Unlocks only after becoming a martial grandmaster within 1 year. 5. Choose 1 skill if you reach level 9 martial warrior within a month. 6. Choose 1 weapon under 100 million value. Seeing the terms, Ethan was stunned for a few moments. 500 million in cash. Even my super capable dad has only managed to earn 100 million until now. A villa in the Super City. That meant not just a home, but full residential status in a place that was the dream of billions. Right now, there were only 5 super cities and 50 base cities across the world. A super city was at least 10 times the size of a base city, its grandeur reaching unimaginable heights. All the true powerhouses of the world lived there. Ordinary people couldn't even enter a super city without connections or qualifications, let alone live in one. Then there was the supreme grade body strengthening fluid. Ethan had heard of it. It could raise an ordinary person's power up to 1,000 kg and increase speed to 30 million s the cost. A whopping 100 million for a single vial, and now he was being handed 2 for free. Even if he didn't need them, his parents could benefit. They were just ordinary peoplethas. Would be a life-changing opportunity for them. Later, he'd find a way to fix the elemental affinity issue when he becomes a true powerhouse. Then Ethan asked, his throat suddenly dry, Supervisor Charles, when you say I can choose any skill, do you mean the basic techniques, or are the special ones included?" When Charles saw Ethan's eager, overwhelmed expression, he felt deeply satisfied. He smiled knowingly and said, "Of course, including the special techniques too. Yes, you can choose a technique worth up to 100 billion, but you can see the catch, right? Do you think you can fulfill the conditions for activating the deal?" Ethan felt a strong urge to reveal his current cultivation level right there and then, but he held back. He could be considered a genius, sure. But if he revealed too much, he'd be labeled a monster. People feared the unknown. If he exposed just how freakishly talented he really was, he could draw greed, suspicion, or worse. The world was facing a catastrophe. Everyone was desperate for shortcuts to power even the powerful, who knew what kind of attention he might attract or what lengths they might go to if they thought he had some hidden secret. So Ethan just replied calmly, "We'll see about that." Charles raised an eyebrow. Even he had thought the contract was absurd when he first saw it. These weren't terms. Thighs was a fantasy novel's plotline. Become a grandmaster within a year. Become a master within 2 months. Level 9 in a month. Ridiculous, but the order had come from the higher-ups themselves. Charles had no choice but to follow it. Now, seeing the calm confidence in Ethan's eyes, he couldn't help but be stunned. Could this kid really do it? If so, the higher-ups would end up pouring hundreds of billions into him. Even kings would hesitate to spend that much on themselves. Then Ethan asked again, "It says I can choose a weapon under 100 million. I saw the listings. There's the E series can hurt warrior level beasts. D series can hurt master level beasts. C series can hurt grandmaster level beasts. B series can hurt king level beasts. A series can hurt emperor level beasts. There are also rare force weapons that can multiply attack power. Level 1 multiply by 5. Level 2 multiply by 10. Level 3 multiply by 20. Level 4 multiply by 40. Level 5 multiply by 80. But those weapons, only emperors could wield them, totally out of reach for Ethan right now. E-series weapons ranged from 1 to 5 million, D-series 20 to 50 million, C-series 90 to 200 million, B-series 500 million to 1 billion, a series 2 to 5 billion, force weapons, only exchangeable via contribution points, not for sale. So now, Ethan could realistically choose a high-end C-series weapon. But with 500 million cash in hand, he had more than enough options. "Mr. Charles, is there a way to make a custom-made weapon?" Ethan asked. Charles tilted his head. "Oh, you don't like the ones in the shop? No, not like that. They're good, but I want a custom-made one." "It can be done," Charles nodded, "but it'll take some time and the price will be higher than normal. Do you already have a design in mind?" Ethan's eyes lit up. Which young hero didn't dream of walking the world with a legendary sword, saving beauties along the way? "I'll sign the contract," Ethan said. "But like you said, I have one request. I want a custom-made weapon." Charles nodded. "Which series are you aiming for? And what's the design?" Ethan thought for a moment. "I'll take a C9 weapon." As for the design, he picked up a pen and paper and began sketching. 10 minutes later, he leaned back with satisfaction. On the paper was a beautifully drawn sword, Frostmourne, the legendary blade from the world of Warcraft in his past life. Charles took a look and couldn't help being impressed. For a moment, he even considered getting one made for himself until he remembered he wasn't a sword user. Also, stealing the style from this rising myth might not be wise. After signing the contract, Ethan looked up and said, "Supervisor, I want to go out and hunt." Charles was startled. "You just awakened your element yesterday, became a warrior today, and you already want to hunt. Are you trying to show off your name?" Then he added seriously, "You know the rules. If you want to hunt alone, you need to be a level 7 warrior. Otherwise, you'll have to join a party." "What do you think?" Ethan replied, I'd like to see the outside at least once. I'll go with a party. Can you arrange one for me?" Charles nodded. "Okay, I'll select a suitable team for you. You'll get your weapon within 2 days. The money will be transferred now, and the body-strengthening fluid will be delivered to your home within 3 hours." Ethan stood up and shook Charles' hand. Charles, a king-ranked powerhouse, capable of flying through the sky, tanking nuclear blasts, and leveling entire cities if he wished it, he didn't show even a speck of arrogance in front of Ethan, because the young man before him was a living myth, becoming a warrior in a single day. That wasn't even recorded in the ancient ruins the Alliance had discovered. The vice president of the Alliance had personally instructed him, "Create this contract and treat Ethan Hunt with the utmost sincerity." After saying his goodbyes, Ethan left the branch. His parents were about to receive another surprise today. Ethan returned home as the evening shadows stretched across the city. His parents were already back. Jack lounged on the couch watching TV, and Alina was chatting on the phone. "Hey, I'm back," Ethan greeted casually as he stepped inside. Jack glanced over and raised a brow. "Where have you been, son?" "Nothing much," Ethan replied nonchalantly. "Just went to the Alliance Hall to register as an official martial warrior." He spoke with such indifference, as if he'd merely run an errand. Jack's fingers paused mid-press on the TV remote. "Oh, so you went to the Alliance Hall to register as war. Wait, what did you just say?" His voice grew sharp with confusion. "Son, can you tell me again? Maybe I heard that wrong." Ethan expected this reaction and was inwardly gloating, but on the surface, he remained calm. "I said I went to become an official warrior." The remote slipped from Jack's fingers and clattered to the floor. He stood up abruptly, his eyes wide as saucers, as if he'd seen a ghost. Alina, who had been talking on the phone, froze. Her phone dropped from her hand as the other party's voice kept calling, "Hello, hello." Both parents stared at Ethan in disbelief. Then Jack suddenly laughed. "Ha ha ha. Alina, did you hear that? Ethan's grown up. He's got a sense of humor now. That was a good one, son. Even your old man never had such timing back in the day, but hey, I still managed to win over your beautiful mother. You've got potential with the ladies, kid. I'm proud of you." With a smug grin, Jack picked up the remote and went back to channel surfing. Alina rolled her eyes. "Enough joking. Go wash your hands, I'll get you some snacks. She didn't believe him either. She bent down to pick up her phone, the other side still saying hello. Ethan looked at his parents, speechless. Without a word, he took out the black warrior card from his pocket and handed it to Jack. Jack took one look at it and dropped the remote again. The remote. This time Jack wasn't joking. He came from a prestigious background and knew exactly what that black card signified. Ethan wasn't pulling a prank. He had truly become a warrior. The room fell silent. Only the murmur of the television filled the air. Then Jack began to laugh loud, uninhibited laughter that echoed through the house. Tears streamed down his cheeks. I, Jack Hunt, have raised a dragon. Ha 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 ha. I wasn't wrong when I made that decision. Alina didn't speak. Silent tears rolled down her cheeks. Ethan was stunned by their reaction. The memories of the body's previous owner didn't contain anything about this. He frowned slightly and asked, Dad, what are you talking about? What decision? Do you have a past I don't know about? Jack slowly wiped his tears and looked at Ethan, a mix of pride and sadness in his eyes. It was the gaze of a father seeing the future of his family and his son. It's already late. You've had a long day. Go rest for now. We'll talk in the morning. Ethan didn't press further. Bye, Dad. Bye, Mom. He turned and walked toward his room. As they watched him leave, Jack murmured, Our son has truly grown up. Maybe, just maybe, with Ethan by our side, we can face that family again. Alina didn't respond. She sat beside him and hugged him tightly. Jack wrapped his arms around her in return. Later that night, Ethan entered back to the Alliance market. He would be going hunting in 2 days once his new sword arrived, but there were other things he needed. Since he could now manipulate objects at least 10 at onset, decided to buy some flying knives. A set of C-series flying knives was priced between 100 to 200 million. Each set contained 10 knives. Ethan placed an order for the C9 set. He still had 300 million Alliance coins left. His sword would cost around 100 million, the remaining half would be covered by the Alliance itself. That left him with 200 million to spend. He browsed the available sword techniques. The cheapest one was the light sword technique, priced at 100 million. He selected it. He also picked out a D9 grade soft armor and author 100 million. In an instant, he became a pauper again. Ethan sighed. I thought 500 million made me rich. It's all gone just like that. Sigh. He sighed a few more times dramatically before placing the order. The system confirmed that the items would be delivered within 3 hours. The supreme-grade body-strengthening fluid was likely to be delivered with them as well. He had hoped to start learning the sword technique immediately, but a note on the order stated that this particular technique would be handed over by an official. He realized that while basic foundation sword art was a general technique anyone could learn, more advanced techniques required personal delivery and clearance. With nothing better to do, Ethan took an old sword from his room. The body's previous owner had bought it as a hobby item. He stepped outside and began practicing the primordial foundation sword art. This time, though his movements were sharp and clean, no sword intent leaked into the air, had learned to control it. 2 hours passed in focused training. Ding, sword intent upgraded to level 2. Ding, sword intent upgraded to level 3. In just 2 hours, his sword intent advanced by 2 levels. His force multiplication had increased to 4 times. With a base strength of 30.8 tons, he could now unleash a staggering 123.2 tons of force, already standing at the threshold of a martial master, and not a weak one at that. Eventually, he returned to his room, took a shower, and came down for dinner. Jack didn't say much. He simply asked, So what's your next plan? Ethan answered calmly, Dad, I want to become a full-time warrior. In 2 days, I'll be joining a team for monster hunting. He handed Jack a copy of the contract. Jack's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Damn it, I thought I couldn't be shocked anymore. But this contract, these terms, what kind of absurd conditions are these? After a moment, he composed himself and went back to eating. He didn't want to say more. Deep down, his confidence had taken a hit. Having a talented child was one thing, but having a monstrous genius for a son, it shook his very foundation. Still, his lips betrayed him. They kept twitching, trying not to smile. Alina gave him another one of her eye rolls. After dinner, the family chatted casually until the doorbell rang. Ethan opened the door to find a tall, broad-shouldered man in military uniform. Are you Mr. Ethan Hunt? The man asked. You have parcels. Please confirm the contents and sign. Ethan checked the items carefully. Everything was there, including the supreme-grade body-strengthening fluid. Everything looks good, he said. The man then handed him a sealed scroll. This is your special technique. As a reminder, this is restricted to your use only. Sharing it is a serious offense. If leaked, the Alliance will hunt you down. Understood? Ethan nodded. Understood. He signed the form, took the packages inside, and returned to the living room. I told you it would arrive tonight, he said to his parents with a smile. Then, from the set, Ethan pulled out 2 vials and handed them to Jack and Alina. These are for you, supreme-grade body-strengthening fluid. It'll help you increase your physical strength significantly. Jack took the vial and stared at it, eyes gleaming with unspoken emotions. A flicker of melancholy crossed his face while hidden, but not enough to escape Ethan's notice. Ethan didn't ask. He knew the answers would come tomorrow. The next day, Ethan woke up early and freshened up. After getting ready, he opened his status panel. Master, Ethan Hunt Physique, 61.6. Spirit, 61.8. Talent, Infinite Comprehension. His stats had doubled again. Without even breaking through, Ethan had already stepped into the realm of a martial master, an absurd, almost impossible feat. In this world, a level 9 martial warrior possessed roughly 10,000 kg of strength. Upon breaking through the next major gene lock and stepping into the martial master realm, their strength would increase fivefold. That meant a level 1 martial master had 50,000 kg of base punching force. Each subsequent sub-lock breakthrough added another 50,000 kg. Level 2, 100,000 kg. Level 3, 150,000 kg. Level 9, 450,000 kg. And once a martial master advanced to grandmaster, the power would surge again be another 5 times. But that was a discussion for another day. Right now, Ethan had 61,600 kg of raw force, already surpassing the first threshold of martial master. More importantly, with his level 4 sword intent, he could release devastating blows equivalent to 245 taunts comparable to the peak of level 4 martial master. Actually, there wasn't truly a concept of peak level in terms of raw force at each stage. A level 1 martial master had 50 tons of force. Unless one unlocked the next sub-gene lock, that base couldn't be increased. So no one had 60 or 70 tons of base strength unless they used a treasure or technique that multiplied force. That meant a level 1 could never truly match a level 2 unless they possessed some special artifact or skill that amplified their might. Ethan headed downstairs. His parents were already seated in the drawing room. They had breakfast together in silence. Today, neither of them went to work. His father's expression was solemn. His mother looked equally serious. Ethan remained quiet, patiently waiting. Finally, Jack looked at him and began to speak. Ethan, there's a secret about our family I've never told you. We're not originally from this base city. Ethan's eyes flickered, but he didn't interrupt. Jack continued, his voice calm but heavy. You've asked about your grandparents many times. I always avoided answering because I didn't want to burden you with sadness. But now that you've become a martial warrior in just one day, perhaps the only one in this planet's history to do so, I think you're more than capable to hear the truth. He paused and then said, our ancestral home is in Super City 1. Your great-grandfather, Alexander Hunt, was one of the first generation of awakened martial artists. He's now a late-stage martial emperor. He's fought in countless battles, even side by side with the dragon and others. Ethan's heart pounded. Jack went on, my father and uncle awakened later 7 years after the first generation, at around age 15 or 16. They are both now martial emperors, albeit early stage. That makes 3 martial emperors in our Hunt family out of the 50 or so that exist in the entire world. His voice dropped as he added, even my older brother and Kausan are powerful martial kings. Ethan sat still, stunned. Jack smiled bitterly. As a child of the Hunt family, great expectations were placed on me, but I never awakened an elemental talent. I couldn't do anything about it. I was like a carp born into a house of dragons. His voice softened. But my father still loved and supported me. I turned to research, and there, I truly shined. I invented many potions for humanity. My work earned me the status of a 3-star citizen. He paused, lost in memory. Ethan listened quietly, his heart brimming with admiration. Jack spoke again, the supreme-grade body-strengthening fluid, the ones you got, was actually one of my inventions, though I never completed the final process. Ethan was stunned. His father. Was this incredible? Then why were they living so modestly? Why did their family only have a 100 million coin net worth? They should have been billionaires, but Ethan held his tongue. Jack continued, I went to Base City 7 for a research purpose. That's where I met your mother. She was an orphan, but the moment I saw her, I fell in love. He smiled faintly. Eventually, we fell in love together after I pursued her sometimes. I went back to my family to inform them of our relationship. Alina smiled a little when she heard this. His expression darkened, but my father had already arranged my marry Guido, the daughter of a business family. She had awakened a rare healing-type soul, talent, something every powerful family desired. My father was ecstatic. He said this was our chance. The other family also agreed, even though I hadn't awakened. They wanted our backing, the backing of the Hunt family. Jack clenched his fists. When I told him I wouldn't marry her, that I loved someone else, both my father and grandfather were furious. They saw me as betraying the family's interests. They wanted to bring the girl into our family so our children might inherit both her talent and our Hunt bloodline, but I was firm in my decision. So, they banished me. They stripped me of my status. Even though I was a 3-star citizen, a martial emperor had the authority to do so. They threatened to kill me and your mother if I ever touched research again. So we fled, came here. I started a small business, and never touched research again. Jack finally stopped talking. Ethan was speechless. His father was like the tragic protagonist of a novel. No cheat, no golden finger, but he still chose love and sacrifice. And now the son bore the power to rewrite that fate. He thought silently, so I come from such a powerful background. Hunt family has 3 martial emperors out of only 50 in the world. And martial kings too. No wonder his father had that look when he saw the fluid. It was his creation. Dad, Ethan finally said, voice low but resolute, don't worry. If you ever want to return to your family, I'll help you. If you want revenge, I'll help you with that too. Just give me a little more time. Jack smiled. He didn't answer. Did he hold resentment? Yes, but it wasn't deep hatred. It was just Vader. Later that morning, Ethan left the house. He had decided he would withdraw from school and focus entirely on his cultivation path. He drove himself to school. After parking his car, he noticed a familiar figure ahead. Mark. Ethan had almost forgotten about him. Mark saw him too and sneered. Look who finally decided to show up. Our genius Ethan, the one who awakened 3 elements and decided to cultivate all of them. Bravo. Everyone give him a round of applause. Students nearby looked over, puzzled. Mark didn't care. He was itching to show off. He said loudly, now that we're both quasi-martial warriors, do you dare fight me in the official arena? He was feeling smug. He'd grasped the outline of his breathing technique and was confident he'd open his first gene lock within 2 months or even sooner. Meanwhile, Ethan had chosen the foolish path of cultivating 3 elements. Even if he was a genius, it would take 3 times the effort. The gap between them would only grow. Mark grinned, but Ethan didn't even look at him. He walked right past Mark as if he didn't exist. Mark's expression twisted. Being ignored was more painful than being insulted. He roared, Ethan, if you're a man, accept my challenge or wear earrings and dance at a bar. Some students chuckled. Laughter spread. Ethan stopped walking. He had tried to ignore that bug, but the bug insisted on being crushed. He turned around and walked toward Mark. His eyes were cold and indifferent, like looking at an insect. Mark instinctively took a step back. For a second, fear crept into his heart, but then he regained himself. Afraid of Ethan. What a joke, he shouted. What are you staring at? Scared? I won't bully you. He was confident after all. He'd also used a vial of supreme-grade body-strengthening fluid, a gift from his grandfather. But before he could finish his thoughts, Ethan pulled out a black card. Mark's smile froze. Wasn't that the martial warrior identity token? But he didn't have time to think. Suddenly, a deadly aura enveloped him. Boom! Ethan's punch landed straight on Mark's chest. Mark flew out like a cannonball, bounced off the ground several times, and finally crashed into a parked car with a sickening thud. The silence was deafening. No one knew whether Mark was alive or dead. Ethan didn't say a word. He hated talking nonsense. He simply acted. The surrounding students were frozen in shock. They looked at Mark, then at Ethan, then at the black card. He had sent a quasi-warrior flying like a rag doll. What was Ethan? Some recognized the black card but refused to believe it belonged to him. He just awakened 2 days ago. How could that possibly be his card? But Ethan didn't care what they thought. He turned and walked straight toward the principal's office. Ethan stepped into the principal's office, his posture calm and composed. Principal Hervé was seated behind his desk, his eyes scanning through some documents. When he saw Ethan enter, he set the papers down and smiled politely. Hello, Principal, how are you? Ethan greeted with a nod. I came to withdraw from school. Could you help me complete the formalities? Hervé blinked in surprise. He studied Ethan for a moment, as if trying to confirm he'd heard right. Then he leaned forward. Withdraw. Are you sure, Ethan? He asked, genuine concern in his voice. You've shown incredible potential. You're already a quasi-martial warrior. With your talents, there's a real chance you could be accepted into Aurora Martial University. This decision, it's not something to take lightly. Won't you reconsider? Ethan reached into his pocket and calmly pulled out a sleek black card, the identity token of a recognized martial warrior. He placed it gently on the desk. Principal Hervé froze. You. What did you just say? I've become a martial warrior, Ethan repeated, his smile modest. I was lucky, that's all. Hervé stood up in disbelief. 2 days ago, you awakened, and now you're already a martial warrior. He was speechless. The sheer improbability of such a thing happening shook him. In all his years as an educator and a level 5 martial master himself had never heard of such a case, and now Ethan was telling him this like it was just a small update. Hervé stared at the black card. A token of the warrior identity and realization dawned on him. Ethan wasn't just any genius, was the kind of once-in-a-lifetime phenomenon that could rewrite the history books. If he had known earlier, he could have reported this to the higher-ups, perhaps even earned honors or a promotion. But now it was too late. The withdrawal process went smoothly. Outside, Ethan noticed Mark being wheeled away by the school's medical team. Students glanced at him with a mix of fear and awe, instinctively stepping aside to clear a path. No one dared block his way now. He made his way to the parking lot, but just as he was about to enter his car, he noticed a familiar figure walking toward him. Rose, she smiled softly. I heard what happened, she said, her voice gentle. You're amazing, Ethan. I didn't know you were so strong. Ethan scratched the back of his head, a bit embarrassed. getting a compliment from your crush. Doesn't feel bad at all, he thought. Out loud, he replied, don't mention it. You're actually the amazing one. Awakening a soul talent is no small feat. What's your next move? Rose nodded, her expression calm. The Alliance and the Education Ministry both reached out. After some thought, I've decided to join the education faction. I'll sit for the written exam. If I pass, I can directly enter Aurora Martial University without needing to take the martial test. What about you? She asked. I just withdrew from school, Ethan said. I want to become a full-time warrior. Rose blinked in surprise, then smiled sincerely. Congratulations, then. I hope our paths cross again. Their brief exchange ended there, and Ethan returned home. What he didn't know was that the Silva family was already moving against him. Even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared. Eric Silva, a mere peak martial master, didn't concern him. Once home, Ethan walked into his courtyard, unsheathed his sword, and began to practice. His parents, Jack and Alina, had taken a rare day off. At Ethan's suggestion, they went for a walk through the city, leaving him alone with his thoughts and his sword. From noon until evening, Ethan practiced ceaselessly. Each swing cut the air sharper than the last. His breath was steady, his eyes focused, his intent unshakable. Then ding, sword intent upgraded to level 6. A wave of force surged through him. Ethan paused, his heart pounding. Level 6. That meant a force multiplication of 8 times, a terrifying number. To put it in perspective, only legendary techniques like Dimension Slash and Annihilation, each worth over 100 billion Alliance coins, could multiply force over 10 times. And now, Ethan was getting close to that level through pure sword comprehension. Yet he wasn't completely satisfied. Only 2 levels after all that practice. He muttered, sweat rolling down his brow. Maybe I'm not as talented as I thought. Somewhere in the universe, surely, there were monstrous geniuses who could comprehend level 9 sword intent instantly. Right, if any sword fanatic heard Ethan say this, they'd probably cough up blood and try to kill him on the spot. Level 6 sword intent. Most cultivators only ever heard of sword intent, and even that was considered a legend. After wiping off the sweat, Ethan returned to his room and took a quick shower. His phone rang. It was Supervisor Charles. Ethan, his voice came clearly through the line. Your custom sword is finished. You'll receive it tomorrow when you come to the Alliance Hall. I've also assembled a suitable team for your first mission outside. Ethan's heart raced with excitement. The moment he'd been dreaming of adventuring, hunting monsters, slaying dragons was almost here. After the call, he sat quietly in his room and let his mind expand. His mental energy swept out like a vast tide, covering a full 3-kilometer radius. He was startled. His spirit attribute had only doubled, but the range of his perception had tripled. He tried to lift more than 10 objects at once but still couldn't. Maybe I need a qualitative change to expand my control, he mused. He looked at the 10 pitch-black flying knives beside his bed and raised them into the air. They hovered silently. With a single thought, they shot through the room. Boom, the air cracked as they zipped at 200 meters per second. A new idea flickered in Ethan's mind. If I can lift objects, can I lift myself? He placed his sword flat on the ground, then carefully stepped on it. Slowly, he infused it with his mental energy, and then rose. He was flying, wobbling at first, but within 10 minutes he was standing firmly, riding his sword through the courtyard like one of the immortal sword cultivators from the stories. Only martial kings could fly. And Spirit Master can also fly by using an object as a media like Ethan. Later that night, he sat on his bed, browsing the web, soaking in everything he could about this world, its vast continents, terrifying monsters, ancient ruins, and mythical treasures. He wanted to know more, to understand. Where did these alien ruins come from? He wondered. Was there another human civilization here before us? What realm lies beyond Martial Emperor? But those questions were buried deep within layers of secrecy. Common citizens couldn't access such truths. Then he remembered his father was a 3-star citizen. He searched for what that meant. Apparently, a star citizen was someone who had made a significant contribution to humanity through invention, research, battle, or sacrifice. Star rankings ranged from 1 to 6. And a 6-star citizen was considered equal in value to a martial emperor. Ethan's respect for his father deepened even further. Eventually, after hours of reading and absorbing knowledge like a sponge, Ethan lay down, closed his eyes, and drifted into sleep. Tomorrow, he would step out into the wilds, to fight monsters, to forge his legend. His blood was already boiling. Before going to sleep, Ethan suddenly remembered had bought a special sword technique a while ago, the light sword technique. Tomorrow, he would head out for a hunt. Preparation was crucial. Who knew what kind of unexpected situations could arise? Ethan opened the skill interface and began to read its contents. A crisp notification sounded in his mind. Ding, a sword technique is detected. Comprehend. Yes, Ethan responded silently in his heart. Ding. Light sword technique has been upgraded to primordial grade. Absolute speed sword technique. Primordial grade didn't mean something as destructive as universe level power. It meant origin, the foundation of all things. Just like how the bloodline of 100 generations later child would be diluted compared to their ancestor, the primordial version represented the original, undiluted form of a technique. The absolute best, without flaws or gaps. The light sword technique focused on speed. It had 9 layers, and when fully mastered, it could boost one's speed to 3 times their normal limit. In the world of martial arts, nothing was more terrifying than speed. If you could cut down your opponent before they could even blink, then it didn't matter how strong they were. A 3-fold speed boost could change everything. For example, a level 9 martial warrior had an average speed of around 80 million s. With the light sword technique at full mastery, that speed could reach 240 million, sequel to that of an ordinary level 9 martial master. That kind of boost was staggering. No wonder special techniques were so expensive. Now, Ethan had comprehended the primordial version. Absolute speed, the principle was the same, but the power was on a different level. This version had only 3 levels. Level 1, 3 speed. Level 2, 6 speed. Level 3, 10 speed. It may seem like just a few stages, but speed is a complex concept in physics. There are many variables to consider. A man with 60 kg of force won't necessarily be faster than someone with only 20 kg of force. In fact, a 10-fold increase in speed is more powerful than a 50-fold increase in strength. Ethan currently had a base speed of 150 million s with a 10-fold multiplier. That would become 1500 million s level of a high-tier martial grand master, and this 10-fold multiplier would scale with him as he grew stronger. Excitedly, Ethan began practicing the technique in the courtyard. 2 hours passed in focused training. Ding! Absolute speed sword technique level 1 completed. With that, Ethan now had an 8x strength boost from his level 6 sword intent, and a 3x speed boost from level 1 of the absolute sword technique. After training, Ethan took a shower and went to sleep. The next morning, Ethan woke up at 7 a.m. He casually opened his status panel. Master Ethan Hunt. Physique 123.2. Spirit 123.2. Talent infinite comprehension. He now possessed the strength of a level 2 martial master, with an extra 23 tons of base strength beyond that. With his multipliers, he could face off against even a level 9 martial master, without issue while still technically being just a level 9 martial warrior. After freshening up and eating breakfast, he noted that his parents hadn't returned home the night before. They had booked a hotel nearby and seemed to have found a renewed passion. Who knows, maybe I'll have a little brother or sister soon, Ethan chuckled inwardly. Then he made his way straight to the Alliance Hall and called Charles. Charles arrived shortly and invited Ethan into his office. I must say, Ethan, Charles said with a chuckle, your imagination is amazing. This sword design, even the manufacturing company asked if they could buy the rights from you, hahaha. He then presented the sword to Ethan. The blade was a masterpiece of engineering and craftsmanship. It shimmered with a subtle bluish hue like frost under moonlight. The fuller was etched with intricate runes, arcane and elegant. The hilt was designed for perfect grip, wrapped in dark leather. This was Frost Morn. The sword measured 1.2 meters, 90 centimeters blade, 30 centimeters hilt. It was elegant, yet exuded deadly precision. Ethan touched the blade and felt a chilling cold. It was a C9 series sword. With enough strength, one could battle a level 9 Grandmaster level beast and the sword would remain unscathed. He felt an overwhelming urge to wield it right then and there, but restrained himself. Then Charles said, I found a suitable team for you. The captain is a level 9 master and the rest are also master level. The vice captain is already here. Let's go meet him. Charles waved him off casually. Don't mention it, he said with a smirk. Together, they walked out. The sword was strapped to Ethan's back. Dressed in a black shirt and white pants, his handsome features and tall frame gave off a heroic air. As they exited, Ethan saw a yellow-skinned man sitting on a sofa with a woman beside him. They were chatting. Upon seeing Charles, they both immediately stood and bowed. Hello, Supervisor Charles. It's an honor to meet you, sir. Unlike Ethan's casual demeanor around Charles, others weren't as relaxed. Charles. King-level martial artists, the highest level most of them could ever hope to meet. Emperor-level experts were like deities. King-level was the peak of reality for them. The two vice-captain Lucas and the sniper girl Rin were visibly tense. Last night, Charles had suddenly summoned their team. The captain wasn't available, so they had come instead, feeling incredibly nervous. Charles nodded in satisfaction. That's the proper attitude, he thought. Then he glanced at Ethan, who was still as free-spirited as ever, and sighed inwardly. What can I do with this kid? The team's name is Twin Sword Team, Charles said. Relax. No need to be so nervous. I've called you here today to introduce someone. He'll be joining your team. His safety is your topmost priority. You're the best team available, don't let me down. He then turned to Ethan and introduced him. Ethan stepped forward and smiled. Hello, brother, I'm Ethan Hunt. Nice to meet you all. I'll be in your care from now on. Lucas was momentarily stunned, then the realization hit him. He was ecstatic, a golden opportunity to form ties with a person close to a king-level expert. He then gave the brightest smile in his life in front of Ethan and said, Hello, brother Ethan. You're a dragon among men. Don't worry, your safety is 100 guaranteed with us. Charles left them shortly after. Ethan chatted with them for a while. The girl's name was Rin, and she was the team sniper. Ethan greeted her as well. Let's go, brother Ethan, Lucas said. Let's meet the rest of the team. The captain will be there too. Ethan nodded and followed. They rode in a military vehicle to a bar run by the Alliance Hall. There, Ethan met the rest of the team. The captain was Raymond Gray, a tall man in his early 30s who used twin swords. He greeted Ethan with open arms and a wide grin. 2 more members were introduced. Mike and Tyson, twin brothers. Mike used a short sword while Tyson wielded a hammer. They both nodded in greeting. Lucas, as Ethan soon learned, specialized in energy guns capable of injuring monsters. After introductions, they sat down and ordered tea and coffee. Ethan noticed they didn't drink alcohol. Seeing his curiosity, Lucas chuckled. Before heading into the wilderness, we don't touch alcohol. That could be fatal. Ethan nodded in understanding and ordered a coffee himself. Raymond grew serious. Ethan is new to the wilderness. For his first hunt, we should choose an area with low-level monsters and low density. What do you think? Lucas nodded. Agreed. Area 37 should be ideal. It's close to the city with relatively weaker monsters. Everyone agreed. Raymond turned to Ethan. Have you bought all your equipment? If not, we can help. Ethan was touched by their sincerity. No need, Captain. I've already bought mine. He then displayed his gear. Mike's eyes bulged. Damn, is that a sword from the Alliance? I've never seen one like it. Which grade is it? It's a C9 custom-made sword, Ethan replied with a slight grin. The rest of the team went silent for a moment, then their eyes widened like footballs. C9, custom-made, you can afford that. Are you secretly a big shot? Mike gasped. Please let me hug your thigh. You're my boss now. If you tell me to go west, I won't even glance east. Mike lunged at Ethan, who promptly kicked him away. Get lost, you pervert. The group burst into laughter. Ethan then showed them his D9 armor, which caused another round of gasps. Armor, after all, was even more expensive than weapons. With his daily show-off complete, Ethan felt extremely satisfied inside. Then the team stood up, ready to head out into the wilderness. Ethan's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. After deciding the place, they set out immediately. They took a heavily armed car, drove to the city gate, showed their papers, and exited with a loud boom. Inside the car, Tyson was driving. Lucas turned to Ethan and asked, Hey brother, are you feeling nervous? Do you know about the monsters in the wilderness? Ethan replied, Yeah, we studied them in school. By the way, brother Lucas, what kind of monsters are in Area 37? What are their levels? Lucas thought for a moment. Mainly the monsters there are low level. Most are warrior grade. Every once in a while, you might see some Master Realm monsters. As for type, shadow cats are the most common, then flame wolves. The shadow cat is named for its speed and ability to blend into darkness with its black fur. They're about the size of a tiger. Flame wolves get their name from their appearance, as they have a trace of fire around them and produce heat when they want. Ethan had read about these monsters in books, but he knew reading and actually fighting them were 2 very different things. Their car sped along the road. Mike looked at Rin and teased, Yo Rin, look who's waiting for us on the road. Your darling's here, waiting for you to embrace him with your loving bullet. Everyone burst into laughter. Rin, being a quiet girl, was often teased like this. She simply snorted and looked ahead. A large tiger-type monster was blocking the road, crouched in position as if ready to pounce on the car at the right moment. It was a silver-toothed tiger about the size of a car. This was clearly a Master Realm beast. Rin pulled out her Venom X7 sniper rifle and aimed through the car's open roof. With a silent whoosh, the bullet fired and pierced the tiger's skull directly. The beast dropped dead on the spot. Ethan was surprised. Rin was an incredibly capable fighter. No wonder this was the best team the supervisor could find for him. Sister Rin is amazing, Ethan said with admiration. Rin gave Tyson a snort but looked softly at Ethan. She didn't say anything. Ethan didn't mind. He asked, Captain, should we take the tiger with us? Raymond replied, that 500 kg tiger. Where will we put it? We'll just cut off the valuable parts like the skin, bones, and teeth. Ethan nodded and joined the others in harvesting the materials. He carefully observed the process. Knowing a monster's anatomy was crucial for both killing and efficiently retrieving valuable parts. After that, they didn't encounter any more monsters. Soon, they arrived at a military camp 50 km away from the city. Lucas said, we restock our supplies here. We can also take breaks during hunting. Ethan nodded. Raymond added, take some rest. We'll head out in the evening. Ethan asked, why in the evening, Captain? Raymond smiled. Because nighttime is better for hunting low-level monsters. Plus, it gets very hot during the day out there. Ethan responded with an "oh," but just then they noticed another team approaching. Everyone turned to look. The man leading the other group saw Raymond and smirked. "Yo, since when did the Twin Sword team start taking quasi-warrior brats into their ranks? Are you guys running a babysitting service now?" His teammates burst out laughing. Raymond squinted at the man and said, "Eric Silva. What does the famous Venom Fang team want with us? Do you have a problem with Ethan?" Ethan looked at the speaker and was surprised. "Eric Silva, Mark's grandfather, so he came here to stir trouble with me, huh?" Ethan thought to himself. Eric snorted coldly. "Raymond, hand over that brat, give me some face. He beat my grandson badly, I need to punish him." Raymond was surprised. He turned to Ethan. "Ethan, what's this about?" Ethan explained everything that had happened. After hearing the full story, Raymond snorted. "Huh, what a big tone you have, Eric. Clearly, your grandson provoked an official warrior and now you want to reclaim his dignity." Eric's eyes widened. "What did you say? He's a warrior. He just awakened 3 days ago. Who the fuck are you trying to fool?" Now it was Raymond's team's turn to widen their eyes like footballs. "What? Ethan awakened 3 days ago?" They all looked at Ethan, utterly confused. Ethan rubbed his nose and nodded. Raymond burst out laughing like a madman. "Ha ha ha ha. No wonder the supervisor himself asked our team to take care of his first hunt. We've struck gold. We've got a monster on our team. Ha 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 ha." All members of the Twin Sword team were excited beyond words. Eric, on the other hand, stood frozen like a wooden statue. What? The supervisor personally arranged the hunting team. For Ethan, how? Cold sweat dripped down his neck. He knew very well what kind of figure the supervisor was. That was a King Realm powerhouse. Raymond looked at Eric with a smirk. "Hey brother Eric, I know you're a man of justice. You can't possibly let your grandson get beaten up and just let it go, right? I'll hand Ethan over to you so you can punish him." Ethan was stunned. Good lord, this captain sure knows how to do sarcasm. He also wore a sarcastic expression. Eric and his team looked like they'd swallowed giant rats. Eric's throat suddenly felt dry. "Who the fuck stole my water bottle?" Then he forced a laugh. "Hee hee, what are you saying, brother Raymond? Mr. Ethan is an upright man. He didn't do anything wrong. It was my worthless grandson who failed to recognize Mount Everest and provoked him. I'll surely teach him a lesson. It was my failure as a grandfather." He then turned to Ethan. "We made a mistake, Mr. Ethan. Please don't hold a grudge against us. This is a level 5 master grade monster we killed today. Please accept it as a gift to celebrate your first hunt. We wish you the best of luck." Raymond didn't accept the gift right away. He looked to Ethan. It was his grudge after all. But Ethan stepped forward with a smile. "You are very kind, Mr. Eric. There's no need to do this. Please say hello to Mark for me." He then accepted the gift without even blinking. Eric's mouth's corner twitched violently, but he kept his brightest smile. "There goes my 50 million. What can I do? I raised a dumbass grandson, so naturally I have to pay." After parting ways, all the members of the Twin Sword team burst into laughter. Mike even fell to the ground, clutching his stomach. Ethan laughed along with them. Raymond patted his shoulder and said, "Don't forget us, brother, when you soar into the sky." Ethan replied, "How could that be, Captain? You're the first captain of a team I joined. You'll naturally be able to brag your whole life that you were my captain. Maybe some pretty old lady will be interested in you too in the future." He said it with a very sincere look. Raymond's mouth twitched. This Ethan is shameless. He coughed slightly and said, "Anyway, go get some rest. We'll head out in an hour." After an hour, they parked their car in the camp and entered the wilderness on foot. As they ventured deeper, the howls of monsters echoed through the forest. Ethan was excited this would be his first real battle. After 10 minutes of searching, a pack of flame wolves appeared in front of them. Raymond assigned targets, dividing the monsters among the team. Ethan was given a level 1 warrior grade wolf. "Go ahead," Raymond said. "Don't be nervous. Fight with all your heart." Ethan's blood was boiling. Though he was far stronger than this wolf, this was still his first real monster fight. It felt like a dream come true. He drew Frostmourne, suppressed his strength to the level of a level 1 warrior, and dashed toward the wolf. There was a specialty to the monsters, as they were the darlings of nature. Monsters could use elemental force right after becoming a warrior-level monster from a quasi-level, but humans couldn't do that. They needed to reach Martial Grandmaster to use their elemental force. That's why, normally, a level 1 warrior-level beast could fight 2 or 3 level 1 martial warriors easily. Raymond let Ethan fight that wolf because Raymond wanted to know how much of a genius Ethan actually was. But they were looking at him like an eagle. If Ethan couldn't handle it alone, they would immediately step in because Supervisor Charles already warned them that protecting Ethan was their topmost priority. Ethan ran towards the flame wolf like a gust of wind. His Frostmourne was already in his hand. He wanted to experience this battle thoroughly, so he lowered his strength to a level 1 warrior. His fingers closed tightly around his weapon Frostmourne, the newly forged alloy blade, resting cold and heavy in his grip. Its curved edge shimmered faintly, catching a pale reflection from the setting sun. In the distance, pacing between scattered debris and rusted containers, the flame wolf also noticed Ethan and was rushing toward him. Roughly 2 meters long, crimson fur lined with black streaks like burn marks. Its eyes glowed like embers. Each exhale expelled a faint puff of heat, distorting the air near its mouth. Flames danced subtly at the edges of its paws, its namesake ability manifesting even at rest. "Remember, Ethan," Lucas shouted from behind. "Its claws can melt through iron. Don't let it graze you, I won't." Boom. In a blink, the creature's body exploded forward with terrifying speed. The cracked asphalt split under its claws as it launched itself like a fireball. Ethan's eyes narrowed. He stepped aside at the last instant, his body moving with fluid grace. The wolf's flaming claws missed him by inches, carving into the side of a toppled bus, igniting it on contact. "Shit, it's fast." Ethan ducked behind a chunk of concrete, then pivoted out again. The wolf turned, teeth bared, steam rising from its nostrils. It crouched low, circling. It was sizing him up, testing him. "Good reflexes," Raymond whispered to the team, watching from a safe distance on a ridge. Tyson adjusted his goggles, but that was just a warning strike. "Let's see if he can survive a real barrage," said Rin, the silent sniper of the group. The group could watch this battle so patiently because they already dealt with their opponents, as this wolf was only a level 5 or level 6 warrior-grade monster. It was a piece of cake for them. They were here to train Ethan, not to hunt. "RORSSHHH." The wolf lunged again, a blur of fire and muscle. Ethan raised his blade. At the last second, instead of clashing head-on, he spun sideways like a leaf in the wind, slashing across the wolf's shoulder. "Sching." Sparks burst out and a faint arc of blood sprayed mid-air. The wolf growled, staggered, but recovered instantly. Its eyes now burned with rage. It opened its mouth wide, a compressed fireball forming inside. "Fireball incoming," shouted Lucas. Ethan dropped into a roll just as the fireball exploded past him. The blast wave lifted him slightly off the ground, the shock rattling his bones. The concrete behind him vaporized, turned to molten slag. This thing really lives up to the name. He got up, wincing. His jacket was scorched at the edges, smoke trailing from his collar, but he smiled. "Now it's my turn." Ethan took a deep breath. His muscles tensed and his aura pulsed faintly. Not enough to draw suspicion, but his hidden advantage, infinite comprehension, was quietly at work. He had already memorized the flame wolf's attack rhythm, body posture, strike angles. He stepped forward, not back. The flame wolf hissed, confused. Prey didn't walk toward it. "Let's dance, monster." It charged, jaws snapping. Ethan sidestepped, then slid low like a skater on ice. At the same time, he swept Frostmourne upward in a curved arc, carving into the wolf's belly. The blade bit deep. Slash, HOWLLL. The flame wolf stumbled. Blood sprayed in a wide fan as it thrashed, trying to reach Ethan with its burning tail. Ethan ducked under, leapt onto the wreck of a van, and launched himself back down like a falling star. He twisted midair, sword gripped in both hands. Thunk! The blade buried itself in the flame wolf's back, piercing through muscle and lodging into bone. The creature screeched, flames bursting outward in a death spiral. But Ethan didn't retreat. Instead, he grabbed the hilt, twisted it hard, and kicked off the wolf's back, backflipping away just as the beast rolled and exploded in a final gout of fire. Boom, smoke, fire, blood, silence. Then, the dust settled. The flame wolf lay still. Its head slumped, tongue lolling. Charred fur and exposed ribs testified to the brutal battle. Ethan stood calmly, blade in hand, a red scratch on his left arm, but his eyes were bright, fierce. He enjoyed the fight. He knew what it felt like to face a monster. From behind, everyone in the team clapped softly. "Not bad, Ethan. You just earned your reputation as a monstrous genius." Mike let out a whistle. "That was damn near beautiful." Tyson shrugged, but even he was impressed. Efficient. No wasted movement. Ethan didn't flex much this time. He simply wiped the blood from his blade and said. He turned to the squad, calm again. "Shall we keep going?" This fight taught Ethan one thing. A monster and a martial artist at the same realm are not the same. A monster is far superior. If Ethan were a normal person, he might not have been able to fight this wolf alone. So the monsters in the higher order were much more dangerous than this little wolf. Humanity was under great pressure. He needed to grow up quickly, so he would break through to the martial master realm after returning from this trip. That night, Ethan fought with one more wolf and a shadow cat, then they left the wilderness. Ethan was now ready to face real dangers, the team speculated, so there was no need to remain here. They thought Ethan would need at least 2 days of fighting to adapt, but Ethan was inhuman. He fought like a pro, so they would go to the more dangerous area tomorrow, Area 40, which was 20 km away from here. That place was filled with powerful monsters. They would go there to hunt and earn money. Ethan also agreed to this decision as he needed powerful monsters to hone his skills and battle instinct. They returned to the army camp, took their car from there, and returned to the city. Rimmon said, "Ethan, we will pick you up tomorrow morning. Good night." Ethan returned to his home. His parents were already at home. Because he went to the wilderness, he had turned off the call option on his wrist microcomputer, so Jack and Alina were both in a tense mood. They knew Ethan would go for his first hunting session today. When Ethan came in front of his door and rang the calling bell, Alina opened the door in a hurried manner. When she saw it was Ethan, she hugged him and asked with concern in her voice, "You are not injured, right, son?" Ethan felt warmth all over his heart. The tension from seeing the overwhelming advantage of monsters slipped away from his mind. He smiled and said, "How could that be, Mom? Who am I? A once-in-a-lifetime genius. Can those mere monsters hurt me? Hee hee." Seeing Ethan's nonchalance, Alina was also relieved. Then they went inside. Jack was also there. Ethan greeted him too. Jack didn't say much. Seeing Ethan okay was enough for him. Ethan said, "Mom, I'll take a shower first. Please prepare some meal for me. I am very hungry." Alina nodded and told him to go. She would serve the meal on the table. Ethan went to his room, took a hot bath, and changed into fresh clothes. He sat down. The table was full of different foods. Ethan was hungry, so he ate like it was no one's business. Seeing Ethan eat so passionately, Alina smiled softly. Watching a child enjoying his food was a nice feeling for a parent. After eating, Ethan went back to his room. He would break through tonight. Ethan sat cross-legged. He looked at his panel. Master Ethan Hunt. Physique 123.6. Spirit 123.6. Talent infinite comprehension. Now Ethan was ready to break through. He looked at his elemental core. It was 14 centimeters in diameter. A larger core could store more elemental force and be more effective in battle at the Grandmaster level. For example, a normal Grandmaster had an 8 centimeters core. Suppose he was a fire elemental cultivator using his elemental force. He could fight non-stop for 2 hours before his energy was depleted. Then he would need to cultivate again to refill the core. He can then only fight normally without elemental energy to use. Unlocking a gene lock worked in a similar way. A person began by absorbing energy. Once their core was full, the excess energy would be directed toward the gene lock, gradually breaking it open. After some time, it would unlock. Many factors came into play: breathing method, the core size, the environment, etc. A larger core could absorb more energy, resulting in more excess energy to unlock the gene lock. Now a question might arise. If a level 1 Grandmaster and a level 9 Grandmaster both have the same sized core, what is the difference? Using elemental force was like wrapping one's body in a layer of energy, activating a battle body. This battle body gave a 2 times boost to strength and speed based on the user's natural base limit. Besides that, one could learn skills. For instance, a fire elemental martial artist could learn a fireball skill to shoot fireballs. The fuel was the same for both level 1 and level 9, but the quality differed. A level 9 cultivator had ascended further in life evolution, so their fireball's quality would be far superior. Ethan activated his primordial 3 elemental breathing technique. A huge vortex formed around him. His core was already filled, so the excess energy began flooding into the next major gene lock at a visible rate. Normally, after reaching the peak of level 9 warrior, a person needed to cultivate 6 hours a day for 5 to 6 months to unlock the Master Realm lock, but Ethan could tell that he would need only 30 minutes, so he continued his cultivation session. Time passed quickly. 30 minutes later, his Master Realm lock was fully saturated. Then, with a booming sound inside his body, the first sub-gene lock of the Master Realm burst open. Ethan could feel his strength and mental power was growing exponentially. 5 minutes later, the growth stopped. He exhaled a long, turbid breath and checked his panel. Master Ethan Hunt. Physique 618. Spirit 618. Talent infinite comprehension. Ethan gasped. Although he had expected this, he was still shocked. The human body's potential was unimaginable. The first sublock of every major realm gave a 5-fold increase in strength, regardless of the previous strength value. A normal level 9 martial warrior had 10,000 kg of strength. After breaking through, they'd reach 50,000 kg at master level 1. Each subsequent level added another fixed 50,000 kg. Only the first level varied. Ethan now had 618,000 kg of strength at level 1 Master Realm 168000 kg, more than the normal level 9 Martial Master. He looked at his core and saw it was now 28 centimeters, even larger than that of most martial kings. Ethan resumed cultivating. 2 hours and 30 minutes passed in a flash. Ethan broke through 5 more levels, taking 30 minutes per level. He was now a Martial Master level 6, a mythical rice unheard of. Some people remained stuck in this realm forever. Even geniuses needed at least 23 months per level if they were diligent. Ethan thought to himself, "What a monster you are." As expected of me, bravo. He patted his shoulder, very pleased with himself. Then he looked at his panel again. Master Ethan Hunt. Physique 868. Spirit 868. Talent infinite comprehension. Each realm gave 50 fixed points, but these points were astronomical. A level 9 martial master had around 450 points of strength. With Ethan's level 6 sword intent multiplying his base power by 8, his effective strength was 6,944 points more than a normal level 3 martial grandmaster. who had only 6,750 points. He was now unstoppable. 1 point equal 1 ton equal 1,000 kg. A normal elephant weighed around 5 points. You could now understand how ridiculous martial artists were. Ethan then checked his core again. It was now 38 centimeters, 2 centimeters of increment per level. It was amazing. Ethan was very pleased with himself and went to sleep. The next morning, he woke up at 7 a.m. He freshened up and looked at his panel. Master Ethan Hunt. Physique 1736. Spirit 1736. Talent infinite comprehension. He was already nearing the strength of a level 1 martial grandmaster who had 2,250 points of strength. Suddenly his phone rang. It was Lucas. Ethan, we'll be at your gate in 30 minutes. Get ready fast. Ethan nodded. Okay. He wore his combat suit, soft armor, packed his flying knives in his backpack, and strapped Frostmourne at his waist. He went downstairs. Alina and Jack were there. They asked, "Where are you going so early, son?" Ethan said, "Mom, my squad members will be here in 20 minutes. We're going hunting again." There was a hint of worry in their eyes, but they didn't stop him. They only said, "Come back safely. Your safety matters most. Always remember that." Ethan could feel their concern. He reassured them, "Don't worry, I'll take care of myself." Then he had breakfast and stepped outside. There was a flower garden in front of his house. He stood there and spread his mental power. Now he could cover a 30 km radius, almost the size of a small city. And since his spirit had passed the 1,000-point barrier, there had been a qualitative change. He couldn't quite pinpoint it at first, but then he tried picking up objects using his mental power. Earlier, he could manage 10 objects at once. Now he could manage 15. So this is the qualitative change, huh? Not bad, he muttered. While he was practicing, he saw a military vehicle rapidly approaching. His team members were inside. Though still 10 km away, he could clearly see them. Inside his mental domain, everything was under his observation and control. 5 minutes later, the car arrived. Ethan stepped into it. Lucas said, "You look more energetic today, Ethan. Did last night's fight give you a mental boost?" Ethan was surprised by Lucas' keen observation. He simply replied, "Yes." Lucas continued, "Today we'll go to Area 40. That place is dangerous. A lot of master-level beasts are there, maybe even some grandmaster-level ones." Ethan asked, "That dangerous?" Lucas replied, "Danger and luck go side by side. If you don't take risks, how will you grow strong?" Ethan smiled. "Okay, let's go then. Let's see what's so special about Area 40. Everyone laughed. Soon they passed through the city gate and reached the army camp. This time they didn't rest. They parked the car and entered Area 40 on foot. After 30 minutes of walking, they reached their destination. Along the way, they encountered some low-level monsters, which Ethan easily dealt with. Area 40 used to be a small town before the catastrophe. Now it was a monster zone. They heard fighting in the distance. Riman said, "Looks like some martial artists are fighting. Let's go check it out." Everyone nodded. As they approached, they saw 2 young men and a woman struggling against a huge earth bear. They were at their limit, despair in their eyes. Riman's team took action. The bear was a level 1 master-grade monster. Mike and Tyson, both level 1 martial masters, stepped forward. Mike, being fast, slashed the bear from behind. The beast roared in fury and tried to swat Mike, but Tyson was ready and smashed its head with his hammer. The bear staggered. Mike seized the opening and delivered a series of slashes. Roaring in pain, the bear unleashed a barrage of earth spikes. Mike blocked them easily. Then Tyson struck again, followed by Mike. With perfect coordination, they took down the monster in their own realm. Mike asked, "You don't seem like fighters. What are you doing here?" Ethan and the others exchanged looks of understanding. Lucas asked, "What do you plan to do now? Can you make it out on your own?" The girl's name was Lisa, and the 2 boys were Sam and John. When Raymond heard that there was a reward in Volvadan, possibly a hidden secret, his curiosity was immediately piqued. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the girl, his tone steady. "What's the secret about? If it's interesting enough, we might escort you to the camp." Hearing this, the students lit up with joy. Relief washed over their exhausted faces. They had come out here to conduct research and even hired a team of martial warriors for protection. But those so-called professionals had bolted the moment danger appeared, running with their tails between their legs, abandoning them like cowards. They had narrowly escaped death. Even now, there was a residual fear lingering in their hearts. They didn't care about the reward anymore, they just wanted to get back alive. And as for the secret, it wasn't even something they discovered themselves, they had merely overheard it during their stay. Lisa stepped forward and said seriously, "We heard from a few others that in the eastern zone, there's an abandoned building. A flame ape has settled there and it's currently trying to break through from level 9 master to grandmaster." At her words, everyone's eyes gleamed with sudden interest. A monster attempting a breakthrough was always in a fragile state. During that brief period, even a cultivator of equal level could potentially slay it. If timed right, it was a golden opportunity. Raymond immediately turned to Ethan and asked, "Ethan, this is dangerous. The beast is no joke. Do you want in or out? But if we manage to kill that flame ape, We could earn at least 500 million Alliance coins. What do you think? Ethan's eyes sparkled. Give up on a chance like this? Hell no. He was no longer just a mere master-level fighter. With his sword intent, he could now face off against any level 5 Grandmaster easily. Would he be afraid of a monster trying to break through? Laughable. Seeing Ethan nod in agreement, Roman let out a long sigh of relief. If Ethan had refused, they couldn't do anything about it. It was only Ethan's second day in the wilderness, and going up against a peak-level master beast was suicidal for most. But this wasn't just any time the ape was on the verge of breakthrough. The perfect window. Roman turned to Tyson and Mike. Escort the students to the camp. We'll wait here. The breakthrough process for a level 9 beast usually takes around 3 days. That gives us enough time. Tyson and Mike nodded and departed with the students. Meanwhile, Ethan and the rest made their way toward a nearby ruin to wait. Ethan sat cross-legged, his breathing calm, posture straight. With a focused breath, he released his mental energy, an invisible wave rippling through the atmosphere. His mental sense now covered a full 30 kilometers in radius. Since Area 40 was only 50 km in radius, he could sweep more than half the zone in one go. As his perception expanded, vivid images began forming in his mind like sonar, but far sharper. Dozens of beasts roamed the area. Most were level 9 warrior class. A few had already reached master level. Their elemental auras painted the landscape with violent shades: fire, ice, wind, and darkness mingling like an unseen storm. He even saw a level 9 master-class tiger tearing into the corpse of a deer-shaped monster, its jaws bloodied, tail twitching. There were martial artists too, spread across the zone in scattered groups. No Grandmaster-level beings, either beast or human, appeared, at least not at first. But then as his mental net swept eastward, the dilapidated building came under his watch. And there it was, a massive ape's body hunched, fur matted and breath burning like steam, set motionless on the second floor. Its aura told Ethan everything. It had already broken through. It was now a level 1 Grandmaster. Ethan narrowed his eyes slightly. So the beast has already advanced. Should I tell the others? Nah, they wouldn't believe me anyway. It doesn't matter. I can deal with that ape even with my eyes closed. He gave a soft snort, amused by the dramatic reactions that were sure to follow. Let them see the truth for themselves. Besides, there were multiple martial teams gathered around the building already. Clearly, they'd heard the rumors too, but they had no idea Death was hiding inside, waiting for them to come knocking. An hour and a half passed. Tyson and Mike returned, visibly relaxed. They held a small alloy case and grinned. We got 50 million Alliance coins as reward, Tyson said. Those students weren't ordinary, must be from some big family. It was now noon. Lucas looked uneasy. Captain, should we really wait here? Everyone's already gathering there. What if another team makes the first move? Ethan heard Lucas and thought to himself, be more confident, Lucas. Stop saying what if. There are already dozens of martial arts there. That's a fact, but that wasn't the real problem. The real issue is whether I should expose my strength. If a fight breaks out and I reveal that I have Grandmaster level strength, won't Charles have a heart attack? What if they try to dissect me like some lab rat? I'm not ready to fight the upper echelon of the planet yet. He paused, then remembered something. My flying knives. No one knew he could use them. And in the chaos of night, no one would see a black knife slicing through the air at lightning speed. That gave him an edge. He let out a soft exhale, feeling more relaxed. Afternoon rolled in and the group began moving toward the building in the east. As they approached, they saw even more martial artists, nearly 20 individuals, all surrounding the structure from various sides. Among them was Eric's team too. A single thought passed through everyone's mind. Who's going to make the first move? The air was thick with tension, silent, heavy, electric. Suddenly, Raymond cleared his throat and spoke. Everyone, why don't we come to an agreement first? The others turned. One of the team leaders, a level 9 master, asked, what kind of agreement, Raymond? Raymond gestured calmly. Let's all attack together. The building has multiple master-level beasts inside. It won't be easy alone. Whoever kills a beast keeps it. As for the flame ape, whichever team contributes the most gets the bounty. It's only logical. If we fight amongst ourselves, the ape will either escape or worse, kill us in the chaos. Silence fell again, then nods followed. His logic was sound. After some discussion, the 4 teams agreed. The attack would begin at sundown. Everyone dispersed and started conserving energy. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a heavy orange glow painted the landscape. 20 martial artists slowly approached the building, weapons drawn, energy flaring lightly around them. But then, a deafening roar erupted like a jet engine tearing the sky apart. Boom, 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 the ground trembled. From the surrounding wilderness, dozens, no hundreds of beasts surged forward like a black tide. And then the true horror emerged. A 5-meter-tall flame ape stood atop the building, its eyes glowing like burning coals. Flames danced across its fur, and the pressure it released was suffocating. This was not a vulnerable beast. This was a Grandmaster, fully broken through, overflowing with raw, terrifying power. Everyone froze. The air grew still with despair. The information had been wrong, completely wrong. There was no weakened monster, only death. They were surrounded. Dozens of master-level beasts had closed in. Escape seemed impossible. Ramin let out a bitter laugh, eyes wet with emotion. My daughter was just born a few days ago. If I die here, my family is doomed. He looked at Ethan, voice heavy with guilt. I'm sorry, brother. I'm a sinner. For my greed, I may have caused humanity to lose its greatest genius. Will they ever forgive me? Ethan blinked, speechless. What is this man even saying? Are we fighting the Ocean Emperor or something? This is just a measly level 1 Grandmaster. Calm down, people. Your Supreme King, the great Ethan, is here. No one can hurt you, Ethan smirked in his heart. Ramin's eyes had a look of despair. Everyone in this battlefield was down except for one person. They were surrounded by hundreds of monsters. In front of them, not far away, was the 5-meter-tall flame ape. Its eyes were burning with fire. Its whole body radiated heat. It was the emperor of this monster horde. The monsters were waiting for its order. The ape was looking at the martial artists like it was looking at some ants. Suddenly, Lucas said, Captain, before we die, I want you to know you were the best captain someone could ever want. If there is an afterlife, let's meet there again. I'll go first. I can't see you guys die in front of me. Lucas's eyes were firm this time. He wanted to die like a fighter. Even if he died, he would take a monster or two with him at least. Hearing Lucas's words, Ramin's eyes turned red. He felt his throat was choking. He then laughed out loudly, brothers, what you said is absolutely correct. You can't find a captain as awesome as me. This time Ramin didn't hold back even a little. He was bragging with all his might. Lucas stopped. His eyes were also red. Ramin then said, let's fight. Let's show this monkey what the twin sword team is made of, ha. Everyone was now ignited with fighting spirit. Even though they were sure they would die today, there was not a trace of fear in their eyes anymore. Hearing them talking, the other teams were also boiling with blood. Eric roared, you heard that. Would you let those twin sword bastards take all the glory? Let's show them what the Venom Fang team is made of. Even the other two captains acted like they were pumped with chicken blood. They were also roaring at their team members like they would take the glory first. Ethan, however, was speechless. What a dramatic bunch. But he was still impressed by the courage these martial artists were showing now. Looks like he really needed to take action. Then he looked at the monsters that surrounded them. Dozens no hundred soft monsters were present there, like they were waiting for a grand feast. Boar beasts with cracked tusks, flame-scaled lizards, saber-toothed metal tigers, horned wolves, blood-eyed spiders, and many more. Ethan stepped forward. He didn't say a word. He didn't even move much. Instead, he slowly opened his backpack and 10 pitch-black flying knives shot into the air with a sharp metallic hum and mixed with the evening. No one noticed a thing. A slight breeze brushed past, lifting the dust off the ground. Then the massacre began. Like streaks of silver lightning, the knives vanished then reappeared inside monster skulls. 1, 2, 5, 12. Each knife moved like it had a mind of its own, dancing through the battlefield, slicing necks, piercing eyes, tearing through flesh and armor like paper. The trapped martial artists, who were burning with fighting passion, were all stunned. One girl gasped. W, what's happening? Her friend shouted, look, they're falling. The monsters are dying. One by one, the beasts screamed, thrashed, and dropped. Their bodies hit the ground hard, some split in half, others with clean holes drilled through their heads. They looked around in disbelief, unable to find the source of their deaths. Even the flame ape was startled and confused, its glowing red eyes scanning the surroundings. It beat its chest and roared, trying to find the enemy. But there was nothing, no wind, no scent, just a silent death raining from nowhere. The martial artists couldn't believe what they were seeing. Who's doing this? Are we being rescued? There's someone out there, someone strong, someone fast. Some of them even started crying, overwhelmed by the sudden hope that had replaced their terror. Ethan stood still there like Mount Everest, hands in his pockets, watching silently. He wasn't here for applause. He wasn't doing this to earn respect. He just wanted to do this and did. Within moments, the battlefield was empty. Every low-tier monster lay in pools of their own blood, unmoving. Even the level 9 warrior-grade monsters shared the same fate. The knives slowly returned to him and went back in his backpack. But the fight wasn't over. The flame ape howled, furious. Its burning eyes locked onto the martial artists in front of it. It wanted to toy with these ants a little bit before crushing them, but a variable occurred. The ape couldn't find the enemy, but there were some ready-made enemies here for it. At the same time, those 20 martial artists finally regained their courage. They saw the lone beast left and their spirits soared. Let's kill it while it's alone, one of them yelled. They charged toward the monster, blades glowing, battle cries filling the sky. They fought with everything they had. Sword strikes, hammer strikes, gunfire, sniper shots. The flame ape was blasted again and again. Smoke curled from its fur. Blood leaked from its arms, but still it didn't fall. It was strong, too strong. One man was sent flying, his ribs shattered. Another had his sword arm bitten off. Two more collapsed from the heat pouring off the beast's molten skin. They gave it their all, but they were still being crushed. Ethan sighed in his heart. Looks like he needed to step in. Enough, he said softly. He reached out with his spirit power, soft as a whisper, and within seconds every fighter in the field dropped unconscious where they stood. Like leaves caught in a breeze, they were laid down gently, safe, no harm done. Ethan looked at the ape, which was 5 meters tall and glaring at him angrily. He placed his hand on his sword. Frostmourne hummed. Its blade slowly slid from the sheath, gleaming coldly in the firelight. The flame ape turned toward him. It roared, flames surged, and the real battle began. Ethan vanished. He reappeared in front of the beast, blade already swinging. Clang, sparks flew as the sword met the ape's burning fist. The shockwave blew the windows out of nearby buildings. The earth cracked. They clashed again, an steel against fire, fist against fist. The flame ape swung with raw rage, trying to crush Ethan under its fists. But Ethan only used the strength of a level 1 Grandmaster, exactly like the ape. No more, no less. He dodged narrowly, parried perfectly. His movements were tight, disciplined, cold as a winter wind. Every strike from Frostmourne left deep wounds that sizzled and steamed. The ape roared in pain and slammed its fists, sending waves of fire. Ethan slid backward, his boots dragging hot trails in the dirt. Then he struck again. Slash, a line of blood sprayed from the ape's shoulder. Bang, Ethan kicked the monster in the chest, sending it flying through a crumbling wall. The flame ape stumbled to its feet, dazed, blood pouring from its mouth. It charged again. Ethan met it head-on. Their fists collided midair. Fist met fist, muscle met muscle. A massive explosion shook the ground, and for a brief moment, all went still. Then the ape dropped to its knees, its eyes wide, confused. Ethan stood behind it, sword lowered. A single cut ran from the ape's shoulder to its waist. The beast took one last breath and fell, dead. The silence that followed was heavy. Ethan was floating in front of the corpse of the monster. Frostmourne was under his feet. His hands were behind his back. Under the moonlit night, Ethan was radiating unbound majesty. The smoke curled around Ethan's boots as he turned and looked at the sleeping martial artists. Then, without a word, he sheathed Frostmourne and also lay down on the ground. 10 minutes later, the fighters woke up. What happened? Where's the flame ape? It's dead. They looked around. The ground was scorched and cracked. Monster corpses littered the town like a graveyard. Someone whispered, "Did that hidden expert save us?" Again, who is he? An angel, a ghost, a god? They didn't know. Ethan sat quietly in a corner of the battlefield. As the others slowly regained consciousness, they were met with a scene of utter devastation. The corpse of the giant ape lay still and lifeless. Suddenly, a realization struck Raymond. He scanned the field anxiously. All 20 martial artists were alive, some seriously injured, but alive nonetheless. And there was Ethan, perfectly unharmed, sitting calmly in the distance. A wave of relief washed over Raymond. In that moment, he was more overjoyed to see Ethan alive than even himself. He quickly walked over and asked, "Ethan, do you know what happened here?" Ethan looked up and nodded. Everyone suddenly collapsed and fell unconscious. Then a man appeared, his entire body covered in a battle suit. Judging by his aura, he was a martial grandmaster. He floated down from the sky on a shuttle, so I guess he's a spirit master. He fought the ape and killed it. Afterward, he came to me and said the supervisor had sent him secretly as my guardian. Then he left. A wave of understanding passed over Raymond. Of course, the supervisor wouldn't be so careless as to let a super genius like Ethan roam the wilderness with only master-level warriors. Ethan remained silent, though a thought crossed his mind. That supervisor was actually careless, but never mind. When the others heard the explanation, they too came to a sudden realization: they were all likely still alive because of Ethan. Without him, Ethan waved his hand dismissively. "I didn't do anything. It was the senior who saved you." But Eric stepped forward. "That senior saved us because you were with us. In this world, strength determines seniority." Ethan said plainly, "Whatever. Let's go home." Everyone agreed. Raymond and the others were thrilled. Not only were they alive, but they'd also made a fortune. According to their estimate, they could get at least 2 billion from the ape alone, and another 5 billion from the hundreds of other beasts they'd taken down, some of which were high-level monsters. Ethan sat deep in thought. What should I do now? I need to stay in the wilderness and fight powerful monsters to hone my battle instincts. My strength is increasing exponentially. If I don't get used to it, what happens if I accidentally destroy a base city just by walking into it? I need to fight at full strength to adapt. His spirit was evolving along with his body, giving him a deep, intuitive understanding of his muscles and power. But soon his strength would increase even more. I have to stay out here longer. Should I tell them I'm a level 9 warrior now? He thought for a moment and decided, I'll say I got a rare treasure from that mysterious person. No one knows who he is anyway. It's a believable excuse. Once they returned to camp, the group departed for the city. Ethan bid farewell to the team and went straight home. His father, Jack, was surprised to see him. "You're back early, son. Didn't you say you'd be gone for a few days? Did something happen in the wilderness?" Ethan smiled wryly. His father's instincts were sharp as expected of someone from a powerful family. "It's nothing serious, Dad," Ethan replied. "We just encountered a stroke of luck and decided to return early." He recounted a version of the events edited and carefully crafted. Lena clutched her chest in anxiety as he spoke, while Jack remained tense throughout the story. When they heard that a Grandmaster had been secretly guarding Ethan, Jack's mood completely changed. "So the Alliance is really paying attention to you, sending a Grandmaster to protect you." Jack was overwhelmed with pride, but Alina wasn't as reassured. What if that guardian hadn't shown up? She didn't even want to think about it. She simply hugged Ethan tightly, eyes filled with emotion. After freshening up, Ethan had dinner with his parents. While eating, he received a message from Raymond. The monster carcasses had been sold for 8.5 billion Alliance coins. Ethan was to receive 8 billion as the main contributor, as the others basically didn't do anything else. But Ethan didn't keep it all. He sent 3 billion back to Raymond to distribute among the team. He turned to his father. Dad, I just got 5 billion. What should we do with it? Let's invest it into the company and grow it. Jack's eyes widened. 5 billion, that wasn't a small amount. Even in his prime, Jack had amassed only around 10 billion. His son had made half of that in just 3 days after awakening. Jack was proud and slightly defeated. Are you sure, son? Jack asked. Don't you need better equipment or resources for yourself? Ethan shook his head. What I have is enough for now. I'll earn more soon. Let's use the entire 5 billion for the company. Hearing Ethan's confident, almost casual tone, Jack felt a mix of emotions, pride, awe, and a tinge of sadness. My son earned in 3 days what I spent half a lifetime building. He nodded. All right. Ethan transferred the money. Alina, too, was overjoyed. Later, Ethan returned to his room, thinking tomorrow I'll visit Supervisor Charles and tell him I broke through with the help of that guardian's treasure. Just as he was about to sleep, his phone rang. It was Charles. Ethan answered. A concerned voice came from the other side. Ethan, I heard what happened today. Are you okay? And I heard about that secret guardian, but I didn't assign anyone. Maybe the higher-ups did. I'm sorry. I should have been more careful. Ethan felt warmth from the sincerity in Charles's voice. Despite being a king-level warrior, Charles still cared deeply for him. No one expected a Grandmaster-level beast to appear on their second day not in Area 40, which was considered relatively safe. Don't worry, Supervisor, Ethan replied. No one could have predicted it. Oh, are you free tomorrow? Ethan asked. There's something I want to discuss. Yeah, Charles said. Come anytime. I'll be in the Alliance Hall. After hanging up, Ethan didn't cultivate. He needed to fully grasp his current strength before attempting another breakthrough. Stats were rising, but breaking through was more than that. It was a qualitative leap, the elevation of life itself. He needed time to let his strength settle. That night, Ethan slept peacefully. The next morning, at 6 a.m., Ethan woke up and looked at his status panel. Master, Ethan Hunt Physique, 3472. Spirit, 3472. Talent, Infinite Comprehension. His raw stats had already reached the Grandmaster realm, even though he was officially just a level 6 master. Grandmaster Strength Scale. Level 1, 2,250 tons. Level 2, 4,500 tons. Level 3, 6,750 tons. Level 9, 20,250 tons. With rare treasures, this could be even higher. After breakfast with his parents, who were preparing for a busy day following the investment, Ethan had another thought. Are there treasures that can forcibly grant elemental affinity? Maybe not on Earth, but in the universe, surely. When I'm strong enough, I'll search for them. I want my parents to live forever. At the Alliance Hall, Richard was already waiting. Ethan rolled his eyes internally. Why is no one talking about how much of a pervert this guy is? Maybe I should bring it up to Charles. Still, he returned Richard's smile politely. Richard led him to Charles's office. Charles welcomed him warmly. Good morning, Ethan. Good morning, Supervisor, Ethan replied. I came because I've broken through to level 9 warrior. Charles continued smiling until the words registered. Suddenly, his expression froze. He looked around the room. So many mosquitoes these days. Richard, what the hell do you people even do when I'm not around? I can't even hear properly with all this buzzing. Richard. Ethan sighed. Mosquitoes, my ass. You heard me just fine. You just don't want to believe it. I said. Ethan repeated. I've broken through to level 9 warrior. This time, Charles's jaw dropped. His eyes widened. He forgot how to breathe. You stop saying things like that with a straight face, you bastard. Do you want to kill us ordinary people from shock? Ethan deadpanned. Ordinary? You're a king-level warrior. If you're ordinary, the rest of humanity should just commit suicide. Charles coughed, regaining composure. Maybe there is a misunderstanding. Do you want to test your strength? But everyone knew it couldn't be mistaken, as to level up one needed to unlock the subsequent sub-gene locks. But still, Charles didn't want to believe. Richard watched with amusement. Deja vu. The supervisor's turn to get crushed. Ethan nodded. All right, let's test it. In the training room, Ethan stood in front of the machine. He casually threw a punch. Boom. The machine displayed 10,000 kg. Charles felt utterly defeated. What have I been doing with my fucking life? Breaking through is this easy. Why are we still struggling against the beast tide? His hands trembled. I can't handle this anymore. I have to report to the higher-ups. Richard, watching quietly, smirked. Now you know how I felt. If Charles had heard that, he might have beaten Richard right then and there. But Charles was already on the phone. Meanwhile, in Super City 1, inside the Alliance headquarters, a storm had begun. The vice president stood up abruptly, as if he'd heard something terrifying. Arrange me a flight to Base City 5 immediately. Inside the Alliance Hall of Base City 5, tension was thick enough to slice with a flying sword. Charles was pacing back and forth in his office like an anxious father waiting outside a delivery room. Richard, now sipping his sixth cup of tea, muttered, "At this rate, we'll need to replace the flooring again." Suddenly, a high-pitched alarm blared throughout the building. Ding, Alliance headquarters aircraft arriving. High priority clearance, level 9 Emperor. Everyone froze. Even the janitor's mop stopped mid-swish. Charles stood bolt upright. "He's here." Richard's teacup shattered in his hand. "He's here? Who is here?" The Alliance's vice president and Emperor Level 9 had landed. Outside the hall, an obsidian shuttle descended like a divine beast. Wind whipped through the plaza, and all nearby martial artists instinctively knelt from the pressure of the aura alone. The shuttle's doors hissed open. Then walked out a middle-aged man in a simple black cloak, no fancy design, stepped on air like he was walking down through a stair. Every step he took, the air rippled under his foot, his hand behind his back. His name, Leon Gravis, Vice President of the Alliance, also known by another title, the Human Calamity. He had broken through to Emperor Level 9 20 years ago during the Great Battle. He was one of the pioneer martial artists of humanity who fought side by side with the strongest man, Dragon himself. In the last 20 years, he hadn't moved from Super City 1 even once, until today. Charles, Richard, and several trembling high officials greeted him with sweaty palms and shaky knees. Leon's voice was calm. "Take me to the boy." No one dared delay. The group practically sprinted down the corridor. Inside, Ethan was casually sitting on a couch, reading cultivation theory like someone flipping through a weekend magazine. He felt a faint pulse in the air, the kind of pressure that makes one's soul clench. He looked up and said to himself, someone strong is here. He commanded the system to make his level at Warrior Level 9. Boom, the door burst open. Well, it was gently pushed, but it felt explosive under the aura. Charles ran in first like a child dragging his dad to a parent-teacher meeting. "Sir, this is Ethan." Leon Gravis entered the room. The aura was suffocating. Even the light bulbs dimmed. The air itself started humming. Ethan blinked. "Oh, hi." Leon's eyebrow twitched. "That's it. That's his reaction. This kid just greeted the second strongest human in the Alliance with hi." Leon stared at Ethan. Ethan stared back. A silent battle of auras began. Charles whispered, "Please don't provoke him, Ethan. If he sneezes, this building will become a crater." Leon slowly walked over, eyes narrowed. "You're the one who broke through to level 9 warrior within 5 days of awakening." Ethan nodded. "Yeah, but to be fair, I got a treasure from a mysterious senior. I didn't do it alone." Leon's aura flickered. "Humility, that's even scarier. Modesty in a monster is like a tiger apologizing before it bites you." Leon said, "A treasure, huh? And you got it from a senior." "The same senior who said he was assigned by Charles to be your guardian. Even if you get a treasure, there is no record in the history to be able to break those so fast. I have the list of all the top-class resources in the planet. Nothing can do it. Moreover, you were just a level 1 warrior. That means you broke through to level 9 within a single night." Leon then said again, "Moreover, I don't remember assigning someone like him. Maybe your Hunt family did it." Ethan blinked. "You know about my family." Leon snorted. "Of course I know. Your great-grandfather, Alexander Hunt, is a high-level official in the Alliance. Moreover, you became a warrior within a day. Of course, the Alliance would dig up your past and keep your record." Ethan was speechless. What could he say? Then Ethan and Leon sat down face to face. Ethan didn't feel any nervousness. He didn't know why. Maybe because he knew he would soup as the entity in front him after some time, or maybe he was just too brave. Leon leaned in. "Tell me. What do you want?" Ethan blinked. "What do I want?" Leon nodded slowly. "Power, resources, influence." Ethan laughed lightly. "I just want to get stronger." Leon's eyes darkened. Of course, he's not tempted by anything. The worst kind of genius. The one who's obsessed with growth. He stood up and turned to Charles. "From today onward, Ethan Hunt is under top-level surveillance. No one is allowed to disturb or restrict his path. Anything he needs, give it. If someone disrespects him." Leon paused. "Kill them?" Charles swallowed. "Yes, sir." Leon looked back at Ethan. "One more thing." Ethan raised an eyebrow. "Yeah." Leon smiled for the first time, a rare, tired grin. "Please don't become humanity's enemy." Then, with a flick of his sleeve, the pressure disappeared, as if the mountains lifted off everyone's shoulders. As the vice president's shuttle lifted off, a silence hung over Base City 5. Charles sat on the floor, drenched in sweat. Richard slumped against the wall. "So I guess we all now officially work for an 18-year-old boy." Charles muttered, "I feel like I just gave birth." Inside his room, Ethan looked at his status screen and sighed. "Master, Ethan Hunt, physique, 3472. Spirit, 3472. Talent, infinite comprehension. I really need to fight something strong again," he muttered. In Super City 1, inside the Alliance High Quarter, Leon stepped out of his shuttle, removed his cloak, and sat down at his desk. The other top executives of the Alliance rushed to meet him. "Sir, was the boy truly that exceptional?" Leon didn't answer. He just sighed, pulled out a bottle of old spirit wine, and muttered, "We're fucked if he turns evil. We would have to either eliminate him or bow to him in the future. But if he becomes the friend of humanity, then we might have a chance in 3-5 years to conquer Earth again. Let's hope for the best." The officials became silent. This type of evaluation from the second strongest person in the Alliance is entirely some they didn't even dare to imagine. What kind of genius was that boy to make the vice president to think so highly of him? In Bay City 5, inside Charles's office, Ethan and Charles were on the chair opposite to each other. Ethan said, "Now that I have become a level 9 warrior, can I go for hunting alone, supervisor?" Charles looked at him and breathed deeply. "Now that all these happened, do you think I can stop you even if I wanted to? Go, do whatever you want. I just want to take a break, sigh." Before Ethan was emerged, Charles lived in the super city. He was a supervisor at the charge of 5 base cities. But now he had to live in the Bay City 5 just for Ethan. Charles thought something. "Hey Ethan, do you remember the contract we made?" "Well, the contract don't count anymore." Ethan was stunned. "Supervisor, what happened? Did I do anything? The Alliance doesn't want me anymore." Charles rolled his eyes. "Doesn't want you anymore, you say? Who is dumbass enough to not want you?" Charles said, "It's not that. There is a new contract. The contract has just one sentence. You will get whatever you desire as long as you are on the side of humanity." Ethan blinked again. "What do you mean by on the side of humanity? Do I look like a monster or something? I am a human, of course I am on humanity's side." Charles snorted. "Who knows if you are a monster or not? Can a human do something like this that you did, huh?" Ethan was speechless again. He then shrugged and said, "I am a genius after all." Charles wanted to reprimand him for his shamelessness, but what could he say? This boy really was a genius, a monstrous genius. Then he said to Ethan again, "Do you want to migrate to the super city? There are many geniuses there. Maybe not as perverted as you, but there are many. Moreover, the resources there are abundant there. Your Hunt family is also there. You will get a super villa in the center of the city near the Alliance Hall, and your family can also move back into the city with you. What do you think?" Ethan thought for a moment and said, "I need to talk to my parents about this. I'll let you know once the decision is made." Ethan stepped out of the Alliance building, Charles's words echoing in his mind about transferring to Super City. He muttered, "I need to ask Dad about it. The Hunt family is there. I don't think they'll welcome us if we move. I'm not strong enough to face them yet. What should I do?" He didn't know that while he worried, a storm was already brewing inside the Hunt family's villa in Super City. Inside the vast ancestral hall, Alexander Hunt, the level 8 emperor and current patriarch, sat on the throne like main seat. His expression was unreadable. Around him stood the entire Hunt bloodline. To his right, Ethan's grandfather James and uncle-grandfather Ryder stood stiff like both emperor level, but looking like nervous schoolboys awaiting for their punishment. Beside them were Ethan's 2 uncles. Elder uncle, Carson Hunt, king level 5. Junior uncle, Victor Hunt, grandmaster level 9. Carson and Victor's families stood behind them. Ethan had 5 cousins between them. Carson's children: Cedric, age 22, level 6 warrior. Marina, age 19, level 2 warrior. Victor's children: Nolan, age 18, level 1 warrior. Zane, age 17, quasi warrior. Layla, age 15, not yet awakened. As for Ryder Hunt's lineage, he had 2 sons and 1 daughter each with children. Total of 6 children. 4 boys and 2 girls. 3 were official warriors, 3 were underage. In all, Ethan had 11 cousins, 7 of whom had already awakened. The entire room was tense and silent. Suddenly, Alexander's low chuckle broke the air, half amused, half terrifying. He turned to look at Ethan's grandfather. Cold sweat formed instantly on the old man's brow. Even as an emperor, he felt like a child before his father. His brother's uncle grandfather stood nearby with a face like a student watching his classmate get scolded by the teacher, dreading his turn. Alexander's voice dropped like thunder. "My good son, did your brain rot when you agreed to throwing Jack out of the family?" Before anyone could react, he roared like a tyrannosaurus. "You bastard. Son of a bitch, shame of a father. Maybe your brain's full of cow dung. Should I pull it out and clean it for you?" Ethan's grandfather stammered, I thought it was your decision." He muttered it under his breath, but Alexander's ears were sharp. Ryder's face turned dark. "What a dumbass," he whispered. Boom. James flew across the room, crashing into the wall. Everyone gasped. Alexander stood, fury in his eyes. "I decided to throw Jack out. Do you think I'm a fool? Did you try to contact your son even once after that? Maybe you thought you had enough sons and didn't need the second one anymore." He turned to Ryder, who paled instantly. "Father, calm down. You know I love Jack dearly. It was just a moment of anger that I..." Boom. Another body flew across the room. Alexander was muttering to himself now. A once-in-a-lifetime genius. Even the vice president warned Maeve, "We harbor any malice toward Ethan, the entire Hunt family could be wiped out." He glared down at his sons, who now pretended to be unconscious on the floor. Alexander became red with anger again. He roared, "You bastards. Get up in 1 second or else I'll make sure you lie down there for a year or 2. The two brothers jumped up like they'd been injected with chicken blood. Ryder glared at his brother. You pretending to faint in front of father, you bastard. Ethan's grandfather. Alexander sighed and said, we leave for Base City 5. Today, all of us. Yes, father, the brothers replied in unison. The younger generation stood frozen. What just happened? Even the king-level warriors didn't understand. Only the emperor-level elders had been told about Ethan's terrifying potential. Carson, Ethan's elder uncle, gathered his courage and stepped forward. Father, what's going on? James was still frustrated. He needed someone to vent his anger. His big brother and father was out of question, so Carson became the victim. Without a word, he slapped Carson, flying across the hall. Having fun watching your old man getting thrashed, right? James snorted coldly. And with that, he stormed out. The hall was silent. Back in Base City 5, Ethan was still lost in thought. I should talk to Rose about how I feel. He'd never had the confidence before. But now, things were different. He knew she worked part-time as a junior instructor at a martial dojo. All the instructors there were at least martial warriors, but Rose, with her talent, had been accepted early. Without hesitation, Ethan got into his sports car and sped toward the Silver Moon Martial Dojo. The dojo catered exclusively to women, so Ethan's arrival immediately drew attention. As he stepped out, the sun gleamed off his tall frame. Wearing black, sword strapped to his back, hair tousled by the wind, looked like a character torn straight out of a dream. A girl passing by almost fell over. Oh my God, how can someone be so handsome? Is he the prince from my dreams? Another girl scoffed. Back off, shameless bitch. He's obviously my prince. Ethan heard them. He shrugged. I'm just handsome. What can I do? He walked into the reception. The receptionist froze the moment she saw him, clearly dazed. Ethan snapped his fingers at her. Hello, I'm Ethan Hunt. I'm here to meet Rose. Is she available? The receptionist blinked herself back to reality. You mean, Instructor Rose? Ethan nodded. She immediately dialed a number. Ma'am, a Mr. Ethan Hunt is here to see you. In the training hall, Rose raised an eyebrow. Ethan, why would he come all the way here? She told her students to continue practicing while she stepped out. As she approached the front desk, she spotted a tall, sharp-featured man waiting calmly. For a second, she lost her footing, mentally in a daze. Her heart skipped a beat, but then she came back to her senses and blushed faintly. If someone saw this, what would they think? She smoothed her hair and walked up. Hello, Ethan. Ethan stood and smiled. Hi, Rose, how are you? I'm doing well. What brings you here? She asked curiously. Ethan looked into her eyes. I came here because I wanted to tell you that Suddenly her phone rang. She held up a finger. Sorry, it's my mom. I'll be quick. Ethan nodded. Go ahead. But as Rose answered, her smile vanished. Mom, why are you crying? What happened? Her face went pale in an instant. Panic surged in her voice. Without a word, she turned and started running. Rose, Ethan called after her. What happened? She stopped, turned, and shouted breathlessly. It's Jeremy, little sister. She's been kidnapped. Ethan called out from behind. Rose, can you tell me what happened? Rose stopped suddenly. She was visibly shaking, her eyes turning red. There was a hint of despair on her face. Ethan had never seen Rose like this. To him, she had always been the epitome of perfection, calm, confident, ambitious. But the Rose standing in front of him now was a stranger. His heart felt like it was being torn apart just seeing her like this. He thought, how can I have such a strong emotion toward her? I know my previous self had a crush on her. Maybe I also like her. But this feeling now, it's different. It's like someone very close to me, like my parents, is suffering. Has Rose already taken that place in my heart? When did these feelings build up? No, they were always there. That silly me always loved her but never had the nerve to confess. That wasn't a crush, it was pure love. Ethan now saw his feelings clearly, and as a man, he would honor them. He would do what his heart told him to. He stepped forward and hugged her tightly. Rose was still trembling. Ethan could feel how vulnerable she was at that moment. This girl had always shown a dual personality to survive in this cruel world, where she had no strong background to rely on. Now that her little sister had been taken away, all her facades had collapsed. The real Rose had emerged burdened by family pressure, her sister, her mother, but Rose didn't refuse the hug. She needed a strong chest to bury her head in, a head full of tension and burden, and somewhere deep in her heart there was a place that didn't want to resist. Maybe Ethan was good-looking. Maybe he had shown fantastic potential during the awakening process. Maybe she admired him, or maybe it was something else entirely. Ethan whispered gently, "Don't worry, Rose. Nothing will happen to Zara. In this world, until I, Ethan Hunt, die, not a single hair on you or your family will be harmed from today onward. Please trust me on that." He then added, "Now, let's go to your home. Let's find out what's going on first." He slowly let her go from his embrace. Rose blushed, but there was no time to think about that. She nodded. Ethan took her in his car and drove toward the commoner district, a place where only ordinary people lived, without warriors or wealth in the family. Ethan parked the car and opened the door for Rose. She led him toward her home, which was on the 3rd floor of a 10-story building. Rose pressed the doorbell. After a while, the door opened. Ethan saw a woman perhaps not much older than his own mother, but she had aged significantly. Her eyes were red and swollen, as if she'd been crying for a while. She must be Rose's mother, Ethan thought. Rose went in and hugged her mother tightly. Ethan didn't interrupt. He let the mother and daughter have their moment. After some time, he gently spoke up. "Hello, Auntie. I'm Ethan, Rose's classmate. If you don't mind, can you please tell me what happened?" Rose's mother nodded slightly. "Today I took Zara to the nearby park for a walk. Zara has been suffering from an unknown chronic disease since childhood. Only medication and mental stability can keep her safe. So me and Rose take turns walking her outside once every 3 days." Ethan was surprised. He had seen Zara once, but he hadn't noticed anything unusual back then. Rose nodded. Yes, Zara experienced extreme cold once when she was a child. Then the symptoms became a regular issue for her. She would feel very cold at night periodically. Her body radiates coldness at those moments. Since then, her condition has worsened. Only medication can keep her going. The doctor said that a natural treasure might cure her, but Ethan understood. That treasure must be too expensive. No wonder Rose was so determined to get admitted to Aurora Marshall University even before her awakening. Rose's mother continued. When we were in the park, a black car pulled up. Some people in battle armor got out, took Zara by force, and left. I couldn't save my baby girl. She broke down crying again. Then, as if remembering something, she took out an envelope. "Rose, this was given by them. They asked me to give it to you." Rose took the envelope and opened it. She read the letter. The despair in her eyes reached its peak. Ethan noticed the look on her face and gently took the letter from her hand to read it. "Dear sweet Rose, your sister is with us. I won't do anything to her for 24 hours. If you want to save her, come to my villa within that time. Don't tell the Alliance Hall. You know my father is a grandmaster. Even if you tell them, can they do anything to me? But that can't be said for Zara. She's a great beauty like you, and you know what I mean. So come here alone or else, hehe. Your beloved Zerd." Ethan remained calm even after reading the letter. His spirit was on a whole other level, so he didn't show any emotions on his face. He looked at Rose and asked softly, "Who is Zerd?" Rose replied, "He's the son of the loan shark we borrowed money from. Zara's medication costs a lot. My father died just after borrowing from them a year ago. Since then, they've been harassing us. We've been selling everything we have to pay them, but that bastard won't let us go. He used to come to harass us in person. A few days ago, he even came to propose marriage to me. I rejected him. He's been threatening me ever since, but I never thought he'd kidnap Zara." Her eyes turned red again. Ethan clenched his fist but said nothing. He simply placed a hand on Rose's head. "Don't worry, I have some connections. Zara will be here within an hour." Rose thought Ethan was talking about Richard, who had praised him during the awakening ceremony. But what could Richard do? He's only a level 9 master. Norman's father is a grandmaster. Ethan didn't know what was storming in her mind. He pulled out his phone and called Charles. Charles's voice came through the speaker. "Hey Ethan, what's up? Didn't you leave here an hour ago? Did you already make up your mind?" Ethan said, "Supervisor, I need your help." Charles was surprised. "What kind of help, Ethan?" "Just tell me, even if I can't fulfill it, the higher-ups will take action." Ethan replied, No, Supervisor. You see, there's a situation." Ethan explained everything to him. After hearing it all, Charles snorted coldly. "Looks like the city needs a purge. Those bastards think they can do anything just because the Alliance supports them. This time, they've hit a dead end." Charles had clear orders from Lean eliminate anyone who stood in Ethan's way. And Charles could tell Rose was very important to him. He said, "Don't worry, Ethan. How do you want to solve this? Should I kill them all and bring Zara back, or capture them alive?" Ethan's voice turned chilling cold. "Capture them. Bring the father and son here. They need to apologize before they die." Even Charles felt a slight pressure from Ethan's tone. Charles replied, "As you wish." Then in Base City 5, something happened that hadn't occurred outside of a Tier 3 beast tide. 10 Grandmasters and 50 Masters were dispatched from the Alliance. They didn't hide their movements. They drove in military cars straight to a massive villon that belonged to a Grandmaster. This grand display didn't go unnoticed. Reporters from Base City 5 caught wind of it. They followed the convoy. Some even started live streaming. Where is this super force going? Is the city facing a Tier 3 beast tide? Citizens were panicking as they saw the broadcast, but Ethan and Rose's family had no idea. Meanwhile, in the villa, a lackey came running in. "Boss, a powerful force from the Alliance is right outside." Zerd was playing with a woman in the room. He froze. "What did you say? What strong force? My father is a grandmaster. There's no one stronger in the city except the top officials of the Alliance." The lackey stuttered, "Boss, it's the top officials, 10 grandmasters and 50 masters. Did something happen? Did your father do something wrong?" Zerd slapped the lackey and ran to the balcony. From there, he saw their villa completely surrounded. He dashed to his father's room and pounded on the door. "Hey Dad, this is urgent. Open the door." An irritated voice barked from inside. "Bastard, why are you disturbing my rest? If you don't explain, I'll break your dog legs." Zerd yelled, "Dad, 10 grandmasters and 50 masters from the Alliance have surrounded our house. Do you know anything?" The door flung open. His father emerged, tying his robe. A woman wrapped in a blanket could be seen inside. The two ran outside. Their villa's main gate had already been blasted open. Norman, Zerd's father, tried to smile. "May I ask what the Alliance officers want from me?" One of the grandmasters snorted. Norman, I suggest you shut your pig mouth and let us do our job, or else. Zaird's face darkened. Even if you're from the Alliance, do you think you can act like this? I'll report you to the higher-ups. The man smirked. Go ahead. We're here under the orders of Supervisor Charles. You may want to contact the Super City headquarters, right? Norman's legs went weak. All his sins flashed before his eyes, but he couldn't remember a sin worthy enough to capture the supervisor's attention. But then he heard the man was replying, Norman, your son kidnapped a girl named Zara. That act sealed the fate of your entire family. I pity you. Zaird collapsed to the ground. What? How? Why? There's no way that family could make the entire Alliance move. But before he could finish the thought, a sharp pain shot through him. His father had kicked him hard. Norman looked at the team. There must be some misunderstanding. I know nothing, I swear. I'm a grandmaster. I fought monsters for the safety of the humanity. The Alliance can't treat me like this. No one answered. They simply arrested him, smashed the villa, and took everyone inside into custody. They found Zara tied up and unconscious in a room. They untied her and tried to wake her. Zara slowly opened her eyes and began sobbing again. Please let me go. Please, sister, save me. Woo woo woo. Richard stepped forward. He was also a part of the operation. Hello, Zara, I'm Richard, your sister's friend. We came to bring you back to your mother and sister. Will you come with us? Zara stopped crying. Are you telling the truth? You really came to save me? Richard smiled. Of course, shall we go then? Zara chose to believe him and nodded. The team took everyone and returned to the Commoner District. This entire event had been broadcast live on TV. A storm of public opinion exploded. Who is Zaird? Who did he kidnap to make the entire Alliance Hall move? Countless posts flooded social media. Ethan sat silently beside Rose. Rose looked at him anxiously. What did Instructor Richard say? Can he help us? Can you talk to him again? I'll join the Alliance if I have to. I won't go to Aurora Marshall University. There was a deep mix of sadness and urgency in her eyes. She had always dreamed of becoming a researcher, not a fighter. That's why she aimed for the university. But now the situation had cornered her. If joining the Alliance could help her sister, she was willing to throw that dream away. Besides, with her ice domain soul talent, she could become a powerful controller in team battles. In truth, the Alliance wasn't a bad option. Ethan looked at her with a strange expression, as if saying, why would I call that pervert? You shouldn't go near him either. But he didn't voice it. Instead, he said softly, don't worry. Zara will be here within 30 minutes. If I'm not mistaken, she's already been rescued. Just wait. And if you want to join the Alliance, that's fine, but don't do it because you think you have no other choice, because you have me. For you, there will never be a last resort ever again. Rose stared at him, stunned. Where does he get this kind of confidence? I know he's from a rich family, but as far as I know, they don't have any martial artists. What's going on? Ethan didn't respond. He closed his eyes and spread his mental energy, which now covered a 35-kilometer radius. Suddenly, 20 Alliance cars entered his range. He sensed the aura of a King Realm expert among them. Charles is here. I didn't expect him to come personally. Looks like Zara's fine. Those two must be Zaird and Norman. The operation went smoothly. Ethan could see it all clearly in his mind. 20 minutes later, he stood up and looked at Rose. Let's go outside. They're here. Rose blinked. Who's here, Ethan? Duh, Zara and the rescue team. The moment Rose heard this, she jumped up. So did her mother, Elizabeth. Are you telling the truth, son? Is Zara really here? Elizabeth asked, her voice trembling. Ethan gave her a reassuring smile. Yes, Auntie, she's here, safe and sound. Rose stared at him, unable to believe her ears. Is this guy just giving us false hope? Still, she followed him toward the door. When they stepped outside, both Rose and Elizabeth were stunned. A huge crowd had gathered in front of the building. Around 20 Alliance vehicles had just pulled up. What's going on? Rose looked at Ethan, confused. Even Ethan was also confused. The cars clearly just arrived. How did this many people get here so fast? What Ethan didn't know was that the entire mission had been live broadcasted across the city. People who saw the direction the convoy was heading rushed over. Neighbors who recognized Zara also came to see what was happening. A chubby woman approached Elizabeth. What happened to Zara? Why didn't you tell us she was kidnapped? Maybe we could have helped. Elizabeth was stunned. How do they know about Zara? I only told Rose. It was clear the woman was trying to curry favor. Even a fool could see someone extraordinary had backed this family for the Alliance to mobilize such a force. You didn't know? The woman asked in surprise. Know what? Elizabeth asked cautiously. The rescue mission, it was broadcasted all over the city. Everyone saw it. Now even Ethan and Rose were dumbfounded. Broadcasted. Ethan frowned. What the hell? Is the Alliance trying to become vloggers or something? Just then the murmurs in the crowd fell silent. The car doors opened. Alliance soldier siege Marshal Master stepped out first. Then they opened the doors for the Grandmasters. 10 of them emerged. From one of the central vehicles, Richard stepped out, Zara beside him. When Elizabeth and Rose saw her, they rushed forward. Zara's eyes welled up as she cried out, Mom, sis. Tears streamed down her face. I thought I'd never see you again. Rose placed a finger on her lips. Don't say that, Zara. As long as I'm alive, nothing will happen to you. Rose was even ready to sacrifice herself, but in the end, it didn't come to that. Elizabeth hugged Zara tightly as though she might vanish again. My baby, I couldn't protect you. Please forgive me. Your mom is useless. Zara clung to her. Don't say that, Mom. You're the best mother in the world. Those men were too strong. It wasn't your fault. But these uncles defeated them. No one interrupted their reunion. He quickly said, don't mention it, madam. It was our duty. In fact, it was our fault that criminals dared to do such a thing in the city. Elizabeth was taken aback. Did this powerful man just apologize? Everyone watching was filled with envy. To be addressed as madam by such strong figures. This family was about to rise. At that moment, Charles stepped out of his car. A powerful, suffocating aura swept through the area. He wasn't releasing pressure intentionally, but the difference in realms was enough to make people shiver. Then the pressure vanished. Charles barked an order. Bring out the father and son here. Ethan stepped forward and greeted him. Hello, supervisor. I didn't think you'd come personally. And what's with the live broadcast? Are you guys trying to become vloggers? What's your channel name? I'll subscribe. Charles's brow twitched violently. He muttered under his breath, damn reporters. Worse than dogs. They're everywhere, made it look like we were filming a drama. Then louder he said with a cough, what vlogging? Don't talk nonsense. Now that your sister-in-law is safe and the criminals are here, what do you want to do? Rose's eyes widened. Supervisor, did just Ethan call this man supervisor? Even she knew what this word meant. She had a suspicion before because of the suffocating pressure, but now she was confirmed. He's a King Realm expert, and Ethan can just talk to him like this. Her heart raced. Just who is this guy? Is he from a super city? A martial emperor's heir? She wasn't far from the truth. But Charles hadn't come because of the Hunt family. He'd come for Ethan himself. And when Rose heard that Charles called Zara as Ethan's sister-in-law, her neck and cheeks became crimson. Today, Rose had gone through a roller coaster of emotion, sadness, despair, shock, happiness, and shyness all in a single day. Ethan coughed when he heard Charles calling Zara his sister-in-law, but he gave Charles a secret thumbs up. This old man is a good guy. I should help him when I become more powerful. Then he looked at Zared and Norman. His eyes turned cold immediately. A monstrous killing intent was radiating from him. Even Charles was surprised. Norman was watching the entire situation. So this boy moved the entire alliance against me. Who is he? But that wasn't the question. He needed to beg for mercy from this boy. He understood that much. Norman said loudly, sir, I didn't know anything. It was my son who did it. He also didn't know. It was a mistake on our part. If he had known who you were, he wouldn't have dared to do anything. Zared was nodding his head like a chicken pecking for food. Please forgive us, sir. We didn't know. Ethan laughed coldly. He said, you're apologizing to the wrong person, you know. Seeing the mocking smile on Ethan's face, they immediately understood. They fell to their knees and said, Rose, please forgive me. I was wrong. I shouldn't have done this. Please tell your boyfriend to forgive us. We can forget about the money you owed us, and we will give you anything you want. Please. Ethan caught Zared by the throat and pressed hard. Zared's tongue came out from the pressure. Ethan took out a knife and cut the tongue. His face was expressionless. How dare you utter Rose's name with your filthy mouth? Everyone felt a chill on their backs. That expressionless face. Charles thought, if this boy becomes an enemy of humanity, I don't know what would happen, he sighed. Rose was also stunned by the scene. She couldn't process the ongoing events anymore, but she felt a sweetness in her heart seeing Ethan's action. Ethan looked at Rose and said, close Zara's eyes, Rose. Rose was stunned but did what she was told. She covered Zara's eyes with her hand. He brought out his Frostmourne and slashed. Zared's head rolled off his shoulders. The crowd standing there froze. Some with weaker personalities even fainted. Ethan didn't even look at the head. He came in front of Norman. When Norman saw this, he became mad with anger, fear, and sadness. He knew he couldn't survive. He roared, I'll take you with me, you brat. We'll go to hell together. He launched his attack. Rose became pale when she saw this. Norman was a grandmaster. No matter how much of a prodigy Ethan was, she thought, he couldn't block the blow of a grandmaster. She shouted, Ethan, look out. Ethan was very calm even at that moment, because his strength was similar to a level 1, almost level 2 grandmaster, and his spirit was also at that level. Norman was just a level 1 grandmaster, so Ethan could handle him easily. Norman's body radiated fire force. In the grandmaster realm, a martial artist could use elemental force and skills related to the element. Norman was a fire elemental martial grandmaster. He used a fireball skill on Ethan. Just as Ethan was going to defend himself, he heard a cold snort. Charles had taken action. The atmosphere became still. Norman was frozen in place. Even his fireball was frozen. This was the pressure from a king. Ethan could sense the horrifying force. Though it wasn't directed at him, he could still feel it. So this is Charles' power, huh? Not bad. Ethan slashed the sword again, and Norman met the same fate as his son. Charles looked at Ethan suspiciously. Boy, why do I have the feeling that even if I didn't act, you would still be fine? Ethan laughed and said, it's your imagination, supervisor. This simple sentence made the martial artists go crazy with excitement. They knew who Ethan was. They were present when the vice president came today. They heard the vice president's order loud and clear. So even if Ethan didn't help them or give them anything, just getting on his good side was enough. Rose and Elizabeth were still in a daze. Rose thought, I need to talk to this guy. Who is he exactly? Ethan came beside Rose and said, let's go inside. Zara needs rest. Rose nodded, took Zara, and went home. They went home together. Elizabeth took Zara to a room so she could rest. Rose heaved a sigh of relief, then looked at Ethan. That man was now casually sitting on the sofa, eating fruit. When did he even take that out of the fridge? He looked completely at ease, like this was his own home. Yet Rose smiled. Somehow it felt good. She walked over and said, hey Ethan, I want to ask you something. Ethan didn't even look at her. He was peeling an orange. Go ahead. What do you want to ask? Rose asked, who exactly are you? How can you mobilize so many powerful martial artists and even a king showed up? Ethan replied nonchalantly, I'm nothing special. I just broke through to level 9 warrior. So the Alliance thinks highly of me. That's why I could do what I did today. Don't you think it was exaggerated that even the supervisor came personally? Rose was nodding until the words registered. Oh, so you just broke through too? She paused, eyes wide. What? She shouted. Even Elizabeth came running, alarmed by the shout. Ethan looked at her as if to say, why the dramatic reaction? Isn't it normal for a genius to reach level 9? Daily show-off complete. Ethan was satisfied. Rose stared at him like her soul had left her body. She muttered, yeah, totally normal to become a level 9 warrior, super casual. Then she snapped out of it and shouted again, normal my ass. Ethan glanced at her and said, don't use such vulgar words like ass, be a proper lady. Have some restraint, Rose. He resumed peeling his orange. Rose's face turned crimson. She coughed awkwardly and sat on a nearby sofa, glaring at Ethan like he was an alien. Ethan looked at her again. Don't tell me you're planning to pounce on me. I don't mind, but Auntie is still here. What's wrong with you, Rose? Elizabeth, overhearing this, left the room with a grin stretching ear to ear. Finally, she thought, my daughter can follow her heart. Rose screamed, stop talking nonsense, you bastard. Her neck was red all the way to her ears. She was completely flustered. Then suddenly Ethan grew serious. Hey Rose, I wanted to tell you something. Rose blinked, stunned by the sudden shift in tone. What is it? She asked nervously. Ethan looked her in the eyes and said, I like you, Rose. Then he shook his head. No, I love you. Will you become my girlfriend? For a moment, Rose felt lightheaded. Her heart pounded like a drum. Something bloomed inside her, a feeling she had never felt before. The world became colorful in her eyes. She had admired Ethan from the day of awakening, but she always thought he lived in another world, far away from hers. He had helped her as a classmate, nothing more. But this was real. Butterflies fluttered in her stomach. Her hands trembled. Ethan noticed her silence and grew nervous. Don't reject me, please. I may not be the best person in the world, but I'll be the best man for you. I don't need a share of your happiness. Just let me carry your sadness. I'll never let you down. He sighed and began looking away. Okay, forget it if you don't like the idea. I won't force you. But just then a finger pressed gently against his lips. Ethan froze. A soft, cat-like voice whispered, stop, you idiot. He looked up in shock. Rose stood before him, blushing like crazy, tears glistening in her eyes. Her fingers still on his lips, her expression was soft and trembling. She looked divine. Like an angel descended from heaven. Ethan stared, dazed. He gently reached out, brushing her cheek and tucking a lock of hair behind her ear. Rose felt an electric jolt. Like her tail had been stepped on, she squeaked and ran off like a startled cat with a lightning-fast speed, only leaving behind one word, Baka. Ethan sat there, stunned. Baka, what does that mean? Then he shook his head. Forget it. I need to leave before I lose my self-control. He called out, Auntie, I'm leaving. I'll be back another time. Elizabeth, still grinning in her room, came out and said, don't leave yet, son. I've already started cooking. Stay for dinner, it's almost night. Elizabeth nodded. All right then, but don't forget to come soon. Ethan's heart was still racing as he drove toward the business district. He reached his home and by habit released his spiritual sense to scan the area. The moment it touched the house boom, 3 terrifying auras erupted in his perception. His face turned pale. 3 emperors. One feels almost as strong as Vice President Leon. He dashed toward the house like a madman. He didn't care about himself. He had only one thought, are Mom and Dad okay? He slammed open the door and shouted, Mom, Dad, are you all right? But the scene before him stunned him. His father, Jack, was laughing at the dining table with 3 old men. His mom was happily serving food. What the hell is going on here? Jack waved, son, come here, look who's visiting. Ethan cautiously stepped forward. Jack gestured, grinning. This is your great-grandfather, Alexander Hunt. This is your grandfather, James, and this is your uncle-grandfather, Ryder. Ethan raised an eyebrow, looking at his father suspiciously. Didn't you just tell me your tragic loser protagonist story the other day? Now you're grinning like a lottery winner. Jack coughed, embarrassed. Anyway, won't you greet your ancestors? Alexander's eyes glistened as he looked at Ethan like he was the family's most precious treasure. No need for formalities between family. Come here, child, let me look at you. I'm sorry we weren't there for you when you grew up. Ethan glanced at his mother. She looked away innocently, like saying, don't look at me, I know nothing. His mouth twitched, but he smiled and said, hello, Grandpa, Uncle Grandpa, Great-Grandpa. Ryder grinned, beaming. No need to call me Uncle Grandpa, just call me Grandpa. You can call this old guy Uncle Grandpa instead. James, big brother, what are you saying? He's my grandson after all. Ryder snorted, then why didn't you take care of him? Clearly, all blame went to James. Alexander and Ryder were the good guys. Ethan didn't hold deep resentment. He had only been worried about his parents. Now that even Jack had accepted them, Ethan saw no reason to resist. They sat and chatted. Ethan learned about the Hunt family, its members, and its powers. Then Alexander turned to Jack and said, "Let go of the past, child. We made mistakes. Come back to the family. Your research lab remains untouched. No one dared touch it. Come back, the family is waiting." Jack's eyes grew moist. This was something he never even dared to dream of. His son had brought back his lost honor. He felt proud like never before. Alexander turned to Alina. "It's been hard on you. You did nothing wrong but still suffered. We're sorry." Alina's eyes turned red. "Please, Grandpa, it was our fault too." Jack didn't consider the family's feelings when he made his choice. Alexander smiled. Truly the mother of a dragon. She could let go of resentment easily. James apologized to Alina as well. She shook her head. "You're my father too. How can you apologize to me?" Then James stood up and led Jack into the garden. They had a lot to talk about. Until now there had been distance between them, but they'd waited to see how Ethan would react. If Ethan didn't want to let go the resentment, they couldn't do anything. They couldn't even force him. As a level 8 emperor followed them here all the way from the super city, he was hiding in the darkness. Ethan smiled. He knew how much his father yearned to return to his roots. Alexander, watching all this, finally turned to Ethan. "So what's your plan now? Will you go with us to the family?" Ethan paused for a moment thinking. "I'm planning to go to the super city," he said at last. "But not now. I'll head out within 5 days. Alexander exhaled in relief. He had been worried Ethan might refuse. "All right then," he said, nodding. "We'll wait for you there." Ethan gave a brief wave and turned to head back to his room. So much had happened: Ed meeting the vice president of the Alliance, rescuing Rose's sister, confessing to Rose, and now even his grandfather and great-grandfather had come, offering apologies and asking him his parents to return home. He let out a long breath. Seriously, what a rough day. After a hot shower, he changed into something comfortable and sat cross-legged on his bed. He needed to plan his next steps. His strength would continue to grow automatically. That much was certain. But raw power wasn't enough. He needed to hone his instincts, fight real battles, and face strong monsters. First, though, he needed to break through to the Grandmaster realm. Once he did, he would gain access to elemental force and begin developing true skills just like the heroes he once admired in his past life. His mind wandered for a moment, a grin forming on his lips. "In my past life, there were so many cool anime techniques. That alien boy raised on Earth, Hame. Then there was the ninja kid with a monster sealed inside him, Racin." He chuckled to himself. So many epic powers. Once he unlocked his elemental force, he'd start experimenting too. And with his attributes doubling every day, who knew? Maybe he'd become like that bald superhero soon. Imagine that bald dude firing off energy beams. Now that's a crossover. Still, he had to be careful. If he broke through now, the 3 elders who were emperor-level experts might sense it. That would expose his true strength. Until he surpassed both the dragon and the ocean emperor, he had to keep a low profile. With that settled, he headed downstairs for dinner. His father and grandfather had returned from their private father-son talk. Seeing him enter, Alina smiled warmly. "Come, sit down. I'll serve dinner." The family of 6 gathered around the table, laughter and warmth filling the room. Ethan could see genuine joy in his father's eyes. He smiled faintly but didn't say much. Instead, after the meal, he brought up his trip to the super city to his parents. "I'll be leaving in 5 days," he said. "Are you coming with me or going with Grandpa?" Jack hesitated. "Son, we just invested $5 billion into the company. If we leave now, what'll happen to it?" Alexander waved a hand. "Don't worry. I'll send someone from the family to manage the business in your absence. Later, you can move the company headquarters to the super city." Jack thought for a moment, then nodded. "All right. We'll do that. So, when exactly are we leaving?" "I'll leave 5 days from now," Ethan replied. "You coming with me?" Jack smiled. "We'll go with you, son. If we left tomorrow, who would feed you these next 5 days?" Ethan rolled his eyes. "You're just scared of facing your family alone, aren't you?" Jack looked away. "I'm not even looking at you." Ethan laughed. All right. Good night, old man." The next morning, Ethan woke at 6. With his current physique and spirit stats, he could go a month without sleep if he wanted, but he preferred to live like a normal person. Without those small mortal habits, even power would lose its meaning someday. He checked his panel. Master. Ethan Hunt physique, 6944. Spirit, 6944. Talent, infinite comprehension. Smiled with satisfaction, then freshened up and headed downstairs. His grandfather and the others had already left. Jack and Alina were preparing breakfast. Ethan joined them for a quiet meal, then made a call. Captain, I wanted to say something," he began, but before he could finish, Ramon's voice came through the speaker. "I already know what you're going to say, Ethan," he sighed. "I always knew you'd leave the team one day, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. A pond can't hold a dragon. Go soar in the sky, will be cheering for you." Ethan chuckled awkwardly. "I'm sorry, Captain, there's no need to be," Ramon said. "This is your path." At 7 a.m., Jack and Alina left for the office to finalize company matters before they move into the super city. Ethan, meanwhile, walked into the garden with his sword in hand. The morning sun was soft, the air crisp. He began swinging his sword rhythmically, refining his form and flow. 2 hours passed. Ding, absolute speed level 2 achieved. But he didn't stop. Today, he aimed to reach level 9 sword intent. He began practicing the primordial foundation sword art, losing himself in the motion. Time flew by. 7 hours had passed in a moment. He was covered with sweat all over his body, but a smile formed in his face. Ding, you have reached level 9 sword intent. A surge of information flooded his mind. His strength multiplier rose to 12. His speed multiplier increased to 6. With a base physique of 6944, he could now unleash 83,328 tons of force. For comparison, a level 9 warrior had about 20,000 tons. A king had 100,000 tons. His base speed was 2100 million S. Level 1 Grandmaster, 1000 million S. Level 2, 1500 million S. Level 3, 2000 million S. Ethan's natural speed now surpassed that of a level 3 Grandmaster. With his 6 multiplier, he could swing his sword at 12,600 million S faster than most level 9 Grandmasters. He was getting closer to becoming the strongest. At 4 p.m., with the sun beginning its descent, Ethan took a quick shower, changed, and got ready. He dressed casual, but on him, even casual felt like a tailored suit. His presence was magnetic. When he arrived at Silver Moon Dojo and stepped out of the car, a small group of girls nearby gasped. "Who is that? Is he visiting someone?" Another girl rolled her eyes. "You don't know who that is? That's Ethan Hunt, instructor Rose's boyfriend. He caused a massive uproar yesterday. Mobilized the whole alliance to rescue her little sister. Killed 2 people in public. One of them was a grandmaster." The clueless girl covered her mouth. "What? That all happened yesterday. Damn it, my boyfriend pissed me off, so I turned off my phone and stayed home all day. I missed everything." Somewhere across the city, a man eating a mouthful of food suddenly sneezed. "Damn that girl. Still cursing me," he grumbled and kept eating. Ethan walked up to the front desk. The receptionist immediately called Rose. Everyone knew what had happened yesterday. Ethan was now famous in the city. Moments later, Rose came rushing forward with a wide grin, then stopped in her tracks. She quickly adjusted her clothes, fixed her posture, and composed herself. But as soon as she saw Ethan up close, her heart skipped a beat. Her face turned red, flushed like a ripe tomato. Ethan waved casually. "Hey." Rose tried to keep a straight face. "Why are you here again?" Ethan clutched his chest dramatically. "Don't look at me like that. I haven't eaten yet. I was wondering, would you like to go grab some food with me?" Her heart nearly exploded. "Wait, is he asking me on a date?" She tried to play it cool, pretending to think. After a pause, she said with a soft smile, "Sure. Wait 10 minutes, I'll go change." Then she turned around quickly, hiding the blush that spread across her face. 15 minutes later, Rose emerged, having changed into fresh clothes. She looked as ethereal as ever, like a painting come to life. Ethan was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. Striking a gentlemanly pose, he gestured grandly. "After you, my lady." Rose's cheeks flushed red. She quickly walked past him, muttering, "Let's go. I'm starving." She didn't let him see her face, which was just as well. If he had, he would have been stunned all over again. While waiting, Ethan had already booked a restaurant. He walked to his car and opened the passenger door. Rose got in. Ethan circled around and slid into the driver's seat. He glanced at her. "Shall we?" Rose nodded softly. As the car pulled onto the road, Ethan tapped the screen and music filled the cabin. City lights blur through the window pane. Your hands close, but we don't say a thing. The silence talks louder than words could do, and every red light feels like it waits for you. Rose's heart fluttered as the melody played, but she did her best to stay calm. Ethan broke the silence. "The admission test is on July 31, just 18 days away. How's your prep going? Still planning on literature or switching to martial arts?" Rose paused, her voice quiet. "I was leaning toward literature, but now I think I'll take the martial arts course as well. Yesterday was a wake-up call. I don't want to feel that helpless ever again." "You're right," Ethan nodded. "The world revolves around strength. Research has value, but in front of a martial emperor, even a genius scholar is nothing." Still, he smiled gently. "You have me. Even if you don't train, you'll never be left helpless again." Warmth bloomed in Rose's chest, but she didn't respond. Instead, she leaned back and turned to the window. They drove in silence. 15 minutes later, they arrived at a 2-story building. The restaurant was on the rooftop. Ethan parked, unbuckled his seat belt, and stepped out. He walked around and opened the door for her. Rose stepped out and glanced up at the building. They entered and took the elevator up. The top floor wasn't luxurious, but it didn't need to be. Amber lights glowed softly from the ceiling. The scent of basil, butter, and roasted garlic floated through the air. Jazz music murmured in the background, giving the space a warm soul. Ethan pushed open the door and let Rose walk in first. She took in the space of dark oak panels, the framed cityscape photos, and the shelves lined with small potted plants. A quiet smile touched her lips. A hostess greeted them warmly. Welcome to Arabelle's. Do you have a reservation? Yes, Ethan nodded. Under Ethan Hunt. The hostess checked the book, then smiled. Welcome, Mr. Hunt. We've been expecting you. She waved to a waiter in uniform, then she instructed him. The waiter looked Ethan and said politely, please, this way. They were led to a corner table with a wide window view. Pale curtains fluttered in the evening breeze, golden light washing in. Rose smoothed her skirt as she sat, sneaking a glance at Ethan. He looked completely relaxed, like this was just another casual evening. Yet his eyes never seemed to leave her for long. Their eyes met in the mid-air. Rose looks away instantly like she caught during stealing something. The waiter handed them menus. Would you like something to drink while you decide? Lemon soda, Rose said. Same, Ethan added. The waiter disappeared. The menu was simple. Ethan scanned the options. Grilled chicken with herb rice for me. You creamy garlic pasta, Rose said. Nice choice, Ethan said with a smile. When the waiter returned, they placed their orders. The soft murmur of other diners, the clink of cutlery, it all wove into a comforting ambience. They sat quietly, watching the city outside. A boy passed selling flowers. A young couple zipped by on a scooter, laughing. Time moved slower here. Ethan broke the silence. Rose, are you managing your studies with your part-time job at the dojo? It's got to be exhausting. Rose sighed. I don't have much of a choice. If I get into Aurora Martial University, I'll have to leave for the super city. Mom and Zara still need money. This job pays well. I want to leave something for them before I go. I'll probably need some time before starting earning again, you know. Ethan nodded. I understand. But if it's only about money, I can help. You can pay me back when you're settled. He respected her pride and didn't press further. Instead, he said, I'm heading to Super City in 5 days. I'll wait for you there. Rose blinked. You should know one needs a valid reason to get into the city. And to live there, you need special status like being a university student. But then again, this was Ethan. With the strength and potential he showed, nothing seemed impossible for him. Why are you going? She asked. Ethan didn't hide anything. He shared the truth about his family background. Rose was speechless. No wonder you're so monstrous. 3 martial emperors in one family. Those genes must be something else. Their drinks arrived tall glasses of chilled lemon soda, sugar rimmed with lime slices. Rose took a sip, sweet with just the right bite. Like you, Ethan said with a smirk. Rose's heart skipped. This was sudden attack and she wasn't prepared for this. Her face turned scarlet. Don't talk nonsense, she muttered. They chatted a bit more and soon the food arrived. After a hearty meal, Ethan left to tip 5,000 Alliance coins. The waiter, whose monthly salary barely reached 3,000, was overwhelmed with gratitude, bowing repeatedly. Ethan simply waved. Rose rolled her eyes. Show off. Ethan smiled smugly. As they left the restaurant, the waiter came to the door to see them off. Ethan drove Rose home but didn't go in this time. He had other plans. Back at home, Ethan entered his room and sat cross-legged. His parents were still at work, clearing up some lingering affairs. They'd be back by morning. He activated his primordial 3-elemental breathing technique. Cosmic energy surged toward him like a black hole devouring the universe. 30 minutes passed. Boom, level 7 master. Another 30 minutes. Boom, level 8 master. 45 minutes more. Boom, level 9 master. He looked inward. His core had expanded to 44 centimeters, but he didn't stop. Becoming a grandmaster meant true transformation, the gateway to be able to use elemental force. It marked the evolution of life itself. A grandmaster could live up to 500 years. The apocalypse itself had only begun 50 years ago, so the concept of 500 years of lifespan was an absurd thing for the current humanity. Grandmasters and masters couldn't be said in a same breath. Ethan took a deep breath and continued cultivating. 15 minutes later, his core reached full saturation. Excess energy flowed into his gene lock. The lock devoured the energy greedily. After 2 hours, it finally reached capacity and began to crack open. Ethan felt a massive shackle inside him loosen, the shackle of evolution. Then, boom, 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 a deafening rumble. The first lock of the Grandmaster realm shattered. 3 streams of cosmic force burst from his core, golden, white, and purple, light, metal, and thunder. The energy wrapped around his body like an aura. He couldn't control it much, yet just enough to envelop himself. But that was already incredible. The aura doubled his strength and speed. In battle, it would be a game changer. Ethan opened his status panel. Master. Ethan Hunt, physique, 34,720. Spirit, 34,720. Talent, infinite comprehension. He was now stronger than a level 9 Grandmaster in equal footing, if not more. His core was 88 centimeters, surpassing Emperor level, which was at 80 centimeters. His speed was now a staggering 12,000 million s, 3,000 million s faster than an average level 9 Grandmaster. All he lacked now was a worthy skill and equipment strong enough to channel his might, but that was a problem. His Frostmourne, a C9 grade sword, could no longer bear the full force of his power. Grandmasters above level 6 typically used D-series weapons, especially when using strength-enhancing techniques. Ethan didn't dwell on it. He looked down. His body was once again covered in sticky black sludge. A second baptism. This time the impurities expelled were even greater. He headed to the shower, scrubbing himself clean. Then he changed into a comfortable outfit and stood before the mirror. He was already handsome after the first baptism, but now he looked divine, like a fallen angel in the human realm. His body and his mental power had changed. Now it was time to see just how much. Ethan sat quietly on his bed, the weight of a new realm settling into his body. He had finally stepped into a major cultivation realm, and with it came a flood of possibilities. But first, he needed to understand his body. He closed his eyes and focused inward. His core pulsed vividly, a swirling sphere 68 centimeters in diameter, where 3 colorful lights danced and intertwined in constant motion. He could feel the power within, the latent energy waiting to be drawn out. Yet when he tried to control it, the energy would only coat his body. It wouldn't flow freely like he wanted it to, at least not yet. He didn't know if he could give that level of control in the Grandmaster realm. That was an experiment for another day. Next, he examined his mental energy. Something had changed when it crossed the 10,000 mark, just like the leap at 1,000. There was a qualitative shift. His mind felt sharper, denser, more aware. To test it, he focused on the items in his room. His sword, 10 flying knives, 3 pens, his mobile, and a few workout tools like dumbbells and resistance gear. With ease, he lifted 20 separate objects at once, each controlled individually by his mental energy. A smile crept onto his face. Not bad, but then he turned to what truly excited him: elemental skills. Opening the Alliance online market, he found the 9 elemental sections and 1 common category for skills. He immediately tapped into the light element section. Light element skills 1, light flash. Effect: emits a sudden burst of light, temporarily blinding enemies. Use: distraction, escape, or creating an opening in battle. 2, radiant touch. Effect: heals minor wounds or burns using gentle light energy. Use: basic healing for self or allies. 3, lumen blade. Effect: creates a short glowing blade of light energy. Use: close quarters combat or emergency defense. 4, light step. Effect: temporarily enhances speed and agility by reducing body weight with light energy. Use: evasion and agile maneuvers. 5, holy spark. Effect: fires a small bolt of concentrated light energy. Use: basic ranged offensive spell. Cool, these are actually something cool. Next, he browsed the thunder element section. Thunder element skills 1, spark strike. Effect: channels electricity through the user's weapon or fist. Use: adds electric damage to physical strikes. 2, static field. Effect: surrounds the user in a weak electric field that slows or shocks enemies. Use: area denial or deterrence. 3, thunder snap. Effect: a sharp snap of thunder and light that stuns nearby enemies. Use: crowd disruption. 4, lightning dart. Effect: fires a quick concentrated bolt of lightning in a straight line. Use: long-range energy attack. He grinned. These skills packed serious punch. Then came the metal element section. Metal element skills 1, iron skin. Effect: temporarily reinforces skin to metal like toughness. Use: short-term defense against physical attacks. 2, metal shard shot. Effect: launches sharp metallic projectiles. Use: ranged attack that may cause bleeding. 3, steel grasp. Effect: enhances grip and power through metallic reinforcement. Use: boosts melee performance. 4, metal sense. Effect: detects nearby metallic objects, including hidden weapons or ores. Use: utility and detection. He was impressed. Practical, lethal, and straightforward. Finally, he checked the common skills section, open to users of any element. Common skills 1, energy sense. Effect: detects elemental fluctuations and nearby cultivators. Use: tracking and battlefield awareness. 2, elemental imprint. Effect: marks an enemy with elemental energy for tracking or delayed effect. Use: stealth and pursuit tactics. 3, meditative regeneration. Effect: enhances recovery of elemental energy and internal stability. Use: healing and energy replenishment. 4, battle clone. Effect: summons a phantom clone with one of the user's strength for 1 minute. Use: distraction, scouting, and low-risk engagement. 5, elemental armor. Effect: covers a parts of the body with elemental energy to reinforce defense for 1 minute. Use: defense. These weren't many, but each was incredibly powerful. Then Ethan checked the prices. Elemental skills, 10 billion credits each. Common skills, 20 billion each. His heart dropped. That was a staggering amount. He couldn't afford a single one right now. But suddenly he noticed something strange below the price tag. Free purchase available. Ethan blinked. Wait, what? That option had never appeared before. Had the Alliance launched some sort of global event? He called Charles. Ring, ring. Hello, Ethan, Charles greeted casually. Supervisor Ethan asked, is today a special day? Charles sounded confused. Why do you ask? There's a free purchase option in the online shop. Silence. Then a sharp gasp from Charles. And suddenly an extremely excited voice came out. Ethan, you hit the jackpot. I didn't think the Alliance held you in this high regard. They've likely opened full resource access for you. Everything in the market is now free. Boy, I'm jealous. Ethan's eyes widened like saucers. Wait, what? You mean it's not a global event? Charles laughed. Do you know how many martial artists are in the Alliance? If they made it free even for a minute, we'd go bankrupt. This privilege is just for you. Take your time, plan your future. The path ahead is now limitless. Ethan sat silently, staring blankly at the screen as Charles kept calling out. Ethan, hello, bye supervisor, I'll call later. He didn't even wait for reply. Click, he cut the line. His mind was a storm, the entire world's resources, now free to him. The Alliance wasn't just supporting him, they were investing in him. Ethan was already monstrous by his cultivation speed, but the Alliance probably still wanted it to be faster or at least keep the pace, so they opened this door for him. But Ethan wasn't naive. There was no free lunch in the world. There was always a price hidden in the shadows, a debt written in invisible ink. He already knew what skills he needed, and now, with the click of a button, they would be his. He chose. 1 radiant touch from light section 2, static field from thunder section, 3 metal shards shot from metal section, and all the 5 skills from common section. A total amount of 130 billion credits. This 8 skills would be his foundation, he knew it. Then he clicked the free purchase button. There was a notification. Your parcel will be delivered in your house within 3 hours. After placing his order, he was thinking what should he do now. But suddenly the phone rang again. It was Charles. Ethan replied lazily, hey supervisor, do you need something? Charles snorted, you punk. The moment you understood your value, you won't even talk to me properly. Ethan replied hastily, no supervisor. How can I do that? I'm just tired, that's all. Charles just snorted again. Then he asked, by the way, what did you purchase just now? It actually exceeded 100 billion credits. Well, you sure know how to spend, huh? Ethan was surprised. You already know supervisor. I thought it is a private matter. Charles chuckled. It is a private matter until I am the person who needs to deliver them. So obviously I would know the price. Ethan was surprised again. You will deliver them, Charles said. Yes, the amount of money is astronomical. Others can't handle this. Ethan replied, oh, so that's how it is. When will you come, supervisor? Please bring some food for me. My parents are not at home. Charles's face was twitching violently. He replied unhappily, I am not your personal delivery man. What do you want to eat? Ethan's mouth was twitching now. You said everything, what would I say? But then told him to bring anything that tasted good. Alliance Headquarters, Super City 1. Leon was sitting at his desk, reading through some files while sipping coffee. A knock suddenly sounded at the door. Come in, he said, eyes still fixed on the document. The door creaked open and a middle-aged man walked in. Judging by his aura, he was clearly a high-level king. Sir, Ethan Hunt just made a free purchase worth 130 billion credits, the man reported politely. At the mention of Ethan's name, Leon finally looked up. These days, only Ethan's name could pique his interest. The president was still in seclusion, no one knew when he'd come out, so Leon was effectively in charge of the entire alliance. He was the leader of humanity now. Oh, what did he purchase? Some kind of special weapon skill? Leon asked, his voice carrying a hint of curiosity. I heard he's into swords. Did he buy dimensional slash or annihilation? The man waited politely for Leon to finish before replying, no sir. He didn't buy either of those. He didn't. Leon raised an eyebrow. Then what the hell did he buy that cost so much? He bought 9 elemental skills, sir. Leon was genuinely stunned this time. Why the hell would he buy skills now? He's only a level 9 warrior. Did he just grab them because they were free? He doesn't seem like the naive type who'd waste such a golden chance on random stuff just to hoard for the future. He should know that free lunches don't exist in this world. Or could it be that he's already? No, can't be. I just saw him yesterday, still a level 9 warrior. He only awakened 6 or 7 days ago. Maybe he's just having fun. Skills are things of fantasy to young people. Maybe he just wants to have a look. Yeah, that must be it. Leon nodded to himself, then glanced back at the man. You may leave. Let me know if he buys anything. Noticeable again. The man bowed and exited. Leon returned to his files, his expression calm once more. 3 hours later, Ethan's house. Charles sat on the sofa, watching the excited young man in front of him. He was still dying to know what the hell Ethan had bought that cost 130 billion credits. But instead of opening the package, Ethan tore open the bag of food Charles had brought, 2 giant burgers, a pizza, and a mountain of fries. Without saying a word, Ethan started eating like Charles wasn't even there. Charles's face twitched. Brat, at least offer some food to your guest. Ethan replied with his mouth full, what guest? Aren't you the delivery guy? Charles twitched even more violently. But what could he say? He was the delivery guy. He cleared his throat awkwardly. Anyway, what did you buy this time? Elemental skills. Just to play around, Ethan replied, still not looking up. Charles's face darkened. You got a golden opportunity and you bought useless things you can't even use in the near future. Ethan smirked. How do you know I can't use them soon? Charles was speechless. Again, he had no comeback. This monster hit warrior level 9 in just 5 days after awakening. Who knows what else he could do? The minds of geniuses truly weren't a realm he could understand. After a bit of small talk, Charles left. Ethan went to his room, practically vibrating with excitement. Infinite comprehension had never disappointed him and he had high hopes this time too. He didn't sit on the bed. Nope. He plopped down on the floor. Learning elemental skills could have weird side effects. No way he was risking his beloved bed. That thing cost a lot. He was a money lover through and through. He laid out 9 scrolls, 3 elemental, 5 common. First up, the light elemental skill Radiant Touch, a minor healing technique. Ding, an elemental skill is detected. Comprehend? Yes. Ding, Radiant Touch upgraded to healing. No, primordial tag this time. Ethan blinked, a little disappointed. Then he checked the new skill. Healing can heal a person as long as a single drop of blood remains within 10 hours. Required energy depends on injury severity. He froze. Wait, what? He read it again. Nope, he read it right. He could literally revive people within 10 hours if even a drop of blood remained. That wasn't healing, that was straight up resurrection. Sure, the energy cost would be massive, but his core was way larger than normal. That should help, right? Right. But deep down, he knew reviving someone might still be beyond his reach for a long time, even if he became an emperor. Still, this was god-tier potential. He just didn't know when he'd be able to use it fully. Next up, the Thunder Element skill Static Field. Ding, a skill has been detected. Comprehend? Yes. Ding, Static Field is upgraded to Thunder Domain. Thunder Domain, you can generate a domain of thunder. Maximum radius depends on martial realm and mental power. A domain. An actual elemental domain. Rose had a domain too, but that was her sole talent. Ethan, he just bought a crappy low-level skill and turned it into a domain. The world was truly unfair. But if the unfairness is in my favor, then it's fine, he grinned. Next, Metal Element skill Metal Shard Shot. Ding, Metal Shard Shot is upgraded to Metal Creation. Metal Creation, you can create anything using metal elemental force. Anything, maybe a metal rose. Ethan thought with perverted grin on his face. Time for the common skills now. These were supposed to be the real deal. Ding, Energy Sense is upgraded to Spirit Sense. Spirit Sense, within your mental domain you can detect anything with energy, its level and type. Simple description, but Ethan knew better. Nothing from Infinite Comprehension was ever simple. Ding, Elemental Imprint is upgraded to Soul Imprint. Soul Imprint, you can mark a person's soul. If your mental energy exceeds theirs, you can enslave them. Ding, Meditative Regeneration is upgraded to Regeneration. Regeneration, your body will regenerate even if only a single atom remains. Ding, Battle Clone is upgraded to Clone. Clone, you can create unlimited clones for unlimited time as long as you have the energy. Clone power cannot exceed 5 of your own. All clones share your thoughts and can act independently. Ding, Elemental Armor is upgraded to Armor. Armor, create full body elemental armor with your own design. Increases defense by 5x your attributes. Ethan stared blankly. His soul was probably floating around in Rose's bedroom or something. He only managed to say one word, fuck. No other word could describe what he was feeling. He was numb. These skills were insane. He was literally invincible, well, almost. Cough, cough. Once he became an emperor, damn right he'd be invincible. Ocean Emperor, President Dragon, they could all go sit in a corner. No one could stop a pervert with perverted skills, and if the pervert is him, then that's fine. He was bursting with excitement. He really wanted to go out and fight some monsters right now, but he held back. Tomorrow, he'd hit the wilderness and stay for 3 or 4 days, maybe clear 5 to 10 zones while he was at it. With that thought, he happily flopped into bed. Next morning, Ethan heard Alina and Jack chatting in the drawing room. They were back. With his Grandmaster strength and sky-high attributes, he could easily hear them from across the house. He pulled up his panel. Master, Ethan Hunt Physique, 69,440. Spirit, 69,440. Talent, Infinite Comprehension. Seeing his attributes had doubled again, his mood instantly shot up. Time to go hunting. The sky above the city shimmered in soft morning hues. Today, Ethan would head into the wilderness. Descending the stairs, he found his parents already seated in the living room. His father, Jack, looked up from a datapad and nodded. Son, we've handled everything on our side. We can leave any time now. Your grandfather sent 5 people from the family. You'll manage the rest here. Ethan nodded. Dad, I'll head into the wilderness for 3 or 4 days. Once I'm back, we can move out. Lena's eyes showed a trace of worry. Okay, take care. Don't do anything reckless, all right? Ethan smiled gently. I won't, Mom, I promise. After a hearty breakfast, Ethan made his way to the city gate. Dressed in his dark combat gear, he presented his credentials as a level 9 warrior and exited the city without issue. Once outside the city, Ethan walked for a short distance. Then, standing firmly, he stepped onto his sword. With a push, he soared into the sky. He didn't head to the military camp. His goal today was simple: battle powerful monsters at the level 9 Grandmaster realm. He already had a location in Mind Area 25. Flying at a blistering speed of 1,000 meters per second, he turned into a black streak across the sky. At this speed, nobody could track him except some Grandmasters, but within his mental domain, there were none. In just 5 minutes, he arrived at his destination. Hovering midair, Ethan closed his eyes and activated Spirit Sense. Previously, he could only sense the presence and aura of a creature, could make guesses about its realm based on aura intensity. But now, with Spirit Sense, he could perceive the very density and flow of energy inside living beings. He could see through the energy, read their realm and strength level. His mental domain spanned a massive 150-kilometer radius. Area 25 was once a bustling city, now long abandoned. Skyscrapers stood tall, but time had not been kind. Vines wrapped around buildings. Trees grew out of broken windows. Rusted cars littered the streets. It was a post-apocalyptic ruin with the haunting breath of nature reclaiming her throne. As Ethan spread his mental sense, countless powerful auras lit up in his mind. There were many monsters at Master Level 7 and above, and a shocking number of Grandmasters, some even peak Level 9. He could feel their movements, breathing rhythms, even heartbeat patterns. At the center of the city stood a massive palace-like structure, probably a government building before the fall. Inside that palace, Ethan sensed an incredibly dangerous presence, a level 4 king-ranked monster, an earth dragon. Though it was sleeping, its aura leaked out like a suppressed volcano. It felt stronger than a typical level 4 king. In fact, it might be equivalent to a level 9 king without using any martial skills. Ethan calculated that if he went all out, he might be able to fight it, but there was no need, not yet. He wasn't here to risk his life recklessly. His current goal was to fight monsters at the level 9 Grandmaster realm, monsters that were already 2 to 3 times stronger than average Grandmasters. Some of them had auras even approaching his own level of strength. Monsters really are nature's darlings, he murmured. If they could learn techniques, Earth would have fallen a long time ago. He pointed to a tall building that seemed devoid of any monsters. Flying into it, he leapt off his sword, which hovered beside him silently. Ethan began strategizing his battle approach. He wanted to try something. He activated his clone skill. With a shimmer of light, 10 identical clones appeared around him. They looked exactly like him, same face, same build, but no clothes. Ethan placed a hand on his chin and muttered, I really am very handsome. If I were Guy, he immediately slapped himself. What the hell am I thinking? Shaking off the thought, he activated his armor skill, covering each clone from head to toe in full combat armor. Now no faces were visible. They looked like mysterious warriors in silver, black, and gray. That's better. Each clone possessed 5 of his full strength. That meant roughly 3,500 tons of force per clone, equivalent almost to a level 2 Grandmaster. His clone would take force from his core to operate. When a martial artist becomes a Grandmaster, once the force from the core drained, the core would absorb some energy passively. The absorption rate was dependent on the size of the core. With Ethan's massive core, the absorption rate was also massive. He could now only maintain 10 clones of full potential at 5 of his strength now with the passive absorption. So this 10 clones could operate independently. And even in battle, Ethan could just activate his primordial 3 elemental breathing technique to replenish his energy in a blink of an eye. Then he activated metal creation. 10 blades materialized in the hands of his clone, each sword, modeled after iconic weapons from anime, manga, and novels. There were elegant curved sabers, massive greatswords, demonic blades, and holy longswords. Ethan didn't care if he looked badass. He stood proudly as the squad formed around him. Clones in cool armor, wielding legendary weapons. Damn, we look like some multiverse overlords, he muttered, amused. He then forged his own sword, Frostmourne, newly created using high-grade metal energy. The old one couldn't handle his full power anymore. Then Ethan picked his prey, 11 targets. 10 of them were level 2 Grandmaster monsters. The last one, a terrifying level 9 Grandmaster. The squad leapt into action, flying off in 10 different directions, each clone riding their blade like a silent hunter in the air. Ethan, the real one, turned toward his target, a Godzilla-type beast, possibly a mutated crocodile. Towering as tall as a 5-story building, its body rippled with raw power. Ethan floated above the ground, standing on his sword, hands behind his back, observing calmly. The beast stared up at him. Ethan was no more than an insect in front of it, yet the calmness in Ethan's eyes never wavered. Instead, behind that calm was madness. He wanted to fight. He wanted to test himself against this monstrous being. The monster roared in confusion. Why wasn't this little thing running? Its body began to glow from tail to throat as it powered up. Suddenly, with a roar that cracked the air, it fired a massive energy beam straight from its mouth toward Ethan. a blinding stream of light that threatened to disintegrate everything in its path. Ethan didn't move. He wanted to test his regeneration. The beam hit him squarely. The monster roared in victory as Ethan's figure was engulfed, but the beam passed through, and in the aftermath, Ethan still floated there. His armor and clothes were gone. Even his skin looked charred, but his body was whole. The intense light had burned him, yes, but his regeneration had already kicked in. Each burned layer healed in real time, faster than it could be destroyed. Ethan grinned, sweet. The monster's expression changed. Confusion. What just happened? Ethan looked down at his naked body and muttered, "That beam even burned off my pants." Well, whatever. He conjured new armor instantly. Then he grabbed Frostmourne, descended to the ground, and said with a gleam in his eye, "It's my turn now." Ethan charged forward without using any martial skills or techniquest, just raw brute strength. His movements were fluid, explosive. The beast lunged with terrifying force, but Ethan weaved through its attacks like a shadow. He slammed his fist into its knee bones, cracked. The monster roared and retaliated with a massive swipe of its tail. Ethan blocked it midair with a spinning kick that sent shockwaves into the earth. They clashed over and over. The earth trembled. For 2 straight hours, they fought a brutal battle. Ethan didn't unleash a single special move. No flying swords, no sword intent, just fists, speed, and overwhelming force. He was testing his limits. The monster was powerful, maybe even slightly stronger than him in terms of brute force, but Ethan was faster, smarter, more precise. Eventually, he grew tired of dragging it out. He focused, summoned a sliver of sword intent, and raised Frostmourne high. With a clean, diagonal slash, the air split apart. A pulse of energy sliced through the monster's body like a divine judgment. Blood sprayed like a geyser as the monster collapsed, split from shoulder to hip. Silence returned. The level 9 Grandmaster monster was dead. Its estimated value, 100 billion credits, but Ethan knew he couldn't sell it legally. That would expose his identity. Instead, he quickly summoned dozens of metal-forged flying knives, slicing off the monster's precious parts. He carefully skinned it, folded the leather, and stored it. Then he retrieved bones, teeth, and the monster's core. The whole process took just 5 minutes, clean, efficient, silent. Ethan glanced once at the lifeless behemoth, then took off into the sky again. He then concentrated on his sense to see what the clones were facing. They also finished their fight. They didn't drag the fight like the main body. They used techniques, skill to finish the fight instantly. Ethan now felt a need of a spatial ring of a dimensional storage like those in the cool animes, but he didn't know if Earth even possessed any of those things. Ethan then sent all the material with a clone to sell them in secret. As the clone was in full battle armor, no one would know. Beside it was flying in the sky on a sword. Everyone could tell that he was a spirit master. No one would dare to mess with a Grandmaster-level spirit master in this base city. The clone went to the military camp to make a deal. He would supply the materials, they would pay the money, and no question asking. Ethan was sure that the military would choose the right option, or else there were other forces to sell. Even if he sold in less than the market price, he would be able to keep his identity safe. A black armored figure streaked through the air on a gleaming sword, his silhouette casting a shadow over the military camp below. Ethan's clone, draped in sleek battle armor, exuded an aura so intense it was practically screaming, "I am dangerous. Step aside or be crushed." Martial artists stationed around the camp turned to look, then looked away just as quickly. No one dared to meet his gaze. His presence was oppressive, the kind that demanded silence and submission. Without hesitation, Ethan soared directly toward the camp's control office. High-energy weapons clinked against the armored suits of the patrolling soldiers, their eyes narrowing as they sensed something abnormal. Then they felt a wave of pressure, unmistakable and suffocating. It was the aura of a Grandmaster. All heads snapped toward the source. A man clad in black armor was flying in a sword. Instantly, alarms flared in their minds. Only spirit masters beneath the king realm could fly using objects. That meant this stranger was not only a spirit master, but one who had reached the Grandmaster level. Spirit masters were dreaded on the battlefield. They could manipulate bullets mid-air, hurl flying daggers with lethal precision, and with the flick of a hand raise armies to dust. Every soldier in the vicinity raised their guard. The patrol leader stepped forward and shouted, "This is a restricted area. Leave immediately or be charged with trespassing. We will shoot if necessary." Ethan stopped mid-air. He hadn't come to pick a fight. The leader had only been doing his duty. "I'm here for business," Ethan said in a hoarse voice. "Call your commander." Even before the soldier could respond, a powerful presence surged forward. A tall man in a military uniform stepped out, exuding calm authority. His aura was Grandmaster level 9, immense and sharp. "I'm Commander Ray," the man said politely. "May I know who you are and what business brings you here?" Ethan shook his head. "I came in secret. My identity must remain hidden. I've hunted some monsters, and I'll keep hunting for the next 3 days. Would you be interested in buying the materials?" Unofficially, Ray's eyes narrowed slightly in realization. "Someone from a powerful family or faction, no doubt. We can buy them," Ray said, "at 80 of market price off the record. Bring as many as you like. Ethan tossed a heavy backpack to the ground. It thudded with weight. Inside were materials from 3 Grandmaster Level 2 monsters. Ray's eyes lit up. These weren't just any monsters, each was rare, and the materials were in pristine condition. Ethan handed over an anonymous bank account ID. At market value, these parts were worth 30 billion credits. At 80, Ethan received 24 billion questions asked. Without another word, Ethan turned and left. Ray watched the figure vanish into the sky. Strange guy, he thought, but as long as he's only killing monsters, there's nothing to worry about. Ethan bought every monster he hunted, 3 already sold and the remaining 7 except the big one. Then he started coming every 2 hours to sell. He was hunting like a madman. He came again, this time not just one clone. 2 different clones appeared, each wearing a distinct suit of armor, but their overwhelming auras made it obvious they were connected, members of the same formidable organization. Another delivery, more monster parts. Ray was beginning to lose feeling. He had just completed business worth over 200 billion credits. He raised his hands helplessly. Are you going to come every 2 hours now? I'll need to request additional funds. Ethan's clone gave him a cold look, then request them. We've got a big one this time. What level? Ethan said nothing, merely dropped 4 backpacks at Ray's feet. Ray opened them and his breath caught. These were materials from a level 9 Grandmaster beast, and not just any beast, that beast. The one his battalion had tried to hunt a month ago and lost dozens of soldiers to. He recognized the hide, then the bones, the intact crystal core. This monster had nearly slaughtered his entire squad. They didn't go to the Area 25 for fun. That area was a dead zone for martial artists under King. Not even a Grandmaster level 9 could survive, as a King-level beast was present there. They only tried to hunt that particular monster because it left the Area 25 and tried to go to the other areas. His expression turned solemn. How did you kill this thing? You don't need to worry about that, Ethan replied coldly. Ray didn't argue. He immediately authorized a full payment of 100 billion credits. He even added a bonus. His personal vendetta against that monster had just been settled. Before Ethan left, he spoke once more. Keep your funds stocked. There's more to come. Ethan continued hunting, pushing all his skills to their limits. At one point, he even healed a level 9 Grandmaster monster just to test the extent of his healing ability. The beast, which had been on the verge of death, recovered within seconds, only for Ethan to kill it with a single swing of his sword. He slaughtered so many Grandmaster-level monsters that Area 25 had been almost completely cleared. Very few Grandmaster beasts remained. But what Ethan didn't realize was that his merciless massacre had caught the attention of the king of this territory. Deep within a palace-like lair, the creature previously in deep slumber suddenly opened its eyes. While Ethan was dispatching yet another beast, he felt a shift in the air. Something was coming. Fast. In a blur, the earth trembled. A shadow landed before him so fast it was as if it had teleported. A 5-meter-tall beast with scales like iron stood. Its golden eyes was calm. It was the gaze of a predator, but Ethan didn't panic much. Ethan finished off the monster in front of him without even looking at the predator. Then he looked at the earth dragon. His gaze met the creature's. A low voice echoed, not in a growl, but in perfect human speech. You dare to massacre my subordinates, insect? Ethan froze for a moment. So this was a king. He read about them that the monsters gain intelligence after reaching King Realm. But reading and hearing them in a life and death battlefield was two entire thing. Ethan's eyes were full of madness. He could go all out now. No beast in that area could force him to even use a single technique of multiplication. He just used them for fun. But now he could fight to his heart's content. He cracked his neck. There would be no holding back, not this time. Except for his clones, everything else had to be unleashed. With a flash of will, his level 9 sword intent erupted in full. The atmosphere cracked around him. The earth dragon's pupils constricted. How does an ant like him have this kind of power? The beast roared. A massive shockwave burst from its mouth, sweeping across 100 kilometers. In the cities beyond, martial artists trembled. The king of Area 25 is angry. Evacuate. Get out now. Chaos followed. Ethan dashed forward. The earth dragon struck back with equal force. Ethan's base strength was 69,440 tons, but with the 12 times amplification by his sword intent, it was now 833,280 tons. The earth dragon had the raw power of 800,000 tons, but it was capable of reaching 1 million ton destructive force through brute combat. The battlefield cracked. Ethan released his Thunder Domain. For the first time, the Thunder Domain had two functions. Suppress the enemy and shot thunderbolts like divine punishment. If the enemy was too strong compared to him, then the enemy wouldn't be suppressed or burned by the thunder. He would probably just feel a little numb. And that was the case for that earth dragon. Its raw power was many times higher than Ethan, so the domain probably wouldn't help much. An electric storm covering a kilometer radius. The domain didn't suppress the earth dragon much, but each thunder strike numbed its movements, disrupting its rhythm. Lightning fell, steel clashed with scale, For every blow Ethan struck, he received one in return, sometimes worse. Bones cracked, armor shattered, his body was sent flying hundreds of meters. He was in a sorry state, but his regeneration worked tirelessly, rebuilding muscle, mending fractures, restoring blood. With all this, the madness in Ethan's eyes only shot past the chart. Hour after hour passed, 3 hours of relentless, world-shaking battle. Ethan was covered in blood, some his, some not, but his blade never wavered. The earth dragon, now limping, roared in fury. Lightning danced across its body, burning flesh, tearing scales. With a final cry, Ethan surged forward. His sword gleamed with sword intent and the full power of the absolute speed sword technique, a blinding arc of power that split the sky. He swung, crack. The earth dragon's head fell to the ground, its massive body collapsing like a crumbling mountain. Ethan stood there, chest heaving. Thunder cracked above. His armor flickered with sparks. He had won. Alone, Ethan was still immersed in the aftermath of the battle. His body was regenerating, mending broken bones and torn flesh. His armor was shattered. He then replaced it with a newly conjured one forged through his armor skill. The fierce encounter had only intensified his thirst for battle. The thrill, the danger, it ignited something deep within him. He wanted more. He was already thinking of venturing into even more dangerous territories. But before that, there was one last thing to handle: the carcass of the fallen king-level beast. At that very moment, the control room of the military camp was in a state of stunned euphoria. Everyone had been aware that someone was battling the king of Area 25. Based on the sheer scale of the energy fluctuations, they had a strong suspicion about which mysterious organization was behind it. It must be the secret faction who were selling them monster materials repeatedly. But now, something shocking had occurred. The overwhelming aura of the king had vanished completely from their radar. Along with it, most of the remaining Grandmaster-level monsters had also disappeared. Area 25, once a high-risk zone, had been reduced to a standard hunting ground. Then came the message they had almost been expecting: a call from the enigmatic figure of that shadowy organization. He was returning to make another big deal. They didn't need to ask what the deal was about. They knew. Without hesitation, they contacted their higher-ups. The rest would now be handled by the higher-ups. Area 25, a name that sent chills down the spine of martial artists whenever it was mentioned. The reason was simple. It was the Dragon King's fortress, guarded by countless Grandmaster-level ministers. Even a seasoned king would struggle to return alive if they stepped in unprepared. And the danger didn't stop there. The number of powerful beasts in the region had been rising every month. Officials were on edge, fearing an inevitable beast tide. If that happened, Base City 5 would be wiped off the map. Even if Supervisor Charles were present, he was only a level 8 king, not a top tier 1. All top-level kings were stationed in the super cities, where threats were magnified by proximity to the oceans or massive forests. They didn't have the luxury of guarding regular cities like this. Alliance Hall, Base City 5. Charles sipped his lukewarm coffee, his gaze distant. Ethan had told him he'd be leaving the city in 5 days. That meant Charles would finally be able to leave this decaying Base City too. His phone rang. He glanced at the screen. It was Commander Ray from the outpost camp. "Why's he calling at this hour?" "Hello, Ray. What's up?" Charles asked casually. "Sir, there's a bit of a situation." Ray quickly laid out the report in full detail. "And sir, I don't think I can handle this." Charles stood up. Instantly, the laziness drained from his face. "What did you say?" he asked, voice sharper. "Repeat that again." Ray reconfirmed it. Charles narrowed his eyes. "Wait for me. I'll be there within a minute." Without another word, he strode out of his office. Outside, a sonic boom shattered the air as Charles soared skyward. In just 45 seconds, he reached the military outpost. Martial artists felt his unrivaled, oppressive pressure of a king slicing through the air. Though none could see him, the aftermath of his passage was enough. They bowed instinctively. Charles flew straight into the command center, where Ray was waiting stiffly. "Sir, the mysterious person will be here within 10 minutes. What are your orders?" Ray asked, standing at attention. "I'll handle it," Charles replied calmly. "You're dismissed." "Yes, sir." Ray saluted and left. Charles stood still for a moment, mind racing. Who are they? Which faction could send someone strong enough to clear Area 25 in under 10 hours? Even if I mobilized everything, I'd need days and a full battalion. 10 minutes later, Charles felt Ida Dual Grandmaster aura approaching fast from the sky. He stepped outside and looked up. 2 men clad entirely in battle armor flew toward the base, each riding a sword. Behind them floated the carcass of a 5-meter beast. Charles's eyes narrowed. 2 Spirit Master Grandmasters. What kind of elite force do they belong to? Ethan spotted him as well. Under his helmet, he muttered, "Why's this old gizzard here?" But he said nothing aloud. The 2 armored figures landed, beast carcass thudding to the ground. By now, a crowd had gathered, drawn by curiosity and awe. Charles stepped forward with a polite smile. "Hello, I'm Charles Denver, supervisor of Base City 5. May I know your name?" Ethan rolled his eyes behind the armor. "I already knew." But in a hoarse voice he replied, "It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Charles, but we can't provide any information about ourselves." "Apologies." Charles frowned slightly. He tried probing their strength but failed. "Strange, I can't even measure them." He didn't press. "Come inside. Let's talk business." Both of Ethan's clones nodded and followed him into the briefing room. They sat opposite Charles at the long metal table. "So," Charles began, "you mentioned a 3-day hunt, but you cleared the area in a single day." He gave a light chuckle. Ethan nodded. "Yeah, the king was really weak. We thought it'd take 3 days." Charles's mouth twitched. "Weak? That damn thing kept my entire command center awake at night," but he kept his expression neutral. "How many of you are there in this hunt?" Charles asked. 11, Ethan replied. Charles nodded thoughtfully. 11 elites and perhaps a king among them. That would explain it. He didn't pry further. Ethan leaned forward. "We're looking for more places like Area 25 zones where 1 or 2 kings might be present. Do you know of any such areas nearby?" Charles twitched again. If we had zones like that scattered around, this city would have been flattened already. Still, he didn't voice it. "Only Area 25 fits that description," Charles said. "But if you're looking for action, try Area 30, Area 34, and Area 35. They're not as extreme as Area 25, but they do contain many Grandmaster-level beasts." Charles nodded. "Normally, a level 4 king-class beast would fetch 30 trillion, but since you cleared a major threat, I'll offer 35 trillion. Fair?" Ethan nodded. "Agreed. You can transfer the amount to this account." He handed over the credentials. A few seconds later, Ethan's communicator beeped. His account had been credited with 35 platinum points. Ethan stood, shook hands with Charles, and the 2 clones turned to leave. Charles watched them go, eyes unreadable. After a moment, he called Ray. "Process the carcass," he said. Then he hung up. Wilderness, Area 25, inside a ruined building. Ethan's main body sat cross-legged in silence. He wasn't cultivating. He simply liked to meditate, brought him peace. Moments later, the 2 clones returned and showed him the updated balance. Ethan smiled. "Good, now we move to the next step." He planned to clear more danger zones around Base City 5. He would be leaving soon, but this place held too many memories. Rose was here. Ryan was here. Every corner of this city was tied to his past. He cherished it. There were 10 wilderness areas around Base City. Area 25 was the most dangerous, followed by areas 30, 34, and 35. The rest were manageable. Ordinary martial artists could handle them. There wouldn't be a beast tied anytime soon if he handled this right. He stood up, stepped onto his sword, and shot into the skyboom. 10 more sonic booms followed. All his clones ascended after him, forming a trail of shadows in the air. They split midair. Ethan and 1 clone headed to Area 25. 3 clones veered off toward Area 30. Another 3 turned toward Area 34. The last 3 flew toward Area 35. The sky echoed with their departure. After just 2 minutes of high-speed flight, Ethan arrived at his destination. Hovering silently in the dusk sky, he scanned the land below with a calm, yet razor-sharp gaze. Nightfall was drawing near. That meant he wouldn't be hunting for long tonight, but what he would do would be enough to shake the wilderness. Within his spiritual scanning range, Ethan detected a terrifying number of beasts. 63 Grandmaster-level beasts, 1,157 Master-level beasts, 15,200 Warrior-level beasts. The numbers were staggering. A base city typically boasted just over 50 Grandmasters. Yet here in this remote patch of the wilderness, more than that prowled the shadows. Humanity truly was walking on a razor's edge and misstep, and they would plunge into the abyss. But Ethan didn't come here to feel awe. He wasn't here to hesitate. Without a word, he raised one hand. 20 gleaming flying knives materialized, forged from pure metal energy, swirling with killing intent. Each knife launched into the sky like a silver comet, darting across the forest toward the locations of the Grandmaster-level beasts. At the same time, Ethan's clone blurred into action, diving toward the denser areas of the forest to deal with the master-level threats. Within Ethan's mental domain, every knife was a ghostly extension of his willfast, silent, and utterly lethal. But the Grandmaster beasts were not weak. Their instincts screamed at them the moment the threat approached. In unison, dozens of beastly roars shattered the silence of the night. The ground trembled as giant figures stirred, trees shook, eyes gleamed with primal fury. They sensed death, and it was already upon them. Yet none of them noticed the man in the sky. Ethan stood tall upon his sword, floating silently in the air like a deity descending from the heavens. His arms were folded behind his back. His gaze was cold, judgmental like a divine reaper overlooking a trial. He spoke one word: massacre. In an instant, the flying knives found their marks. Each one pierced through thick hides and iron-hard scales like hot blades slicing butter. In just 5 seconds, 20 Grandmaster-level beasts fell, their roars silenced forever. The blades didn't stop. They hovered in the air, dripping with blood and energy, beginning to search for new prey like cold, vengeful spirits. Ethan was watching the massacre from above. His eyes were calm. In this world, it was kill or be killed, and he didn't want to dare let anyone close to him die. so naturally these monsters had to die. 20 flying knives were darting through the sky at incredible speed, their silvery arcs catching faint glimmers of light as they locked onto their next targets. The 43 remaining Grandmaster-level beasts were scanning the area, hunting for the source of the threat. Then it happened again. The same roar of despair, sharp, drawn out, haunting, a death knell, and just like that, silence, complete silence. Even the insects forgot to make sounds. Only 23 remained now. Suddenly, Ethan spotted something, a cheetah, or rather a monster that resembled a cheetah. This cheetah was 5 meters long and exuded a violent primal bloodlust. It stood directly below him, its golden eyes locked onto him with terrifying intensity. The beast had found the source of danger. It roared. The sound split the air like a shockwave, sending tremors through the battlefield. That roar wasn't just a threat, it was a summon, and Ethan let it happen. From various corners of the area, dozens more roars answered. The ground trembled slightly with each reply. The air turned heavy, but Ethan didn't send his knives toward the Grandmasters anymore. Instead, he redirected them toward the top-tier master-level beasts still hiding in the periphery. 2 minutes later, 23 powerful auras had gathered beneath him, each one brimming with rage. They were staring up, eyes filled with venom, locked on the solitary figure in the sky. Ethan hovered only 100 meters above the ground. Then the cheetah crouched low, its muscles coiled like compressed springs. It was positioning for a high jump. It leapt, 90 meters into the air, almost reaching Ethan. Almost. Then another beast stepped forward, a hedgehog the size of an elephant. Its body glinted in the soft light of the moon, metallic. Then it shot its spikes toward Ethan. Its spikes, like javelins, shot outward in a storm of deadly projectiles. Ethan calmly waved his hand. A floating metallic shield shimmered to life under his feet, deflecting the darts with a chorus of sharp clangs. Then slowly he began to descend. The beasts watched in silence. Their enemy was coming down on his own, so they also stopped attacking. They were also measuring the threat level. What kind of threat they were facing, they didn't know. This man just looked like a simple human ant. No powerful aura was leaking from him. He landed gently, his boots crunching the dirt, his face unreadable. This time, Ethan didn't want to use his sword. He wanted to fight with his bare hands. Back on Earth in his previous life, there were many forms of martial arts, but those martial arts were used mostly for sports or entertainment, but they looked cool, especially one in particular. Wing Chun, he remembered a Chinese movie about it. The main character had been played by one of his favorite actors, Donnie Yen. That movie had inspired him. He'd once tried mimicking those moves in a park, fueled by passion, but a fat auntie jogging nearby had laughed so hard at him, he never dared to try again in public. But now, things were different. His mind was sharper, his memory perfect. He could recall every motion, every stance, every subtle angle and technique he'd ever studied, down to the smallest detail. He closed his eyes and moved. His hands shifted into position, body flowing into the Wing Chun stance with flawless precision. His limbs felt light, yet powerful, controlled, yet flexible. Floating beside him were several shields, defensive constructs, humming with energy. Like loyal guards, they hovered, ready to intercept any unexpected energy blasts or long-range attacks. And then, the fight began. The cheetah came first, a blur of yellow and black, its claws aiming straight for Ethan's throat. But Ethan leaned back an inch, letting the swipe pass mere millimeters from his skin, then countered with a lightning-fast chain punch to its jaw. The beast was thrown back, sliding across the ground in a burst of dust. It stopped breathing. The hedgehog launched its spikes, agging dozens of them. Ethan spun, dancing between them, his shields deflecting the rest. One spike grazed his arm, but he was wrapped in his armor skill, so it couldn't penetrate its defense. He smiled. A four-legged beast with twin horns charged next. Ethan met it head-on. He lowered his stance, slid beneath its horns, and struck upward with a palm that shattered its jaw. Behind him, a snake-like monster tried to wrap around his waist. Ethan didn't turn. His elbow crashed down like a hammer, breaking its spine in one swift move, but the monsters weren't done. Two tiger-like beasts pounced together. Ethan used a spinning kick to knock the first away midair, then followed with an open palm strike that sent the second flying into a boulder, cracking it in half. The shields beside him burst into motion, intercepting blasts of elemental energy from a fire-breathing lizard and ice shards from a manticore. The air turned chaotic flames, frost, wind, and blood blending into a hellish battlefield. Yet Ethan was calm. Actually, he started to enjoy this fight. Each movement was precise. Every block, every strike, every step a manifestation of focused destruction. One by one they fell. A monkey-like beast tried to blind him with sand. Ethan closed his eyes and stepped forward. Blind, yes, but not helpless. His fist struck the creature's ribs with brutal force, sending it into the ground with a howl. Now 10 remained. They circled him. Their eyes were full of wariness, their bodies trembling. They were intelligent enough to realize this wasn't a normal human. This was a predator, a living calamity. They attacked in unison, a final desperate charge, but Ethan dashed forward like a phantom. His hands became a blur. Chain punches, palm thrusts, low sweeps, elbow jabs. He danced between them like wind, every strike exploding with power. A final roar echoed across the battlefield and then silence returned. True silence. No more roars, no more threats. Ethan stood alone, surrounded by fallen beasts. Blood dripped from his fists, but his eye still calm. This was his path. He would always stay at the epitome of everything. He fought for 1 hour this time. Then he concentrated his mind on his clones. The one that came with him was fighting 3 top-level masters. Ethan then scanned the area again. This time no Grandmaster-level beast was alive, and his clone had almost killed half of the Master-level beasts. Ethan also helped by using his flying knives. After his clone finished the 3 monsters, he called it back. Ethan could see there were carcasses everywhere. With a thought, they started pulling those carcasses from different places 20 at a time. The clone could lift 15, so they started gathering them in a single place. Ethan also knew that his clones had killed some monsters, but they couldn't kill those top-tier ones. Ethan didn't mind. He'd leave them for others. Monsters were excellent resources if they were not dangerous. 1 more hour passed. Ethan looked at the mountain of carcasses in front of him. Then he called Commander Ray again. He informed him about the hunt and gave specific information. Ethan asked Ray to send trucks and soldiers to take back these materials. They could think about the price later. On the other side, Ray just nodded. He knew this bunch of people were elites of humanity, probably came here to hunt monsters to make the area safe. Ethan sat down, closed his eyes. He had thought he would fight for 3 days, but he finished every powerful beast near Bay City 5 in 1 day. 3 to 4 hours later, 50 trucks entered his mental domain. They came to collect the carcasses. 63 Grandmasters, 3 level 9, 5 level 8, 7 level 7, 9 level 6, 12 level 5, 14 level 4, 13 level 3. Then around 600 master-level monsters. Every monster was huge, so they would need 50 trucks. After 1 more hour, the trucks reached Area 30. The soldiers driving the trucks were only warrior level. They never thought they would ever enter this dangerous area, but now they were entering it with huge trucks and no beasts attacked them. They didn't feel any palpitation in their hearts, because they knew there was an elite from humanity waiting for them here. All the trucks rolled steadily into the wilderness, making their way to the area Ethan had marked on the map. The atmosphere was tense. A few low-level beasts lurking nearby dared to approach, but they were instantly eliminated by the vigilant soldiers. Their discipline was sharp, their formation unbroken. As the last truck halted and the engines fell silent, the soldiers jumped down 3 per truck, forming 5 neat rows. 150 soldiers in total stood at attention. Their gazes shifted ahead, and what they saw widened their eyes until they looked like saucers. A mountain. No, a mountain of death. Piled high before them were 663 massive beast carcasses, their bodies stacked in gruesome precision. Blood still glistened on some of their hides, and a metallic tang filled the air. The sight was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Beside this grotesque mountain, 2 figures sat calmly in a meditative position, cross-legged like ancient monks. One of them wore radiant golden armor, reflecting the moonlight like a god descended from the heavens. The other was clad in sleek blue armor. Both exuded an aura of absolute dominance. It was Ethan and one of his clones. As the soldiers stood stunned, they suddenly snapped into action, raising their arms in synchronized salute. Their eyes were filled with reverence. Ethan gave a calm nod and then spoke, his voice calm but commanding. Open the backs of the trucks. The soldiers moved without hesitation. The truck doors creaked open. Ethan raised a hand. A soft hum resonated through the air as dozens of beast carcasses began floating, one by one, surrounded by a faint, shimmering blue glow. His mental energy wrapped around them with ease, directing the bodies into the trucks like feathers carried by the wind. The scene looked like magic, but this was sheer psychic mastery. Had they done it by hand, the soldiers would have been here till dawn, but with Ethan's help, all the bodies were loaded within an hour. The soldiers' respect for Ethan surged to another level. As they boarded the trucks once more, they saluted him again before driving off into the horizon. Ethan remained where he was, standing still like a lone sentinel beneath the sky. 5 minutes later, 9 more figures emerged from the sky, identical to the man in gold armor but with different colors. His clones. He turned to them with a thought. Go. Without a word, the 9 clones dispersed in 9 directions, moving like shadows through the forest. Each had their task, to enter the various base cities and eliminate monsters while gathering resources and money. They would strengthen the organization Ethan was thinking to build. Ethan tapped his communicator and contacted Charles. Mr. Charles, I need your help. Charles' voice came through, warm and enthusiastic. What kind of help? If I can do it, I'd be glad to. The old man was visibly eager. He wanted to stay in good terms with this mysterious group. After all, having so many spirit masters meant immense strength and potential influence. I'm sending my members to other base cities to hunt monsters, Ethan explained. Can you help me set up similar hunting agreements like before? Charles didn't hesitate. Of course, just tell me where. Base City 1, 2, 3, and 4, Ethan replied after a pause. Consider it done. I'll inform the local branches immediately. Your people can start anytime. And I am the supervisor of this 4 cities too, Charles replied proudly. After cutting the line, Ethan got to work. He assigned 3 clones to Bay City 1 since it had 27 wilderness zones, the largest by far. Bay Cities 2, 3, and 4 each got 2 clones. The last clone remained here in Bay City 5, acting as a guardian for his assets and property. Now, if only I had a face-changing skill, Ethan muttered. I wouldn't have to wear this full armor. It attracts too much attention. Maybe I'll find something in the super city. With that, he left the wilderness behind. Back in the city, he thought something. He told his parents that he would return in 3 days, but if I return now, it'd be awkward. He felt a bit embarrassed. Instead of heading home, he booked the presidential suite at a luxury hotel. His clothes were torn from battle. Walking around in full-body armor wasn't ideal. He needed to buy some clothes. He bought a set of clean, stylish clothes, something casual yet noble, then made his way to the hotel. Inside, the lobby was spacious and polished. Behind the counter stood a young receptionist, her attention fixed on her phone. She looked up absently when she heard footsteps. Ethan asked her about his room. The girl looked up to see the guest, but the moment her eyes landed on Ethan, her heart skipped a beat. He wasn't just handsome, he was breathtaking. Golden armor clung to his tall, sculpted frame like divine craftsmanship. His face was calm, dignified like a prince from celestial realms. She blinked. This man seemed a little familiar. Where had she seen him? Wait, Ethan, the Ethan Hunt from the TV. No, he didn't look this good on screen. How can reality be so different? She was practically lost in thought when... Snap! Ethan clicked his fingers. Hey, she jolted upright. Why yes, Mr. Ethan, here's your room card. She scrambled to hand it over. I'll escort you to your room, no need, Ethan interrupted. Just tell me the direction. She was visibly disappointed but nodded quickly and gave him directions. Then as he turned to go, he casually handed her a tip, 10,000 credits. Her eyes widened in disbelief. That was her monthly salary. Mr. Ethan is so generous. Her heart fluttered. If only, but she stopped herself. She saw the indifferent look in his eyes. Besides, everyone knew about his rumored girlfriend for whom he moved the entire alliance that day. Ethan walked to his suite, showered, changed into clean clothes, and placed a food order. Room service delivered after some time. Flame-grilled spiral beast ribs glazed with red volcanic salt, tender and spicy. Sapphire cloud fish sashimi, served cold with micro-herbs and clear starlight vinegar. Quantum Rissiach grain infused with high-energy particles, known for rapid recovery. Midnight moonfruit juice, sweet, thick, and rich in mental energy boosters. As he began to eat, he dialed Rose. It was already past 10 p.m. Rose was still at her desk, surrounded by books, studying for her upcoming exam. Her phone lit up with Ethan's name. Her heart skipped. She quickly answered, her face glowing. Hello, Rose, how are you? I'm fine, she replied softly. What about you? I'm good. Are you free tomorrow? Rose blinked, her heart suddenly racing. Was this what she thought it was? Yeah, I don't have anything important planned. Would you like to hang out with me? He was as direct as ever. Her cheeks flushed red, but she kept her voice steady. Sure, what do you want to do? Nothing planned. We'll just go with the flow. How's that sound? I like it, she smiled. Pick me up from home. Okay. He ended the call, smiling faintly. The food was delicious and quickly finished. After that, Ethan went to bed. The next morning, Ethan woke up early. Sunlight streamed through the curtains. He checked his system panel. Master Ethan Hunt. Physique 138,880. Spirit 138,880. Talent infinite comprehension. He had finally crossed the 100,000 mark, a true king-level strength now. He recalled the power levels he read on the Alliance forum. Level 1, 100,000 tons. Level 2, 200,000 tons. Level 3, 300,000 tons. Level 4, 500,000 tons. Level 5, 700,000 tons. Level 6, 900,000 tons. Level 7, 1,200,000 tons. Level 8, 1,500,000 tons. Level 9, 1,800,000 tons. The jump from level 1 to 9 was 18 times twice the jump from the lower 3 realms. King Realm was a different league. 7 days. That's all it took him to go from awakening to surpassing a level 1 king. Even Ethan chuckled at how absurd that was. But then again, if he was the absurd one, that was fine. He smiled with a big grin. He also noticed that his mental energy had evolved again. He could now control 30 objects at once, more than double his previous increasement. After a quick freshening up, Ethan began his preparations for the date. Outfit. He wore a navy blue coat with a subtle sheen, a black high-neck undershirt, and platinum-trimmed pants with light adaptive fabric. Paired with polished boots and a silver chrono watch, the look was sophisticated yet effortlessly charming. He ate breakfast, then placed an order for a new vehicle. His old car was at home, and he didn't want to go back there now, so he bought a limited edition luxury car, the Celestial Nova V12. The price was 5 billion credits. The moment the car arrived at the hotel, a crowd gathered. Wait, isn't that the Celestial Nova, the one that was never for sale? What's it doing here? Is someone finally selling it? They had no idea Ethan didn't buy it through normal means. Gossip exploded like wildfire. Ethan ignored the attention. He called Rose, "I'll arrive in 30 minutes. Be ready." Civilian District, Rose's home. Inside, Rose stood before a mirror. Her mother, Elizabeth, was helping her pick out a dress. Rose never cared much about fashion, but today was different. Today she was going out with Ethan. Her hands trembled slightly. A soft blush tinted her cheeks. Something new was blooming in her heart. Maybe, just maybe, this wasn't just admiration anymore. Maybe it was something deeper. Ethan then left the hotel with his supercar. The car enthusiasts watched the vehicle disappear with envy and fanaticism. But the owner was none other than Ethan Hunt, the most popular young man in the city. Though they didn't know exactly who Ethan was, they knew one thing. He had the power and authority to move the entire martial alliance in the city if needed. Ethan parked his car near Rose's apartment building. This super luxurious car immediately caught the attention of everyone in the district. But no one dared come near it. They feared a single scratch could cost them their lives. Ethan messaged Rose. 3 minutes later, Rose appeared. She wore an elegant off-shoulder navy blue velvet dress that hugged her figure gracefully. The fabric shimmered subtly under the sunlight. Her hair was tied up in a soft bun, with a few strands falling around her ears. Silver heels and delicate pearl earrings completed the look, making her appear noble and stunning like a goddess descending to earth. Ethan stepped out of the car, but when he looked at Rose, he was mesmerized by her ethereal beauty. His mind drifted into silence. No one knew what he was thinking. But what Ethan didn't know was that Rose was facing an even more intense reaction than him. The last time she saw him, he was still at the master level. Now he had broken through to grandmaster and undergone a second baptism. There was a vast difference in him before and after. Rose's heart pounded like a drum. It felt as though it might leap from her chest. "This damn man is more beautiful than me." Unforgivable, Rose snorted inwardly. "I must learn his secret for this kind of beauty." Ethan suddenly felt a chill on his back. "Which son of a bee is cursing me from behind?" He smiled, stepped forward, and said, "Hello, my lady. Shall we go?" Rose smiled back as Ethan opened the car door for her. She stepped inside gracefully. Then Ethan followed. "Where do you want to go?" Ethan asked. Rose replied, "I don't have any particular choice. Do you have one?" Ethan thought for a moment. "Let's go shopping first." Rose's eyes immediately lit up. Which girl didn't like shopping? Rose was no different. She had just buried that passion deep inside for her mother and sister. But with Ethan entering her life, those suppressed desires began to rise again. She wanted to be spoiled. Ethan smiled and sped off with a boom. They arrived at the biggest shopping center in the city. It was run by a branch of the Paragon Group, an international enterprise owned by the top families of the world. Ethan parked his car. A parking boy nearby stood with reverence in his eyes. This was the Celestial Nova Special Edition. The owner had to be extremely influential. The boy opened the door. Ethan stepped out with elegance, radiating a noble aura. Ethan then walked to Rose's side and opened the door for her. Rose stepped out. Ethan threw the key to the parking boy. "Park it." The boy was still awed by the aura of the couple. They were the epitome of perfection, a celestial pair made for each other. He snapped out of it and quickly got into the driver's seat. He had never driven such a car before. He was thrilled. Ethan and Rose entered the shopping center. "So, Rose, what do you want to buy? You can have anything in this place. And when I say anything, I mean it, including me." His mouth was close to Rose's ear. Her ears turned red like tomatoes. Steam almost came out of her head. She quickly walked ahead, leaving Ethan behind. If she stayed a moment longer, she might have died. Ethan laughed and followed. "Ha ha ha, sorry, don't be angry. I was just joking. But the part about you can buy anything, that was serious." Rose's heart was still in turmoil. She entered a random shop to escape the butterflies in her stomach. Ethan followed her in. A woman approached them. "Hello, ma'am. Hello, sir. Welcome to our shop. What would you like to buy?" It was a luxurious women's clothing store, spacious, elegant. Ethan looked around and asked, "Do you sell the most beautiful and expensive clothes in this shopping center? If not, we'll leave, and don't try to deceive me with nonsense. That'll cost you heavily. Just answer yes or no." He didn't want to intimidate the salesgirl, but he also knew how shops often boasted about being the best just to beat competitors. Ethan wanted only the finest for Rose, so his tone was sharp. The girl was frightened. This man radiated a dangerous aura, and with his heavenly looks, he was definitely no ordinary person. Her throat went dry, but she still gathered her courage and replied, "Yes." Ethan smiled. The dangerous aura vanished. Now he looked like a completely harmless man. Rose rolled her eyes. Who talks to a lady like that? But deep down, she felt happy. Cough, cough, not happy at all. Definitely not happy. Ethan said, "You see this lady here? Doesn't she look like the Queen of Angels? Do you have something worthy of her?" Rose, whose heart had just calmed, immediately felt it pounding again. "This bastard really wants to kill me. I need to be more prepared for this kind of sneak attack." The salesgirl was jealous. This man was a perfect package, divine looks, powerful aura, and obviously rich. Rose and Ethan followed her. She led them to a special section of the shop reserved for the most expensive and exclusive dresses. At the center stood a mannequin, dressed in an exquisite gown. The dress was a floor-length, flowing creation made of rare black pearl silk and sea spider lace materials, harvested only from the depths of the Mediterranean and Arctic coastal regions. The fabric shimmered in shifting hues of moonlight silver and midnight blue, catching the light like starlight on water. It had an open back design, delicate off-shoulder lace sleeves, and intricate gemstone embroidery along the waistline using natural sapphires and tiny diamond fragments. Despite its luxurious design, the dress looked weightless as if it had been spun from mist. It was timeless, elegant, and undeniably royal. Rose's eyes were glued to the dress the moment she saw it. It had an ethereal beauty that called to her soul. Her inner self was screaming, "I need this dress." But on the outside, she stayed composed. They weren't officially dating yet. She couldn't just ask for something so extravagant. Ethan looked at Rose. "Do you like this dress?" But Rose's eyes were still glued to the dress. She didn't even hear him calling. Ethan smiled lovingly. "This silly girl." Ethan said, "Nice. I want this dress. Pack it up. And show us more like this." The salesgirl was stunned. She had brought them here just to test the waters. Usually, once people heard the price, they'd back off and speak politely. But this man didn't play by the rules. What did he mean, pack it up, without even hearing the price? She asked gently, "Sir, won't you ask the price?" Ethan replied, "Doesn't matter, just do it." He currently had 35 trillion in his account, and last night's Monster Hunt payment hadn't even arrived yet. The girl was filled with envy. If only she had a boyfriend like this man. Her own boyfriend was good, but not even worthy to polish this man's shoes. But just as she was about to wrap the dress, a voice cut in. "Wait, that dress is already sold. You can't sell it again." The salesgirl's expression turned cold. "Rebecca, what nonsense are you talking about? How is this dress already sold? Why haven't I heard anything?" Rebecca, another salesgirl, showed no anger. "My sweet Lena, this dress has caught the attention of young Master David Ashford, so of course he will buy it." Lena's face lost all color. Ashford was no ordinary family. They were part of the ruling class of the world, based in the super city and a major shareholder of the Paragon Group. But why would an Ashford be here? She couldn't make sense of it. She looked at Ethan and rose with pain in her eyes. Ethan was famous in the city, but not everyone recognized him. Besides, he looked even more divine now. Rebecca glanced at them too. The moment she saw them, her eyes burned with jealousy. Why is this girl so beautiful? Why is this man even more handsome than young Master David? She hid her venomous look well, but Ethan noticed the change without even trying. Ethan was actually enjoying the show. Is it time to crush a young master's pride? Then the father will come, then the grandfather, and finally the great-grandfather, David Ashford. He's definitely not a small fry. Ethan's blood was boiling with excitement. He wanted to experience for himself the kind of chain reaction that protagonists in those novels always triggered. He had read many stories where the MC slapped some pervert in the street and suddenly, the emperor of the nation became his enemy because that guy turned out to be some young master's cousin. But Ethan was different. He had the strongest family backing, and he was so strong that he could fight a level 7 king if the king didn't use techniques. Ethan stepped forward. "Do you think I'm someone you can ignore, girl?" A slight portion of his aura leaked out. Rebecca felt as if a cosmic entity was staring into her soul. Her face turned pale. Sweat dripped from her forehead. She screamed, "Young master, save me." Rebecca's scream was heard by almost everyone in the shop. At the front of the boutique, 5 people stood, 3 men and 2 women. This group was so strikingly beautiful and handsome that even at a glance, it was clear they belonged to the elite section of society. They were chatting idly about something. One of the girls asked the most handsome man in their group, "Young master, are you really sure that Miss Renau will like this dress from a low-level city?" The young man replied in an amiable tone, "I got news about this dress from my father. It was designed by a genius fashion designer here, so I came to fetch it for Renau. I'm sure she'll fall head over heels for it." The girl looked disappointed. She also wanted that dress. The moment she saw it, she liked it very much. If David had sounded even slightly less confident about it, she could have persuaded him to buy something else for that bitch Renau. After all, she herself was one of David's precious toisomion he loved to play with dearly. The other girl was the sister of one of David's followers. He had brought her here hoping to find a chance to send her into David's bed, to help the family get closer to the Ashfords. David was a playboy through and through. The first girl was gnashing her teeth when she saw the amiable smile on David's face. This bastard wants to bed that big-boobed salesgirl and this girl together. But could she say anything? She was also nothing more than a toy to him. While they were chatting, they suddenly heard Rebecca's shrill scream, "Young master, save me." All 5 of them immediately walked toward the sound. When they reached the area, they saw Rebecca on her knees on the ground, her eyes bulging in horror as if she had seen a demon. In front of her stood an impossibly handsome man, so perfect that David himself looked plain and common beside him. The stranger stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, radiating a suffocating presence. One of David's followers quickly pulled Rebecca up. Ethan withdrew his aura as if nothing had happened. The follower asked sharply, "What happened, miss? Why did you scream and why were you in this position?" Rebecca's voice trembled as she glanced at Ethan. But when she saw David standing there, her eyes brightened and she recounted everything. The faces of all 5 people darkened instantly. One of them pointed at Ethan and shouted, "Bastard. You dared to attack a civilian, so what if you're a martial warrior and a bit handsome? She was here under young Master David's orders. You still attacked her. You're finished. The Alliance won't let you go easily, and even if they do, you've offended young Master. You are done." David was calmly observing, but then his gaze landed on Rose. He felt as if he were struck by lightning. How could someone be this beautiful? She was even more stunning than Renau Windsor. How a twisted hunger flared in his eyes. Heh, this girl belongs to me. No one in this world has the right to stand by her side except me. The girl beside him saw David's lustful expression. When she followed his gaze and saw Rose, she already knew Thai's girl would be taken, whether she wanted it or not. Then she looked at Ethan with sympathy. Such a divinely handsome man was doomed. First, he had offended David, and now he was standing beside a girl David coveted. Sigh. David stepped forward. He didn't spare Rebecca so much as a glance. He stopped in front of Rose and spoke with the most charming smile he could muster. "Hello, I am David Ashford. This shopping center is owned by the Paragon Group. My Ashford family is one of its owners. I am the young master of the Ashford family. May I have the honor of knowing your name?" Miss Rose didn't even look at him, as if he were a thin wisp of air. She turned to Ethan. "Let's go, Ethan. We don't need to buy this. I don't want any unnecessary problems today. We can check some other shop." David stood there like a wooden statue, stunned. He had been ignored, totally ignored. This had never happened to him before. He was always surrounded by flatterers wherever he went. He always got what he wanted. Even Renau Windsor from the great Windsor family never ignored him outright. She didn't accept him, but she never acted like he didn't exist. But this girl from a low-level city dared to dismiss him like air. A monstrous rage churned in his chest. At the same time, an unsatiable fire ignited in his heart, wanted to drag this girl into his bed and crush her pride into dust. Ethan's mouth twitched at Rose's words. "What do you mean you don't want any problems? Look at this poor creaturess, broken beyond repair now. How could he not want revenge? He's a young master after all. But then again, you are my woman, Ethan Hunt's woman. So of course you should be like this." He felt proud of Rose. Even the girl beside David was struck by lightning. She never imagined David would be ignored so completely, even after he declared who he was. Ethan said, "Don't worry. Nothing will happen. I am here." Rose nodded, but she still felt this bunch of people were trouble. Yet she trusted Ethan more than anything. David slowly turned his gaze to Ethan, his eyes filled with cold malice. His voice came out in a flat, commanding tone. "Brat, slap yourself 10 times, then break your legs and arms. After that, hand over that girl to me. Maybe then I'll forgive you for offending me and daring to speak such arrogant words in front of me." David's 5 followers smirked. To them, Ethan was a fool so arrogant even after learning who he had provoked. Ethan looked at David with amused curiosity. So this is what those protagonists feel in these situations. But the problem was Ethan didn't care. He stepped forward and raised his hand. David assumed Ethan was about to beg for mercy, so he sneered. "No begging will save you from punishment. If your girl can satisfy me in bed, maybe I'll lessen your sentence." Ethan's eyes turned glacial in an instant. At first, he only planned to have a little fun with this young master, to slap him around and leave him crawling in shame. But Rose was his reverse scale, just like his parents. The moment David's filthy words came out, Ethan acted. He gripped David's shoulder with his left hand, his fingers sinking into flesh hard enough to crack bone. David's pupils shrank, but before he could make a sound, Ethan's right palm smashed across his face. The slap landed with a muffled thunder. David felt like he'd been hit by a freight train, but Ethan's iron hand on his shoulder kept him rooted in place, so the entire force of the blow caved in his cheekbones. His jaw shattered. His teeth exploded into a mist of red and white. David's eyes rolled back, but Ethan didn't stop. He clamped a hand around David's tongue, tore it out in a wet, brutal rip. Blood poured from the gaping maw. Before the man could collapse, Ethan's palm blurred. In a heartbeat, he had severed both arms at the shoulder. Then he smashed down, snapping the knees backward with a grotesque crunch, folding David to the ground like a rag doll. Ethan's hand gripped his hair, yanked his head up, and with 2 swift thrusts, he gouged out both eyes. Dark sockets wept blood down the ruined face, but Ethan wasn't finished. His fingers flashed in a final motion. With surgical cruelty, he crushed David's groin. The young master's body convulsed, a bubbling, strangled howl tearing through his throat. Then Ethan laid his palm over each mutilated stump and channeled a ripple of energy. The bleeding sealed instantly, the wounds closed with perfect precision. If he hadn't done this, advanced human technology might have reattached David's limbs, but No would remain forever a blind, limbless husk. Everything happened in a blink. Only when Ethan stepped back did David's agony finally reach his brain. A guttural inhuman scream erupted from the mangled husk, echoing through the silent shop. David's followers only now regained their senses. When they saw their young master collapsed into a twitching torso, the women screamed hysterically. One fainted on the spot. The three men erupted in fury and charged Ethan, roaring, "Bastard, we won't let you off. Die." Ethan just looked at them with calm disdain. The moment his gaze met theirs, they felt as if the universe itself crashed onto their shoulders. All three fell unconscious mid-sprint, their bodies thudding to the marble floor. Rebecca and Lena and the follower's sister stood frozen as statues. Lena suddenly recalled Ethan's earlier words, "That will cost you heavily." Now she understood exactly what he meant. This man was a demon from the abyss, a sorcerer in human skin. He dismantled David Ashford in an instant and crushed three warriors by merely looking at them. Rebecca lost consciousness, her mind shattering under the terror. Rose stared at Ethan with wide, trembling eyes. She had heard what David said. Her eyes had turned red with rage and shame. But before she could even speak, David had been reduced to this. She didn't think further. She walked straight to Ethan and wrapped her arms around him tightly. Ethan blinked, startled by her sudden embrace, but then he smiled, warmth filling his chest. He slipped into his gentlemanly composure and hugged her back. "Were you worried, silly girl? Didn't I say nothing would happen? I am here." Rose didn't answer. She only nodded slightly, pressing her cheek to his chest. She felt she was sinking deeper into the abyss called love, and she never wanted to climb out again. Ethan glanced at Lena and spoke casually, "Pack this dress." Then he took Rose's hand and walked toward the counter. Lena moved stiffly, her limbs numb. She packed the dress with trembling fingers and stepped forward. Everyone in the shop had seen it all, yet nobody dared to speak or intervene, not even with the Ashford family's name hanging in the air. Lena held out the package, her hand shaking violently. Ethan asked how much. The shop owner stammered, "And no, sir, you don't have to pay. This is a gift from our shop to Madam for the inconvenience." Ethan looked at the owner like he was already a dead man. "How much?" he asked again. The owner felt his knees buckle. He clutched the table to stay upright. 50 million. Ethan nodded, paid the money, and turned to leave with Rose. Rose blinked innocently. 50 what? 50,000, right? Ethan's mouth twitched. This girl's world will have to expand. One day she would be the empress of this universe. How could her view remain so small? So of course she needed time to understand the true scale of the world. Ethan went out with Rose. When he stepped outside, his mental domain had already sensed 3 top-level grandmasters hiding nearby. Ethan just smiled but didn't do anything. He wanted some spice, and his life everything had been too smooth lately. He feared it would become boring if nothing ever happened. Those 3 were probably David's bodyguards. The 3 grandmasters heaved a sigh of relief. That monster had finally left. They never imagined simply letting young master enter the shop of this low-level base city would cost him everything. They'd been waiting outside. When Ethan attacked, they thought about intervening, but they couldn't see his movement. Everything had happened in an instant, so they hadn't dared to interrupt, fearing they might die. They searched for information about this man by photo. All official records were unavailable, but they found the videos where Ethan had mobilized the Alliance power to help his girlfriend's little sister. From that alone, they understood this young monster was influential. They couldn't treat it lightly, so they came to David's mutilated body and the others, who were all unconscious. Then they made a call directly to David's father, Nolan Ashford, the current patriarch of the family and a king-level powerhouse. Super City 3 Ashford family. Nolan was sitting in his study, reading over some family matters. Suddenly his mobile rang. It was Tiger, one of his son's bodyguards. He picked up the phone. "Hello," he said calmly. A trembling voice replied, "Sir, something happened to young master." Nolan's tone didn't change. "What happened?" Tiger recounted everything. Crack. Nolan's hand snapped the golden armrest clean off. The polished metal fell to the marble with a deafening clang. He stood up from his seat, eyes full of murderous fire. "Repeat that." His voice was a rasp, more terrifying than a roar. Tiger felt like he would pee at any moment. He stammered in a shaking voice, "Sir, the man's name is Ethan Hunt. We couldn't find anything about him officially, but he is very treasured by the Alliance. A few days ago, he moved the entire branch martial hall of this city to rescue his girlfriend's little sister. Even the supervisor was moved that day." Nolan's gaze was spitting fire. He was going mad with rage. He demanded the information they had gathered about Ethan to be sent to him immediately. Then he called the family elders. So the family was still enormous, like those in cultivation novels. In the family meeting, Nolan was behaving like a mad beast. He loved his son dearly, even if he was good for nothing. A family elder stepped forward, face pale. "Patriarch, silence." Nolan bellowed. "A nobody from a gutter city dares to humiliate my bloodline, my heir. And you think I shouldn't do anything because he might be a genius of the Martial Alliance. From when did the Ashford family become so pathetic?" The elder tried again, voice trembling. "This Ethan Hunt. We must be careful. The Martial Alliance, I don't care about the Martial Alliance." Nolan slammed his palm on the table. The 1,000-kilogram slab of crystal split down the center like rotten wood. Summon the execution division. We'll make that city a tomb for that bastard." The gathered retainers knelt as one, terrified to meet his gaze. Then a heavy voice echoed from the darkened archway. "No." All eyes turned. From the shadows stepped an old man clad in a robe woven from silver threads. The supreme elder, Erasmus Ashford. He was the level 1 emperor of the family. His aura was as vast as an ocean, yet perfectly restrained. Nolan's chest heaved. "Father." Erasmus gestured to an aide standing by the door. "You investigate this Ethan Hunt. Everything. Family, background, patronage." The aide bowed and sprinted from the hall. Nolan gritted his teeth until his jaw creaked. The seconds stretched like years. No one dared to speak. The aide returned 20 minutes later, face as white as bone. "Report," Erasmus ordered. The aide swallowed, voice thin. We traced him. Ethan Hunt is not a vagabond. He is the direct scion of the Hunt family of Super City 1. Gasps broke out among the elders. Super City 1, the Hunt family. That was a name that could not be spoken lightly. Their patriarch was a level 8 emperor, almost a myth. Moreover, his 2 sons were also emperors. Their power eclipsed the Ashfords 10 times over. Even the Paragon group couldn't do anything to that family. Nolan's fingers tightened around the shattered throne. The veins on his forehead bulged. He wanted to kill the man who had crippled his son and humiliated his family. But the man was someone the Ashford family could not afford to offend. He looked at his father. "Father, if you can't do anything, I'll resign from the family and go to kill that bastard myself." Nolan was a madman. He wanted revenge at any cost. Erasmus said calmly, "He is my grandson after all. How could I not do anything? But we need a plan to execute it. First, bring David back to the city. Let's see if we can fix him or not." The Ashford family was now making a venomous plan. Meanwhile, Ethan and Rose went to another shop to buy jewelry, then facial products. Ethan wasn't even the slightest bit worried. If the Ashford family waited 2 days, he would be able to handle any situation under the Emperor realm. Besides, he still had the Hunt family. If necessary, he could ask that old geezer grandpa to help. After shopping for 4 hours, they finally went to eat. After that, they decided to go to the movie theater to watch a film. Ethan and Rose came out. The parking boy brought the car in front of Ethan enthusiastically. Ethan nodded at him and gave him 15,000 credits as a tip. The boy was frightened by the money. His monthly salary was around 3,500 credits. He bowed to Ethan like Ethan was his father. He was very emotional. Rose didn't comment this time like before. She already knew Ethan was filthy rich. After that, they went directly to the theater. The movie finished at 5 p.m. Ethan and Rose went to a park. He parked the car, then they walked side by side. They didn't speak. Suddenly, Ethan said, "Rose, come with me to the super city. Take Auntie and Zara too. I won't feel safe leaving you here." Though one of his clones would stay here, that clone only had 5 of his attributes. It couldn't handle a critical situation. Rose's heart warmed, but she said, "We're not married." The super city requires a special identity to stay there, especially with family. You could live there, but before admitting to university, I won't have an identity to stay. Ethan spoke directly, then let's get married. Rose stopped. Her heart was beating wildly again. Today was a very dangerous day for her. This man was way too good to her. She couldn't control her emotions. Ethan walked ahead, then looked back and saw Rose wasn't beside him. He stopped and looked behind. Rose was standing there with a tomato-red face. Ethan really wanted to go there and pinch her face, but he controlled his inner demon. He asked, "Are you tired? Shall we go home?" Rose didn't reply. She didn't want to go home, but staying with him was too dangerous. So she nodded. Ethan was a little disappointed. He also wanted to do something. Cough, cough, nothing. He wanted to do nothing. They came to the car and stepped in. Ethan said while driving, "Don't worry about anything. I am pretty sure I can take you to the super city even if we are not married." He was planning something. He took Rose to her house. There were many shopping bags. Ethan had bought gifts for Zara and Elizabeth too. He carried the bags to the door. Rose rang the doorbell. Elizabeth opened the door. "You're back already? I thought you wouldn't return home today." She teased Rose a little, but Rose's face turned red as a tomato. Elizabeth looked puzzled. Did something happen between them? Rose went in fast. Ethan greeted from behind, "Hello, Auntie. How have you been?" Elizabeth was surprised Ethan had also come. She smiled amiably. "Come inside, son." Then he went in and sat on the sofa. He asked Rose for some water. Elizabeth brought a glass of water. After drinking, he asked, "Where is Zara?" Elizabeth said, "She's in her room, probably playing on her phone. I'll call her." Elizabeth shouted, "Zara, come here. Look who has come." Ethan was planning to see if he could heal Zara with his healing skill. Zara's small footsteps pattered across the floor before she appeared in the living room doorway. She wore a soft pink dress and held a plush rabbit to her chest. When she saw Ethan, her bright eyes widened, then darted shyly to the side. "Big brother Ethan." Ethan smiled gently. "Hello, little princess." Zara's cheeks glowed pink. She shuffled in place, almost hiding behind her mother's leg. Rose watched the scene, warmth flooding her heart. Elizabeth stepped aside. "Come on, Zara, don't be shy." Ethan leaned down and ruffled her silky hair. "I brought something for you." He handed her a box wrapped in pastel blue paper. Zara peeked inside and her eyes sparkled. It was a delicate crystal hairpin shaped like a snowflake. Ethan's smile faded a little as his mental power swept over her fragile body. He hadn't planned to probe so openly, but he needed to know the truth. His consciousness slipped into her meridians and bones, every cell revealing itself under his perception. Suddenly he felt it. In Zara's bone marrow deep in her third lumbar vertebra cluster of dark, crystalline cells was lodged like a parasite. They radiated a cold aura, an unnatural ice energy that poisoned the surrounding tissue. Even as he examined it, a flicker of that chill reached his mental sense, pricking him with discomfort. Cancer. No, it was similar, but not a normal disease. What the hell is this? Was it planted by someone, or born inside her? His jaw tightened. Zara had always been weak, but no one could have imagined this. He turned to Elizabeth and Rose, composing his expression. Zara, he said softly, I'm going to use a special technique. You may feel warm. Zara nodded, clutching her rabbit tighter. Ethan placed his palm on her small shoulder. Pure golden light elemental energy surged from his core. It wrapped around her like a gentle tide, flooding her veins, restoring the damage that insidious cold had caused for years. Her brittle marrow grew stronger, her pale skin brightened with healthy color, and the faint tremors in her limbs vanished. Elizabeth covered her mouth. She hadn't seen her daughter look this lively in years. Yet as Ethan focused, he realized something alarming. No matter how he poured his light force into the cancerous seed, it didn't wither. The surrounding damage healed perfectly, but the icy crystal remained lodged there, inert yet pulsing with cold power. He drew back slowly, frowning. Big brother. Zara blinked up at him, touching her arms. I feel warm, like Mama's hugs. Elizabeth's eyes brimmed with tears. Ethan, what did you? I awakened a healing talent when I awakened my core, Ethan said quickly, though the lie tasted bitter on his tongue. It's limited, but it can restore injuries and fatigue. Rose looked at him with 1,000 questions in her eyes. Why didn't he tell her before? Why only now? But she didn't press. He turned to Elizabeth, studying the lines that hardship had carved into her face. With a sigh, he placed a hand on her shoulder. May I? Elizabeth's voice wavered. Of course. He closed his eyes. Light energy surged again, sweeping through her body like a river dissolving silt. Years of exhaustion, malnutrition, and stress melted away under the tide of life force. The dull ache in her bones disappeared. The fading luster of her hair brightened to a soft chestnut sheen. When Ethan lifted his hand, Elizabeth's skin glowed with vitality. She looked barely past her early 30s beautiful in a way that stunned even Rose. Mama. Rose's eyes turned red. Elizabeth raised trembling fingers to her cheek. How is this possible? It's just something I can do, Ethan said gently. Consider it a gift. Then without warning, Rose stepped forward. She threw her arms around his neck and pressed her lips to his. Her body trembled as their warmth mingled. For a heartbeat, neither of them moved. Her breath shivered against his mouth. Then she pulled back abruptly, eyes wide with panic, and sprinted to her room, slamming the door behind her. Elizabeth blinked, stunned. Ethan chuckled under his breath. His heart felt impossibly full. He stood, exhaling slowly. I'll be going. He nodded and left the apartment, stepping into the dusk with a soft smile lingering on his face. Marshall Hall. Ethan walked through the main hall without slowing, ignoring the startled looks that followed him. He went straight to Charles's office and pushed the door open without knocking. Charles was hunched over his desk, scribbling something on a document. When the door banged open, he looked up, ready to unleash a barrage of curses. But when he saw it was Ethan, High swallowed his words. But then he cursed in a different tone. You bastard, he snapped, pointing his pen like a dagger. Didn't even knock. What if I was having personal time with a woman? Would you have stared like an idiot? Ethan sneered. What can an old geezer like you even do with a woman? Does that thing even stand anymore? Charles's face turned purple. You little shit, who said it doesn't stand? I could father 10 sons like you if I wanted. Yeah, Ethan waved lazily. Sure you could. Charles was about to fire back when Ethan cut him off. Listen, old man, I've broken through to Master Realm. I came to update my information. I don't have time to bicker with you. Charles felt like he'd been struck by lightning. What did you say, punk? Are you here to mess with me? Huh? Ethan rolled his eyes. Do you think you're some great beauty that I'd mess around with you? Just check for yourself. They walked to the punching machine. Boom. Ethan's fist sank into the steel plate. A clear number flashed. 50,000. This was undeniably the strength of a martial master. Charles's legs almost gave out. This bastard will be the death of me someday. His breath came fast. He fumbled for the secure phone Leon had given him personally. The line connected after 2 rings. Hello, Charles. Leon's deep voice came. You called directly. Urgent news about Ethan. Charles swallowed. Yes, sir. This boy is standing in front of me. He has broken through to Master Realm today. Silence. Then Leon's voice came again, low and incredulous. Are you joking? Charles rolled his eyes to the ceiling. Do you think I have the guts to do that? He thought silently, but he said seriously again. No, sir, I wouldn't dare. Ethan has really broken through. I confirmed it. Another long pause. Charles heard a faint muttering. 3 days ago, I visited that boy. He was at warrior level 9. He broke through the day before that, so he reached master realm from level 9 warrior in 4 days. Silence again. Then Leon started laughing, maniacal, booming laughter that echoed through the speaker. Ha 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 ha, the earth has hope. If we can hold on 5 or 6 more years, if we can hold on, we might survive the calamity. Charles felt his heart slow to something like normal. Leon's voice returned, steadier but tinged with something like awe. Give him the phone. Charles passed it over. Here. Ethan took it, casual as ever. Hello, Mr. Vice President. How are you? Leon's chuckle rumbled like distant thunder. Good. No, I'm better than good. My soul feels lighter than it has in decades. You little monster, you didn't disappoint me. You've shown your worth again. I want to give you a gift, Leon said. Tell me, what do you want? Ethan didn't hesitate. Vice President, I'd like to ask a favor. Oh, Leon sounded surprised and delighted. If it's in my power, I won't refuse. Speak. I'd like 3 additional residence permissions in the super city, for Rose and her family. Leon went silent for a heartbeat. Only that? You didn't even need to ask me. You can bring anyone you want. Ask for something else. Ethan shrugged, though Leon couldn't see it. What can I ask for? You've already made everything free in the Alliance market. If I need anything, I'll ask later. Leon laughed softly. Fair enough. When are you coming to Super City? 2 days from now, I think. I'll be waiting, Leon said. Rest well, and be careful. The line clicked off. Super City, One Hunt Family Estate. Leon set the receiver down. His hands were steady, but his eyes burned. He called Alexander immediately. Alexander's face appeared on the hologram. Vice President, what is it? Your great-grandson. He's reached Master Realm. Alexander's face froze. Then his expression shifted through disbelief, then wonder, then quiet satisfaction. He turned, shouting into the hallway. Call everyone. James and Ryder came running. Father, what happened? Alexander looked them in the eye. Ethan has broken through to Martial Master Realm. Decorate this house like the greatest occasion is arriving. We will welcome him in a manner befitting his achievement. Yes, Father, Marshal Hall. Charles leaned back in his chair, wiping sweat from his brow. He glared at Ethan. You little monster. If you keep this up, you'll reach the sky in a single step. Ethan's eyes darkened. Don't curse me, old man. Before I reach the sky, you'll be kicking the bucket. Charles froze. Then he realized what he'd said and coughed awkwardly. I meant it in a good way. Yeah. Charles sighed, half exasperated, half proud. When are you throwing your farewell party? You're leaving soon. Maybe the day after tomorrow, Ethan said. I'll visit the school tomorrow and order 35 Supreme Tier body strengthening fluids for me. I'll pick them up then. Before Ethan was about to leave, he turned to Charles and asked, Can I take the Annihilation sword technique now? It wasn't just any technique, it was one of the 2 legendary sword arts. Even the president of the Martial Alliance, known as Dragon, had practiced it. Charles shook his head. No, the scroll copy will be coming from Super City by special jet. It'll take about 2.5 hours. Go make your purchases in the market. I'll deliver it to your home. Ethan waved it off. No need to send it to my house. Deliver it to my hotel room. Charles frowned. Why are you staying in a hotel? Aren't your parents at home? They are, Ethan replied quickly. I just wanted to give them some space. Of course, that was a lie. In truth, he was too embarrassed to go back after claiming he'd return in 3 days, but he came back after just 1 day. He did that once before, so felt embarrassed as a man. Charles gave him a look, then nodded. All right, you can rest easy. Ethan made his purchases. Though he had enough money to buy the technique, but that identity was now confidential. He couldn't use his own money, so he just used the free purchase option. His body no longer felt physical or mental fatigue, but spiritually he was drained. Right now, all he wanted was a hot meal and a soft bed. When he returned to the hotel, the receptionist greeted him warmly as he passed by. Ethan simply nodded back. Once in his room, he stepped into the shower and stood under the hot water for 30 full minutes. That's refreshing, he sighed as he stepped out. Time for some good food. He changed into comfortable clothes, placed a food order, and sank into the soft, plush bed. Then he opened his communicator and sent a message to Rose. Ethan, hello, honey. Her reply came instantly, as if she'd been waiting. Rose, don't talk nonsense, who's your honey? Ethan, after stealing my first kiss, you're still pretending to be innocent. Rose, don't bring that up. Maybe you used black magic on me or something. Just thinking about the kiss made her cheeks flush red. Her heart was racing. Ethan, I swear I didn't do anything. Trust me. Rose, who knows? Ethan grinned. This playful back and forth felt oddly comforting. His food arrived just in time: beef steak, quantum rice, a massive 30 centimeters lobster, fresh salad, and a few other gourmet dishes. Even the dessert tray had ice cream. He snapped a photo and sent it to Rose. Ethan, hungry. You can come over if you want. Rose, eat as much as you like. Even if you get fat and ugly, it's not my problem. But Ethan knew her too well. She was a foodie. Even if she acted tough, her mouth was probably watering. He chuckled, then ordered the same meal and sent it to her house via drone. The delivery arrived in under 5 minutes. Ethan, let's eat together. I haven't started yet. Rose's heart warmed. Though they weren't together in person, sharing the same food at the same time felt like a quiet, shared moment. A soft smile spread across her face. After dinner, the two continued chatting for nearly 2 hours. Then the door was knocked. A moment earlier, Charles had messaged that he was on the way. Ethan sent Rose a quick goodnight and opened the door. Charles stepped inside, holding a scroll case and a thick book. "This is your sword technique," he said, handing over the scroll. And this book was sent by the vice president. It contains insights written by the president himself. "This old man is using emojis now," Ethan chuckled to himself. After Charles left, Ethan settled in to examine the scroll. Annihilation was found 35 years ago in a ruin. It had 7 layers. If someone learned it full, they could gain a total multiplication of 7 times of his base strength. Ding, a sword technique is detected. Comprehend. Yes, he responded without hesitation. Ding. You have comprehended the primordial sword technique. Extinction. Extinction, primordial grade, 10 levels. Level 1, 2 force. Level 2, 4 force. Level 3, 6 force. Level 4, 9 force. Level 5, 12 force. Level 6, 15 force. Level 7, 20 force. Level 8, 25 force. Level 9, 30 force. Level 10, 50 force. Ethan blinked. Wait, what the heck, 50 times force? What kind of insane concept was that? If he reached level 10, he'd be able to erupt with 6.9 million tons of power now. A level 9 king had about 1.8 million tons base strength, and most techniques in the world only multiplied force by 5 at most. Even a peak king with the annihilation technique maxed out at level 7 would only hit around 12.7 million tons. But Ethan had level 9 sword intent, which gave him a 12 multiplier. Combined with level 10 extinction's 50, that would be 600. His current attribute was 138,880 tons. A 600 multiplier meant over 83 million tons of output. Holy shit, that was dangerously close to the base strength of a level 5 emperor. Of course, he'd need time to master all 10 levels. Besides, tomorrow his attributes would double again. Ethan gripped Frostmourne and began practicing the technique. It was already 10:30 p.m. Time slipped by. He trained non-stop until 6:00 a.m. Ding. You have reached level 2 extinction. Ethan exhaled deeply. It's too hard. If the dragon found out he'd turned the annihilation scroll into a primordial grade technique and already learned 2 levels in 9 hours, he might explode on the spot. And Ethan still wasn't satisfied. He opened his system panel. Master. Ethan Hunt. Physique. 277,760. Spirit. 277,760. Talent. Infinite comprehension. Ethan's today's peak combat power was something like this. Sword intent. Level 9, 12 extinction. Level 2, 4 total multiplication, 48. Peak combat power, 13.3 million tons. That was already more than the maximum output of a normal level 9 king with max annihilation technique. Ethan was pleased with his power. He then took a shower. After coming out, he ordered breakfast 10 minutes later. The food was delivered. Then he enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast. Today, he planned to visit the school. Yesterday, Charles had also delivered 35 bottles of supreme body strengthening fluid he ordered. He would give them to Rose, Ryan, Rhea, Elizabeth, and some other students who once helped him. All the students would come today. Teacher Arnold had called them in to explain the final rules and regulations of the admission examination. Afterward, the entire batch would begin formal preparations at home. He then called Rose. "Rose, I'll pick you up at 8:30. Rose, okay. Ethan then checked his bank account. It had just been credited with 3 more platinum points, 3 trillion credits. Adding that to his previous 35 trillion, he now had 38 trillion. His clones hadn't started to act yet. The deal was already negotiated, just waiting on formal confirmation. With Charles as supervisor, it was guaranteed. They would probably start hunting from today. He dressed casually, toddy white jeans, a black t-shirt, and black sneakers. Simple but stylish. Ethan got into his super luxurious car and called Rose to be ready. He would arrive shortly. After picking her up, they drove toward the school. The moment the car parked at the school gate, students rushed over like moths to a flame. "Isn't that the celestial Nova? Which big shot came to our school?" The door opened and Ethan stepped out with an aura of nobility. Several girls gasped and even stumbled to the ground. The boys stared in shock as if they were seeing an alien. Ethan's fame in school was already at mythic levels. Everyone had seen what happened that day on the television. Ethan called Ryan. Ryan ran over, raised his fist toward the sky, and declared, "The general has answered the king's summon." Ethan nearly choked. He looked away, pretending he didn't know this bastard. G wanted to dig a hole and slipped in. That line had been to protect Ryan's dignity that day. The situation was different, but not now, not in front of everyone. And Rose, even Ethan's thick skin flushed red. He quickly turned and opened the car door. Rose stepped out elegantly. Another wave of gasps swept through the students. So the rumors were true. Ethan and Rose were really together, and they looked like a celestial couple. No one dared to speak. Only a few jealous girls clenched their fists quietly. Rose felt very awkward when she saw the strange looks in the students' eyes, but she didn't care. Ethan looked at her and said, "Let's go, my lady." Rose's cheeks flushed a hue of red, but she nodded. Ethan took Rose by the hand and stepped forward. He didn't even look at Ryan. Ryan called out and ran from behind. "King, please stop. Have I done something wrong?" Ethan's brows furrowed, his face darkening. What does this bastard mean? Why did he sound like something nasty? He looked back and punched Ryan lightly. Ryan fell to the ground. Ethan had controlled his strength to match Ryan's level, so Ryan wasn't hurt, but at least his damn mouth had stopped. Rose looked at Ethan suspiciously. The three of them reached their class. Ethan didn't intend to join any university. He had only come to see everyone and invite them to the party he would throw tomorrow. Besides, he had brought some supreme-tier body-strengthening fluid. There were a few people who had failed to get the certificate last time due to insufficient strength, and he wanted to help those who had stood by him when he was down. All the students began pouring into the classroom. They greeted Ethan as they passed by to take their seats. When Ethan reached his old desk, he noticed a restriction sign on it. He was confused. What was going on? Why would this seat be restricted? After all, he wasn't even a student here anymore. But what Ethan didn't know was that ever since he withdrew from the school, his seat had remained vacant. The school leadership had heard of his achievements, so they had kept his seat intact and restricted others from sitting there. Who knew? Maybe someday the seat would become their brand icon. He asked Ryan about it. Ryan shrugged. "You're a celebrity. Of course the school wants to sell your fame someday." Ethan was speechless. "So, is it okay if I sit here?" But he didn't sit down since the restriction sign was still there, and he didn't want to remove it without permission. He remained standing. Rose was talking with some girls nearby, smiling brightly. Ethan felt relaxed seeing her like that. Arnold entered the class. He was surprised to see Ethan standing there. All the students stood up to greet him. Arnold told them to sit down, but Ethan was still standing. Then Arnold suddenly remembered something and looked embarrassed. "Ethan, please remove that sign. You can sit at your seat." "I'm fine," Arnold said. "And you kid, already making a name for yourself. I'm proud of you." Ethan smiled. "I'm doing fine. By the way, teacher, I came today to tell something." Arnold smiled. "Would you like to speak from there or come to the front? I'll talk from here." Then he looked around at the students. "Hello, I'm Ethan Hunt. Some of you might know me and some might not. Anyway, I was your former classmate. I've received an invitation to live in the super city, so I'll be leaving the day after tomorrow. I'm throwing a farewell party tomorrow night and you're all invited. You too, teacher." All the students were excited. They knew Ethan was a big shot now. His party would probably have many powerful martial artists. If they could form bonds with them, their lives could be changed forever. Arnold smiled. He already knew Ethan was going to the super city. Ethan sat back down and activated his spirit sense. He had always been curious about Arnold's true strength. The moment his mental energy scanned Arnold, he was surprised by the blinding light. Damn, it was intense. His core was almost 28 centimeters. Arnold was definitely a king-level powerhouse, and judging by his core size, he was a genius. A normal king's core was only around 16 centimeters, but something was wrong with it. The core was fractured badly. Arnold's strength probably wasn't at the king level anymore. That Richard guy probably knew about it, Ethan thought, which is why he showed him so much respect that day. Arnold started his lecture. "Students, those of you who have become quasi-martial warriors, study well. You have a chance to be admitted into a top university, but don't take it for granted. You'll have to compete against those monsters from the super cities. Besides, other base cities have their own geniuses. Even our city has many other schools, and they have produced strong students. Your competition won't be easy, so study hard and practice diligently. And those who could not become quasi-warriors, don't lose heart. You can still join first-class universities if you reach 500 kg of strength and 20 million S speed. If you train hard, you can reach that threshold. You can't become a quasi-warrior this month. The test has already finished, but you can always advance after you're admitted to university. Once you become a quasi-warrior, you'll be treated nearly the same as top-class university students. So work hard." He continued explaining important study topics, exam regulations, and other details. The class ended. The students sighed, realizing they were informally graduating today. From now on, they wouldn't have to come to school anymore. Ethan asked Ryan to wait and bring the 3 students who had helped him that day to the infirmary. Ryan nodded and left. Ethan also told Rose to wait. When Ethan stepped out, students from other classes greeted him politely. He nodded back to them. Rose snorted as if to say, "Go on, become even more popular with the girls, you pervert." Ethan was speechless at her expression. Ryan was already waiting in the canteen with the 3 students. Ethan and Rose walked over. The 3 students stood up nervously when they saw him. Why would Ethan make them wait? Did they do something wrong? "Please sit," Ethan said. "We were classmates, no need for such formalities." He asked about their families. The first boy, Kale, spoke first. I have a little sister and my mom and dad. My dad is a security guard. Ash went next. I have one elder brother and a little sister. My father works in a supermarket. Bill was the last. It's just me and my parents. Ethan nodded. Then he turned to Ryan. What about Ria's family? Ryan was surprised that Ethan wanted to know about his girlfriend's family. Ria has a little brother, one elder sister who's married, and her parents. Okay. Ethan took out 24 vials of supreme body strengthening fluid. The moment they saw the bottles, the three students' eyes lit up. They all knew exactly what it was and how precious. Ethan smiled and handed 4 vials to Kale, 5 to Ash, and 3 to Bill. He gave Ryan 9 vials for his family, and 5 for Rian. Handed Rose 3 vials. The students immediately stood up, stunned. Even Ryan looked shocked for a moment. What is this? Ash stammered. I can't accept such expensive gifts, Ethan. That's 500 million credits. Ethan had already placed a mental barrier around them so no one could overhearingly see them talking. Kale and Bill also tried to refuse, but Ryan was different. He pocketed all 9 vials without batting an eye. Ethan smiled. He liked these guys' character, but when he looked at Ryan, his face darkened. This greedy bastard. Forget it. He had already planned to make Ryan his general. A little greed was fine. Sit, Ethan said calmly. I'm not finished. You will each take 1 vial tonight. You can give the rest to your families or sell them. I don't care. Tomorrow, I'll ask the supervisor to conduct an awakening test for you 4. You can come if you want. This time, Ryan was also moved. He was so emotional that he almost raised his fist again. But Ethan was ready. The moment Ryan tried, he punched him straight in the chest. Anyway, that was all. Come to the Alliance Hall at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Ryan, bring Ria too. The 3 students began crying. They never imagined that helping him that day would lead to a second chance at life. Ethan left with Rose. Ryan clenched his fist when Ethan was gone. I won't let you down, my king. I'll be your strongest general. Rose didn't react much. She asked quietly, when will you go? Wait, I need to talk to Teacher Arnold first. You can come with me if you want. Rose nodded. They went to Arnold's office and knocked. Come in. When Arnold saw who it was, he smiled. Come sit. Do you need something? Ethan didn't beat around the bush. He took out the remaining 11 vials of fluid and placed them on the desk. Teacher, this is a small gift from me to my juniors as an alumnus. You can decide who to give them to. Arnold was stunned. 11 vials of supreme body strengthening fluid worth over 1 billion credits. Just how rich had Ethan become? He had no idea about Ethan's master-level breakthrough, as the Alliance had kept it confidential. Ethan smiled. Teacher, please come to the party tomorrow if you can. If I can go, Arnold said. I'll definitely come. They left the school. In the car, Ethan turned to Rose. I plan to take my parents to your house to discuss our engagement and announce it tomorrow. What do you think? Rose's face turned bright red. Her heart pounded violently. This was happening too fast, but she liked it. I don't know, she stammered. You talked to my mom. She quickly put in her earphones and turned to look out the window, ignoring him completely. Ethan nodded to himself. He didn't like those cliched stories where the main character had to suffer endlessly just to marry his love. Sometimes the girl would even be taken away for 1 trillion years because she had the holy daughter or a bullshit or something. No, wanted Rose by his side always. Now that he had the capability, there was no need to wait. Ethan dropped Rose off and she smiled, waving as she said goodbye. He watched her disappear into the house before turning back toward the street. Without lingering, he made his way home. When he stepped through the door, he found Jack and Alina sitting together in the living room. Jack looked up from the hollow screen, his face brightening. How was your hunt, son? Ethan set his pack down by the wall. It went well. I made some money. Then his gaze softened as it shifted to Alina. Mom, I missed your cooking. Could you make me something? Alina's smile lit up the room. Praise from her son always brought her the simplest, purest joy. Go wash your hands, she said warmly. I've already made your favorite dishes. Okay, Mom. Ethan grinned. He disappeared into the washroom. When he came back, the dining table was filled with steaming plates. He ate with the appetite of a starving man, and when he finally leaned back, he patted his stomach with a satisfied sigh. Mom, you're the best. He turned to Jack, his tone suddenly mock serious. I still don't understand how someone like you managed to catch Mom. He shook his head in exaggerated disappointment. Jack's face darkened. You brat, I was handsome when I was young, more handsome than you. What do you know? Alina burst out laughing, rolling her eyes. What nonsense. You were never half as handsome as my boy. Ethan regarded his father with theatrical disdain. You really think you were more handsome than me in your prime? Jack lifted his chin as if stating a solemn truth. Fine, Ethan said, arching an eyebrow. Let's test that. Jack grew wary. Those old photos don't do me justice. They couldn't possibly capture my heroic aura. Ethan rolled his eyes. Who needs photos when I can make you young myself? Jack blinked. What in the world are you talking about? You'll see. Ethan gestured for him to sit. Just stay still. You'll feel some warmth. Jack and Alina exchanged a bewildered glance, but Jack sat down obediently. Ethan placed his hand on his father's back. A soft glow began to emanate from his palm, growing into a radiant cascade of light. Jack stiffened, but as the warmth spread, his breathing eased. Light force poured into his body, seeping into every cell. The vitality of youth stirred deep within him. Wrinkles faded, hair darkened, his skin regained elasticity. Decades of accumulated toxins dissolved. Fat deposits in his arteries broke apart and vanished. Bone density increased. Organs rejuvenated. Extra body fat disappeared where they were not needed. His somewhat plump body started to shrink a little, became more compact. An hour passed. The light slowly receded. Where Jack had sat as a weathered man of 40, now stood a striking young figure, no older than 25. But even that wasn't accurate, looked better than he ever had in his youth, almost like a star in a Hollywood drama. Alina stood there, tears streaming down her cheeks. Jack opened his eyes. For the entire hour, it had felt like resting in the arms of a benevolent goddess. He flexed his hands, feeling the effortless strength in his body. When he looked up and saw Alina crying, he hurried over to hug her. "Why are you crying? Look in the mirror," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. Jack walked to the mirror on the wall. For a moment, he couldn't comprehend the reflection staring back at him. It was him, but young, so young it looked like the version of himself he'd imagined at 25, the one he'd always wished he'd been. He touched his own cheek. The reflection did the same. When he turned, he didn't need words. Alina nodded to him through her tears, and something unspoken passed between them. A single tear welled in the corner of Jack's eye. Then the dam broke, and he began to cry in earnest, shoulders shaking. He'd never been able to cultivate. Never been able to preserve his youth as martial artists did. He'd accepted it, convinced himself that growing old with his wife and seeing his son succeed was enough. But no, could be young again. He turned to Ethan and pulled him into a tight embrace. Ethan didn't resist. He patted his father's back and let the moment stretch out. When Jack finally pulled away, he glanced shyly at Alina, then cleared his throat. You think I'd make you young and leave Mom looking older?" Ethan scoffed. "Your brain better not be imagining running off after younger women." Jack brightened at the first part, but looked instantly mortified by the second. He shot Alina a panicked look. "Pervert," Alina said dryly, crossing her arms. Jack wilted. "I swear, honey, I wasn't thinking any such thing." Both Ethan and Alina eyed him with matching suspicion. "All right, Mom," Ethan said, gesturing to the chair. "Your turn." Alina sat down, still sniffling. A moment later, light enveloped her in a soft cocoon. An hour later, when the glow finally dissipated, a breathtaking young woman stood up. She looked about 23, her features delicate and luminous, so beautiful she could have walked onto any starship and left every man speechless. Jack's jaw fell open. He almost started drooling. "Alina, is that you?" Her cheeks turned bright pink at the look he was giving her. "Old man, stop staring at me like that." Jack burst out laughing, unable to help himself. "I've hit the jackpot." Alina snorted, but she was smiling too. Ethan watched them with a quiet contentment. He wanted them to stay with him forever. Though healing can't make them live longer, but they could be looked young. Someday, when he was strong enough to leave Earth, he would find a way to let them cultivate alongside him. He also thought of Elizabeth Rose's mother. Maybe she too could regain her youth. And who knew, one day perhaps he could even reverse time itself and bring Rose's father back. When the euphoria finally settled, Ethan cleared his throat. "Mom, Dad, I wanted to tell you something." They turned to him expectantly. "I love a girl named Rose," he said softly. "I want you to come with me tonight to formally meet her family and put a ring on her finger. Tomorrow, I'll host a farewell party and announce everything." Alina clapped her hands in delight. "Oh my goodness, of course, when are we going? We'll need to prepare gifts." Ethan handed her a comm code. "This is Rose's mom's number. You can coordinate with her. I think evening would be best." "Don't worry," Alina said, already brimming with excitement. "We'll handle everything. Go get some rest." She called immediately. The line connected with a soft chime. "Hello, who is this?" Elizabeth's warm voice came through. "I'm Alina, Ethan's mother," she replied gently. "Are you Ms. Elizabeth, Rose's mom?" "Yes," Elizabeth said, sounding pleased. "Hello, Ms. Alina, how are you? Also well. Is there something you'd like to discuss?" Elizabeth had a guess. Rose told her what Ethan said in the car. Alina took a breath. "Ethan told us he loves Rose. We'd like to visit tonight to formally complete the engagement process, if you agree." Elizabeth laughed lightly, sounding genuinely happy. "Yes, come anytime. I think it's wonderful. The sooner the better. Then we'll come tonight." "Perfect." When the call ended, Jack looked at her expectantly. "How was she?" "I like her," Alina said with conviction. "Kind and gracious. She'll be good family." Jack grinned. "Great. Let's go shopping." Alina's eyes lit up. She loved shopping more than almost anything. Jack pulled out his comm and dialed. "Dad, Ethan's getting engaged tonight. We'll announce it officially tomorrow." "You bastard," James grumbled. "Trying to sneak an engagement without telling the family again." Jack scratched his head. "Didn't I just tell you now?" James sighed. "Fine, I'll inform your grandfather." When Alexander heard the news, he looked up from his documents. "You and Ryder will go with gifts worthy of the Hunt family," he said calmly. "We didn't accept Jack properly back then. We won't make the same mistake now." James and Ryder exchanged a nod. "Understood." Minutes later, a sleek fighter jet lifted off from the Hunt estate, slicing through the sky toward the base City 5. Ethan returned to his room, closing the door behind him. Though he'd left the living room, he could still hear their conversation drifting up through the Airhigh's parents making plans, the excited tones of his mother, and the mention that his grandfather might come too. A small smile tugged at his lips. Tonight would be important. He picked up his communicator and tapped out a message. My lady, be prepared. I'll officially make you mine tonight. He set the device down and stretched out on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Rose sat frozen on the edge of her bed, staring at the message glowing on her screen. Her heart thumped so loudly she was sure it would burst. I'll officially make you mine tonight. She swallowed hard. Her mother had already spoken to her about itcom supportive words that did nothing to soothe her nervousness. Would Ethan's mom and dad like me? What if they didn't? What if they thought she wasn't good enough and persuaded him to leave her? She squeezed her phone, anxiety swirling in her chest. And then came the next crisis. What should I wear? The elegant gown Ethan had given her yesterday, or something more traditional and formal to show respect? Her thoughts chased each other in frantic circles. From the doorway, Zara was peeking in, her small face pinched with worry. She had been watching her sister pace and muttered to herself for nearly 15 minutes. Sis, are you okay? Zara finally asked, her voice tentative. Do you feel sick? Should I call Mom? Rose's cheeks flamed bright red. She clutched her phone to her chest like a lifeline. No, Zara, I'm fine, she said quickly. You don't need to call Mom. Zara tilted her head, studying her for a second longer. Oh, okay then. Satisfied, or at least willing to pretend she was Zara, plopped down onto the rug with her tablet and resumed her game, occasionally sneaking curious glances up at her sister, who now stood rooted in place, still imagining 1,000 ways tonight could go wrong. Or perfectly right. Ethan still had a few hours left before dusk fell. He closed his eyes, steadying his breath, and began practicing the extinction sword technique in the quiet of his room. For 5 relentless hours, his sword slashed through the air, each stroke more refined than the last. He could feel the technique burrowing into his soul. Ding, you have reached level 3. His eyelids fluttered open. A cold gleam danced in his gaze. At level 3, the technique's power multiplied 6-fold. Coupled with his level 9 sword intent, his attacks now carried 72 times their base strength. He ran the numbers in his mind: 19.9 million tons. This was his max combat power today. A level 1 emperor possessed 18 million tons. He was now stronger than any level 9 king on the planet. He took a long shower, the steam swirling around his athletic form, then stepped out and dressed with deliberate care. As he adjusted his cuffs, he heard the front door swing open. Jack and Alina were back from their shopping spree. When he stepped into the living room, his composure cracked for the briefest instant. Dozens of shopping bags lay strewn across the floor, luxury dresses, cosmetics, towering boxes of sweets. The sight was overwhelming. Jack rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. We might have gotten carried away. Ethan sighed and shook his head. Might. Half an hour later, they were ready. Jack and Ethan both wore matching formal suits, dark as night, the cut precise and regal. Alina appeared in an elegant silver gown, her hair arranged in soft waves that framed her graceful neck. Standing together, they looked less like a family and more like nobility. Jack and Ethan, 2 brothers in their prime. Alina, the flawless elder sister. Jack jingled the keys to the celestial Nova parked outside. Son, go on, sit in the back. Your mom deserves the front seat with me. Ethan blinked. Seriously. Jack had already wrapped an arm around Alina's waist, guiding her to the passenger's side, a youthful flush on his cheeks. Love-struck old fool. Ethan could only watch, exasperated, as they drove off. When they reached the civilian district, Ethan gathered every shopping bag himself. Behind him, Jack and Alina walked hand in hand, murmuring softly to each other, oblivious to the world. He tried to hold onto his dignified mood, but inside he was cursing. This is supposed to be my day. You two are ruining my aura. Alina pressed the doorbell. It was Elizabeth who opened the door. Her eyes widened when she saw the mountain of packages and the radiant trio on her doorstep. Elizabeth smiled, her gaze softening as it passed over Ethan. Of course, come in. They stepped inside. The living room was warm, filled with faint music and the scent of fresh lilies. Rose sat stiffly on the couch, her fingers tangled in her dress. When she looked up and met Ethan's eyes, she blushed scarlet. He set down the bags and walked to her, his voice low. Don't be afraid. Today, I'm making you mine. Her breath caught, but before she could respond, a sudden cataclysmic pressure tore through the air. It was as if the heavens themselves had cracked open. Boom. Every window rattled, the walls groaned. Across the entire city, people fell to their knees, clutching their chests. Some spat blood outright. Zara, hidden behind her mother's skirts, began wailing in terror. Ethan's face hardened. He stepped forward, his aura swelling. He spread his mental realm in all directions, the invisible domain wrapping the city in a protective cocoon. Instantly, the suffocating pressure vanished. Citizens gasped for air, relief mixed with raw dread. Zara was still sobbing, tears streaking her cheeks. Ethan knelt and gently wiped her face. His voice was calm, unshakable. Don't cry, little princess. Big brother Ethan is here. No one will hurt you. He had already locked onto the Sorcia, colossal eagle descending from the southern sky. Its wings stretched 30 meters wide, its talons like hooked scythes. Even from kilometers away, its killing intent pressed against the city like a tidal wave. Ethan's eyes narrowed. This monster is no ordinary king. It was level 9, radiating nearly 10 million tons of force, enough to annihilate every defense the city possessed. Charles couldn't possibly stand against it. He just didn't know where this monster came from. He checked all the nearby wilderness areas, but he couldn't find a single king except that earth dragon. He needed to go. No one in the city could withstand such a monster. He turned to Rose and her mother. "I'm sorry, I have to go." "No." Rose shot to her feet, her hands grabbing his sleeve. Her voice shook. "You can't. The pressure can't be from a normal monster. That thing should be a very, very powerful monster. You'll die." Alina's eyes were wet. "Ethan, you don't have to," but he only shook his head. Then with a thought, everyone in the room fell asleep. If he didn't go, the city would cease to exist. He closed his eyes, then exhaled. Everyone in the room slowly slumped to the floor, falling into a painless sleep. He whispered to Rose's still form, "Forgive me. I promise I'll come back to you." He used his armor skill. In a burst of golden light, his full body armor materialized, its intricate plates gleaming like the forge-born skin of a god. Then he stepped out of this apartment, called his clone to protect here. This room contained all of his loved ones in the world. Then he stepped onto his sword and became a streak of light and soar to the sky. On the southern wall, smoke and chaos reigned. Charles stood atop the battlements, the city's highest-ranking martial artists arrayed beside him. Overhead, the monstrous eagle circled, its eyes burning with malevolence. Charles contacted to the higher-ups, but they would still need some time to reach here, which they didn't have. Commander Ray swallowed, his voice rough. "Sir, do we have any chance?" Charles didn't answer. The silence spoke volumes. Below them, soldiers manned the massive laser cannons, city's last hope. Ray turned, his expression grim, and bellowed, "Listen up, you are the shield of humanity. This is our home. Your families are behind these walls. I don't care if you're afraid. You will stand your ground. You will fight with everything you have until your final breath." The soldiers roared back, though terror quavered in their voices. A reporter clung to the parapet, her camera shaking as she spoke into the mic. "This Isthais is the Southern Wall supervisor. Charles has mobilized every elite martial artist. Laser batteries are engaging, but FWOOSH." A pillar of energy lanced upward, striking the eagle's chest. The beam fizzled on impact, leaving not a scratch. The eagle shrieked at a sound so piercing that every window in the city exploded into shards. The reporter screamed and dropped to her knees, clutching her ears as blood trickled from them. Charles's face turned ashen. He drew his saber, stepping into the air itself, each stride a burst of compressed force. With a roar, he unleashed his most powerful technique, a gleaming arc that split the clouds. The blade struck the eagle's breastplate feathers and bounced off harmlessly. In that moment, Charles knew the city was doomed. Even Ethan, the hope of mankind. "Please," he prayed in the secret corners of his heart, "don't come here. Run, survive." The eagle fixed its bloodshot eyes on Charles. With a thunderous sweep of its massive wing, it struck him like a rag doll. Charles felt his heart slam against his ribs as his body hurtled toward the ground. He tasted iron blood poured from his mouth in thick, warm streams. Gasping, he forced his eyes skyward. High above, the eagle was spreading its wings wide, gathering power. Its beak parted, drawing in a deep, shuddering breath. A swirling sphere of compressed wind began to form before its maw, howling with a rising, terrible pitch. If that attack struck the city, nothing would remain but dust. In the control room, the scene played across every monitor. Despair spread like a contagion. Soldiers and civilians alike fell to their knees, hollow-eyed. No one could look away. No one could muster even a whisper of hope. It was over. They were finished. Yet far from the city, high in the dimming sky, 3 figures stood in midair, looking down on it all as if from another world. "This is your punishment," a cold voice declared, seething with hate. "Your punishment for bringing that wretch Ethan Hunt into this world, and his punishment for daring to humiliate the Ashford bloodline." Nolan Ashford's face twisted, veins bulging at his temples. Beside him floated Erasmus Ashford and an elder of their clan. Nolan's teeth ground together so hard it felt as though they would crack. He wanted nothing more than to tear Ethan apart with his own hands. "You all shall perish today," he spat, his voice rising to a manic shriek. "Ha ha 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 ha." But then a golden light tore across the twilight sky. Woo-um. A figure descended, standing tall atop a gleaming sword. Their armor blazed brighter than the sun itself, flooding the darkness below with radiance so pure it made the monstrous eagle flinch. All eyes turned upward, breath catching in every throat. The eagle's massive head swiveled, its pupils narrowing to black slits. It stared in silence. Though it sensed no Orano pressure or killing intent, some primal instinct screamed a warning. This one was dangerous. City had fallen into a tense, suffocating silence. Everyone's gaze locked onto the lone man in golden armor suspended high in the blackened sky. That armor itself glowed, crafted from pure light element, every joint and plate emitting a tranquil radiance that pushed back the night. In the cameras, he looked less like a man and more like an avenging celestial. Charles lay broken on the rubble, vision swimming from blood loss. Even so, recognition sparked in his dulling eyes. "Isn't he?" one of them. One of the mysterious ones the Alliance couldn't trace. What is he doing here? Didn't he say that he would go to the other cities? Far above, Ethan stood with one hand folded calmly behind his back. His gaze never wavered from the eagle, whose wings churned the sky into a cyclone. This creature was the strongest opponent he had ever faced. He knew it. If he failed, if even one of those howling energy blasts struck the city below, nothing would remain. Not even ash. His heart beat slower, steadier. If I can bring my sword intent and extinction to perfect harmony, I can slay it, but the risk was absolute. Any mistake, a single lapse, and he would be vaporized, every molecule obliterated under the eagle's 10 million-ton force of power, equivalent to a nuclear warhead. He exhaled once, letting all fear fall away. Domain. His voice was soft, almost inaudible over the gale, but the sky answered. A sphere of crackling thunder spread outward, a shimmering barrier 5 kilometers wide. The night air snapped with electrical fury. Bolts of lightning descended in ruthless succession, lances of raw electricity that speared toward the eagle's vast form, krakom. Each strike burst in blinding arcs across its armored feathers. Though the thunder did little more than numb the beast, it made the monster flinch. A furious screech tore through the clouds. The eagle's pupils contracted, and its colossal chest expanded with a massive intake of air. It fired. A hurricane sphere erupted from its beak, a compressing vortex so dense it warped the starlight behind it. The howl of it made the buildings below shudder. Ethan's silhouette flickered, vanishing from the eagle's path. When he reappeared, he stood opposite the city, ensuring the blast would miss any chance of collateral destruction. The wind sphere detonated harmlessly in the distant mountains. Ethan's golden eyes glinted through the visor of his helm. He raised one hand. FSSSHHHH. 30 radiant motes materialized, spiraling outward like a constellation being born. They became flying knives, elegant, thin as autumn leaves, their edges etched with runes of killing intent. Each was infused with his sword intent, vibrating with lethal resonance. In perfect synchrony, he launched them. The knives sliced through the sky in blinding arcs, leaving golden contrails that lit the darkness. The eagle's eyes dilated, every primal instinct screaming of mortal peril. With a titanic beat of its wings, it unleashed a cyclone, WHOOM. The storm that followed was no mere gust. Every feather was infused with wind element, turning the gale into a weapon multiplied severalfold. The pressure was so intense that Ethan felt his body strain to maintain balance, his boots skidding inches across the sky. Below, cameras struggled to hold focus as the screen flickered with static. In that hurricane, all 30 knives were flung aside like sparks in a gale. The city held its breath. Ethan hovered still, his breathing steady, though sweat beaded under his armor. This creature was strong, far stronger than anything he'd known, yet he refused to waver. He summoned his knives again. Their runes glowed brighter, and with a twist of his wrist, he pressed his palm forward. The blades converged, merging into a single, spiraling mass of golden light. A drill dense enough to distort the air around it formed at his outstretched hand. He didn't hesitate. With a flick, he launched it forward. The eagle's shriek echoed over the city. Its pupils narrowed to pinpoints, and it reared back, feathers bristling. Another hurricane sphere formed in its beak, twice the size of the first, layers compressing into a whirling death. They fired in unison. The drill and the wind sphere collided. Booo. A shockwave of light and emerald wind swallowed the sky. Even from the ground, the impact felt like an earthquake in the bones. The golden drill strained, its runes cracking, struggling to pierce the cyclone. For an instant, just one instant, it seemed to push through. Then the wind consumed it. The blast plowed through the drill, weakened but still monstrous, hurtling toward Ethan's position. He vanished, agony appearing just beyond the blast radius, but even the sidewash of pressure scalded his armor, tearing pieces of light away in molten streams. His skin beneath blistered. Pain flared, bright as lightning, but his regeneration surged immediately. Shredded tissue knit back together in seconds. This isn't working. His mind raced, every calculation flickering like 1,000 screens at once. I need one strike, one true blow. If this drags on and it fires at the city. Below, thousands watched in helpless awe. Some wept openly, unable to look away. The cameras caught every moment, unknown warrior in gold defying annihilation with nothing but his will. Far from the city, the three Ashfords seethed in fury. Who was this bastard ruining their plans? Erasmus felt his muscles tense, his hands itching to intervenido crush this interloper before he could ruin everything. But logic anchored him. If he joined, the Alliance would know an emperor had fought here. Satellites would record everything. That would be the end of the Ashford line, so he held back. Ethan's thunder domain flared brighter, arcs of violet lightning slamming into the eagle again and again. The monster shrieked, wings thrashing, but the damage was negligible. Both sides were growing impatient. Ethan knew the time had come. He could not allow this contest to drag on another heartbeat. He raised one Hondan this time. He did not conjure Frostmourne. That sword was too recognizable. Instead, a new blade materialized, the Sword of Destruction. Venus Denoa, black as the void, etched with runes that seemed to swallow the very concept of existence. A weapon not of this world, but something deeper, something ancient and terrible. He gripped its hilt, then closed his eyes, sword intent. Power thrummed through his arm, fusing with the sword, absolute speed. The world seemed to slow. The hurricane became a crawl, every feather and gust laid bare before his perception. Extinction. A cataclysmic resonance awakened in the core of the blade, a vibration so pure it erased all things it touched. Ethan opened his ice golden, unshakable. He swung, FWOOM. The darkness split, a wave of annihilation burst forth, expanding into a crescent of obsidian light streaked with white veins of extinction. This attack had the power of 20 million tons. This was at the realm of Emperor. Even Ethan hadn't realized the technique's true power. If he had, he would have ended this long ago. The eagle's instincts detonated into pure terror. It tried to flee. Its wings beat the air so fast the sky itself screamed. But the attack was faster. It struck. SOCHARANG. The eagle's colossal form froze, flesh and bone sheared clean in a single line of absolute destruction. For a heartbeat, silence reigned. Then its body split apart, cleaved perfectly down the center. Twin halves plummeted toward the city outskirts, lifeless. Ethan floated, shoulders rising and falling with each heavy breath. His armor flickered with fading light. Smoke rose from his gauntlets, but he remained upright. He scanned the city in a single sweep of spirit sense. Countless civilians injured. Charles near death, fires spreading through collapsed districts. A sigh of quiet relief passed his lips. It was over. A roar rose from Belureg cheers, breaking free from throats raw with fear. The unknown warrior had triumphed. Charles felt his broken lungs struggling for air. A smile cracked across his bloodied lips. Even if I die now, I'll have no regrets. Ethan lifted his gaze to the stars, then slowly lowered his hand. Light gathered at his fingertip. Whum. An endless stream of radiant energy poured forth, arcing across the sky in countless threads. Like golden rain, it descended over every street, every ruin, every wounded people. People gasped in wonder. Was this a god? The first drop struck, skin burns closed, bones reset, bleeding stopped. Children wept as their parents' wounds disappeared in shimmering waves. Low-level martial artists healed in moments. Even Charles felt the fatal damage inside his chest unraveling. Shattered organs knit whole again, and color returned to his face. His eyes brimmed with questions, but there were no answers. Above, the three Ashfords watched in grim silence. Erasmus clenched his jaw. This will not end here. Nolan was grinding his teeth so hard blood dripped down his chin. Bastard, I won't let you walk away. He gazed down at the healed, bewildered city. Then, without a word, he turned, the sword of destruction dissolving in his grasp. Light swallowed his figure. And as the golden glow faded, he vanished into the night, leaving only awe and salvation behind. Ethan vanished from the battlefield in a flicker of golden light. When he reappeared, he was standing in front of Rose's house. His clone still guarded the courtyard, unmoving, like a divine knight descended to watch over them. Inside, the others were slowly awakening from their forced slumber. Rose was curled on the couch, her delicate face wet with tears. In her sleep, she kept murmuring broken words. Please don't go. I won't argue anymore. I won't shout at you. Come back, Ethan. I'll only love you. Hearing her soft, choked voice, Ethan's expression softened. What was this silly girl dreaming about? A moment later, everyone began to stir. As soon as Rose opened her eyes, she searched the room in panic. The instant she spotted Ethan beside her, she threw herself into his arms without hesitation. He held her close, steadying her trembling shoulders. Jack sat up, rubbing his forehead groggily. Ethan, do you know what happened? We probably all fainted, Ethan said calmly. I woke up a few minutes ago and found everyone still unconscious. Jack frowned. What could attack the entire city and make everyone collapse at once? He knew there were rare soul attacker beasts capable of such feats, but they were almost never seen. Could it have been a soul-type monster? He pulled out his phone to check the news and saw over 30 missed calls. All of them were from his grandfather, Alexander Hunt. Grandpa must have heard about the attack, Jack thought, heart tightening. He opened a news site. Every channel was broadcasting the same story, the titanic battle between the Wind Eagle and a golden-armored warrior. The entire city was in awe. People called that figure a legend, all red-eyed man who had fought a monster alone and saved thousands with his godlike healing light. Jack stared at the footage, his eyes wide. That healing radiance. Why does it look so familiar? His gaze flicked to Ethan, who sat quietly between Alina and Rose as if nothing had happened. No, impossible. Ethan is just a warrior. Even if he were some reincarnated entity out of a fantasy novel, he couldn't become a level 9 king in a matter of days. He forced himself to look away. It must be someone else. His phone rang again. This time he answered. Hello, Grandpa. We're all G. Before he could finish, Alexander's voice thundered from the other end. Your father and uncle have disappeared. Jack shot to his feet, his face pale. What do you mean disappeared? They're emperors. I sent them toward Bay City 5 for Ethan's engagement ceremony, Alexander said, his tone raw with tension. We lost all contact 45 minutes later after their departure. They vanished while passing by the sea. Jack swallowed. It can't be. But the details were too precise. Something terrible had happened. He realized Alexander likely hadn't even heard about the attack in the city. The old man was worried sick about his sons. "Don't worry, Grandpa," Jack said softly. "I'm sure they'll be." Ethan had been listening to every word, his brows knitted together. 2 emperors gone without a trace. Was it an accident or something orchestrated? Jack looked at him. "Ethan, your great-grandpa called." "I heard, Dad," Ethan replied. His voice was calm, but his eyes were cold with focus. "It's a matter that needs investigation," he exhaled. Alina asked what exactly happened. Jack explained in a few terse sentences. Rose wiped her cheeks and whispered, "Ethan, let's hold the ceremony some other day. Too many bad things happened today." Ethan shook his head slowly. "Fate doesn't want me to complete this ceremony. That's exactly why I will. Nothing will stop me today from making you mine, not even destiny itself." He extended his hand to Jack. "Dad, give me the ring." Rose's eyes turned red again as tears welled up and spilled down her cheeks. Warmth flooded her heart, driving away the lingering fear. Elizabeth covered her mouth, sobbing quietly. She was simply happy to see her daughter loved this much. Jack and Alina exchanged a look and nodded. "That's the resolve a man should have. Go on, kid." Ethan took the slender silver ring and gently slipped it onto Rose's finger. Then he pulled her into his embrace, resting his chin against her hair. "You're mine, Rose," he murmured. "Nothing in this world can tear us apart." When he finally stepped back, he looked at Jack. "We'll need to decide when to leave for Super City." He'd had other plans for tomorrow, but now everything had changed. They might have to depart sooner. Suddenly, Alexander called again this time, his voice booming with excitement. "Ha ha ha, Jack, don't worry anymore if he came back. Your father and uncles are fine. They discovered a new realm. That's where they vanished to. Ethan really is the Hunt family's lucky star." Relief washed over Jack's face. Ethan also felt a weight lift from his chest, but the word realm echoed in his mind. A realm. What kind of place could make great-grandfather this excited? Jack cleared his throat. "We'll discuss it later. For now, let's go home. We have to prepare for tomorrow's party. All 3 old men will probably come." Ethan nodded. "All right." He kissed Rose's forehead before leaving with his parents. At the doorway, he paused. "Auntie," he said gently, "someone will come to pick you up tomorrow morning. You can come to our house to get ready for the party." Elizabeth smiled through her tears. "Okay." Ethan returned to his room alone. He wasn't in the mood to eat. "If I'd been a little stronger today, I could have killed that monster instantly." He clenched his fists. "I was gambling with everyone's lives. If even a single breath attack had struck the city." He didn't let himself finish the thought. He had only one answer. "I need to break through tonight." Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Ethan activated the primordial 3-element breathing technique. A vortex of energy swirled around him, rippling the air. 3 hours later, he broke through to level 2 Grandmaster. Another 3 hours passed. Level 3 Grandmaster. It was almost morning. He could feel that breaking through to level 4 would take at least another 5 hours. He didn't have that much time. Still, the 2 breakthroughs had granted him 4,500 points of physique and spirit. He looked at this core. It was 88 centimeters before. Now it became 94 centimeters, 3 centimeters increasement per level. Not bad. The core would soon become 1 meter. He glanced at his status panel. At 5 a.m. it would double as always. Now it was 4:55 a.m. only 5 minutes to go. Master, Ethan Hunt, physique, 282,260. Spirit, 282,260. Talent, infinite competition. Ethan rose and went to wash his face. He wouldn't be sleeping tonight. In a few hours, he needed to visit the Marshall Hall and see Charlisan check on the others who had fought beside him. At exactly 5:00 a.m., he checked his panel again. Master, Ethan Hunt, physique, 564,520. Spirit, 564,520. Talent, infinite competition. His base strength now rivaled a level 4 king. With his 72x combat multiplier, that meant a force of 40.6 million tons equivalent to the power of a level 2 emperor. Ethan finally felt a measure of security, but he didn't stop. He drew his sword and began practicing the extinction sword art. At level 3, it gave him a 6x multiplier. If he could reach level 4, it would increase to 9x. Hours passed in a blur of motion and focus. Finally, ding, you have reached level 4. He exhaled, sweat streaming down his face. With a 9x multiplier from the technique and 12x from his sword intent, his total amplification reached 108x. His maximum combat power soared to 60.9 million tons. Damn, he thought, gripping the blade. That's the base strength of a level 3 emperor, which was 54 million. Confidence settled in his chest like a solid stone. It was 9 a.m. time to head to the Marshall Hall. He had promised Ryan and the other 3 boys that he would help them with their awakening, and he needed to see if Charles was ready to take the test. Now that his core had expanded again, Ethan felt his reserves surging. He could create another clone without strain. He focused, and a second projection of himself materialized beside Hima's silent figure, perfectly lifelike. He placed a simple white mask over its face, concealing its identity. Go, he instructed softly. The clone nodded and vanished, heading straight for Rose's house to stand guard. Ethan took a deep breath, then swung a leg over his sleek black bike. With a low growl of the engine, he sped toward the Marshall Hall. When he arrived, the place was still in disarray. Shattered glass littered the walkways. Workers moved back and forth, replacing windows and sweeping debris into piles. Even the walls were pitted with claw marks and scorched trails, a testament to how close the city had come to disaster. Ethan parked and made his way through the halls without stopping. He reached Charles's office and knocked lightly before stepping inside. The old man looked up from a stack of reports. He seemed tired, but far better than he had the day before, and he'd been barely clinging to life. Wasn't he on the verge of death yesterday? Ethan thought. Charles studied him for a moment, then offered a quiet smile. "I'm happy to see you're all right, Ethan." The words were simple, but Ethan could feel the depth behind them. A warmth spread through his chest. Even after everything, Charles still cared. He inclined his head. "I saw the video. I'm glad to see you alive too, old man." Charles gave a raspy chuckle. "So what brings you here? Did you come just to say that?" Ethan shook his head. "I came for something else." He explained his purpose about the boys he'd promised to help. Charles listened, then nodded with a thoughtful look. "All right, we can always use fresh blood. Who knows, maybe someone among your friends will awaken a good talent." He gestured toward the door. "Call them here. I'll make the arrangements for their test." Ethan stepped out onto the Marshall Hall's wide observation deck, phone in hand. He scrolled through his contacts, exhaled a slow breath, and tapped Ryan's name. "Ryan," he said when the call connected, his voice steady and calm. "Bring Rhea, Kale, Billy, and Ash. I've arranged for you all to take the awakening test. I know yesterday was chaotic, but you took the body fluid already, right?" "Yeah," Ryan replied, his tone hoarse but determined. "We're ready." "Good. I'll see you in 30 minutes. Ethan ended the call and looked out across the city skyline. The damage from the monster attack was still visible: shattered windows, scorched rooftops, barricades lining the avenues. 30 minutes later, the five of them arrived at the Marshall Hall together, looking solemn but resolute. Their faces were pale from lack of sleep, but no one complained. They filed into the testing chamber, the walls humming with hidden machinery calibrated to measure the limits of the human body. One by one, they passed the physical endurance trial. The sensors in the chamber glowed green as they completed the speed tests. Each of them was stronger than ordinary people, their potential unlocked by the body-strengthening fluid. Finally, it was time. In the awakening chamber, Ethan stood with his arms folded as the process began. They stepped one by one and placed their hands on the crystal. Ryan alone had awakened an Elementearth. He stood very still as the confirmation sigil lit up before him, his jaw tightening as he swallowed hard. His eyes were shining, but he didn't allow any tears to fall. Instead, he looked over at Rhea and the others, all of whom stood in stunned, quiet disappointment. Rhea tried to force a small smile, but it was fragile as porcelain. Ethan stepped forward and placed a hand on Ryan's shoulder. "Congratulations, brother," he said, his voice low and warm. "Now work hard, chase your dream." Ryan nodded once, a deep breath shuddering through him. He didn't speak, known exactly what he wanted: to become the strongest general under Ethan Hunt's command. When the last of the readings were logged, Ethan dismissed them, wishing them luck. He didn't linger. There were too many things to prepare before evening. He returned home to find the Hunt residence humming with quiet, anticipatory energy. The moment he stepped through the threshold, he sensed three powerful auras gathered inside, far stronger than anything else in the city. The old men had arrived. In the spacious living room, Rose was working side by side with his mother to set the long dining table, arranging sleek crystalware and floral centerpieces. Warm light spilled from the recessed ceiling panels, casting everything in a comfortable glow. Near the corner seating area, Jack sat with the three elders. Their conversation paused as Ethan approached, and Alexander turned his head, his lined face breaking into a satisfied smile. "You chose a good woman," Alexander said, his voice resonant with quiet approval. "She has a kind heart." He turned to Jack. "How are the preparations going?" Jack sipped his drink and nodded, smoothly. "Everything would be ready before evening. You don't have to worry. That's good." Ethan exhaled slowly, his mind racing ahead to tomorrow's departure. Then something tugged at his memory. He looked back at Alexander, curiosity flickering in his eyes. "Grandpa, what exactly is a realm?" The three old men exchanged glances. Alexander's expression grew thoughtful as he set down his glass. "A realm," he began, his voice lowering, "is a secret space, either created by technology far beyond our soar, by some superpower no one fully understands. We know there are many such places hidden across the world." Ethan listened intently. "Each realm holds unimaginable treasures," Alexander continued. "Cultivation techniques, advanced technology, rare resources, natural relics. Your two grandfathers discovered one yesterday. The Alliance will take 70% as always, but even 30% of that realm's wealth is beyond measure. 5,000 platinum coins in valuation, 5 quadrillion credits." Ethan's thoughts churned. It sounded almost like the ancient cultivation novels he used to read. secret spaces sealed by long-lost powerhouses, waiting to be opened by destiny. Do you know their origin? He asked quietly. Alexander drummed his fingers on the armrest, considering. There are two main theories, he said. First, humanity isn't alone. Other civilizations existed herons that mastered superpowers or technology that makes our modern science look primitive. They disappeared or left Earth. But they may return one day. Those realms are vaults waiting for their heirs or whoever survives to claim them. He paused. The second theory is simpler. Aliens visited Earth long ago and left these treasures behind. Some believe they're linked to other dimensions altogether. Nobody can say for certain. Ethan nodded slowly. Even if the origin was a mystery, one fact was Clortho's powers were not human. Someday, their true owners might return to reclaim what was theirs. And when that day came, would humanity be strong enough to defend itself? His jaw tightened with quiet determination. He needed to become stronger far beyond what he was now. Night fell. The Hunt residence glowed like a beacon amid the darkness. By 8 p.m., the grand party was in full swing. All the influential families and martial artists of Bay City 5 had gathered. The air shimmered with the mingling currents of wealth and power. The twin sword team arrived together, their dark uniforms immaculate. As they approached, Rumen clasped Ethan's hand in a firm grip. Brother, Rumen said earnestly, you're incredible. Best of luck in the super city. I've heard stories so many geniuses, so much technology, but also dangers that can swallow you whole. He glanced around then said, the sea is close to the super cities. Sometimes the monster tides rise up without warning, and on land, emperor-level beasts are also very common. Ethan nodded, you be careful too. If you ever need help anything, call me. Don't hesitate. Rumen's eyes glimmered with gratitude. For 2 days, Ethan had fought beside them, risking everything. That bond didn't disappear when the battles ended. Arnold came over to greet him along with several students from Ethan's class. Ryan arrived as well, his family and Rhea in tow. They stood proudly by his side, the weight of the awakening still fresh in their hearts. When the hour approached midnight, Ethan stepped forward onto the raised platform at the center of the hall. The lights dimmed, drawing every gaze toward him. He looked out at the crowd, friends, comrades, rivals. Mentor-san then turned to Rose, who stood near the front with her mother and sister. His voice was calm, resonant, and unshakably certain. Tonight, before all of you, I announce my engagement to Rose. A hush fell over the hall. Rose's hands flew to her mouth, tears already pooling in her eyes. Her mother's shoulders shook with quiet sobs of joy. Ethan descended from the platform, walked to her and took her hand. No one dared to break the silence as he slipped the ring onto her finger, though they already did it. No one saw it, so he put the ring again in front of everyone. When he pulled her into his arms, it felt like the future had finally come into focus, no longer a distant ambition, but a reality unfolding in that very moment. The party wound down just after midnight. One by one, the guests departed until only family remained. Rose, Elizabeth, and Zara stayed behind, preparing to travel with him. In a quiet moment, Elizabeth looked torn. Ethan, are you sure about taking us along the super city? You don't have to worry, Auntie, Ethan said, his voice gentle but resolute. The Alliance will provide a villa near ours, and maybe, just maybe, we'll find a cure for Zara there. Elizabeth's eyes filled with gratitude. Later that night, when the house had fallen silent, Ethan walked out to the terrace alone. The stars glimmered like a million watchful eyes above the city's haze. His heart yearned for something larger than any city or realm, something cosmic. A chance to see the universe in all its wonders, to discover whether humanity was alone after all. He was roaming in his imagination world. Behind him, a quiet footsteps approached. Alexander settled into a chair nearby, folding his arms. That look on your face, he said softly. I used to wear it myself. Ethan turned, surprised. The hunger to see what lies beyond the next horizon, Alexander continued, to know, not just to guess. They spoke for hours, about strategy, about history, about the uncharted reaches of power no textbook could explain. When dawn began to streak the sky, Alexander stood and clapped him gently on the shoulder. Get ready, he said, his voice firm but warm. We depart at 9, the jet's waiting. Inside his room, Ethan checked his panel one final time. Master, Ethan Hunt, physique, 1,129,000. Spirit, 1,129,000. Talent, infinite comprehension. His strength was nearly that of a level 7 Kingand with his 108-fold combat multiplier. He wielded a force of 121.93 million tons, equivalent to a level 5 Emperor. He closed his eyes, feeling the certainty settle into his bones. Today, a new chapter of his life would begin. The Hunt family's ancestral residence was more a private city than a mere mansion. Spread across several square kilometers atop a coastal ridge, the estate had been designed not only to project power, but to embody an indelible statement carved into the western cliffs. From afar, it looked almost serene. Terraced walls of gleaming alloy layered behind translucent security domes, their fields shimmering faintly in the morning air. But the closer one came, the more the impression shifted. The smooth facades concealed scanners and weapon turrets capable of reducing an armored division to slag. The walls themselves were smart alloys that could reshape and reinforce in real time. A wide avenue of white paving stones each slab, inlaid with programmable luminescence to the central complex. At its heart rose the Grand Hall, a soaring monument of black composite stone, structural glass, and kinetic sculptures that moved in slow, graceful arcs overhead, like titanic pendulums measuring the passage of centuries. Living green walls covered entire faces of the structure, their foliage precisely trimmed by hovering gardener drones. Today, the entire estate pulsed with preparation. Over 1,000 people were in motion. Squads of armored special forces patrolled the perimeter, each member in carbon fiber exoskeletons designed to augment speed and strength. Convoys of automated transports arrived in staggered intervals, unloading crates of supplies marked with Alliance security seals. Elsewhere, teams of technicians worked along the landing pads, recalibrating guidance beacons and polishing every visible surface until it gleamed. Rows of uniformed maids and butlers hurried along the polished walkways, their eyes fixed on holographic lists as they arranged white synth rose centerpieces and updated the ambient music systems. In a corner of the plaza, two young valets whispered nervously, glancing again and again at the private command center's live feed, because today the young master would come home for the first time. The sky itself seemed to hush when the jet descended, a sleek predator in brushed silver, its wings angling with perfect mechanical poise. Light rippled along its fuselage as it cut through the cloud. The engines flared blue-white, venting contrails in disciplined columns as it came to a silent hover. A faint pressure wave shivered across the plaza. The boarding ramp extended with a smooth hydraulic whisper. Alexander stepped out first. His iron-gray hair moved gently in the wind, and for a moment, the old man simply looked out across the familiar grounds he'd ruled for more than half a century. He exhaled, a hint of satisfaction softening his severe features. Behind him came Jack and Alina, Elizabeth guiding little Zara carefully in her arms. They paused at the top of the ramp, their expressions a mixture of awe and disbelief. Even for them no strangers to Privilegetha's place was overwhelming in its scale and quiet menace. Then Rose emerged. The breeze caught her hair, spreading it behind her like a banner of burnished copper. She froze, one hand rising instinctively to her chest as her eyes swept across the shimmering estate. And finally, Ethan came. He was dressed in white so pure it almost hurt to look at. A fitted high-collar shirt hugged the lines of his lean torso, the fabric iridescent under the dawn. Slim, tactical cut pants tucked into polished combat boots with alloy insets that caught the first light. Over it all, he wore a long, flowing trench coat that reached his ankles, its high collar framing his face in stark elegance. A thin alloy belt closed it at the waist. The effect was immediate. His dark hair lifted in the breeze, but his expression remained utterly composed, calm, reserved, and piercing. Every movement had a precision that felt unnatural, like the choreography of some perfect machine. Just as the sole of his boot touched the platform, a chorus rose. "We welcome young Master Ethan back to the family." Hundreds of voices in perfect unison. The words were so forceful they seemed to strike the air itself. For an instant, the world felt suspended in the echo, every heart seized, every breath caught. Jack actually forgot to breathe. His mouth fell slightly open, and when he turned to Alina, she looked no less stunned. Rose clutched her mother's arm, her lips parted in shock. Even Alexander, who had orchestrated this spectacle, found himself blinking at the resonance of it. He had expected something dignified. He hadn't anticipated this, like the declaration of an empire renewing itself. Ethan stood frozen, expression unchanging though his mind whirled. What is going on? When did the family get so theatrical? Yet as the moment stretched, he realized he didn't mind. In fact, part of him, the part that remembered growing up an outsider, a curiosity, never quite belonging, felt an unexpected thrill. So this is what it feels like, he thought, his heart steady. Alexander moved to his side, resting a broad, warm hand on his shoulder. His voice came low but carrying an iron undertone. This is as it should be. Together they descended the ramp. The grand hall's massive doors parted in silence, revealing an interior that was no less intimidating than the exterior. Polished black stone, reflective surfaces, kinetic sculptures swaying in measured arcs far above. But more than that, rows upon rows of people stood waiting. Every relative, a distant cousins, respected uncles, elder matrons had gathered to witness this moment. As Ethan entered, a hush fell over the chamber. He looked impossibly otherworldly, the white coat rippling behind him, dark eyes calm and searching. A man who seemed too young to possess such gravity and yet too composed not to. A murmur swept through the crowd. Is that really him? He's even more impressive than I imagined. Look how he carries himself, like an immortal. Jack and Alina followed in his wake, Rose at Ethan's side. Elizabeth moved a step behind her daughters, eyes wide with quiet anxiety. Little Zara clung to her mother's sleeve, her gaze darting everywhere. Ethan noticed their unease. He paused, turned, and extended a hand to Rose without a word. She blinked, startled, then took it in both of hers as if it were the only thing anchoring her in this vast, intimidating place. Jack, observing this, thought ruefully, "I am also nervous, son." "Actually, I might be the most nervous of all. Please sew me and hold my hand too." He stifled a laugh. They proceeded to the main receiving area where the elders sat in carved chairs and the younger generation stood in rows. One by one, his relatives came forward. Cedric, tall, broad-shouldered, clad in the dark uniform, a level 6 warrior, offered his hand. His voice was warm, disarmingly candid. "Cousin, I'm Cedric, your Uncle Carson's son. When I first heard about you, I thought the stories were just Hunt family exaggerations. But now, honestly, I think they didn't do you justice." Behind Cedric came Marina, graceful in a pale blue synth silk dress. She dipped her head shyly, her voice soft. "Welcome home, cousin." One after another they came: Nolan, Zane, Layla. Layla, the youngest, had bright eyes and an irrepressible curiosity. She stepped up last, her hands clenched nervously. "Big brother, can I shake your hand?" He looked at her, and for a moment something eased in his chest. Of course, her small fingers slipped into his. For an instant her entire face lit up your guileless hero worship. As he turned, he saw Jack embracing his brothers Carson and Victor while the older men thumped his back and demanded to know his secrets. "Jack," Victor lamented, "even after all these years, you look younger than me. What are you eating? Or did you find some hidden technique?" Carson added, and Linash looks like she stepped out of a holovid. "It's unnatural." Jack only laughed and shook his head. "That's a secret." "Come on," Victor protested, "you can't tease us like that." Elizabeth, meanwhile, was led gently aside by the elder women of the family. They asked careful questions where she had grown up, what her daughters were like, until Elizabeth's anxious posture began to ease. Ethan turned back to the younger cousins. "Cedric," he said quietly, "when you have time, I'd like you to show me around the super city. I want to see what makes it special." Cedric's eyes lit up. He nodded so vigorously he looked almost boyish. Before he could reply, Layla piped up, "But I want to show big brother Ethan the city. Cedric doesn't know the fun places is boring." Cedric flicked her forehead with a practiced older brother air. "Grandpa," she protested, looking imploringly toward Alexander, "Big brother Cedric is bullying me." Alexander sighed, though a smile tugged at his mouth. For all their strengths, the Hunt children had never been known for solemn composure. He turned to Ethan, voice turning formal once more. "Tomorrow," he announced, so that every ear could hear, "we will host a grand celebration. Invite every ally, every rival. Let the world witness this moment." He paused, surveying the sea of faces. "From this day forward, Ethan Hunt is the heir of the Hunt family." The declaration was a thunderclap, then the hall erupted. Applause crashed against the vaulted ceiling, mingled with cheers and voices raised in astonishment. Ethan stood perfectly still. The weight of it all settled over him, inescapable. And yet in that weight he felt something rise. "I won't hide anymore." If this family was to have a future, he would be the one to forge it. And when the day came that humanity met the hidden powers of the realm, something even stranger beyond the stars would not flinch. Tomorrow, the world would see what the Hunt bloodline had become. Ethan then walked out of the grand hall alongside Rose, Zara, Cedric, and Layla. The afternoon air smelled faintly of the sea, mingled with the sterile tang of alloy and ozone from the security fields. Alexander inclined his head, his craggy features serious but warm. "You should see the city first," he told Ethan. "After you return, come find me." Ethan nodded calmly. "Okay." They moved down the steps where a matte black grav car waited in standby mode, its gull-wing doors rising in quiet unison. Layla scrambled eagerly into the back seat, claiming the window beside Zara. Rose followed, sitting with one hand on Zara's shoulder to steady her. Ethan climbed into the front passenger seat, and Cedric took the driver's controls, his tall frame adjusting the seat with a practiced gesture. The car lifted from the ground in a soft surge of anti-grav thrust and slipped onto the avenue, gliding between mirrored towers. This was a flying car uncommon in normal base cities. Cedric's mood brightened as he drove, and he glanced sidelong at Ethan. "Our super city one has another name, Aurora City," he said proudly. "This was humanity's very first super city, built when the Alliance unified the territories. You'll see things here that you won't find anywhere else." As they spoke, a huge dome-shaped building came into view, its roof a lattice of hollow displays shimmering with active feeds. "That's the central library," Cedric explained. "Any information you can't access from the base city, you'll find here. Martial research, historical archives, restricted AI datasets. If you get time, you should explore it." They passed next through a district filled with impossibly tall skyscrapers. Many of the buildings vanished into the low clouds overhead, their lighting arrays blinking like stars. Hovercars drifted between them in precise formations. Ethan watched it all in silence, the scale of the place stirring something restless in his heart. 30 minutes later, Cedric slowed the vehicle beside a massive glass-fronted complex where blue-uniformed guards patrolled the entry ramps. "This is the scientific research headquarters," Cedric said. They're the ones who designed most of our high-grade armors and energy weapons. Ethan absorbed every detailed discrete armored gun ports, the scanning pylons, the transparent skywalks. As they continued, Cedric pointed out each landmark, his voice switching between excitement and gravity. That tower with the green light spire is the Marshall Registration Center. Over their smaller structure with the curved roof, that's the Medical Genetic Clinic. Ethan's eyes drifted upward again, following a convoy of grav trucks, and then he froze. At an intersection ahead stood something that made his pulse jump, a massive humanoid machine 20 meters tall, its armored plates painted blue and red. It looked exactly like something out of a film from his childhood. That's Optimus Prime, he blurted. What the hell? Cedric laughed, clearly delighted by the reaction. Close. That's actually a Nova Sentinel, one of humanity's newest breakthroughs in military robotics. It takes 3 operators to pilot one, and even an unawakened person can control it. A Nova Sentinel can battle king-level monsters toe-to-toe. Ethan felt a surge of genuine respect. Incredible. Cedric's expression sobered. Right now we only have about 50 Emperor-level warriors on the planet. But the monsters, hundreds, maybe thousands, the day they move in unison, the Alliance knows we can't hold. That's why we started building the Sentinels. We're racing extinction itself. Ethan glanced sideways, studying Cedric anew. For all his bright, earnest demeanor, Cedric's voice was steady and grim. He might look carefree, Ethan thought, but he's still a hunt. In the back seat, Zara was wide-eyed. Look, Sister Rose, she gasped. It's like a giant hero. Rose was leaning forward too, her face lit by the towering machine's glow. Even Layla looked uncharacteristically serious. A few minutes later, Cedric parked the car before a 6-story tower clad in silver panels. A simple sign over the doorway read. Cedric turned in his seat, eyes shining. This, he said with quiet reverence, is humanity's most precious treasure. The president brought it back from a super realm. Ethan nodded slowly, recognizing the word. I know what a realm is. Good. Cedric gestured at the structure. Each floor is its own dimension. The first floor is for warriors, the second for masters, the third for grandmasters, and so on. No one knows what lies on the 6th floor. Every level has 5 sub-challenges, each more difficult than the last. For every level you clear, you receive resources that can increase your base strength. He looked straight at Ethan. You know the progression, right? A normal level 9 warrior has about 10 tons of force. When he breaks through to master, it multiplies by 550 tons. But if you clear all 5 levels of the first floor, you'll gain an extra 10 tons base. That means when you advance, you'd have 100 tons instead of 50. Even if you can't clear all 5 levela, clearing each level would give you resources accordingly. Maybe that won't be much like level 5, but an increase in base strength is still better than nothing. Ethan's eyes narrowed. And it works the same way for every realm. Cedric nodded gravely. Yes, this tower is the only reason humanity hasn't been completely overtaken by monster evolution. We're desperately trying to close the gap. A silence fell. Then Cedric smiled again, trying to shake off the heaviness. You're a level 9 warrior, right? You should try it. Even clearing 2 levels would make your foundation rock solid. Ethan nearly laughed aloud. If only you knew, he thought, my foundation is probably the strongest on the planet. He was about to explain that he wasn't a warrior at all when a mocking voice interrupted. Well, if it isn't the famous Hunt family's failure. They turned. A tall young man was leaning against the steps of the tower, arms folded, flanked by half a dozen followers. His hair was styled in sharp platinum spikes, his tailored combat uniform crested with the Morningstar insignia. Cedric's jaw tightened. Kristen, he said coldly. Kristen smiled, baring perfect teeth. I heard you were skulking around the city, Cedric. I almost didn't recognize you. You've gotten even more pathetic. 22 years old and still stuck at level 6 warrior. His entourage burst into laughter. Rose frowned, her voice low. Who is that? Layla's expression was black. Kristen Morningstar, a well-known prodigy in the Morningstar family. A 22 years old master level 1 warrior. His family has bad blood with ours. Ethan also heard this, so that's how it is. Ethan turned his gaze to Cedric and asked loudly, who is this insect exactly? Sounds like a cricket buzzing. What a waste. My mood is totally ruined. Cedric's eyes went wide. Did he really just say that out loud? Layla clapped both hands over her mouth. Even Rose looked like she was trying not to laugh. Kristen's face darkened by the second. You dare, he hissed. Cedric, your dog has no leash. He dares to talk to me like that. Have you already forgotten the lesson I taught you? Cedric lifted his chin. He's not a servant. But Ethan raised a hand, stopping him. He stepped forward, his white coat catching the breeze. His expression was cool and disdainful. Child, Ethan said calmly, have you forgotten your father? I was only away for a few days, and now you pretend not to recognize me. You wanted candy last time and I refused. That's why you don't want to recognize me anymore. Is this how you repay your dear papa? Come here, I'll give you a head pat, Ethan said in a hurt expression. The silence that followed was absolute. No one imagined someone could talk to a Morningstar like this. Then PFFFD. H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A. Layla doubled over, tears streaming down her cheeks. Rose pressed her hand to her mouth, trembling with suppressed laughter. Cedric's control broke and he collapsed onto a bench, clutching his sides. Kristen turned purple. "You bastard," he shrieked. "I'll kill you." He lunged forward in a blur of motion. "Kristen, stop," Cedric shouted, surging to his feet. "If you touch him," but Kristen ignored him, fist cocked back to smash Ethan's mouth. Ethan didn't flinch. His hand rose slowly, almost lazily. Kristen smirked, thinking he was too slow. Until Ethan's finger met his knuckles. A deep boom cracked the air, a brittle "Cacho" followed. Kristen screamed, his whole body spasming. He crumpled to the steps, clutching his shattered fist. Blood seeped between his fingers. No one moved. Kristen's lackeys moved toward Kristen immediately. One of Kristen's lackeys found his voice. "Yao, you'll pay for this. Young Master Cassius will avenge." Ethan's eyes turned cold as a winter sea. The boy swallowed his words. He grabbed Kristen under the arms and stumbled away, leaving a dark trail on the marble. Cedric finally found his voice. "Aren't you just a warrior? How did you?" Ethan turned, his expression almost pitying. When he asked quietly, "Did I ever say that?" Cedric stared at him in mute horror. He felt his heart was stabbed badly. Lungs, kidneys, all were churning. He wanted to vomit blood more than anything now. Layla's mouth hung open. In the back seat, Zara whispered, starry-eyed, "Big brother, you're amazing." Ethan smiled faintly, his gaze drifting toward the horizon. Let them come, he thought. It's time the world learned who I am. Ethan and the others spent the afternoon touring several important sites before returning to Hunt State. Tonight, the grand ancestral manor would host a formal family banquet. Layla, who had once only seen Ethan's photographs and heard the news of his genius, was now practically starstruck. She was a shameless admirer of good looks, and meeting her handsome cousin in person only deepened her fascination. Zara also became a little fangirl of Ethan after today's event. When they arrived at the estate, Ethan wasted no time. Led by Cedric through the echoing marble corridors, he walked straight to Alexander's study. He was about to knock when a deep, steady voice called from within. "Come in." Ethan pushed the heavy door open and stepped inside. Alexander Hunt, his great-grandfather, was seated by the tall windows, sunlight silvering his hair. The old man's eyes softened with warmth as he looked Ethan over. "Good evening, great-grandfather," Ethan greeted respectfully. Alexander's smile broadened. The more he studied this young man, the more satisfied he felt. "I heard what you did to that Morningstar brat," Alexander said, chuckling. "Ha, that damned old bastard will finally taste what it feels like to watch his precious young ones to be thrashed, unable to intervene. Serves him right. After all, this rule no interference from elders in the fights of the younger generation was established by all the great families together." His gaze drifted toward the gardens outside, nostalgia creasing his features. "In the past, Hunt children were bullied again and again, and we had to watch in silence. But now," he exhaled contentedly, "today the air seems sweeter." "Don't mention it, grandfather," Ethan replied indifferently. He was nothing more than a pest. Alexander burst into booming laughter. "Indeed, but be cautious. Tomorrow, all the powerful families will send their heirs to the banquet. Some will no doubt try to provoke you. That Cassius Morningstar boy will almost certainly come seeking revenge for his brother. He's a true prodigy. Under our rules, anyone younger than 25 can be called younger generation, so he has the right to challenge you." Ethan nodded without the slightest flicker of worry. Forget the younger generation, Evan. Most older experts below Emperor rank could not threaten him now. With his strength doubling again tomorrow, who among them could possibly endure his attacks? In truth, he rather enjoyed the prospect of bullying the weak. "Grandfather," he asked with careless calm, "if I were to break this Cassius fellow's hand or leg, would that cause any inconvenience?" Alexander blinked, momentarily taken aback. Then he threw back his head and roared with laughter. "Good, very good. That's the spirit our Hunt lineage needs. We were never cowards. We simply lacked worthy successors." He straightened, eyes shining. "No problem at all. As long as you don't kill anyone outright, any level of injury is permitted. If someone dares show you true killing intent, you may end their life. That is the rule. Understood." Ethan took his leave and headed to the chambers prepared for him. The suite was vast, elegant, and attached to a fully equipped training hall stocked with every kind of cultivation apparatus. After a quick shower, he examined the facility with satisfaction. Everything he required was here. After that, he called Rose. After confirming that Rose, Zara, and Elizabeth had been settled comfortably in their guest accommodations, Ethan finally allowed himself to relax. He stepped into the adjoining dressing chamber to change. He developed a preference lately for white attire as it emphasized the heavenly handsomeness and absolute confidence he carried wherever he went. Tonight he went all in, a fitted white suit, crisp white shirt, slim white trousers, and a narrow white tie. When he checked the smart mirror for a final scan, it projected a green indicator. Presentation impeccable. He didn't linger. He left the suite and took the lift down to the main banquet floor. The hall was alive with conversation, laughter, and the muted pulse of background music. Ethan's eyes swept the room. He spotted Rose first. She was wearing the gown he'd given her, a sleek, ice blue design that set off the gentle curve of her shoulders. She looked even more graceful than he'd imagined when he'd picked it out. Zara stood beside her, beaming in a little white and pink gown that matched her sister's colors. She kept turning in slow circles to make the skirt swirl. Nearby, Alina and Elizabeth were talking with some of the Hunt family's older relatives. They looked elegant and composed, fielding questions and greetings without missing a beat. Jack stood off to one side, deep in conversation with several of his brothers, and a few men Ethan didn't recognize, probably directors of the family's corporate branches. It didn't take long before Ethan's arrival drew attention. Cedric noticed him first and started walking over, and within seconds Maria, Layla, and the other cousins clustered around as well. Layla was practically vibrating with excitement. "Big brother," she blurted, eyes bright, "you look so handsome tonight. Like a movie star. Can I please take a picture with you?" Ethan smiled. "Sure." Layla's eyes widened even further, and she fumbled with her wrist comm to activate the camera. Cedric and a few others laughed quietly as she rushed to his side, almost tripping over her own heels. Ethan waited patiently while she took a handful of photos, thanking him about 6 times in a row. Once the group had greeted him and taken their pictures, they gradually drifted back to their conversations, leaving Ethan with a little space. He crossed the hall toward Rose and Zara. As he approached, the cousins nearby politely stepped aside, giving them some privacy. Rose turned, her expression softening when she saw him. "How are you liking this family so far?" Ethan asked. His tone was casual, but he watched her closely for any trace of discomfort. Rose's eyes flicked around the hall, Alina smiling at a distant table, Elizabeth chatting with some of the Hunt women, Zara giggling over her dress, and she nodded. "They're all so kind," she said. "I like them." Ethan felt something in his chest ease. He nodded back. "That's good." By the way, he added, "Tomorrow there will be a lot of prodigies coming. Maybe you can meet some of them, a few friends, before you start at Aurora Marshall University. That way you won't feel like you're going in alone." Rose smiled faintly. "Let's see first. I don't know if I'll get along with them." Ethan tilted his head. "If anyone gives you trouble, you can just tell me." She laughed under her breath. "I think you're the last person they'd want to annoy." Zara tugged at Rose's sleeve, holding up a small dessert from the table. "Can I have this?" Rose nodded, and Zara bounced away, leaving Ethan and Rose alone for another moment. He reached for a plate from the nearest table and started sampling the dishes. The catering was as extravagant as he'd expected: fresh seafood, fusion entrees, and a selection of desserts that seemed to disappear the moment they were replenished. He ate slowly, scanning the room in between bites. No one approached him directly. Most guests seemed content to observe from a safe distance. A few minutes later, he felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned to see Cedric standing there. "Brother, great-grandfather would like a word," Cedric said with a respectful nod. Ethan set his plate aside. "Understood." He followed Cedric toward the head of the hall, where Alexander was seated at a long table flanked by high-ranking officials. As they approached, the conversations quieted, and dozens of pairs of eyes turned in his direction. Alexander gestured for him to come closer. "Ethan," he said, his voice carrying easily across the hushed space, "you'll need to meet the senior officials, and they should have a chance to greet the next heir in person." Ethan inclined his head. Of course. One by one, they rose from their seats. He met directors of defense manufacturing, managers of the Hunt family's off-world mining operations, the heads of logistics, finance, research. Some were older, with faint lines around their eyes. Others were barely middle-aged. They introduced themselves one by one. Ethan didn't rush the process. As each person introduced themselves, he studied their face, repeated their name, and offered a handshake. A few seemed cautious, measuring him with the polite reserve of experienced executives. A few others were openly curious. Some of them offered simple congratulations. "We've been expecting your presence for some time. It's an honor to finally meet the next heir. I look forward to working under your leadership." Ethan kept his responses calm and professional. "I'm glad to be here. We'll build something stronger together." Eventually, the introductions concluded. The officials resumed their seats, and the hall's usual hum of conversation returned. Alexander leaned back, regarding Ethan with a small, satisfied smile. "You handled that well," he said quietly so only Ethan could hear. "It's important they see your face and hear your voice before tomorrow." Ethan nodded. "I understand." Alexander's smile widened a little. "Good, go wonder yourself. I'll speak with you later." Ethan stepped away from the head table, scanning the hall once more. He spotted Layla in the distance, already showing off the photos she'd taken with him. Zara was perched on a chair next to Rose, trying to steal another dessert without being noticed. Jack was still deep in discussion with several other family heads. For a moment, Ethan simply watched the cenith lights, the muted music, the hundreds of conversations crossing paths. He hadn't imagined himself in this place even a month ago. He was a nobody living a pathetic life in another world. But now, standing here in the center of the Hunt estate, he knew this was exactly where he needed to be. Tomorrow would bring challenges. He could already imagine the arrogant heirs of other families, eager to measure themselves against the Hunt family's so-called prodigy. He welcomed it. If they wanted to test him, he would show them exactly what separated him from the rest. and after tomorrow, no one in the city or any other would question who he was. The evening passed without incident, and Ethan retired to his room. He knew he couldn't delay his next breakthrough much longer. Once he advanced to King Realm, he would finally be able to manipulate elemental forces freely and experiment with techniques he'd only ever dreamed of. He sat cross-legged in the center of the training room and began cycling his breathing technique. Hours passed. Catcha, a crisp sound echoed inside him. His aura surged, condensing and refining itself. He opened his eyes. Dawn's light was spilling over the rooftops. He examined his cultivation core. It had grown to nearly a meter across, exactly 97 centimeters. He'd successfully advanced to level 4 Grandmaster realm. It was already morning. But Ethan didn't stop. He drew his sword and resumed practicing the extinction sword art. 3 hours later, sweat dampening his collar, he felt a sudden clarity but not quite the breakthrough he sought. He paused, breathing steadily, and summoned his status panel. Master Ethan Hunt. Physique 2,262,500. Spirit 2,262,500. Talent infinite comprehension. His raw strength alone now surpassed that of an ordinary level 9 king, and with his 108x force multiplication, his maximum combat power reached an astonishing 244 million tons, even stronger than the base strength of a level 7 emperor. He reviewed the benchmark data in his mind. Level 1 emperor, 18 million tons. Level 2, 36 million tons. Level 3, 54 million tons. Level 4, 90 million tons. Level 5, 126 million tons. Level 6, 162 million tons. Level 7, 234 million tons. Level 8, 306 million tons. Level 9, 378 million tons. He felt a surge of grim satisfaction. A knock interrupted his thoughts. Ethan rose, wiped the sweat from his brow, and opened the door. A young maid stood there, hands clasped nervously. "Young master, Madame Alina asks that you join the family for breakfast." "Understood. Anything else?" "No, sir." "Very well, you may go." He showered, dressed in fresh white robes, and descended to the dining hall. The immense table was already filling with relatives. His parents, Rose, Zara, Elizabeth, his uncles and aunts, cousins of all ages. At the head sat both his grandfathers and Alexander himself, radiating the quiet authority of decades. Ethan stepped forward and offered a respectful greeting to everyone present. Alexander beckoned him with a smile. "Come, sit beside me. From this day, this will be your seat until you are ready to take my place as head of the family." Ethan inclined his head, smiling softly. "Great-grandfather, I wish you could remain head of the family for all eternity." Alexander chuckled. "Ah, that tongue of yours, Silver, as always." They shared a warm meal together, filling the hall with conversation and laughter. After breakfast, the household staff began preparing the manor for the grand banquet to be held that evening. The event had been widely advertised. Emissaries from every major power in the city and beyond were expected to attend. It would be the most lavish gathering the Hunt family had ever hosted, but Ethan felt none of the anticipation that electrified the estate. He returned to his training room, ignoring the bustle outside. When he resumed his practice, he felt the final barrier of comprehension melt away almost immediately. 2 hours later. "Ding, you have reached level 5 in Extinction Sword Art." He exhaled slowly, a razor-edged calm settling in his chest. This level added another 3x multiplication to his strength. Now his total amplification was 144x, and his peak combat power soared to over 325 million tons, exceeding even the raw might of a level 8 emperor. At last, he rose and sheathed his sword. Tonight, he would not merely attend a banquet. He would inscribe his name into the mindsend, the fierce off every elite who dared challenge him. Ethan sat alone in the center of the cavernous training hall. The skylight above poured a solemn silver glow across his white training garments. His breathing was slow, measured, yet each exhale carried the hushed power of someone far beyond ordinary limits. His mind was occupied by a singular thought. He was growing too strong. It was a blessing that had become almost burdensome. With a single stroke of his sword, he could cleave through mountains and annihilate opponents in the same cultivation realm or even higher realms, like slaughtering dogs and chickens. A flick of his blade would end conflicts before they even began, and yet in that instantaneous finality there was no artistry, no struggle, no true expression of the warrior's path he revered. He was not merely a killer. He was a man who loved combat itself, the flowing of blood, the surge of adrenaline, the poetry of a contest fought on equal footing, more importantly showing off. This was the main theme. If he continued down the sword's path alone, he would never taste the satisfaction of an extended duel, never feel the subtle give and take of a worthy opponent resisting his advances. He could never feel those feelings about being praised and awed by the people around him. He needed something more. Something grand, expressive, a fighting style worthy of the Hunt family's sole heir, something worthy of Ethan Hunt. His gaze fell on the training dummies lined up along the far wall. The polished metal mannequins were designed to withstand tremendous force, their surfaces marred by shallow grooves from past sessions. He imagined how easily his sword could split them in half, and he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. No, he thought, clenching his fist, a sword should not be used on the unworthy. That would be disrespectful to the king of weapons. Instead, he envisioned himself surrounded by powerful forces envoys from rival clans, agents of hidden sects who would inevitably try to test him. They would provoke, probe, measure his strength by any means necessary. He smiled faintly. Let them try. He would not greet them with the edge of his sword. He would answer them with the grandeur of his own hands. In his past life, he had been fascinated by freehand combat. Though he had never formally studied it, he had devoured countless writings, watched thousands of hours of footage, ancient Chinese kung fu, Japanese martial arts, Western boxing, Southeast Asian techniques, all of it. And now, with a mind that worked like a supercomputer enhanced by spiritual power, strengthened by an unbreakable physique, had the means to reforge those memories into something unprecedented. He closed his eyes, begin recollection. Within the dark canvas of his consciousness, a luminous panorama emerged, slow motion sequences of martial artists exchanging blows in dusty rings, sparring in bamboo courtyards, battling on rain-slick rooftops. Every detail, every nuance of motion, reconstructed with perfect fidelity. His brain didn't just remember these techniques, it transformed them into living diagrams, three-dimensional holograms hovering within his thoughts. As he watched, his spirit power gently unspooled across his nervous system, synchronizing mind and body. What should my technique look like? He asked himself, what is its soul? A single image bloomed in answer. Majestic in posture, brutal in execution, movements grounded in perfect biomechanics and rhythm, every strike intelligent, deliberate, never wasted. When he fought, people wouldn't just see a man throwing punches. They would see a divine warrior, a transcendent presence forged by war itself. He let the image settle deep into the marrow of his being. This was the core philosophy. Now came the hard part, taking scattered fragments of foreign arts and melding them into a seamless whole. One by one, the disciplines floated before him. One boxing western, he observed a phantom boxer bouncing lightly on the balls of his feet, shoulders rolling in a hypnotic rhythm. The jab flashed out, crisp and precise, snapping an invisible chin backward. Footwork drew tight arcs across the canvas. Ethan studied every angle of movement, the shifting weight, the evasive head movement, the subtle tensing of the abdominal wall before each punch. Yes, that was boxing. Supreme footwork, unbreakable rhythm. Upper body mastery. He began moving his own body in time with the phantom, first slowly heel to toe, then faster. His hips loosened, shoulders swaying. His fists found the beat of an invisible war drum. When he finally opened his eyes, he was no longer merely copying. He was embodying two karate Kyokushin. Next came the stoic figure of a Kyokushin karateka. Upright stance, eyes calm and unblinking. A roundhouse kick ripped the air apart, followed by a punishing straight punch that seemed to echo across the hall. Direct power, internal control, Ethan noted. He adjusted his posture, spine perfectly vertical. Energy pooled in his abdomen. When he thrust his palm forward, the impact sent a thunderclap rattling the walls. He transitioned seamlessly into a savage roundhouse, the torque in his hips compressing like a spring before exploding outward. Even in stillness, there was the promise of devastation. 3 Salat, Southeast Asia. A new silhouette materialized, fluid, crouched, coiled like a serpent. The practitioner glided in with deceptive softness, only to seize an arm and twist it behind the opponent's back in a brutal lock. Joint manipulation, weaponized body, deceptive angles. Ethan watched the demonstration over and over, his mind mapping each movement with surgical precision. Then he practiced it himself, stepping offline, redirecting phantom strikes, capturing limbs in midair. His body felt different, more agile, more dangerous. 4 Pencak Silat and Krav Maga for fluid brutality. 2 figures appeared this time, interwoven in a seamless display of pure efficiency. One minute they were upright, the next, they were driving knees into ribs, delivering knife-edge chops to the throat, kicking knees sideways at impossible angles. The violence was clinical, almost serene. No flourish, only purpose. Calm ferocity, Ethan thought. When I move, it must look effortless but end any confrontation in seconds. He integrated their principles by flowing through combinations, block, strike, break, throw. His body became an instrument of pitiless resolve. 5 Baguaging for footwork. At last, a lone practitioner began circling an imaginary foe, steps tracing an endless spiral. Hands moved in whorls of energy, redirecting attacks before they could find purchase. Circular walking, total control of the field. Ethan stepped onto an invisible circle. Every rotation left his phantom opponent exposed. His breath flowed evenly as he pivoted, his gaze locked onto a single imaginary point. I will always be behind them, he resolved, always dictating the pace. Bit by bit, the disparate styles started dissolving into each other. The transitions grew smoother, the concepts more integrated. Hours passed. His white garments clung to his skin, damp with sweat. The training room seemed to fade away, replaced by the vivid theater of his mind. He imagined an enemy striking from the front, slipped aside with baguaging footwork, his body pivoting in a perfect arc. As the attacker's arm whistled past, Ethan's Salat-trained hand seized the elbow and twisted. The joint locked. Before the phantom could recover, he stepped in with the upright posture of karate, driving his knee into the gut. The enemy doubled over, and then boxing. A short, snapping uppercut under the chin. The silhouette collapsed to the floor, unmoving. Again, Ethan whispered. He replayed the sequence with slight adjustments, redirecting to the left, attacking from the flank, applying less force. He practiced dozens of permutations, controlling the output with surgical precision. Unlike a sword, his fists and legs offered infinite gradations of power. He could subdue without killing, dominate without mutilating. By evening, his mind felt crystalline. He had not only memorized these arts, had transcended them. He named the style quietly, reverently. Heavenly Asura Combat. It was not a collection of borrowed techniques. It was an extension of himself. He stood, his muscles thrumming with readiness. With a thought, he conjured 10 phantoms in a loose circle around him. Those were his clones with very little powers. They attacked in unison. He flowed between them like water given human form. A weaving step here, a pivot there, a counter strike so elegant it looked choreographed. Every movement contained the lethal potential of his sword, but restrained, disciplined. He could end them, but he chose not to. At the conclusion of the simulation, he exhaled a long, steady breath. This, he thought, is what I needed. A technique worthy of the Hunt family's heir. A technique that would awe the powerful and humble the arrogant. He looked down at his hands, flexing them experimentally. In a few hours, emissaries from rival powers would arrive. They would come cloaked in courtesy, yet dripping with hidden malice. He welcomed them, because tonight they would see for themselves. Ethan Hunt did not require a sword to be invincible. He moved toward the door, each footstep radiating quiet confidence. When the world demanded to see his strength, he would show it not in a single swing of a blade, but in the artistry of the heavenly Asura combat. And when those watching tried to measure him, to predict him, to contain him, they would learn the same truth again and again. There was no limit to the heights he could climb. Only Ethan himself would decide how far he would go. Today was the banquet of the Hunt family for choosing their direct heir, who was rumored to be the supreme genius the planet hadn't seen yet. The Hunt family was a top power on the planet, boasting 3 emperors and 4 kings directly in the family. Besides, there were so many kings under them in their businesses and special forces. Every move they made would bring changes to the entire planet. Not to mention, the protagonist of this banquet was the mysterious Hunt family heir. As the only heir of the Hunt family, Ethan naturally received attention from all sides. This banquet was Ethan's first official appearance in the world of martial arts as a Hunt, so it was impossible not to cause a sensation. Those invited by the Hunt family included not only the families of Super City 1, but also other emperor families from other super cities, powerful corporations, influential lone martial artists who didn't have families, vice-chancellors of the top universities, and so on. Slightly lesser king-level powers also received invitations, though not as formal. As for powers even lower than king tier, they had no qualification to be invited at all. Of course, the Hunt family would not refuse them if they actively wished to participate, but they were not qualified to enter the main hall and could only watch from outside. As time passed, the entire planet began to buzz with excitement, as this was the first time this level of banquet was happening since the apocalypse. Time passed, and the day of the banquet arrived. On this day, the entire planet rumbled. Flying jets of different sizes and shapes from countless powers all soared into the sky, transforming into myriad streams of light. Their direction was singular, the Hunt family in Super City 1. The Windsor family was one of the most powerful families of Super City 6, alongside the Ashford family. The Windsors were even more powerful, as their ancestor was a level 4 emperor. Oh, that's the Windsor princess, Renau Windsor. She's actually going to attend the Hunt family heir's inauguration banquet. Indeed, this inauguration banquet is also an opportunity. Who wouldn't want to climb the high branch of the Hunt family? That's true. Generally speaking, this was an opportunity to see the rumored supreme genius of the Hunt family, and if the chance arose, make friends with the Hunts, especially with the heir. Although the Hunt family heir had never shown his face officially, his status and identity alone were enough to make many princesses and heavenly prodigies feel moved and offer themselves. If one could be favored by the Hunt family heir, it would undoubtedly be a meteoric rise, and the power behind them would also benefit greatly. Therefore, many beautiful women from various powers prepared to attend the banquet to try their luck. The Wolford family was also ascending into the sky, preparing to head to the Hunt family. This is the grandest banquet that is going to happen in a century. The Morningstar family had also received the invitation. They were also preparing to go to the Hunt family, even though they couldn't tolerate each other. Inside the flying car, a handsome young man in a blue battle suit with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes had a cold glint in his eyes. Young master, the master has instructed us to attend the banquet to probe the Hunt family heir. If possible, he asked you to challenge him to a duel and avenge your brother in front of all the powerhouses. Beside him, an old man with a goatee spoke with a serious expression. His body faintly exuded the aura of a king. With a king as a servant, this young man's identity was clearly not low. Don't worry, uncle. I'll surely challenge that bastard who hurt my brother and will humiliate him in front of everyone. I'll make him beg for mercy. His name was Cassius Morningstar, the top prodigy of the Morningstar family. He possessed a very powerful soul talent, the battle body. This talent could increase his combat strength up to 5 times in a combat. At the age of 20, he reached the realm of master by clearing the level 5 of the warrior realm space in the battle tower with a solid foundation, and after only 4 years and 6 months, he had already become a level 9 master. He would probably break through to Grandmaster realm very soon. Cassius had been in seclusion and came out today to attend the banquet. He had been biding his time to show his talent to the world. This Hunt family banquet was a good opportunity to let the world know the name of Cassius Morningstar. Ethan Hunt, I'll destroy you and your family's reputation. Cassius's eyes flashed with firm confidence and coldness. Naturally, they had investigated and confirmed that the young man who attacked Kristen was Ethan, but they had to do it manually, as all online information about Ethan had been blocked. Even the videos of him in the base city were deleted. Super City 1 outside the Hunt family estate gate. Countless cars and jets covered the sky. Many types of flying jets hovered there. All of them were the latest models of the Alliance. At this moment, the Hunt family estate gate was wide open, welcoming guests from all directions. As for someone potentially causing trouble, the names of the 3 emperors emitted an aura that even low-level emperors would dread, enough to deter those with impure intentions. No one or no force dared to cause trouble at the Hunt family banquet. Ashbourne family has arrived, presenting the heir's congratulatory gift, Phoenix Root. It's the Ashbourne family from Super City 7. That old ancestor from the Ashbournes is quite famous. Some people from various forces discussed quietly. The Frost family has arrived, presenting the heir's congratulatory gift, 1 bottle of elemental force gathering jade marrow and 5 blue flesh fruits. Oh my god, the Frost family even brought out elemental force gathering jade marrow. That's a wonder that can heal the core even if it's damaged very badly. Many people's eyes turned red upon hearing this. Each of these gifts, if taken out individually, would be enough to make people flock to them, but now they were all freely presented to the Hunt family heir as congratulatory gifts. This couldn't help but make people envious and jealous. Windsor family has arrived, presenting the supreme treasure, a level 3 force weapon shadow sword. As the announcement fell, a radiant and charming woman arrived carrying a pristine black box about 1.5 meters long. She smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes sparkling. It's the Windsor princess. What a beauty. Alas, such a beautiful woman. We can only admire her from afar, yet she wants to give herself to the Hunt family heir. It's truly infuriating to compare ourselves to others. Many male prodigies from various forces sighed inwardly. They were not qualified to pursue the Windsor princess, yet she only wished to be noticed by that mysterious heir. Subsequently, numerous forces arrived one after another, presenting congratulatory gifts. There were large corporations and the top universities from all over the world. It could be said that every force that received an invitation came. These forces were all king level or above and were qualified to enter the Hunt family estate gate. As for those grandmaster forces that weren't even king grade, they could only present gifts and then stay at the banquet outside the gate. These forces had no complaints as they truly weren't qualified. Alliance Vice President Leon Gravis has arrived. The moment the announcement was made, the entire area went dead silent. Even the sound of heartbeats could be heard. Alexander and his 2 sons came in a hurry. That's Master Alexander and his 2 sons. They came personally to receive the vice president. I feel honored just to be present here and see their divine presence once in my life, said some martial artists emotionally. The air grew thick with heavy pressure. An obsidian jet arrived above the gate but didn't land. The hatch opened. Leon was stepping out. He wore a formal suit. His hands were behind his back as he stepped into the air. A horrendous pressure immediately engulfed the crowd. It was not a physical pressure, but a spiritual weight that urged to kowtow before a higher being. Leon descended as if he were walking down from a star. Slowly, his feet touched the ground. Alexander stepped forward and shook his hand. Leon laughed heartily. Alexander, you old fox, you sure know how to move fast. That boy just came yesterday, and already you threw such a grand party. You've tricked me into this, huh? Leon snorted in mock anger. Alexander laughed too. What are you talking about, Vice President? He is, after all, the blood of the hunts. Of course I would arrange such a small banquet. There was a hint of mockery in his voice. Leon said, anyway, I'm not here to see your old rotting face. Where's the boy? I'll give him his gift personally. Alexander said, please come inside. Everyone heard the conversation. Cassius heard it too. Everyone felt as if they had been struck by thunder. They had heard the rumors about how monstrous a genius this mysterious heir Wast Hunt family had advertised it efficiently, but most thought it was just exaggeration. But now it seemed the rumors were not false at all. Even the human calamity had come personally. Damn, now they were all eager to know who this genius was. Meanwhile, Ethan had finished dressing in his room. He wore his combat dress. He was dressed in white so pure it almost hurt to look at. A fitted high-collar shirt hugged the lines of his lean torso. Slim, tactical cut pants tucked into polished combat boots with alloy insets. Over it all, he wore a long, flowing trench coat that reached his ankles, its high collar framing his face in stark elegance. A thin alloy belt closed it at the waist. He knew tonight wouldn't be a normal banquet, but a banquet of supremacy. His mental domain already covered the entire Hunt estate and many areas beyond. He could clearly see how many people had come, who they were, and what they were saying. Even the vice president hadn't yet presented his gift. He was eager to see what that big shot would give him. Moreover, he was actually excited today. If anyone challenged him tonight, he would use his heavenly Usura technique to its fullest. In the main hall of the Hunt estate, where most of the distinguished guests had gathered, hushed conversations mingled with the clink of glasses and the low thrum of old generator systems that powered the estate's reinforced walls. People spoke in voices just above whispers, their expressions a mix of curiosity and wariness. Can you believe it? A man in a weathered military coat muttered to his colleague, his gaze fixed on the towering columns draped with the Hunt family's black and gold banners. 50 years ago, we were fighting over scraps in the old city ruins. Now look at this place like something out of a dream. Dream or not, his companion replied, her voice carrying a trace of caution. You can't deny how far they've come. To gather this many factions in one hall without a single skirmish, only the Hunts could manage it. I heard the heir is stronger than any recorded awakened under 20, the young man said, rubbing his hands together nervously. His friend swallowed, her eyes flicking toward the massive doors that led deeper into the estate. That's what they say, but I just want to see if he's really different. At this moment, powerful auras descended like divine mountains pressing on everyone's hearts. All those from the various forces felt their souls tremble uncontrollably as they turned to look. The master of the Hunt family appeared with his 2 sons, and beside them stood the vice president of the alliance, the human calamity, Leon Gravis. Each of them radiated a boundless, flourishing aura that seemed to make the air itself bow in deference. Ethan's parents, Jack and Alina, also arrived. You're too kind. It's our greatest honor to witness the Hunt family heir's true appearance. Everyone present smiled, but their expressions were tinged with profound respect and tension as they returned the gesture with cupped hands. An elder from a powerful family hesitated, gathering his courage before he finally asked, "May I ask, where is the heir now?" As soon as these words were spoken, countless people's ears perked up like hounds catching a scent. The banquet had already begun, yet the central figure remained unseen. It was impossible not to feel that something monumental was about to occur. A large part of the reason so many had gathered was precisely to behold the true face of the Hunt family heir, the young man no one could find even the slightest trace of online. Apologies, everyone. My great-grandson is preparing himself, and he will come here very soon. Just as Alexander's voice fell, Ethan emerged from the Hunt palace. In that instant, a peerless figure dressed in white slowly appeared, and it felt as though heaven and earth were holding their breath. At that moment, countless gazes like 100 rivers flowing irresistibly into the sea converged upon the lone figure stepping out of the palace. He was a slender young man enveloped in a hazy divine glow. His dresses were whiter than the purest snow, and he seemed to carry an ethereal detachment that transcended all mortal confines. He looked like a banished immortal who had descended to the mundane world in a single stroke of cosmic chance. His hair strands shimmered with crystal-clear luminescence, and his body glowed like the finest immortal jade, radiating an unearthly brilliance. His face was half shrouded in a divine, misty haze that seemed to veil reality itself, yet through it, one could still faintly glimpse features so impossibly perfect that the heart shivered to behold them. His visage was divinely formed, naturally beautiful, and so handsome that many felt a moment of disorientation. Was this truly a human being, or an immortal who had accidentally descended from the heavens to walk among them? In that moment, all sound in heaven and earth seemed to vanish. Even the whisper of the wind fell silent. Many women unconsciously stopped breathing, their chests tightening in an ache they did not understand. Even the young women of the Hunt family, who had seen Ethan before, felt a suffocating sense of unreality, as though a living legend had stepped out of myth. Ethan had imbued himself with light element force that made his aura sublimate, expanding into something impossibly profound and sacred. Yes, he had done it deliberately. He knew he was already handsome, was no fool, but today, he needed to leave an impression that would be carved into the hearts of all who witnessed it. A little trick was nothing compared to that. A gentleman like Jade, the heir is truly unparalleled in this world. A young woman, a close relative of the Hunt family, whispered as if possessed, her voice trembling in her throat. And at that moment, Ethan calmly looked over the myriad gazes fixed upon him, his heart quietly astonished. Though he'd known by his mental domain how many powerful guests had come, seeing them all with his own eyes still made him feel a ripple of disbelief. So many giants of the world, all gathered here waiting for him. A thrill of anticipation glimmered beneath his calm surface. He wondered how long it would take before someone challenged him so he could dazzle them all even further. When he fought, he would imbue himself with even more light energy, until no one could forget this day. A faint, knowing smile played across his lips. Brother, the banquet has already begun. Cedric, who had been waiting outside the palace, finally stepped forward, his voice soft but almost reverent as he addressed Ethan. As for Rose and the others, they were already inside the banquet hall. Let's go to the main hall first, Ethan replied with a slight nod, his tone serene as he started forward. It wasn't until his figure disappeared past the great doors that the countless onlookers felt their dazed consciousness slowly returning to their bodies. I don't know how strong the Hunt family heir is, but in terms of appearance and bearing, he's simply unmatched among our generation. A princess from a powerful family murmured in a daze, her gaze still fixed on the doorway where Ethan had vanished. Inside the main hall, word had already spread. The Hunt family heir was arriving. Moments later, a calm, gentle voice came from the grand entrance. As the words fell, an ethereal figure dressed in a flowing trench coat whiter than snow walked in with the unhurried grace of someone born to stand above all others. All conversation died in an instant. Every person present turned as one to behold him, their hearts seized by awe, curiosity, and countless other emotions that swirled together like a storm. So this was the mysterious Hunt family heir, Ethan Hunt. What a divine presence. Many young prodigies clenched their fists beneath their sleeves, feeling a bitterness of envy they hadn't known they possessed. The young women, however, felt no bitterness, only a breathless, trembling fanaticism. If only they could stand by the side of such a man. Rose and Layla also looked his way. Layla leaned closer to Rose with a teasing smile. Sister, it looks like if you don't guard your fiancé like a mother hen, some crow might swoop in and carry him away. Rose snorted coldly. Why is he glowing? Like light is literally pouring off him. He definitely did something on purpose to attract attention. What a shameless pervert. But the butterflies fluttering wildly in her belly told another story entirely. No matter how she scolded herself, she couldn't tear her gaze away from that infuriating bastard. I need to become a warrior as soon as possible, or else I won't be worthy to stand beside him, Rose thought, her heart trembling. Ethan walked over to Rose and Layla. Zara was also there, watching everything with curious eyes. Ethan asked with a calm, almost amused tone, "How do I look?" Rose didn't answer, only turning away with a bright blush. Every time he came close, her heartbeat seemed to go out of control. Layla and Zara answered together, their voices overlapping in pure admiration. "You look like a prince, big brother." Layla nodded so hard she nearly fell over, her eyes shining. As the self-proclaimed president of the Face Lovers Association, she was practically drooling. She added breathlessly, "You look like a divine prince." Ethan nodded in satisfaction. Perhaps he should make Layla his personal assistant, would only ever praise him. Then he walked toward Alexander. Many of the world's most powerful figures were gathered in that part of the hall. His gaze soon fell upon Leon. Leon looked back with a broad, delighted smile. "Boy, we meet again. You look even more charming than last time. It's a pity you're already engaged. Those little princesses have no hope anymore." Leon's voice rang clearly through the hall. "What? The Hunt family heir is already engaged. Why didn't I hear this before? Why didn't anyone say anything? Then why am I even here?" Several young princesses felt their hearts sink into sudden disappointment. They had come today precisely to see if they might earn his favor, but it turned out this man was already taken. Some elder nobles also felt regret. They had planned to introduce their family's daughters to Ethan, who knew if he might have been moved by one of them. But then the question arose, to whom was he engaged? Which family's princess? The Windsor princess or the Frost family princess? Both had sent lavish gifts earlier. Speculation erupted silently as everyone's imagination ran wild. But no matter how they searched, they found no answer. Ethan and the others had decided not to reveal Rose's identity, so would only invite harassment against her at the university. Ethan looked at Leon in exasperation. "Why would you even say that? Did you think I came here to fish for girls?" Leon laughed with easy amusement. "The president is in seclusion, or else he would have come himself to meet you. But I brought a gift in his stead." He presented Ethan with a small stone. Ethan examined it curiously. Something given by the vice president was certainly no ordinary trinket, but the moment some of the most powerful figures in the hall glimpsed it, their expressions changed dramatically. Evan, Alexander, James, and Ryder were staring, their eyes round as saucers. It isn't what I think it is. Right. Ethan saw the way everyone was looking and understood it. On Seth, his stone must be something unimaginably valuable. He looked up at Leon. Mr. Vice President, may I ask what this is? Leon nodded gravely. This is the key to a realm. Ethan frowned. A key to a realm? Do realms require keys to enter? Leon shook his head slowly. No, not all realms require keys, but this one is unique. We found it connected to another realm. You've heard of the Battle Tower, correct? We acquired that supreme treasure there along with many other world-changing artifacts. This stone was placed inside a locked pedestal. We discovered energy trees of an entirely different world. But the realm was sealed behind an energy barrier. We tried everything. Jevin, the president himself, attempted to break it, but nothing worked. Ethan felt a jolt of astonishment. The president, known as Dragon, was a living legend on this planet. He possessed the soul talent, Emperor Aura, which allowed him to become like an emperor and amplify his strength 20 times over. Peak-level Emperor Somion, who had likely already increased his base power countless times through Treasure Ascent with a 20-fold amplification and a 7-fold boost from the Annihilation technique. Yet even he couldn't shatter the barrier. What sort of unimaginable wonder was this hidden realm? Leon continued, his voice solemn. Then we heard a message. Only someone who has become a king before the age of 20 can enter the realm with this key. Ethan finally understood the enormity of the gift. A realm capable of granting a supreme treasure like the Battle Tower and another realm, probably even grander than this one sealed behind such a harsh requirement, was a place the Alliance must revere above almost anything else. All the powerful figures recognized the key at a glance. It was an open secret. The Alliance had publicly announced the requirements. Anyone who could meet them would be entitled to everything the Alliance had, free of charge. This was a divine artifact in every sentient inheritance of destiny, yet now the vice president was handing it to the Hunt family heir. Did that mean he had already qualified as a king under 20? Many powerhouses were struck speechless. Then they shook their heads, their minds spinning. No, I don't sense any overwhelming aura from him. Then what does this mean? Leon, aware of all the silent speculation, looked at Ethan with clear eyes. Ethan, the president thinks very highly of you. He wanted me to give you this key and to ask if you have the confidence to fulfill the requirement and enter the realm. If you can accomplish it, the president said he will make you the next Alliance president directly. Like a peal of thunder, Leon's words exploded through the hall. What did the vice president just say? Make him the Alliance president directly. That's what Dragon himself decreed. The Alliance thinks so highly of this young man, the Hunt family. They will become the #1 family in the world. No one will be able to stand against them. Everyone's thoughts churned wildly. Cassius clenched his fists so hard his knuckles turned white. He had come here to flaunt himself and humiliate Ethan, but no one had even spared him a glance. Even when they did, no one tried to curry favor. They treated him like any other unremarkable young man. Rage twisted his features. His eyes went red with jealousy. Watching Ethan's grandeur, hearing the vice president's praise, he felt the urge to crush that man where he stood to prove to everyone that he, Cassius Morningstar, was the true strongest Prodigy. He started to walk forward. His servant tried to hold him back, though they came with this purpose, but after observing everything, he decided not to do it. The master would surely understood. But seeing Cassius was walking toward Ethan, he panicked because if the Hunt family heir was injured, who knew whether the human calamity himself might wipe their Morningstar family off the face of the earth. But Cassius was beyond reason, blinded by fury. He shouted, his voice sharp and defiant, "Heir of the Hunt family, I heard you are a heavenly genius. Would you give me some pointers?" The hall had fallen into an unnatural stillness. Cassius Morningstar's challenge had struck the crowd like a lightning bolt. For a moment, no one even drew breath. Then whispers rose in a storm of disbelief, spreading through the gathered guests like fire racing across dry grass. "Did I hear that right?" An elder of the Frost family murmured, voice quavering. He challenged the Hunt heir, here, now, how dare he? A matron in a silver gown hissed, clutching her chest. Does he think this is a common arena? This is the Hunt family's ancestral hall. Some younger guests looked pale, unable to reconcile the arrogance in Cassius' eyes with the weight of the occasion. "This is madness," a young officer whispered to her companion. Even if he had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough to provoke the heir on the day of his inauguration. In the midst of the rising commotion, Ethan stood utterly unmoved. His white attire shimmered under the vaulted chandeliers, the faint glow of light element force still wreathing him in an otherworldly brilliance. His gaze swept calmly over Cassius, as if he were merely an insect that had dared crawl across the banquet table. But inside, Ethan felt a rush of quiet delight. At last, he had been waiting for this, waiting for the moment someone would challenge him publicly, so he could show Theme and all the watching world what the name Ethan Hunt truly meant. He kept his expression serene, His tone was mild, almost courteous. "Forgive me," Ethan said, as if addressing a stranger on the street. "And who might you be?" Cassius drew himself up, shoulders squaring with wounded pride. "I am Cassius Morningstar," he declared, voice echoing across the hall. "Direct heir of the Morningstar family. Perhaps you've heard the name." The guests erupted again in murmurs. "Morningstar, the rival of the Hunt family. Even they have come to this banquet. Looks like they're trying to humiliate the Hunts." "Yeah, I've heard of this heir of the Morningstars. He's a level 9 martial master. Became a master at 20 years old and now he's level 9. A true prodigy, but he is shameless. The Hunt heir is clearly a lot younger than him. I heard he only awakened 10 days ago, so he's just 18 and this Cassius Morningstar wants to battle him now. How shameless." Cassius' jaw tightened at the skeptical whispers. His eyes glinted with fury. "I came here tonight to pay respects," he said, the words clipped and brittle. "But I cannot stand by while people deify a boy simply because of his birth. Let's see if your strength matches the legends your family has advertised so desperately." Ethan tilted his head slightly, studying him the way one might examine a moth fluttering too close to a lamp. "I see," he said softly, "if that is what you wish." Cassius sneered, desperate to regain control of the moment. "Don't look so worried," he said, his voice ringing out. "I'll show mercy. I won't use my full strength. I will restrict myself to the level of a first-level master just as you are." The hall buzzed in astonished murmurs again. What did he say? Did he just call Ethan Hunt a martial master? Some people could not contain themselves. How could that be? He just awakened 10 days ago. That much was confirmed by the Hunts themselves. He's reached the level of master in 10 days. Then the Hunt family wasn't exaggerating at all. They even made the heir sound humble. They did injustice to him. People were filled with astonishment and awe. Some even wanted to kowtow on the spot. Ethan's lips curved in a faint, almost pitying smile. "You need not trouble yourself with such calculations," he said, his voice suddenly cold and resonant, echoing across every corner of the hall. The air itself seemed to tighten around them. "This world," Ethan continued, each word falling like a hammer, "has nothing to do with you any longer the moment you challenge me, Ethan Hunt. Forget about everything, the people around us, the elders from my family looking at us, even forget about me. Just think about yourself, how you may bring out your fullest potential at this moment." The force of that declaration washed over the assembly. Even the most seasoned warriors felt their hearts thud with a primal thrill of awe. Ethan stepped forward. Light around him intensified until his silhouette became hard to look at directly. "I'm standing here," he said, each word etched with calm, unshakable authority. "Use your full power. Use any weapon, any means, everything you possess. If you can force me to step back a single pace, you win." He lifted one hand, folding the other behind his back. "I will use only one hand." The hall was a field of silent astonishment. He is completely ignoring Cassius Morningstar's presence. Even if he's a monster who became a master in 10 days, Cassius is a veteran level 9 master who earned his rank after clearing all the floors of the Battle Tower's warrior trials. The Hunt heir is a little too arrogant, don't you think? SHHHH. Do you want to die by saying that? Just wait and watch. Don't talk nonsense and die without even knowing how. Someone quickly silenced those who were whispering too loudly. At the front, Alexander and Leon looked at each other. There was surprise and astonishment in their eyes. Even they hadn't imagined Ethan could speak such words in front of a level 9 master challenger who was not an ordinary cultivator. The arrogance of this boy is truly unbound, Leon thought, his gaze sharpening. Let's see if he can back it up, or else I'll have to step in if anything goes wrong. Cassius felt something crack in his composure. His vision reddened. His fists clenched so tightly his nails dug into his palms, drawing beads of blood. You are courting death," he roared. Power surged around him, though Ethan told him to use all his might, but he had his own dignity. He used the strength of a level 1 master. He lunged, closing the distance in a blur. His palm cut through the air with a screech like tearing steel as he struck at Ethan's chest. Ethan watched him approach with eyes as tranquil as the deep sea. Then, with a flicker of movement almost too fast to follow, he raised his single hand. Crack, a single open palm deflection. Cassius' blow was brushed aside like a leaf caught in a gale. He stumbled, shock ripping through him. Ethan didn't retreat even half a step. The crowd gasped. He deflected it effortlessly. Cassius snarled and struck again, this time unleashing a flurry of rapid strikes aimed at Ethan's ribs and throat. His limbs blurred as he channeled his most practiced combat forms. Ethan's hand moved like flowing water, smooth and inevitable. Each time Cassius attacked, his strikes were neutralized, turned aside with minimal motion. Not a single blow connected, not a single hair was displaced. Cassius' breathing grew ragged. Rage twisted his features. "Fine," he spat, voice hoarse. "Then I won't hold back." He released his all power at this moment. A terrifying pressure surged from his body which a normal level 9 master couldn't even compare. Then he drew his saber in one fluid motion. The polished blade ignited with crackling energy, its edge vibrating with enough force to split reinforced alloy. The hall erupted in exclamations. "He's using his weapon." Even so, can he land a blow? Cassius slashed downward in a savage arc. The saber's edge descended like a falling star. Ethan's eyes glimmered faintly. His free hand rose fingers relaxed, palm open. Clang, he caught the saber between two fingers. The impact sent a shockwave across the floor, cracking the marble beneath them. But Ethan remained rooted, utterly unmoved. A hush fell so profound it seemed the very air held its breath. This can't be real. Ethan's gaze locked with Cassius, impassive and cold. You should have listened, he said softly. Cassius' heart stuttered. His mind reeled, but he was past the point of caution. His aura flared to its peak, red light swelling until it stained the hall in a bloody glow. You think I have nothing left, he screamed. With a roar, he activated his soul talent battle body. His muscles expanded, armor of living energy encasing him. His power multiplied fivefold in an instant. The floor quaked under the pressure of his aura. Ethan exhaled slowly, the breath like the sigh of an ancient mountain. He shifted his stance, letting his lifted hand drift back behind him. His other hand rose with the single hand he had promised to use. Every watching eye widened. He's still using only one hand. What kind of monster? Cassius charged, the saber blurring into an arc of scarlet death, his every movement infused with desperate, overwhelming force. Ethan's expression remained unchanged. Then he moved. His hand blurred, weaving a pattern of perfectly controlled motion. The heavenly Usura Techniquia style born of countless martial traditions, perfected in solitude, tempered by Ethan's inexhaustible comprehension. Where Cassius struck, Ethan was already there, parrying. Where Cassius feinted, Ethan countered with effortless precision. Every slash, every thrust, every desperate lunge was met with calm deflection. The gap between them grew so obvious, so undeniable that the crowd could no longer pretend this was a contest at all. This is beyond any free hand technique I've ever seen, a grandmaster whispered, voice quaking. What kind of battle art is this? Ethan's movements were flowing, unhurried, the dance of a sovereign who knew no equal. His single hand was enough to turn Cassius' relentless assault into a display of impotence. Clanklish crack. With one final parry, Ethan struck the flat of the saber, sending it spinning across the floor to land in the stunned silence. Cassius staggered back, panting, the energy armor flickering around his battered form. His eyes were wide, bloodshot, and utterly disbelieving. Ethan regarded him, the glow around his body slowly receding. His voice was soft but carried to every corner of the hall. This is the weight of the name you mocked, he said. This is the burden of calling yourself my rival. Cassius fell to his knees, trembling. The hall erupted in a roar of voices, some shocked, some exultant, all awed. He used only one hand. Even the battle body couldn't help him. What monstrous strength and control. Rose stood at the edge of the hall, one hand pressed to her chest. Her heart felt as though it might burst. This is Ethan, the man she could not finish the thought. Layla wiped tears from her eyes, laughing and crying all at once. Big brother, you really are a divine prince. Ethan turned his gaze across the hall at the nobles, the generals, the hidden powers of this still young world. He lifted his chin slightly, voice ringing with unbound majesty. Let this be the first and final lesson, he said. He gestured to the kneeling Cassius. Those who would measure themselves against the Hunt family against me must be prepared to lose everything. Ethan was looking at Cassius calmly. He hadn't fought back at all today because if he had, Cassius would have died. Ethan had no intention of turning this banquet into a horror that would stain his reputation for years to come. If he had killed, people would think that he killed people with a slight disagreement. He just wanted to show off, and he had done exactly that. The fight ended before it even began. Ethan stood exactly where he had declared he would, one hand folded neatly behind his back, the other lowered at his side as if he had merely swatted away a troublesome insect. Across from him, Cassius Morningstar collapsed to his knees, trembling and pale, the power he'd so arrogantly flaunted reduced to a pathetic memory. And the hallants filled with countless voice snow held only stunned silence. No one spoke. No one even dared draw full breath. For several long moments, time itself seemed to forget how to move forward. Then, like a dam giving way, the storm of reactions exploded. Impossible, a visiting patriarch gasped, clutching the shoulder of the man beside him. He is only 18. Even the Morningstar heir who is famous across all the city would not withstand a single hand. It was like a child flailing against a mountain, an officer whispered, her voice shaking. Even when he used the battle body, it was as if Ethan was simply toying with him. At the edge of the crowd, a slender young woman in a pale blue dress pressed a trembling hand to her lips. Her long lashes quivered, unable to tear her gaze away from the white figure standing so effortlessly composed in the center of the ruined tiles. Renau Windsor, daughter of the Windsor clan herself, a rare genius, with a talent the Windsor elders had always praised as peerless. But now she felt a cold clarity seep into her chest. So this is the difference. She had once believed she might someday stand at the pinnacle of this emerging world, that in time her name and her strength would command awe wherever she walked. Yet tonight she saw a young man who had awakened only days before, who had faced one of the continent's strongest prodigies and reduced him to nothing with a single hand. She exhaled shakily, her heartbeat fluttering like a trapped bird. He truly is, like a divine being descended into mortal flesh. In a quieter corner, Jack and Alina Hunt stood together, each unable to disguise the astonishment in their eyes. Alina swallowed, her hand gripping her husband's sleeve. Jack, when did he become so powerful in the blink of an eye? He was a lazy bum just some days ago. Jack opened his mouth, but no words emerged at first. He had known Ethan would become strong, extremely strong, but that was for the future, not after awakening for 10 days. To see him stand untouched against a level 9 Mastertoe, watch him fight with such effortless, disdainful ease was something no parent could have prepared their heart to witness. He drew in a breath, forced a smile, and said hoarsely, "That is our son." Alina's eyes grew bright, and she pressed her knuckles to her mouth. Some of the gathered elders glanced at them in envy. How many families had poured generations of resources into nurturing talents who never surpassed level 5 master, and here the Hunts had raised a youth who shattered every known boundary. Near the head of the hall, Alexander Hunt stood so still he looked carved of stone. He had been many things in his long life, a patriarch who guided the Hunt family through famine, through war, through the upheaval of humanity's awakening, but in all his decades, he had never felt such profound disbelief. Even I did not expect this. When Ethan had first shown his talent, Alexander had dared to hope he would become a pillar of their bloodline. But this was beyond talent, beyond genius, it was transcendence. His gaze rested on the young man who still stood calmly, the light of the chandeliers gilding his hair with silver and gold, and for the first time in decades, Alexander felt a deep, almost childlike awe, perhaps. This boy truly will carry our Hunt name to a height no one has ever imagined. Beside him, Leon Gravis, vice president of the Martial Alliance, was silent for so long some wondered if he'd lost the power of speech. Finally, Leon drew in a slow, steadying breath. His eyes glimmered with something that looked very much like hope. "So this is the one we were waiting for." A wry smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. "Old dragon, perhaps you were right. Perhaps our struggling Earth does have a chance after all." Here and there, lesser guests watched with mixed feelings, astonishment, envy, and a deep unease at what this demonstration meant for the balance of power. A group of young prodigies from all over the world huddled together, unable to comprehend what they'd seen. "Did you see how he blocked every strike without even moving his feet?" One whispered, voice hollow. I thought it was an illusion. Or a dream," said another. "Even when Cassius used the saber and the battle body couldn't touch him. He didn't even draw a weapon." One of them swallowed hard. "If the Hunts stand behind someone like this, no one will ever be able to challenge them." In the center of the hall, Ethan remained composed as ever. He glanced calmly at Cassius, who had sunk fully to the floor, blood dripping from his palms where his nails had bitten through the skin. Seeing the defeated heir quiver in humiliation, the crowd fell hushed again. Then Leon stepped forward, unable to hold back any longer. His voice was low, but each syllable carried the weight of unshakable awe. "Ethan," Leon said, searching the young man's face as if to confirm he was real, "may I ask just what realm have you reached?" A quiet fell, every ear straining to hear the answer. Ethan's gaze met Leon's without arrogantianly steady certainty. "Level 9 master," he said simply. A collective gasp erupted, but Leon and Alexander did not gasp. Instead, at the very same instant, both men threw back their heads and began to laugh. The sound rang across the hall, clear and fierce and disbelieving. Leon laughed until tears stung his eyes. He could not remember the last time he had laughed like this, like a man released from a lifelong wait. 3 days. He reached level 9 master in 3 days. Earth has a chance. Our race has a chance. Alexander's laughter was differential, thunderous, almost savage. "Hasso, this is the dragon that hatched in my bloodline. The heavens truly have blessed us." Cassius felt the laughter pierce through what was left of his pride. His vision dimmed, the shame of his defeat eclipsing even the pain in his body. He slumped forward, unconscious. A hush fell again as Cassius' attendants approached. One of them, a middle-aged man in the Morningstar liver, ribowed deeply toward Ethan and the Hunt elders. "Young Master Hunt," he said, voice strained with equal parts dread and courtesy, "forgive our heir's offense. We will take him away and see to his recovery." He did not wait for a response. 2 servants gently lifted Cassius' limp form and bore him from the hall. No one tried to stop them. No one dared utter a single jeer. There was no need. Humiliation on that scale was more complete than any punishment. As the hall slowly regained some measure of composure, Ethan exhaled quietly. Inside, he was gloating from ear to ear. That was damn satisfying. I should think of more ways to make myself look even more grandiose in the future. Banquet resumed, though a strange hush lingered. People tried to approach Ethan, but they were hesitant, and Nervaushi's arrogant declaration still buzzing in their minds. Yet when they finally gathered the courage, it felt unbelievable to them. This unparalleled genius was so easy to talk to. He didn't show the slightest trace of earlier disdain, like he was an entirely different person. Some prodigies approached first. "Hello, young Master Ethan. I am August Silva from Super City 7 of the Silva family." "It's an honor to meet you." Ethan smiled faintly. "Oh, so you are August Silva. It's nice to meet you too." Of course, he didn't know who he was. It was just formality. August knew it as well, but it still filled his heart with joy and gratitude. More young talents came in a hurry to introduce themselves. Ethan thought for a moment, then asked casually, "Is there anyone among you who is going to be admitted into Aurora Marshall University?" At those words, many ears perked up not only among the young but among the elders. The vice-chancellor of Aurora Marshall University was present, a level 5 emperor himself. He had been silently sighing. How wonderful it would be to have someone like Ethan join them, but hearing the stories of Ethan's 10-day progress, he'd abandoned that fantasy. But now Ethan himself was bringing it up. Auguste's eyes brightened. "My little sister will participate in the admission test this time." "Young master, do you wish to say anything?" Ethan nodded calmly. "I have a friend who will be joining Aurora Marshall University. It would be good if she could make some friends." He didn't say she was his fiancée. He was no fool. After tonight's display, if the world knew Rose was so close to him, no one would treat her sincerely. She'd be envied, isolated, perhaps even targeted with malice behind polite smiles. If necessary, he could always intervene, but that would only deepen her isolation. So he simply said, "A friend." Everyone's eyes lit up. They began crowding closer like moths drawn to flame. "Young master, my cousin will be there." "Where is your friend?" "I will tell her on your behalf." "Young master, my mother's elder brother's wife's sister's daughter will also attend." People scrambled to dig through their family trees, trying to remember anyone who might join Aurora Marshall University. Ethan noticed no one here was planning to enroll themselves. That was understandable. This banquet was for those who'd already reached at least the warrior level, and his batch had only awakened 10 days ago. Even the most gifted needed at least 2 weeks to cross that threshold, so he didn't introduce Rose to them. If someone from their batch had been present, he would have. But tonight, he simply watched, committing each face and name to memory. Everyone noted down that someone close to young Master Ethan would be attending Aurora Marshall University. Vice-Chancellor made a mental note as well. The banquet drew to an end. One by one, the remaining guests approached the Hunt elders to offer farewells, their words steeped in reverence and caution. Soon, the ancestral hall fell silent as the last visitors departed. Ethan turned to Alexander and Leon, inclining his head. "I will be retreating for a few days," he said in his calm, unhurried voice. "There are some matters I must contemplate." Alexander smiled, though his eyes still gleamed with feverish pride. "No need to worry," he said warmly. "No one will disturb you." Ethan nodded. "One more thing," he added, glancing back. "I would like a villa constructed for Rose and her family, close to the main estate, with the highest level of protection the Hunt family can arrange." Alexander's brows rose. "You care for her to this extent already?" Ethan's expression softened fractionally. "Yes," the patriarch chuckled, low and approving. "Consider it done. Before you emerge again, everything will be prepared." Ethan inclined his head once more. He went to Rose, who had been quietly watching from the side. She met his gaze with calm understanding. "Goodbye," she said softly. "Goodbye," Ethan replied. Then, without another word, he turned and walked away, his white dress drifting behind him like the passage of some immortal being. Ethan went back to his room, his steps steady and calm. This time he planned to push straight through to the king level in one go and see if he could elevate his extinction technique to even higher realms. Once he succeeded, he wouldn't have to fear anyone else on Earth. Then he'd enter the secret realm, telling everyone he'd broken through to the king realm. That was the plan. "All right," he murmured, settling cross-legged onto the floor. "Let's do this." But as he prepared to begin, a sudden thought drifted through his mind. How does my system actually work? He had so much strength and spiritual power, yet his body wasn't bulky. Where was all that energy going? Into muscle, into the core. His body's defense matched his physique, a tribute super tough, like diamond, yet still flexible. After reaching king, he'd be able to manipulate force freely and fly at will. The difference between king and emperor was just a matter of strength and core size, no fundamental transformation, like the leaps from master to grandmaster or grandmaster to king. So if I just sit here in seclusion for 6 months, he calculated quickly, I'll have strength equal to the entire universe itself. The absurdity of it made him frown. Then what's the purpose of cultivating at all? Before he could dwell further, a crisp notification rang out in his mind. Become a planetary-level powerhouse before your attributes reach 1 Earth mass, or you will burst into pure energy and be absorbed by the universe. Regeneration will be impossible. Ethan felt as though a bolt of lightning had struck his brain. His heart thudded against his ribs, every thought scattering in panic. Wait, what did you just say?" he demanded, a loud voice hoarse. "What planetary realm? Why the hell would I burst into energy?" The system calmly responded. "Planetary realm is the realm after Emperor. Before your strength reaches 61,024 kilograms, or 1 Earth mass, you must step into the planetary realm. Otherwise, your body cannot contain the excess energy for even a moment." He swallowed hard, a chill creeping down his spine. His mind flooded with images he couldn't stop, his body exploding into a storm of radiant particles, his consciousness winking out like a candle. His mother, his father, Rose no chance to say goodbye, no reincarnation, no do-over. The system usually never offered unsolicited information. Unlike those self-aware systems in novels, his behaved more like a recording device. He didn't know who had created it or even what it truly was. In most stories, the system was forged by some supreme-level powerhouse. The thought circled like a vulture. Then the creator would come, smiling, trying to take everything back from the protagonist, where an epic creator versus protagonist battle would happen. Am I also like that? Am I just a puppet dancing on someone's string? His mouth went dry. A single drop of sweat slid down his cheek. For the first time, he felt truly afraid. No, 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 this can't be. He pressed both hands to the floor, breathing hard. Can it? He forced himself to focus, but the thought burrowed deeper. If someone is watching me through this system, what else do they see? What else have they planned? Even without the system, he had infinite comprehension. He could grow on his own, but could he abandon it someday? As if in reply, another notification appeared. No need to worry. The system has no other source. It was born from your origin source. Ethan went completely still. My origin. He had created this system. How? Who had programmed it then? Deep down, he sensed the system was telling the truth. Some buried intuition confirmed it, but the mystery only deepened. Fine. He drew in a long, shuddering breath. When I'm strong enough, I'll get my answers. Even if some supreme being thinks I'm a puppet. So what? His eyes narrowed coldly. If he dares to come for me, I'll fuck that supreme up. A fresh notification popped up. You can't fuck yourself. Your dick isn't long enough. He sputtered, so shocked he nearly toppled backward. He slapped a palm to his forehead, half laughing, half furious. I swear to all the realms, one day I'm going to program you to shut up. Silence, as if it had never spoken at all. He rubbed his face and groaned. Damn it. Slowly, he forced himself to calm down. Take a deep breath. Think about what's in front of you first. Yes had to become a planetary powerhouse before his strength reached Earth's mass. He quickly checked his current numbers. 2,262,500 tons. Earth's mass. 61,021 tons. He ran the calculation around 52 days before he hit that threshold. But when he broke through to king, he'd get 5 times the bonus, then 10 times more upon reaching emperor. That would accelerate everything even faster. No, I really don't have time. His heart drummed a heavy rhythm. I thought this system was a gift, but this shit wants to kill me. He needed to break through to king as fast as possible, then find clues about planetary advancement. But did anyone on Earth even know how? As far as he knew, everyone topped out at emperor. I'll have to talk to the vice president. He clenched his jaw, and maybe the president himself. There were so many ruins and ancient realms scattered across the continent. Surely those two knew something. Inhaling slowly, he forced the fear from his mind. Calm down, step by step. He activated the primordial 3-elemental breathing technique. Instantly, an infinite stream of energy poured into his body like a dam breaking. He was a level 3 grandmaster, no estimated 5 hours to reach level 4. Time passed like flowing water. 5 hours later. Boom, his cultivation broke through, propelling him to level 4 grandmaster. He didn't stop. Another 10 hours passed. Boom, level 6 grandmaster. 15 hours straight, never moving, never resting, yet he felt no burden. His attributes had doubled just a few hours before, energizing him further. Another 7 hours. Boom, level 7 grandmaster. Night had fallen again. He hadn't eaten, drank, or slept. Still, he decided it was time to pause. He conjured 100 clones, each with limited battle power. Suppressing his strength to match theirs, he began practicing the heavenly Asura combat technique. They came at him with elemental attacks, flying knives, coordinated maneuvers. Nothing could touch him. His defense was absolute, like a primordial mountain no force could crack. For 2 hours, he refined every motion, every pivot. It had now been a full day since he entered seclusion. 12 a.m. He checked his panel. Master Ethan Hunt. Physique 4,530,000, 6,250. Spirit 4,530,000, 6,250. Talent Infinite Comprehension. Level 7 Grandmaster. He activated his breathing again, power rumbling through him. 7 hours later. Boom, level 8. Attributes refreshed. Master Ethan Hunt. Physique 9,074,750. Spirit 9,074,750. Talent Infinite Comprehension. Almost there, one more level to the Grandmaster pinnacle. 7 more hours. Boom, level 9 Grandmaster. He felt like eating something to freshen up his mind. He smiled faintly. He messaged his mother, asking for food to be brought to his room. 20 minutes later, knock knock. Ethan stood, expecting a maid. But when he opened the door, he stunned in surprise. Rose stood there, a tray in her hands. Her hair was brushed neatly over one shoulder, eyes soft. He felt something loosen inside him. "Please, come inside." Rose shook her head, her voice low and warm. "I just came to see you. I won't disturb your seclusion, but take me out to see the city when you're done. Okay?" Warmth spread through his chest. He smiled, a genuine, unguarded smile. "Sure." She turned to leave, then hesitated. "Oh, Grandpa James gave us a villa near the Hunt estate. I'll be staying there from now on." "All right," Ethan said gently. "I'll pick you up at your new home when I finish." Rose nodded, her gaze lingering on his face just a moment longer. Then she turned, footsteps fading down the hall. Ethan closed the door. For a while he just stood there, hand resting against the wood. Then he set the tray on his desk and ate with the hunger of a man who had fought off death itself. 50 days left. Time was ticking. When he finished, he breathed deep and began cultivating again. This time he would become a king. His core had already grown to over 1.15 meters, a massive foundation. Hours slipped by unnoticed. 12 hours later. Boom, 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 his body shuddered as if breaking apart. Then all at once a tremendous burden lifted. He inhaled, and every breath felt lighter than air. "Let's see." With a thought, he rose off the floor, gravity no longer binding him. It felt nothing like flying on a sword, like riding an airplane. This was freedom itself. "This feels incredible." His entire body felt weightless. A slow smile curved his lips. Finally was a king. He checked his panel. Master Ethan Hunt. Physique 45,385,000. Spirit 45,385,000. Talent infinite comprehension. 45 million tons. His base strength already surpassed a level 2 emperor. His core had expanded to 2.3 meters, far beyond anything he'd ever heard of. He had level 9 sword intent and level 5 extinction sword technique, a 144x strength multiplier, which give him over 6.5 billion tons of maximum combat strength. I've probably surpassed the strongest man on Earth, Dragon, but he wouldn't be sure until they met. Tonight he'd try to comprehend level 6 extinction. That would give him the final edge. He began practicing his sword technique, every motion a study in lethal grace. 5 hours later, ding, you have reached extinction level 6. His multiplier climbed to 15x, combined with his sword intent 180x amplification. 7 a.m. his attributes doubled again. Master, Ethan Hunt. Physique, 90,770,000. Spirit, 90,770,000. Talent, infinite comprehension. Now his combat strength was more than 16.3 billion tons. He exhaled slowly. Now I can face Dragon without a single shred of fear. Though I know he is a good person, but greed is a born nature of humans. There were no absolute saints, so he needed to be careful. Even if that old monster went mad with jealousy, Ethan knew he could handle it. He closed his eyes, calm and resolute. Ocean Emperor, just you wait. I'll deal with you very soon. And then he slept as soundly as a man who had finally sold the last of his plague-stricken horses. Ethan woke up after 8 hours of sleep. It was already afternoon. He freshened up, got ready, and stepped out of his room. His 2 days of seclusion had ended, and he had achieved his goals perfectly. Yet there was a ticking clock looming over his mind. He asked the system to set a timer for him so he wouldn't forget. Ethan went to look for his parents. His mother was chatting with his aunts in the drawing room. Jack wasn't home, had gone to the office, eager to start his research and wanted to familiarize himself with the others in the lab. Ethan greeted his mom and aunts. "You've completed your retreat?" his mother asked. "Yes, Mom, I'm going out with Rose. I probably won't be back for dinner." His aunts exchanged mysterious smiles. Elena also smiled softly. "We know, best of luck." Ethan frowned, confused. He wasn't going to fight any monsters, so why the best of luck? Anyway, he decided to ignore it and went out directly. He took a road vehicle and headed straight for Rose's villa. He'd already asked where it was. He called Rose. Rose was still getting ready and said she'd need at least 30 more minutes. Ethan waited patiently. With his mental domain, he could now cover the entire super city and even the surrounding wilderness. As he scanned the city, he sensed many powerful auras. In this super city alone, there were 9 emperors. Among them, he could feel the massive life force of Leon in the Alliance Hall. He estimated Leon's base strength to be around 1 billion tons. Whoa, that was enormous power. They probably all used the battle tower. Ethan calculated mentally. If someone achieved level 5 in every realm of the battle tower, their base strength as a level 9 emperor would be about 1.6 billion tons. That was 5 times more than a normal emperor who hadn't used the tower. But the battle tower hadn't been here for long, so it couldn't have helped the first generation of martial artists. So besides the battle tower, they must have other treasures to elevate their strength. And I'm sure achieving level 5 in every realm isn't easy. If Leon had 1 billion base strength, Dragon was probably even stronger, maybe 2 billion tons. With his sole talent, Emperor Aura, his combat power would rise to 40 billion. And with the annihilation technique's 7 times multiplier, it would be a staggering 280 billion. Ethan's maximum combat strength was around 16 billion. He was so confident in his own growth that he didn't even consider Dragon and Leon might have taken other rare treasures to grow stronger still. He hadn't gauged Leon's strength at the banquet, worried Leon might notice something amiss. 30 minutes passed while he calculated and pondered. So I still wasn't the strongest person in the world. If Dragon couldn't defeat the Ocean Emperor despite all that power, then that monster must be the real deal. I should learn the extinction technique up to level 9 or 10 first. Then I'll meet them. There's no way in hell I'll reveal myself unprepared. He also noted that Dragon's aura wasn't anywhere in the city or nearby. Either Dragon was out of the city or in a secret realm. Finally, Rose came out. She looked as pure and ethereal as ever, just seeing her calmed Ethan's mind. He stepped out of the vehicle and opened the door for her. Rose smiled gently as she greeted him. "Where do you want to go, ma'am?" Ethan asked, tone playful. "Let's go anywhere," Rose replied. "A fixed destination isn't always the best." "Sure," Ethan said, happy to see Rose opening up to him more. It felt comfortably easy. They spent the afternoon touring the city, sampling street food, and eventually visiting the perimeter of Aurora Marshall University. A vast area had been allocated for the university's campus would likely be the place Rose would attend. Later, they stopped in front of the science lab. Here, Ethan laid eyes on the towering 20-meter-tall Optimus Prime replica. Cedric had once explained it was actually a Nova Sentinel, capable of fighting a level 9 king beast, and it could be operated even by non-awakened humans. Of course, martial artists could also pilot it. 3 non-awakened operators could run it, but it would take 5 to fight even a level 1 king beast. For martial artists, it was much easier while people could run it at full combat capacity. Ethan's interest sparked immediately. He'd read countless mecha novels and seen many anime series. One of his favorites was Gurren Lagann, a supreme mecha of universal or even multiversal scale. He was completely fascinated. Beside Optimus Prime stood an enormous sword. Ethan couldn't resist. He went straight into the science lab. Many of the higher-ups had been invited to the banquet, so when he introduced himself as a hunt, everyone recognized his name. After 5 minutes, a senior officer arrived to see who was visiting. The moment he saw Ethan, his eyes brightened. "Young master," he said, beaming, "you could have called. Any of us would have come to you personally." Ethan studied the man's face. He recalled seeing him at the banquet. With a casual wave of his hand, he asked, "I'm very interested in piloting this Nova Sentinel. Is that possible?" The man Dominic was briefly stunned. This supreme genius was interested in mecha. Most martial prodigies scorned mechs, preferring to rely on their own flesh and strength. But seeing the excitement in Ethan's eyes, Dominic felt a surge of pride. "Of course," he said quickly, smiling. "Come with me, young master. I'll take you to the simulator room first. Once you learn how to control it, you can pilot the real thing." Ethan smiled. "Sure, let's go." Rose followed them quietly, watching everything with curiosity. Inside the simulator room, several scientists in white coats turned to face them. "Welcome, young master," they chorused. "We wish you the best of luck." Ethan smiled back and stepped into the simulator. The system was simple. It required wearing a neural link helm to connect his mind to the machine. After that, he could control the mecha as if it were his own body. For most people, the sheer mental load would be exhausting, but for Ethan, it was effortless. 30 minutes later, he had mastered every control function. When he emerged, the scientists trailed after him, practically vibrating with anticipation. He didn't thought someone at Ethan Hunt's caliber would want to be their test subject. Cough. The pilot, Ethan, stood in front of the 20-meter mecha. Rose stood beside him, her eyes wide. The hatch opened. A crane rolled over to lift Ethan up to the cockpit. He waved it away. Instead, he conjured a metal platform beneath his feet, then with a smooth motion, wrapped an arm around Rose's waist and flew up together. Rose gasped, startled by the sudden movement, then flushed bright red. But the scientists all sucked in sharp breaths for a different reason. HSSSS. Heir of the Hunts is a spirit master. No one knew that. He must have been holding back at the banquet. What a monster. They didn't dare to publicize the discovery. If the Hunts hadn't told anyone and they leaked it, the consequences would be disastrous. Yet in their hearts they were thrilled. A mecha needed immense mental energy to operate and a spirit master piloting it. That was beyond ideal. Ethan sat in the main seat. Rose settled beside him, her cheeks still pink, the neural link engaged. Hatch closed. Suddenly, the mecha's eyes lit up. Ethan flexed the colossal robotic hands and legs. It felt almost like his own body, immense, powerful, thrilling. He began to move, testing its stride and balance. It didn't feel stressful in the slightest. Next, he practiced running, jumping, freehand combat. It had to be said the scientists had done a remarkable job. Though it wasn't as fluid as a human body, it was impressively responsive for a trial version. He gave the scientists a thumbs up. But they didn't look reassured. Instead, horror dawned in their eyes. "What is this?" one whispered hoarsely. "How can the mecha move like that? Impossible. We tested it with dozens of men, women, even martial artists. No one could make it move like this. It's as if it's alive." Ethan ignored them. He drew the 15-meter sword from the mecha's back. Then he practiced a few sword techniques. Every movement was clean and deliberate. The sensation was indescribable. Rose, linked to the cockpit, experienced everything from the first-person view. She was as mesmerized as he was. It would be nice to go on a hunt with him in this, she thought. After a while, Ethan powered down. The hatch opened and they stepped out. The scientists still looked dazed, unable to believe what they'd witnessed. Dominic was the first to regain his voice. "Congratulations, young master. You operated it like a professional, an absolute genius." Ethan liked the praise. He tilted his head expectantly, as if to say, "Go on." The scientists obliged, showering him with compliments for 5 minutes straight. When they finally stopped, their mouths were twitching by the shamelessness of this genius. Ethan asked, "If this thing is ready for the field, I'd like to take it on a hunt." The scientists beamed with joy. No one had dared to test it in real combat yet. Dominic nearly stammered in excitement. "Are you sure, young master? Of course it can go on a hunt. Everything is ready." "We only need a pilot." Ethan nodded. "All right, we'll go tomorrow. Of course, yeah, of course." After saying goodbye, Ethan turned to Rose. "Wanna go on a hunt, my lady?" Rose nodded, a spark of excitement lighting her eyes. Ethan smiled. "Then it's a promise. Tomorrow we go into the wilderness." They finished the evening with dinner at a 5-star restaurant. Afterwards, Ethan dropped Rose off at her villa and went home. When he entered, Alina looked at him strangely. How did he come back so fast? She thought, does my perfect son have a defect in this area? No, how can this be? His father is excellently, the son is qualified, right? Ethan raised an eyebrow. "Why are you staring at me like that, Mom?" Alina coughed awkwardly. "Son, didn't you go out with Rose? Why did you come back so early?" Ethan was speechless. "Then where would I go if I didn't come home then? You didn't book any hotel or something." "Why would I do that? I just went out for fresh air." "Okay, I need to talk to great-grandpa." "Bye, Mom." As he left, Alina exhaled in relief. Then irritation replaced her worries. "What a dumbass. I want a grandchild, doesn't he understand that? Should I ask Jack to talk to him?" She sighed, exasperated. "But that research fanatic hasn't even come home yet." Alina was left alone, frustrated and angry. Ethan was about to knock on Alexander's door when a voice drifted out from inside. "Come in." Ethan stepped in. Alexander was sitting in his chair, reading a book. He looked up and smiled warmly. "Did you finish your seclusion fruitfully?" Ethan nodded. "Great-grandpa, I wanted to ask you something." Alexander closed his book, curiosity lighting his eyes. "Go on. Do you know what realms come after the Emperor?" Alexander's brows rose in surprise. Of all the questions Ethan could have asked about techniques, the Grandmaster breakthrough, or the Battle Tower, hadn't expected this one. He leaned back thoughtfully. "We actually don't know much," he admitted. "From the records we've found in ancient ruins in the realms, there are indeed higher planes of cultivation beyond Emperor, but we never managed to uncover much knowledge about them. Maybe the President or Vice President knows more than I do." "One thing is certain," thought Realm after Emperor is like stepping into a different world. It's no longer about unlocking gene locks. Ethan nodded. He already suspected as much. After all, the human body only had 5 major genes. Unlocking them could never be the path to the higher realms like the planetary realm. So I was right, Ethan thought. Earth really doesn't have much information about planetary realm. Maybe that secret realm holds the answer. But before I expose my cultivation, I need to be sure I'm strong enough to deal with any situation. He shifted the topic. "Grandpa, I went to pilot the Nova Sentinel today. It has great potential, especially since even non-awakened humans can fight with it. I want to take it into the wilderness tomorrow to test its combat performance." Alexander looked genuinely startled. "You're interested in those robots. They're not as good as your fists, you know." "One thing you said is true, ordinary civilians could use them if we overcome the mental strain. That would be a breakthrough. Unfortunately, piloting them takes a huge mental toll. For now, it's not feasible for most people to operate them in battle." Ethan inclined his head. "I know, but I still want to test it and try something." Alexander studied his great-grandson carefully, eyes narrowing with curiosity. "Just what is this child planning? Are you confident you can fight effectively inside it?" Ethan didn't answer with words. He turned his gaze to the water filter in the corner of the room. A moment later, his mental power reached out, filling a glass with water. The glass floated smoothly through the air and landed in his hand. He took a sip, utterly calm. Alexander shot to his feet. "You little brat, you're a spirit master. Why didn't you tell anyone?" Ethan snorted. "So everyone could come try to kill me, right?" Alexander looked embarrassed. They hadn't been there when Ethan awakened. They went to Jack because they'd only heard that Ethan was a super genius. He had no right to lecture him. Alexander cleared his throat awkwardly. "Anyway, you can do whatever you want. The Hunt family's resources are at your disposal, but take one of your grandfathers with you tomorrow. There are Emperor-level beasts in the wilderness. We can never be too careful." Ethan nodded silently and turned to leave. As the door closed, Alexander's eyes gleamed with pride. "This monster carries the Hunt blood. Our ancestors are probably laughing in their graves." He chuckled to himself. Ethan returned to his room, then headed straight to the training hall. He conjured a sword of metal energy and began practicing the extinction technique. For 8 hours, he didn't stop. "Ding, you have reached level 7. At last, he reached the 7th level of the extinction sword art, a 20-fold amplification of power. combined with his prior sword intent, his total multiplier reached 240 times. Morning light was already spilling across the sky. The panel had updated. Master Ethan Hunt. Vazika. 181.54 million. Spirit. 181.54 million. Talent. Infinite comprehension. His maximum combat strength was now 43.6 billion tons, an astronomical figure but still not on par with Dragon. If Leon's strength was around 1 billion tons, Dragon's could easily exceed 2 billion, or perhaps even more. Ethan believed in always being overprepared. Today, he would hunt alongside Rose in the Optimus Prime robot. After breakfast with his family, Ryder volunteered to accompany them as a guardian. Though he promised not to interfere unless absolutely necessary, Ethan knew it was for safety's sake. Ryder was a level 3 Emperor, boasting a base strength of 110 million tons, a figure more than twice that of a normal Emperor level 3. But even so, Ethan was already stronger even in terms of raw physical power, let alone those astronomical amplification, though he kept that to himself. He simply appreciated their goodwill. Once breakfast ended, Ethan made his way to Rose's house. Today she wore a sleek battlesuit that traced the lines of her figure, highlighting both her grace and her quiet determination. He looked at her silently for a long moment. Her cheeks colored faintly. "What are you looking at?" "You, of course." His bluntness was disarming. Rose wrinkled her nose and snorted softly. They arrived at the science lab, where the scientists were already assembled. Ethan had notified them in advance. Without delay, he took Rose in his arms and rose into the air. Like yesterday, the Optimus Prime mecha hummed to life, its vast frame unfolding as Ethan climbed inside. Yesterday's test had been confined to the lab garage. Today, he intended to take it into the real world. As the towering robot stepped onto the street, the children watching nearby erupted into cheers. "Look, Mommy, a huge robot. I want to buy one." His mother laughed. "Grow up first, then you can pilot the real thing." "Why settle for a toy?" The boy's eyes widened in wonder. "Okay." Behind the Nova Sentinel, a large crowd had gathered. Drones hovered overhead, broadcasting the scene live across the city. It was the science lab's way of drumming up interest in their project, maybe even attracting martial artists. Ethan didn't mind. He too wanted people to see that mecha had immense potential. The robot's thrusters ignited, lifting the colossal machine into the air. Citizens craned their necks to watch, mouths agape. They soared straight toward the wilderness. Ryder followed them at a steady distance. Ethan glanced at Rose. "How does it feel? Your first monster hunt?" Excited. Her eyes shone. "Yes, it feels like an adventure, like something out of a dream." Ethan smiled faintly. He extended his mental domain outward, searching. 100 kilometers ahead, he sensed a powerful presence, a level 1 king-rank bull monster, perfect for the first test. The mecha banked and accelerated, closing the distance swiftly. The robot's onboard sensors, with an 80-kilometer range, soon picked up the same target. A red marker appeared on the tactical display. At the science lab, technicians watched the feed nervously. A level 1 king tends to fight that on his first outing. "Can he handle it?" a young scientist whispered. An older researcher scoffed. "Just watch, rookie. If you'd seen what he did yesterday, you'd know a level 1 king-rank beast is nothing to him." The vast plain trembled as a colossal shape lumbered into view. The monster was nearly 20 meters long and 13 meters tall, a mutated bull with armor like plates of black bone and glowing red eyes. Saliva frothed around its maw as it spotted the mecha descending from the sky. Inside the cockpit, Ethan gripped the controls. Rose held tight. The bull reared back, bellowing so loud the ground shook. Dust billowed around its hooves. On the city broadcast, thousands of citizens watched breathlessly. The bull thundered forward, each step gouging deep furrows in the soil. Its horns lowered like lances. Ethan's gaze sharpened. The Optimus Prime mecha braced, engines roaring. Just as the bull's charge reached full speed, Ethan activated the booster thrusters. The robot shot sideways with shocking agility for its size, narrowly evading the impact. Gasps erupted from the crowd watching the livestream. He dodged it. "That thing moves like a martial artist." The bull skidded to a halt, enraged. It swung its horned head, trying to track its nimble foe. Ethan seized the opportunity. He extended the mecha's arm. A humming blade unfolded with a flash of blue-white light. The bull roared and lunged again. Ethan met the charge head-on. He sidestepped at the last instant and brought the blade slashing down across the monster's shoulder. Sparks flew. A chunk of armor split and fell away, exposing red muscle. The bull screamed in pain, staggering back. In the city square, a boy clutched his mother's sleeve. "Mommy's winning. The robot is winning." A group of martial artists watched in awe. "Did you see that maneuver? A clean sidestep and counter. Impossible. How is he controlling something that huge with such precision?" The camera drone zoomed in as the bull reared up again. Ethan didn't waste time. He charged, boosters flaring, and slammed the robot's fist into the bull's jaw with a thunderous crack. Bone shattered. The monster tumbled onto its side, kicking up an avalanche of dirt. The crowd erupted into cheers. Finish it, Ethan raised the blade overhead. The mecha's chest turbines howled, building power. In a single, decisive motion, the blade fell cleaving cleanly through the bull's skull. The mecha stood over the fallen beast, steam rising from its joints. Inside the cockpit, Rose's chest heaved. Her face was pale but luminous with exhilaration. That was incredible, she whispered. Ethan exhaled slowly. His mental power withdrew. Back in the city, the broadcast commentator's voice shook. Ladies and gentlemen, you just witnessed history. A Nova Sentinel mecha piloted by Ethan Hunt has successfully slain a king-level monster. This is proof that humanity has a new weapon. Ethan turned the machine back toward civilization. A smile played across his lips as the sunlight gleamed off the bloodstained blade. He was thinking all kinds of robot were present in the battlefield run by normal people or martial artists. Then he went forward with this robot and said, "All Autobots, assemble. I'm Optimus Prime. You either fight beside me or fight against me." That was exhilarating. He should start making Autobots and train people for piloting. He would fight straight to the universe with an army of Autobots behind him. He smiled. He needs to learn how this thing was made. Then he can make them with his metal creation. And he should also learn about genetics so that he can make specific robots for non-awakened combatants. Army of martial artists and army of Autobots with non-awakened people piloting them. The battlefield would look cool. The towering Optimus Prime mecha landed steadily on the reinforced platform outside the science lab, its gleaming armor still marred by the black blood of the slain bull monster. The moment the cockpit hissed open, a wave of applause erupted. A crowd had gathered scientists in white coats, armed guards, and curious civilians who had come to witness the pilot of this legendary machine with their own eyes. Drones hovered overhead, transmitting every second of this historic moment across the city. Ethan stepped down first, his expression calm as ever. Rose followed behind him, her cheeks flushed with adrenaline. The lead researcher, Dr. Morrow, hurried forward, practically beaming. "Young Master Hunt," he began, his voice trembling with excitement that was extraordinary. "We never imagined the Nova Sentinel could display such agility and power. You've proven this project has a future." Another scientist chimed in eagerly. "The data we recorded will advance our research by years. Your performance today will inspire countless others." Ryder stood a little ways off, arms crossed, smirking faintly. "You've caused quite a stir, you little rascal. You always do." Ethan inclined his head in acknowledgement and smiled. He glanced at the assembled team, then turned his gaze back to the colossal machine he had piloted so effortlessly. "I want to learn," he said simply. Dr. Morrow blinked. "Learn?" Ethan gestured at the mecha. "Everything about this. Its internal systems, the robotics. The manufacturing process, all of it." For a few seconds, silence hung in the air. Then, as if remembering something important, Dr. Morrow nodded quickly. "Of course. The Alliance has standing instructions that you are to be prioritized in all matters. Sharing our data is no issue, especially since the Nova Sentinel is still in early development. If you wish to study it, you're welcome." The other scientists nodded in agreement, some with relief, others with open awe. "We'll prepare all schematics, manuals, and research records," Dr. Morrow said. "If you have any specific questions, we will answer them without reservation." Ethan's eyes gleamed faintly. He didn't reply further. His interest was genuine, not idle curiosity. If he could invent something that civilians could use without risking neural collapse, it could reshape humanity's future. Later that afternoon, Ethan returned to the Hunt residence. He found Alexander in the study, surrounded by holographic reports. As he looked up, Alexander exhaled. "I saw the broadcast," he said. "You did well. If ordinary humans could use machines like that, it really would be a game changer." Ethan nodded. Without hesitation, he got straight to the point. "Grandpa, I want you to build me a private science lab." Alexander almost dropped the tablet in his hand. "A lab?" "Yes," Ethan said evenly. "Fully equipped with everything necessary for robotics research and genetic studies. I also want researchers assigned to it." For a moment, Alexander only stared. It was not a request he'd ever expected from his great-grandson. Ethan had always been a monster in martial cultivation, but now he wanted to reach into a field reserved for scientists who'd spent decades in study. But then Alexander's expression softened. "Fine," Alexander sighed. "Consider it done. You'll have your lab in 2 days. I'll order the materials and personnel now." Ethan nodded, satisfied. Without another word, he turned and left the study. Alexander watched him go, an incredulous smile tugging at his lips. What is this boy planning? He wondered helplessly. Well, he's too fast in cultivation for me to nag him to be hardworking or not to lack off. That evening, the science lab delivered a trove of data drives, schematics, and thick printed manuals. Ethan stacked them methodically in his training hall. He didn't waste a single minute. He sat cross-legged among the manuals and began reading. For a full day and night, he did not move an inch. Over the next 24 hours, Ethan absorbed an ocean of knowledge. He learned that the Nova Sentinel was built around a modular exoskeletal chassis, engineered to withstand pressures strong enough to resist the bites of even level 9 King-class monsters. Its power source combined ultra-dense hydrogen fuel cells with a compact gravity stabilizer core capable of supplying uninterrupted energy for more than 2 months of operation. He read all the details, every layer of plating, every actuator joint, every protocol. Yet, after finishing every last document, Ethan came to a sobering conclusion. Even if the mecha were perfectly manufactured, even if ordinary humans could be trained to pilot it, immense mental toll would cripple them within 5 years. If nothing went wrong, the pilot would still have to retire early, permanently damaged by severe neurodegenerative disease. That's not evolution, Ethan thought grimly. That's desperation. He rubbed his eyes, letting the reality settle. The mecha system, at least in its current form, was simply not feasible in the time humanity had left. And humanity didn't have time. He could wipe out the monsters himself in a matter of days, but that would only make everyone more dependent on him. They would stop advancing, content to rely on one protector. If the cosmic civilizations who left behind those realms and ruins ever came to Earth, they would stare at humanity like lambs waiting for slaughter, and Ethan would leave Earth sooner or later. He had no illusions about that. They need to be able to fight themselves. And he needed capable subjects to rule when the time came to build his dominion. Then what can I do? He wondered, closing his eyes. How about a suit, like Iron Man? A single man can operate it, something that can evolve over time. A slow smile spread across his face. Okay then, we'll think about the suit. Even normal humans would be able to fight martial artists. With the resources he possessed far beyond anything Tony Stark ever had, could create something perfect from the very beginning. He just needed to keep reading, learning, refining. He imagined forging an exoskeleton with his metal creation, ability cosmic force and elemental power into the core to drive it. A union of science and martial arts, something entirely new, and with his supercomputer-like brain, it wouldn't take long to design. One day, Ethan thought a martial warrior wearing this suit could fight grandmasters, or kings. He glanced at his timer. 48 days remaining, he sighed. Okay, I don't have enough time. I'll need to enter the secret realm soon, and I don't know how long that will take. He set the manuals aside and conjured his spiritual sword. He was at level 7 of the extinction technique now. He intended to reach level 10 before meeting the vice president and president. For 16 hours straight, he practiced every stance, every slash. Ding, you have reached level 9. Only one more level remained. But when he tried to initiate the comprehension process, nothing happened. The system's notification was blunt. Only planetary realm cultivators can comprehend level 10. He clenched his jaw. Damn, I really do need to step into that realm fast. During these 2 days, his status panel had updated twice. Master Ethan Hunt. Physique 726.16 million. Spirit 726.16 million. Talent infinite comprehension. His level 9 extinction sword technique gave him a 30x amplification. His level 9 sword intent added another 12x. Combined, the multipliers totaled a staggering 360x amplification. His total combat power had reached 261.418 billion tons. He studied the numbers calmly. All right, I'm ready to face anything now. Even if Dragon turned out to be a villain, and Ethan doubted that, given how stable the Martial Alliance Wash still had contingencies. If Dragon was stronger than anticipated, he could always retreat and hide for a few days before counterattacking. Ethan believed in preparation above all. If Dragon were truly evil, the Martial Alliance wouldn't have lasted this long. He exhaled again, feeling the last of his hesitation fade. Time to meet them. 47 days remaining, he drove a car to the Martial Alliance headquarters. This was the first time he had come here in person. The moment he entered the building, Leon was notified. A high-ranking officer level 9 king approached Ethan with a respectful demeanor. Young Master Hunt, do you need something? Ethan looked the man over. He was stronger than Charles by a considerable margin. I'd like to meet the vice president, Ethan said evenly. Is he available? The officer nodded quickly. He is. Allow me to take you to him. It's a small matter. Please don't mention it. Even as a level 9 king, the man knew well that the youth before him was the most talented person alive. It would be foolish to show anything but respect. They walked to a large door. As they neared, it slid open automatically. Ethan stepped inside. Leon was standing by the wide window, sunlight streaming across his shoulders. He looked over and smirked. Look who came to visit our humble abode, he said, his tone teasing. Leon's mouth twitched. What a shameless bastard. Ethan's expression turned serious. Vice President, I need to talk to you. Leon waved a hand and the officer quietly left the room. He faced Ethan directly. All right, what do you want to say? Ethan didn't answer. Instead, he began to rise from the ground slowly, impossibly until he was hovering freely in the air, not standing on anything, not supported by hidden force, simply floating as though gravity itself had surrendered to him. The room fell utterly silent. Leon stared at him like a man who had just lost his soul. Then, without a word, Leon pulled out a special communicator and spoke a single sentence. He crossed the threshold. Ethan didn't need to ask who he meant. Exactly 1 minute later, a cataclysmic pressure erupted from deep within the building, locking onto Ethan like a predator. It felt like the air itself was trying to crush him into paste. Though Ethan's combat value was astronomical when using his amplifications, his base stats were still beneath Leon's and far beneath the one approaching now. But Ethan remained still, his mental domain already spread in every direction. He felt a colossal life force brushing against his mind, carrying an oppressive weight that exceeded 4 billion tons. So Ethan thought, here comes the strongest man on the planet. The legend himself, the defender of humanity, Dragon. With a whoosh of displaced air, a man appeared before him. He wore black clothes embroidered with a single red dragon. His eyes were calm, assessing. He stood a full 2 meters tall, with a perfectly proportioned body, powerful without being bulky. His face was impossibly handsome. Perhaps not quite on Ethan's level, Ethan noted with a faint flicker of narcissism, but close enough to be second. A mind calculation told him Dragon had a 140x amplification. With a 4 billion tons base strength that brought his total power to 560 billion tons, nearly double Ethan's current combat value. Still, Ethan was not helpless. His spiritual force was unmatched on the planet. Even Dragon couldn't suppress him fully. If he attacks me now, Ethan thought, I'll unleash everything instantly. No chance for him to activate any soul talent. But the man in front of him simply smiled. The pressure vanished like air. The smile was warm, full of relief and quiet satisfaction. Hello, Ethan, he said, voice calm. It's nice to meet you. I am Dragon. This is our first meeting. I should have brought a gift, but your sudden news didn't give me time to think. Sorry. Ethan was momentarily stunned. This man was unexpectedly easy to talk to. He relaxed the tension in his shoulders. He really doesn't seem like the type to attack unprovoked. Ethan smiled back. Hello, Mr. President. It's nice to meet you too. I'm Ethan Hunt. Dragon, Ethan, and Leon sat on the sofa, facing one another in silence. The weight in the air was undeniable, yet strangely comforting. I won't ask you any questions, Dragon said calmly, breaking the silence. I don't need to, just share some of your burden with us. That's all I want from you. Ethan didn't respond. His eyes flickered, unreadable. Ethan leaned forward slightly. Mr. President, please give a brief overview of Earth's situation. I have many things I need to understand from you. Dragon and Leon exchanged a look and nodded. Super City 6. Nolan Ashford paced like a caged beast. Madness gleamed in his eyes as he stared at his mutilated son. Despite exhausting all resources, Earth had no technology or treasures capable of regenerating limbs or organs. Perhaps the Alliance had hidden such advances, keeping them away from public reach. That bastard had healed his son after severing his organs, leaving no path remained open to them. This was no mere injury, this was a death grudge, irreversible and unforgettable. They had even attempted to kill him in Base City using a level 9 king-tier beast, but someone had interfered. The city was saved and their plans were shattered. To this day, they couldn't identify the golden armored figure who had ruined everything. Nolan turned toward Erasmus, eyes burning. Father, we can't just sit here any longer. I want that bastard dead. I want to rip him apart with my bare hands. It's a blessing he didn't know I get to take revenge with my own 2 hands. Erasmus gazed at his son silently. Nolan's eyes no longer looked human, they radiated hatred, the kind born only in monsters. He sighed. We can't hurt the Hunt family directly, but others can. The Hunts have rivals, one family even stronger than them. Their old patriarch is a level 9 emperor. They also have a level 2 emperor within their ranks. Nolan's eyes gleamed with wicked light. Which family? The Morningstar family, Erasmus said slowly. From what I heard, Ethan Hunt already has a grudge against them. He beat their young prodigies publicly. Nolan burst into maniacal laughter. Perfect. Then let's go to Super City 1. I'll offer all my personal wealth if they help me take revenge. Erasmus shook his head. You won't need to. The Ashford family will back you. We'll offer half the family's wealth. The Ashfords were business giants, their assets comparable to families led by level 8 or 9 emperors. That very afternoon, father and son set out for Super City 1, Alliance Hall. The atmosphere was tense and oppressive. Ethan sat in silence, absorbing the grim details of Earth's dire situation. His expression darkened. He had once estimated Dragon's combat power to be around 560 billion, but he had forgotten one crucial factor: the weapon. Dragon wielded a level 5 force weapon, the Crimson Sword. With its 80x amplification, Dragon's true combat strength surged to approximately 44.6 trillion tons. That kind of power, Ethan's thoughts drifted. In his past life, the strongest nuclear bomb ever detonated on Earth was the Soviet Union's Tsar Bomba. Its destructive power, when converted to punch force, amounted to about 21 quadrillion kilograms. A dragon could explode with 44 quadrillion, more than double. He wasn't a man, he was a walking supernuclear warhead. And yet, even with this much power, Dragon couldn't defeat the Ocean Emperor. What kind of monster was that? Without any force weapon or amplification skills, that thing had still overwhelmed Dragon. How? Ethan asked the Ocean Emperor. Did it transcend the Emperor realm? Dragon shook his head. No, if it had, Earth would already be gone. Humanity would be extinct. But we're running out of time. I estimate it will break through within 5 years. Ethan's brows furrowed. President, do you know what realm comes after Emperor? Dragon nodded. The planetary realm. Ethan's eyes lit up. Do you know how to become one? Dragon exhaled slowly. No, if we knew, we'd be trying to break through. All we have is the name of the next realm. Ethan's excitement dimmed a little, but only for a moment. Then I'll find out myself. If not in this realm, then after I reach level 9 Emperor, I'll figure it. Then he asked how many Emperor tier monsters are present on Earth currently. Dragon replied gravely, on land alone there are 97. Among them 16 are level 9. As for the ocean, we don't know. Some unknown power is obstructing our satellite sensors whenever we try to observe the sea. 97 on land alone, 16 level 9. Ethan's voice was low, almost incredulous. Humanity only has 55 emperors, and just 9 at level 9, and we don't even know the true number of emperors lurking in the ocean. They definitely have more than 100, that's for sure. How is humanity even surviving now? It's a miracle. He stood. Then, President, shall we head to the secret realm you mentioned? I want to see what lies beyond that energy door. Dragon and Leon stood up with him. Follow us. The trio moved toward the center of the building and opened a sealed gate leading underground. Just 5 meters below, they entered a wide, brightly lit chamber. At the center stood a mysterious, glowing door. Leon explained, we created this door at the entrance of the realm. Similar doors have been installed wherever a realm was discovered across the world. Ethan nodded and followed them through. A wave of discomfort swept over Ethan the moment he stepped inside. Leon smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. Realms are separate space, your body just needs to adapt. Ethan glanced around. The realm looked surprisingly normal, like a quiet town. Light glowed from above, casting gentle shadows on the land. Does the realm use the outside environment as its own? Ethan asked curiously. Good catch, Leon replied. The realm has its own environment. What you see is artificial light. Got it. Ethan noticed tree-strange varieties, foreign yet beautiful. At the center stood a massive palace, silent and imposing. Dragon pointed forward. Let's go inside. As they entered, Ethan's eyes widened. Towering sentinels lined the grand corridor like royal knights standing in eternal vigilance. Dragon said, these statues inspired the design of our real-world sentinels. The interior was like something out of a sci-fi epic. Unreal, majestic. They approached the energy door. It stood 10 feet tall and 7 feet wide, sealed with a shimmering plasma shield. Ethan reached out to touch it. Leon quickly grabbed his wrist. Don't. You'll burn yourself. That dangerous. Yes, it doesn't radiate heat, but the temperature is about 6,000 degrees Celsius. Ethan whistled. That's hotter than the surface of the sun. So this is the unbreakable gate, huh? Without hesitation, Ethan pulled out the keystone, gripped it, and stepped forward right through the blazing energy wall. Dragon and Leon stood speechless behind him. That boy, Dragon muttered, he's far too confident. But then again, he has every reason to be. They sat cross-legged near the door, waiting. Morningstar family. 2 unexpected guests entered. Jake Morningstar sat before them, son of Adam Morningstar, a level 9 emperor. Jake himself was already a level 2 emperor. Cassius and Kristen were his grandsons, so why would the Ashfords visit us at this hour? Jake asked curiously. Erasmus replied with one name, Ethan Hunt. Jake's eyes turned cold instantly. You came here to mock us. Erasmus quickly denied it, then detailed their own grudge against Ethan. Jake let out a twisted laugh. Aren't you afraid I'll tell the Hunts? Do you really think your family would still survive? Erasmus remained composed. We'll offer you half of the Ashford family's wealth if you help us take vengeance. Jake was taken aback. Half their wealth, that was no light offer. Nolan stepped forward, jaw clenched. He didn't just humiliate my son, destroyed him, mutilated him. This is a blood feud. If you give me the opportunity to take revenge, we'll pay. But if you help me succeed, I'll owe you a personal favor. Jake's expression shifted. We'll see. My father's enclosed door retreat. Once he returns, I'll speak with him. If he agrees, we'll help. Nolan looked at Jake, his voice cold. Ethan Hunt has a healing talent. Jake's eyes widened immediately. How do you know? Nolan replied grimly. He healed my son after destroying his body, sealing every possible path to future treatment. How can you be sure that wasn't just a healing skill? He has the light element, after all, Jake asked gravely. He took only 2 seconds, Nolan said in a deep voice. After cutting off his hands, legs, tongue, balls, gouging out his eyes, he healed him instantly and stopped all bleeding. Now you tell me which healing skill has power like that. Jake's expression turned nasty, but he didn't say anything. As the Ashfords departed, Jake's gaze grew colder than ice. Ethan Hunt, a supreme genius, huh? A dead genius is no different than a dead dog. Just wait for the ruin exploration in 2 months. I know you'll be there. And that's where it ends for you. Secret realm. Ethan opened his eyes. Another palace loomed before him, larger, more magnificent. The previous one had resembled a duke's residence. This was like a king's royal palace. He strode forward confidently, drawing the Shadow Sword, a level 3 force weapon gifted by the Windsor family. It could amplify his strength 20-fold more than enough for now. As he approached, the giant doors opened on their own. Ethan stepped into a vast hallway. After 2 minutes of walking, he saw a grand throne. Behind it stood 4 giant knights, each 30 meters tall. Green, red, blue, brown, and seated on the throne was someone. Ethan's heart skipped a beat. Who was this figure, the ruler of this realm? Could he defeat them if a battle broke out? He stepped closer, tension building. The shadows around the throne concealed the figure's face and structure as Ethan approached. His eyes widened in shock. Ethan approached the grand throne step by careful step. Each footfall echoed through the colossal hall like a slow, ominous drumbeat. His shadow sword hung at his side, but he couldn't tear his gaze from the figure shrouded in darkness. At first glance, the silhouette looked oddly round, bulky, almost fat. What the hell? He squinted, and as he drew closer, the throne's deep shadows peeled away in slow, deliberate layers. The shape didn't grow any more imposingly more absurd. And then in the last few meters, clarity struck him square in the face. Ethan stopped dead in his tracks, mouth falling open. It was a panda. A damn panda sat on the throne, plump belly perched majestically over crossed legs, black ears flicking with regal disdain. He couldn't help himself. The words exploded out of him like a cannon shot. With the actual F before he could finish, the panda leaped from the throne with startling grace, landing right in front of him. Its paws slapped the marble floor with a hollow boom. "Insolent fool," the panda bellowed, its deep voice reverberating through the vaulted hall. "You stand in the presence of Master Po." Ethan blinked, then blinked again. "Master Po, the Kung Fu Panda, I am Master Po," the panda roared, puffing out his fuzzy chest. "How dare you show such insolence in my sacred presence? But you're still a panda, right?" The panda's eyes narrowed to lethal slits. He cleared his throat, coughing twice in obvious embarrassment. Cough. Cough? Anyway, let us forget about that. He straightened his robe, which Ethan was fairly sure was just a napkin tucked under his chin. "I have been waiting for you for 50 million years." Ethan's brow furrowed. 50 years. The panda stomped a paw in irritation. 50 million. Do you not understand normal English? It's hard to understand how a panda can live that long, Ethan said carefully, suppressing the hysterical laughter bubbling in his chest. "I am not a panda," Master Po snapped. "Supreme AI, Master Po, Supreme, Ethan raised an eyebrow. "Well, I'm Supreme Ethan Hunt. Care to give me your proper introduction, oh Supreme Master Po?" The panda sniffed and lifted his chin. "I was sent to this planet by my master, the Galactic Lord. Sicarian Vos Ithril, 50 million years ago." Sicarian, Vos Ithril. Ethan let the name roll over his tongue. "That sounds impressively pompous." "It should," Master Po replied with dignified gravity. "My master is among the most exalted beings alive. He rules over dozens of galaxies." Ethan frowned. "So he's still alive, indeed. The lifespan of a galactic lord spans eras you cannot yet comprehend," Master Po said. "It's just been 50 million years. If you can pass the trials, you will be able to meet my master." Ethan let out a slow breath. The thought made him feel very small. "Why here?" he asked after a moment. "Why Earth?" Master Po's gaze softened. "My master has a dream to gather disciples worthy of his teachings. He scoured the galaxies for worlds that showed potential life forms. For every such world, he sent a batch of 50 realms, one of which is an inheritance realm, like this one. So this palace," Ethan murmured. "It is the inheritance realm," Master Po confirmed. "The other 49 realms you humans have stumbled up in those are supplementary. They contain treasures and knowledge to cultivate an ordinary person into a star-level life form." Ethan rubbed a hand across his face. "You said 50 million years. You've been waiting here all that time." "Yes." Master Po's voice dropped lower. "I was created to wait, until this planet birthed a being worthy of stepping through the threshold." Ethan fell silent, the scale of it all settling over him like a shroud. Master Po's eyes glimmered in the gloom. "In the beginning, Earth was not what you see now. Long before your people, there was another civilization here whose technology rivaled the stars. They had many powerful existences, far beyond anything alive today, but they fell to a catastrophe. It wiped them out in mere days. Everything they were, erased, consigned to the annals of history." Ethan imagined it, towers crumbling, skies burning, oceans swallowing entire continents. "You watched them die?" he asked quietly. "I did," Master Po said. "I could not intervene. They were never fated to inherit this power. When they fell, I waited. Eons passed. The earth lay barren. No intelligent creatures arose. Until at last, humanity." "Then why did you wait until now?" Ethan asked. "Why not release the realms earlier?" "Because that catastrophe locked this world away from the greater currents of the universe," Master Po explained. "This entire solar system was sealed. Until 50 years ago, when cosmic energy ray emerged. When the seal weakened, I released the batch of realms across your planet. So, the ruins." "Correct," Master Po said solemnly. "They are remnants of the previous civilization. They didn't even have time to protect them, just wiped away." Ethan's thoughts spun. The alien ship humanity had found. All those impossible relics that rewrote history books. It all traced back here. The ship discovered first was that also your master's doing. No, Master Po said. That was a merchant vessel, here to trade with the prior civilization. When they perished, the ship was buried beneath the shifting crust. He paused, studying Ethan's expression. Do you understand now? Everything you call ruins and realms has been either the remnants of the old civilization or my master's gifts. Your people were simply too young to tell them apart. Ethan exhaled slowly. So your master sent all these realms, just to find a single disciple. Indeed, the AI said, a disciple born from hardship. My master believes that those raised in barren worlds where nothing is given freely grow stronger than any pampered heir of a prosperous civilization. Ethan folded his arms, letting that sink in. Barren worlds forge unbreakable steel. So he said, finally, you said he was a galactic lord. What does that mean exactly? Master Po's voice turned hushed, almost reverent. Galactic lords are cultivators who have transcended the ordinary ladders of power. Their cultivation realms begin where yours end. Beyond Emperor lies the planetary realm, then the star realm, the black hole realm, the galactic realm, and finally, the galactic lord realm itself. A galactic lord's merest thought can turn Star-7 entire galaxies into vapor. Ethan swallowed. Even for someone who had grown used to power beyond imagining, that was humbling. Is Galactic Lord the end of evolution? Ethan asked, his heart racing. A door seemed to open inside him, a door onto something vast and terrifying. The panda snorted. The universe is not something you can understand, boy. There are naturally even greater existences. But we cannot speak of them casually. Ethan nodded in realization. Then he asked again, voice quiet, why not just send someone here directly to train us? Because destiny cannot be imposed, Master Po said. You must reach for it yourself. My master believes a true successor must claim their fate, not have it handed to them. He must be both a genius and a destined soul. Ethan studied the panda's solemn face. For the first time, he felt something beyond amusement, a genuine sense of awe. And all this time, Ethan murmured, you've been here, just waiting. I was made to wait, Master Po said simply. That is my purpose. Something in that quiet acceptance struck Ethan as profoundly sad. What happens now? He asked. Master Po tilted his head. That depends on you. If you can pass the trials, the inheritance realm and all its treasures will belong to you. Knowledge beyond this world, techniques more profound than anything you've seen, guidance that could one day make you stand among the stars. And if I fail, Ethan asked, then you will leave, Master Po said. Your memory of this place will be sealed, and I will wait again, until another comes. Ethan nodded. An inheritance from a galactic lord, nothing shabby. This would surely open the future path of cultivation, which now seemed sealed at Emperor level. He could also build his own army. He was certain now, the universe held countless powerful cosmic civilizations. Among them, Earth was nothing but a single drop in the ocean. Even a galaxy was merely a grain in the cosmos, and Earth had already faced a catastrophe that destroyed a civilization far stronger than theirs. The universe was full of dangers. He couldn't afford pride not until he stood above everything and everyone. He looked at Master Po. What are the trials? Meanwhile, in the world outside, the sky darkened without warning. Thunder roared. The ocean churned with mountainous waves. All the super cities erupted in alarms. A grade 5 beast tide. The Great War 30 years ago had been a level 6 beast tide. Panic swept across every metropolis. Sea monster hundreds of thousands were surging toward the coasts. Dragon and Leon opened their eyes. What is going on? Dragon muttered, voice tight. Sea beast tide. At this time? Why? They both hurried outside to see the situation firsthand. It wasn't just sea monsters. Land beasts and avian beasts had gone berserk as if receiving some kind of summons. All military and civilian martial artists were being called to the front lines. Warrior-level beasts in the hundreds of thousands. Master-level beasts. Grandmaster-level beasts. Every defensive measure on Earth activated at once. In an apartment, a small child clutched his mother's hand. Mama, what is happening? I don't know, she whispered, voice shaking. But don't worry, Mama is here. Your papa has gone out to fight the monsters. Nothing will happen. Scenes like this unfolded everywhere. Inside the inheritance realm, Ethan received the alerts through his clones. He rubbed his forehead. What's going on? Is this my protagonist aura or something? The moment I set foot in this place, the bastards go crazy. What a drag, but he exhaled steady. The situation is not out of control. They can handle it. I just need to finish this trial fast. Ethan had already asked the panda about the trial. Master Po showed him the tower. It looked like the battle tower Ethan had seen in the city, but this tower had 9 floors, each radiating a heavy, oppressive aura. The panda spoke. The first floor has 10 level 1 king beasts. The second floor has 20 level 2 king beasts. The third floor has 30 level 3 king beasts. And the 9th floor has 90 level 9 king beasts. You are a level 1 king. All you have to do is conquer the second floor to become a disciple, in name meaning you won't have the right to meet my master, but you can receive his gifts. If you can conquer the 4th floor, you'll become an outer disciple. When you reach the star realm, you'll be permitted to meet my master and train there. He paused, his black eyes fixing on Ethan. If you can conquer the 7th floor, then my master will take you as his personal disciple. After you become a planetary cultivator, you can go to my master for further cultivation. And you can't use any force weapon either, Master Poe added, glancing at the shadow sword on Ethan's waist. Ethan nodded. That was quite straightforward. So this galactic lord wanted to take a disciple based on sheer combat ability. That was fair. Anyone who could, without external force weapons, defeat monsters naturally stronger than humans which were even 7 levels higher would indeed be a monster worthy of such attention. Then he asked, what about the 8th and 9th floors? The panda looked at him solemnly. If you can conquer Level 8, I will recognize you as my master. He paused, then continued in a heavy voice. As for Level 9, there are no records of someone at Level 1 King defeating those monsters. These are not the normal beasts you see on your planet. These are void beasts. They are born at Star Realm. Their genes are 10 times more powerful than those of humans. Even the peak races have only 3 or 4 times stronger genes than yours, so you can imagine the power of these monsters. Passing Level 1 is impossible for most people. You said they are born at Star Realm, Ethan said. Then why does this tower have King Realm beasts? Master Poe replied, these beasts are not real. They are versions made from their structure. A Level 1 king here is 10 times stronger than the Level 1 human kings on this planet. Ethan nodded in understanding. If that's the case, your master must have very few personal disciples. The panda said, not really. The universe is vast. There are countless special people born as monsters. As a galactic lord, my master searches for such beings, not random ordinary people. Yes, becoming a king under 20 is impressive, but that's only the qualification for being permitted to attempt the trial. Ethan nodded again, but 10 times stronger genes or not, these were just ants in front of him. He needed those treasures now than Heritancing if the panda would recognize him as master upon conquering Level 8, even better. Having a powerful AI would make everything more convenient for his future plans. Okay, let's begin. He placed the shadow sword gently on the ground, then started walking toward the tower. The panda had a flicker of anticipation in its eyes. If Ethan could conquer the 4th floor, it could finally leave this monotonous existence and return to see its master. Meanwhile, in the city, the 10 supercities were all built along the sea to monitor it. Even before the apocalypse, the ocean was a mystery for humanity. After the apocalypse, it became a complete enigma. They knew nothing. They had only seen those beasts 20 years ago. When they tried sending submarines, drones, and robots to investigate, nothing ever returned. Dragon and Leon were standing atop the barrier wall, watching the sea. Different types of sea monsters crawled out of the surf, giant lobsters, monstrous squid, armored serpents. At the same time, land beasts were charging toward the city gates. Flying monsters filled the sky. This same situation was unfolding in every supercity. The tiers of the beasts weren't highmost, were at the Grandmaster level, or below, but the sheer number was terrifying. Hundreds of thousands of monsters were converging on each city. Humanity simply didn't have that many martial artists. They had warriors, but warriors couldn't do anything against a beast tide of this scale. Only masters and above could contribute meaningfully. Dragon spoke, his voice solemn. All martial artists below King Level 5 should take action. His order was transmitted to every city. Martial artists below Level 5 King Grandmasters, Master Saul began to deploy. The defense mechanisms were activated. Laser cannons began to charge. As for why higher-level martial artists weren't participating, it was simple. They were conserving energy. This was only the first wave. No one knew how many waves would come. Even the emperors might have to step in. Dragon also ordered the military generals to locate the leader of this tide. Only by defeating it could the onslaught be stopped. Soon, a massive battle broke out. Martial artists clashed with monsters in a brutal melee. Fighter jets streaked overhead, intercepting the flying beasts. In shelters, civilians huddled together. In the Hunt State's bunker, everyone who was not a martial artist was present. Rose and her family were also there. Everyone was watching the situation on the projection screens. Zara asked timidly, "Where is big brother Ethan?" Rose's heart skipped a beat. Ethan had gone to the Alliance Hall and hadn't returned yet. Alina was almost in tears. Jack hugged her shoulders gently. "Don't worry. Ethan is smart. He'll know what to do." Meanwhile, Alexander and the other martial artists had already deployed to the city wall. The situation was in chaos. Martial artists were fighting with everything they had. Charles had just arrived that day. He had been busy elsewhere, and the beast tide erupted the moment he returned. Maybe he really was unlucky. The kings were the most efficient at killing monsters. Each of their attacks slaughtered dozens at a time, but the numbers weren't decreasing. Their stamina and force energy were gradually depleting. Dragon sighed heavily. If this continued, the higher-ups would have to step in. The tide was endless. The most frustrating part was that they still couldn't find the leader. Dragon thought grimly, is this his doing? What does he want? Another war? Has he become confident enough to try now? 2 hours passed. Inside the secret realm, Master Po watched the scene unfolding in the tower through his artificial eyes. What the heck is going on in there? Did someone tamper with this damn tower? Why do the monsters look like chickens in front of this guy? Ethan was already on level 6. He was clearly enjoying himself. He didn't pulverize the beasts immediately, choosing instead to fight them at a relaxed pace. That relaxed expression was the most nerve-wracking thing for Master Po. The beasts didn't look like anything found on Earth. They were cosmic predators creatures with obsidian carapaces, glowing gills along their armored throats, and claws like black scythes. Every movement radiated lethal intent like a living weapon. Master Po felt his artificial saliva drying up. Damn. What a monster! How did this low-level planet produce someone like this? Ethan concentrated a portion of his mental power on his clones. Sigh, looks like I'll need to step in. The situation outside is dire. Each of Ethan's clones had around 36 million base attributes, the equivalent of a normal level 2 emperor. He dispatched his 10 clones, one to each super city. Another hour passed. The beast tide still hadn't slowed. Martial artists above level 5 had already deployed to the battlefield. The high-ranking defenders began to sweat. Leon's expression was grave. Is humanity truly this fragile? These are only low-level monsters. Just when Dragon was about to issue the order for the emperors to join the fight, a blinding flash of light streaked across the sky. A single figure hovered above the battlefield. Clad head to toe in radiant, seamless armor, he looked like a being descended from legend. All eyes turned toward him. Charles felt his heart seize in his chest. That armor, that's them. On every screen, the cameras zoomed in. That figure was radiating light. That was why he looked so eye-catching. He stood in the air in a relaxed manner, hands behind his back. 300 floating knives materialized, forming a perfect orbit around the figure. Each blade gleamed with a deadly silver brilliance. The battlefield fell into a momentary hush. Then the armored figure lifted a single hand like a commander giving an order. The knives moved. They streaked through the horde with impossible speed, slicing through monsters faster than the eye could follow. Grandmaster beasts split apart like wet paper. The same scene played out over all 10 super cities. Every sky an armored figure reigned, blades dancing in perfect unity. For 5 minutes, the monsters were shredded like weeds. The situation came under control. Then the armored figure's calm voice echoed, "Leave this to me. Go rest. You have done well." Something about that voice struck every defender as if they had heard an order from the dragon himself. They unconsciously started retreating. In the bunkers, people wept. He took control of the situation in minutes, like it was nothing. Someone whispered. Dragon was watching the scene, surprise in his eyes. "Who is this man?" Leon slowly exhaled. "They belong to a mysterious organization. They first appeared a few days ago near Base City 5. One of them even saved the city from a level 9 king monster that attacked. We were looking for them but couldn't find them." "All that happened in just a few days?" Dragon asked, quite surprised. In the secret realm, Master Po felt a bead of artificial sweat roll down his plush cheek. Ethan had stepped onto level 8. His eyes were calm, his stride steady. "Will I really have to call him Master?" Master Po thought silently. How is that possible? Cosmic energy just resurfaced 50 years ago on this planet. How could such a monster appear in such a short time? Ethan had just taken control of the situation, but the beasts were still coming out of the ocean endlessly. Ethan thought, once this shit is over, I'll make a seafood festival for 3 days nonstop. Damn it, I'll cook that ocean emperor bastard soon too. Using flying knives didn't consume his force energy, only mental energy, and that was one thing he didn't lack. So the minced meat was already piled into a huge hill. While Ethan was cursing, the beast tide suddenly started retreating. Everyone was surprised. Finally, those damn things were going back to where they came from. Coughwell back to the ocean. Ethan was about to vanish into the wilderness, but then he heard a voice behind him. Wait, Ethan knew exactly whom this deep voice belonged to. He didn't bother to look back. Instead, he replied in a deep voice, "President, I respect you very much. Please don't ask me anything. Have a good day." He then vanished into the deep wilderness. Dragon didn't pursue further either. All of Ethan's clones were retreating, but someone from Super City 6 started following him. He thought he was being very cautious and that Ethan wouldn't notice him. But he didn't know that each of Ethan's clones' mental domains almost covered the entire Super City, so he naturally noticed the man. Who is this guy? Oh, we'll see about that. He started flying even faster. The follower was now having a hard time keeping up. All of Ethan's clones received the news about an emperor from Super City 6 tailing him, so they all started flying toward that location. They would first ask his intentions, and if the guy couldn't answer properly, they would pummel him. 10 versus 1. Each of the 10 was stronger than him. Erasmus was startled by the speed of this person. How can a king have such speed? Even if his power is doubled through treasures or something, this speed seriously belongs to an emperor. Is this guy an emperor? No, I watched their battle. If he were an emperor, they wouldn't have struggled that much. Maybe it's some secret technique he got from a ruin or somewhere. He regained his confidence. Meanwhile, in the secret realm, Ethan killed the last monster on the 8th floor. Master Po was looking at him blankly. No way, this dude really did it. I'll have to call him Master from now on. That was the rule made by the Galactic Lord. If someone could conquer the level 8 floor, they would get their own free personal AI. There were many generations of AIs. Master Po was a 10th generation capable of maintaining the data of an entire galaxy alone and evolving with time. He was on the verge of the 11th generation. This AI was the best gift a disciple could get, but Ethan didn't stop. He was going to finish level 9 and create history. When Master Po saw this, his eyes widened. What is this guy doing? He already finished level 8 and got full control over me. He wants to show off. Po snorted coldly, then let him feel some pain. He opened the pain sensors of the tower and set them to 10. Ethan didn't want to waste time with this nonsense. He used the level 9 extinction and pulverized the 90 level 9 king level space beasts. The panda's eyes were wide opened. Master Po fell to his knees. Master, your cute AI at your service. He was totally convinced, calling a legend. Master was not bad at Alit, was even the best. He would be able to show off in front of the other AIs when he met them. But Ethan didn't come out after finishing level 9. A projection appeared in the room. It was a human-shaped figure, its face clad in light. The projection was huge, so Ethan couldn't gauge the exact size of the real person. The man lowered his head and looked at Ethan. I am Sicarian Vos Ithril, the owner of this inheritance realm. Congratulations, boy, for passing the level 9 tower. This is the second time someone has done that. Second time, Ethan frowned, but Po told me no one had ever done this. The man said, indeed. If you acknowledge me as your master, you will be able to meet your senior brother. Ethan felt like the man suddenly smiled under the light, a very amiable smile. For some reason, a chill ran down his spine. Ethan didn't hesitate. Your most powerful genius disciple, Ethan Hunt, greets master. The man in the projection felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. What a shameless bastard. But he continued calmly, once you step into the planetary realm, your AI will guide you to my abode. I'll make a space tunnel then. As for your reward for passing level 9, I am giving you a skill. The projection vanished. A skill book materialized in Ethan's hand. Short time teleport. It would allow Ethan to teleport within a 100-meter radius. Ethan nodded in happiness. He was already looking forward to the upgraded version of this ability. Then Ethan asked in his mind, hey system, this dudeth Galactic Lord Psycho or some thingies a son of a bitch, right? How did you figure that out? A message came from the system. It's a hunch, you might say. That guy is collecting destined people from everywhere. I'm sure he's up to no good. Correct as always, Ethan smiled but didn't say anything more. He came out of the tower. Po was still kneeling. A fat panda kneeling looked rather historical. Ethan held back the urge to pinch his furry cheek. Seeing Ethan come out, Po looked up and cheered. Master, congratulations, he said cutely. Ethan's mouth twitched. Wasn't he an arrogant punk just now? Now look at him, acting all cute. Stand up, Po, you don't need to call me master. Call me boss. Yes, boss, Po gave a salute. Okay, now let's see the prize I won. Hee hee. Outside, deep in the wilderness, where satellite cameras couldn't see, Ethan's clone stopped. He said, you've been following me for quite some time. Don't you think it's time to come out? Erasmus, clad in a mask, emerged. Your instincts are sharp. Anyway, tell me who you are and what your organization is, and I'll let you live. Ethan looked at him with some amusement. It's proper etiquette to give your introduction first before asking others. Don't you think so, old man? Ethan already figured out who this level 1 emperor was. Super City 6 had 3 emperors. One belonged to the Alliance, a level 5 emperor, one in the Windsor family, a level 4 emperor, and the other from the Ashford family, a level 1 emperor. A few days ago, Ethan had destroyed an Ashford young master, so he had used some extra mental power to gauge the Ashford family today. But why is he here? He doesn't know who I am. Boy, you are just a king. Don't act arrogant in front of me. Now answer my question. Were you the one who was present in Base City 5 that day? Did you kill that monster? Then something clicked in Ethan's mind. So the Ashfords were responsible for that day's attack. What a dumbass, I didn't even investigate yet, and here the criminal comes to confess. Should I kill him? Nathan Dragon might think I'm from an evil organization and try to hunt me down. I really don't want to fight him. He can be a great general under my command. But Ethan wasn't going to let him off easily. All 9 other clones stepped out. Erasmus was startled and took a step back. He hadn't sensed their presence at all. Those 10 didn't even give him any chance. They all charged at him together. Erasmus was an emperor, after all. He became enraged at their insolence and attacked immediately. He conjured earth spikes, meteors from the sky all at once, intending to destroy everyone. But Ethan's clones didn't even flinch. They appeared in front of him in a blink and released their full pressure. At that moment, Erasmus knew he was utterly fucked. He tried to run away. Bam, a kick landed squarely on his back. He fell face first to the ground. Then began the ultimate pummeling punches, kicks, slaps. It was a beautiful rhythm. A heavenly tune. Erasmus tried to protect himself by conjuring force around his body, but it did jack shit. The protective coating fell apart in moments. The pummeling continued. Erasmus started howling. Please let me go. I was wrong. I'm a very elderly person. I have money. I can give you 1%. Ethan paused for a moment. Erasmus thought he had successfully stopped the disaster, but then the pummeling resumed even harder. Erasmus was on the verge of crying. The hits felt like hell unbearably painful. After 20 minutes, he finally started sobbing. Saliva dribbled from his mouth, and snot ran from his nose as he begged for mercy with all his might. In Super City 1, Dragon ordered everyone to collect those sea monsters. They would have a feast. Dragon was also a passionate man. He carried a passion similar to Ethan's. Ocean Emperor, you bastard. Once Ethan comes out from that realm, you'd better pray I don't get anything useful from there, or else I'll barbecue your thick octopus legs. In the wilderness, Erasmus had lost consciousness. His face was black and blue, covered in lumps. He looked utterly pathetic. Ethan felt refreshed. He hadn't killed him because that day no one had died, and Erasmus was just an ant he could squash anytime, anywhere. From now on, he would watch that family. If they did anything to harm him or anyone close to him, he would destroy the Ashfords without a doubt, in the secret realm. Ethan was eagerly waiting for his rewards. Poe gave him a ring. Ethan took the ring, still looking at the panda with expectant eyes. Master Poe said, "That's all, boss. The other things are the knights you're seeing and the others you saw outside." Ethan was still smiling, but as the sentence processed in his mind, his face turned black, then blue, then yellow with anger. He roared like a mad dragon. "Poe, you corrupted bastard. You ate all my rewards, right? Spill them out right now or else." Ethan was about to rush at him, but Poe spoke in a hurried, panicked voice. "Boss, that's a space ring. Everything is inside." Heh. Ethan stopped mid-charge. Space ring, that legendary thing really exists. He dreamed of having a space ring and carry everything without burden. Finally, he could achieve his dream. He started laughing creepily. Poe felt goosebumps all over him by those creepy look. Ethan tried to channel his mental power into the ring. The instant his consciousness touched it, his awareness plunged into an immense void. A vast space stretched out before him, 20 kilometers long, 20 wide, 10 tall. He was momentarily overwhelmed by the scale. Within this boundless expanse, countless treasures lay stacked and scattered in orderly chaos. Some items were so alien that Ethan couldn't even guess their purpose. But one thing was clear. If he harnessed these resources, he could raise an army large enough to shake the world itself. Martial artists depended on resources to grow stronger. Not everyone was an anomaly like him, progressing at monstrous speed. Without external aids, even the most talented cultivators would crawl forward at a turtle's pace. Rows upon rows of weapons pulsed with lethal energy, emitting a pressure so oppressive it made his heart pound. There were natural treasures of unimaginable potency, even entire spaces sealed inside crystalline objects, quietly waiting to be opened. A savage joy filled Ethan's chest. He turned to Poe and demanded, "You said the knights I saw outside can be used. Are they automated robots or piloted manually?" Poe's face appeared, beaming with pride. "They're manual. Martial artists can control them directly, but with me around, I can operate them all at once." Piece of cake. Then Poe seemed to recall something important. "Use this communicator instead," he said, flicking his fingers. A sleek black device materialized in Ethan's hand. "It's far more advanced than yours. I can project myself through it and stay by your side." Ethan nodded. He swept his gaze across the massive armored figures standing in the distance, towering knights with colored plating, each more menacing than the last. They looked like something out of a nightmare, one of them resembling a Decepticon from an old sci-fi flick. He raised his hand. With a thought, the four colossi rose from the ground, floating silently, then shot toward him and vanished into the ring. He turned back to Poe. "All right, know the real question. How does one advance to the planetary realm?" Poe grew solemn. "Every martial artist forms an elemental core within their body. Once you reach the peak of the Emperor realm, you must begin comprehending your elemental laws. When you grasp 1% of your element's law, your core transforms into an inner planet and you step into the planetary realm." Ethan narrowed his eyes. "Comprehend the law? You mean like those novels staring at water to understand the law of water or feeling the breeze to grasp the law of wind?" "That's the idea," Poe said. "It sounds fanciful, but it works. However, you don't have to waste time. Inside this ring there are 9 law stones. They are also gift from the master. If you hold the stone of your element, you'll perceive its law directly. After that, it's up to your own comprehension." A rush of relief flickered through Ethan's chest. So the problem is almost solved, but he wasn't finished. If someone has multiple elements, do they need to comprehend all of them, or just one? Poe said with a calm expression like a sage. "They must master every law corresponding to the elements inside their core." Ethan's brows drew together. "That must be very tough, right?" "It's difficult," Poe agreed, "but also immensely rewarding." Ethan tilted his head. "I heard that having different elements can give you more options to use but not strength. Do you mean those benefits?" Poe shook his head. "This theory is only applicable until Emperor Realm, not after that." Ethan said, "Explain." "Say someone has an Emperor core 80 centimeters in diameter, and they're purely a fire element cultivator. Comprehending one of the law of fire will expand their core into an inner planet 100 times larger, around 80 meters. That size determines their might in the planetary realm. But if they have two elements and master both laws, their inner planet becomes 160 meters. Ethan felt something in his chest go still. So, more laws you grasp, the more powerful your inner world becomes. Exactly, Poe said, voice grave. Ethan's gaze burned with ambition. Then is it possible to comprehend laws outside your innate elements? Poe hesitated, as if weighing whether to answer. At last he nodded. Yes, the elements in your core only make the connection easier, but rare prodigies have grasped laws unaligned with their elements. They are as scarce as phoenix feathers. A chill of exultation rippled through Ethan, with infinite comprehension. Who the hell would only master 3, huh? I'll master all 9. Suddenly an idea struck him. Are there any other laws except the 9 elemental lost like space or time? Poe flinched, his eyes widening. How did you know? Ethan smirked faintly, just a guess. There are, Poe said heavily. Space and time are supreme laws, so are fate and karma. They lie far beyond the basic elements. Ethan's pulse quickened. Now we're talking. He leaned closer. Are there stones to help comprehend those? Poe shook his head almost regretfully. No, supreme laws must be sensed by the cultivator alone. Perhaps there are artifacts that can aid comprehension, but I've never seen them. That's fine, Ethan said, voice coldly resolute. This information is enough. Let's go. Poe vanished into the communicator. When Ethan stepped out of the secret realm, Dragon and Leon were waiting, their faces strained with tension. At the sight of him, they looked almost relieved, but their wariness never fully eased. Ethan nodded curtly. President, Vice President, we have much to discuss. Then, without warning, he raised his hand. 50 towering statues, each as immovable as a mountain, quivered and slowly rose into the sky. They drifted across the plaza like dark omens, then disappeared into the ring. The two leaders stood paralyzed, staring in mute disbelief. Dragon's lips moved soundlessly. He can move them. Leon swallowed. Spirit Master. This monster is also a Spirit Master. Does the universe play fairly ever? Dragon murmured, yes. We have more to talk about than I ever imagined. Ethan finished sealing the nights away. He turned. President, will speak in the morning. I'm exhausted. Dragon could only nod. A room was prepared for Ethan in the Marshall Hall. Before he allowed himself to sleep, he called his family. He talked to his mom, his dad, and Rose. He said he would come home tomorrow. Then he cut the phone. Alexander immediately left home. Today he asked the vice president about Ethan's whereabouts, but he answered very vaguely. He didn't tell this to Ethan's parents, but he was in deep tension. What if they did something to him out of jealousy? He didn't dare to think further, but now that Ethan called, he could sit still in the home. Ethan's call broke the dam of tension that had been eating at him from within. He went directly to the Alliance and talked to him personally. Grandfather, I'm all right, Ethan said quietly. We'll talk tomorrow. You should stay here tonight and attend the meeting. Alexander nodded. Another room was arranged for him. Ethan's entering to the secret realm was highly confidential news, so only Dragon and Leon knew about that. In the dawn, he opened his status panel. Master Ethan Hunt. Physique 1.45232 billion. Spirit 1.45232 billion. Talent infinite comprehension. 46 days remaining, he felt it instantly. Now that his spirit attribute surpassed 1 billion, his perception transcended anything he'd known. Ethan spread his mental domain and it did not stop. It expanded outward, flooding the Marshall Hall, the city, the mountains. The entire planet fell under his gaze. His mental domain covered the entire planet in a sphere. He could see down to the molecular level. Every vibration, every heartbeat, every flicker of energy. Then his focus shifted to the oceans. What he saw there made his heart go cold. Beneath the waves, a vast army waited. Countless monsters, innumerable as grains of sand. King-level beasts by the tens of thousands. Emperor-level creatures at least 10,000s. And in the heart of it all, a blank space the size of a city, utterly opaque to his mind. His mental energy couldn't penetrate that area. A shiver ran down his spine. The Ocean Emperor is there, blocking my perception. Ethan's jaw clenched. We don't have time. He left the chamber in silence and strode into the council room. Dragon and Leon were speaking with Alexander. Ethan didn't bother with pleasantries. His voice was low and absolute. President, humanity is on the edge of extinction. They looked up sharply as he recounted everything's secret realm, the ruins, the galactic lord, the hidden inheritance, the ocean's monstrous horde. The time he finished, the room was silent as a tomb. Alexander stared at him, pale. Two truths detonated in his mind like nuclear blasts. Ethan was now in the king realm, and the world itself was about to fall. Dragon, usually so composed, looked sick. He felt the dread bloom in his chest. Yesterday's attack on the city hadn't been random. It had been a test, a probe. If Ethan's estimation was correct, they had 3 days at most before the first wave began. 3 days to avert annihilation. Dragon's fist slammed onto the table, shattering it into splinters. Ethan ignored the wreckage and contacted Poe mentally. What are the strength levels of those knights and the 4 grand knights? Poe's voice echoed coldly. The 50 knights each have Emperor Realm 6 power. The The 4 Grand Knights are peak Emperor, each comparable to that Leon fellow, though not to Dragon. Ethan nodded, his mind already racing. Send me the structural manuals for those knights. He faced Dragon. President, I have a plan. Gather 1,500 Grandmasters, Spirit Masters if possible. Train them to pilot Nova Sentinels. I'll handle the rest. Do we have monster cores of king level and higher? Dragon nodded. Ethan turned to Alexander. Grandfather, call my dad. Bring him to the science lab. He'll work with the scientists to screen Grandmasters for piloting aptitude. He was already imagining it, not creating but replicating the knights. 500 of them, 1,500 pilots, 3 per sentinel. Time pressed against him like a vice. President, Ethan said, voice like a blade, I need a secured area the size of a football field and every monster core above King Realm you can spare. Dragon met his eyes. In that moment, they both understood. Humanity was in a race against oblivion. Everyone went to do their part. Leon had gone to inform the martial artists all over the world. Dragon went to collect the cores of the king-level beasts from the treasury. Ethan asked for 2,000 cores. If the Alliance didn't have them, Dragon would need to go hunt. Alexander called Jack and told him to go to the science lab. Ethan went to the place where he could make the Nova Sentinels. He got the manual, and Poe also gave him a visual description from ground zero to finishing. All Ethan needed to do was replicate them with his metal creation parts by parts. Ethan had a clear idea in his mind of what he was going to make. Damn right, Baby would make all the Autobots and Decepticons and Transformers he admired. He would create 500 Nova Sentinels, all the famous ones like Optimus Prime, Bumblebee, Megatron, The Fallen, Ratchet, Jazz, Starscream, and many more. If he had time, he would also make Primus, Unicron, and the other Primes, but they were too huge. He didn't have that much time. As he needed to fight, he would fight with a bang. He took a deep breath and started his work. First, he conjured the parts needed for each robot with microscopic details. Poe was helping him in this matter. Dragon went to the treasury. There were 30 Emperor cores and 1,000 level 9 King level cores. He didn't have enough, so he got ready for battle. It had been a long time since he fought. He was itching for it. Leon first went to find Grandmasters. There were many talented martial artists with soul talents in the Alliance. He searched among them those whose soul talents could enhance mental power, then the Spirit Masters. After a deep search, he found 800 such individuals, but Ethan asked for 1,500. So Leon passed an order for all Grandmasters with mental-related soul talents and Spirit Masters. His orders spread instantly throughout the cities. The big families already knew about the situation. They had been informed early to make preparations. This would be the greatest battle for humanity. 20 years ago, not even a portion of these beasts were emperors. Very few were at that realm. But according to Ethan, the number of emperor-level beasts exceeded 10,000 now. They had very little chance to win this time, but they would fight with everything they had. Rose came to the Alliance. A martial artist led her to the place where Ethan was working nonstop. He noticed her arrival. He looked up and gave her a light smile, then went back to work. Rose also smiled. She knew this man's burden Ethan was carrying right now. He awakened around 15 days ago, but he was now a king. This wasn't even genius or monster. Ethan could only be described by Ethan himself, but they didn't have time to celebrate. Humanity needed him. Though she couldn't participate in this battle, she could at least carry some of the mental burden by standing beside him. Ethan had already made parts for 100 Nova Sentinels. He didn't call his clones because Ethan's metal creation technique worked in a unique way. The durability and strength of the metal depended on the power of his spirit tributes. His clones had only 5 of his power, so the parts they created would also be 5 as strong. Ethan stopped. He had ignored Rose throughout the day, or rather, he simply didn't have enough time. He saw Rose serving food. He went to her side and hugged her tightly. Rose hugged him back, then they shared the meal together in silence. Ethan asked Poe for news. Poe already had full control of Earth's internet and information, everything, confidential or not. Poe told him Dragon had gone to hunt monsters. As for Leon, he had gathered 2,000 Grandmasters. They were now being checked in the science lab. At 12 a.m. their training could start officially. Ethan nodded. That was good. Then he apologized to Rose and went back to work. He asked her to go home and rest. Rose simply stood there, as if she hadn't heard his words, watching the creating parts with great curiosity. Seeing his woman paying such deep attention and the admiration in her eyes somehow made Ethan's working speed faster. Men will always be men. The whole night passed. Ethan's panel refreshed again. Master Ethan Hunt. Physique 2.90464 billion. Spirit 2.90464 billion. Talent infinite comprehension. Today his mental power doubled again. Now he would make the second batch of robotic parts. This batch would be twice as strong as the previous ones. Tomorrow he would make the main characters like Optimus Prime, Megatron, Sentinel Prime. Those would be the leader class. His Nova Sentinels would be stronger than the Grand Knights from the Secret Realm. Poe would control the leader class Sentinels he made to perform more efficiently. As for those knights, they would be run by the martial artists who were undergoing brutal training right now. They would need to fight Emperor-class beasts. A lot depended on them. Only the best of the best were chosen for this. Ethan forcefully sent Rose home by making her sleep through his mental power. That silly girl was taking too much pressure. Having a partner like Ethan was already the heaviest pressure for any girl to bear. He was blooming too quickly. As for Rose, she only had a glimpse into the warrior realm. Only 17 days had passed, you know. Ethan had 2 more days. He was sure the attack would need 3 days because he saw many beasts gathering from afar. Everything would need time. Dragon hadn't returned yet. Another day passed like this. Ethan created 450 robotic parts in 2 days. Today he would make the leader's parts and then assemble them. He looked at his panel. Master Ethan Hunt. Physique 5.80928 billion. Spirit 5.80928 billion. Talent, infinite comprehension, time remaining, 44 days. The leader class would have base strength stronger than even Dragon. Dragon returned with 30 more Emperor cores. The rest were level 9 King cores. He hadn't gone overboard so as not to escalate the battle early. Ethan also finished making all the parts. Then, with a thought, every part started floating in the air and came together seamlessly. Dragon, Leon, Rose, Alexander, Jack, James, Ryder, Charles, everyone was present to see the historic moment. They watched the creation of magnificent knights, huge in height, each one looking damn cool. Especially those 50 were humming with absolute power. Leon felt they were even stronger than him. Even Dragon thought the same. They didn't know how Ethan could make something this magnificent out of thin air. He was holding too many secrets, but Earth was relying on this boy now. They couldn't complain. All 500 Transformers were ready to ride. Poe's eyes were gleaming. Boss, these 50 look so cool. Don't worry, I won't let anyone sully their royal look. I'll handle them perfectly in battle. Ethan nodded. He then called the 1,500 Grandmasters who were training day and night. Though they had little time, they were prodigies after all. They mastered the control system in mere hours, then learned to cooperate and fight the Aniter time. Those martial artists' eyes were shining brightly. They fell in love with the Nova Sentinels the moment they saw them. They were eager to try them. Ethan took the monster cores and started placing them into each robot for power supply. Everything was done smoothly. The hatch opened. Ethan looked at the eagerly waiting martial artists, already divided into 3-person teams. Ethan also took out the 50 knights from the ring. Go on, play with these babies. I'm hoping you'll thrash those beasts the most tomorrow. Best of luck. Ethan didn't wait to see how well they could control the Sentinels. He had other things to do, like learning that short-time teleportation skill. He sat cross-legged and brought out the skill. Ding, a skill has been detected. Comprehend? Yes, Ethan gave his order. Ding, short-time teleportation upgraded to teleportation. You can teleport anywhere under your mental domain. After learning the space law, you will be able to teleport anywhere in the universe or beyond just by learning the coordinates. Damn, I'll FK those monsters tomorrow like no one's business, Ethan thought with a grin in his face. It was already night. Ethan called Rose. She was still in the Alliance. He asked her to come to the gate. Then he held her waist and flew up. They were watching the night view from the sky. This was a heavenly scene with his girl beside him. She looked exceptionally ethereal in the night. He was looking at her. Rose could feel his gaze but didn't dare to look. Her heart might burst. Seeing the crimson hue on her flawless neck and face, he couldn't control himself. He kissed her deeply. Rose responded perfectly. Their first kiss was a disaster, so she was taking her time to absorb these emotions. They stayed like this in the air for quite some time. In the roof of the Alliance Hall, Dragon and Leon also saw the scene. They laughed. Being young is good. Leon asked old Dragon, "What do you think will happen tomorrow? Do we have a chance?" Dragon didn't look at him. He was staring at the moon. "I don't know, but I know one thing: I will put all my essence into tomorrow's battle. And if tomorrow is to be our last stand against these monsters, let it be the kind of stand the stars themselves will remember." Leon didn't say much. Ethan came down from the sky. He didn't have time to be so passionate. Then he took out weapons. His ring had 10 level 5 force weapons. Ethan called Dragon. Then he went to the roof. Ethan said, "Don't worry, President. We will win the battle. I won't say how, but we will." Dragon smiled but didn't say anything. He had said before that anyone who fulfilled the requirement for that secret realm, he would make him the president. But time was too short. Maybe fate wanted him to die as the president. Ethan handed over 9 level 5 force weapons to them. He kept one for himself. He might need it tomorrow. All the level 9 emperors would get one. Until now, Dragon's Crimson Sword was the only level 5 weapon in the Alliance, but now they had 9 more. Okay, we will battle outside the city. Let's assemble everyone. We will wait for them there. All the civilians had already gone into bunkers. Rose said only one sentence to him before she went to the bunker with his family. "Come back to me safely." Ethan nodded. His mother also had tears in her eyes, but she couldn't be selfish enough to bind her son after knowing his capabilities. That would be the greatest sin toward humanity. Everything was ready. 500 Nova Sentinels were lined up. 50 were ahead. and one blue and red one stood at the commander position. It wasn't necessary, but Ethan wanted everything in place. Martial artists from every base city and super city were there, lined up in orderly ranks. Dragon stood tall in his battle suit. He looked magnificent under the moonlight. He gave a short speech enough to boil their blood. Listen up. Out there is everything that wants to end us, and here is everyone who refuses to kneel. We don't fight because we think we'll live. We fight because some things are worth dying for. So hold your ground. Look those monsters in the eye and show them the earth belongs to us. Now move. Ethan gave an order through Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime raised its blade toward the sky. All Autobots roll out. This was the crucial part to set everything in perfect order. He was satisfied. Let the battle begin. The whole army began moving forward. Ethan had already pinpointed the location and the route the monsters would take. Although their main targets were the ocean beasts, there were also plenty of land and sky monsters converging, darkening the horizon like an endless tide. Ethan had observed that all the monsters on the planet were gathering near the point where the ocean creatures would emerge from the sea. They intended to attack jointly, as if some ancient intelligence bound them together. Maybe their strategy was to destroy one city at a time, or simply focus all their strength on wherever Dragon was. If Dragon fell, humanity would fall with him. That was likely the monster's plan. 200 kilometers from Super City 1 stretched a barren land the size of 3 Super Cities, a vast desert where the wind scraped dry soil into swirling clouds. While the monsters weren't gathering in the desert, they were clustering near it, massing like an army of nightmares. If Ethan moved the army into the desert, the enemy would surely attack them there, which would provide the perfect battlefield far enough from any city to spare the civilians, yet open enough for humanity to unleash its full force. The entire situation was being broadcast around the world. In every shelter, civilians huddled together, clutching blankets or each other's hands, eyes locked on the trembling screens. All above warrior level 7 had gone to war. Only the lower-level fighters remained to guard those who could not fight. This was humanity's total combat power, assembled in one desperate stand. 55 emperors whose strength alone could shatter mountains, 5,321 kings, seasoned in countless battles, 76,321 grandmasters, each a legend in their own right, 594,736 masters, wielding enough force to decimate armies. Over 2 million warriors above level 7, countless faces turned resolute toward the battlefield. Additionally, there were 554 Nova Sentinels, each with Emperor-level might. Poe controlled 54 of them, while 500 were operated by 1,500 Grandmasters. And of course there was Ethan, whose power eclipsed them all. Right now, Ethan was thinking, a hard glint in his eyes. This massive battalion looks impressive, but comparing to the monsters coming out of the ocean, their numbers aren't even one of their total number. If I use my clones at full power, I can conjure 30 clones at 5 of my strength each. Even then, that's still not enough. Sure, each clone would have a base strength of 290 million, but their numbers are too few. If I conjure clones at 1 of my power, I can create 1,000 of them. Each will have 58 million base strength. 1,000 with 58 million is far better than 30 with 290 million. He decided he would summon 1,000 clones at 1 of his power. It was already night, a restless darkness pressing down over the waiting army. The main battle would probably begin at dawn, when his attributes would double again. All his clones would be able to wield his skills and techniques, each a mirror of his own lethal precision. Moving such a colossal army wasn't easy, but none of the martial artists caused trouble. They didn't know Ethan's true power, but all of them knew this could be their last battle. When death looms overhead, petty rivalries dissolve like smoke. Besides, Dragon, Leon, and the Emperors were leading the march, their presences as steadying as bedrock. Ethan asked Poe to transfer control of the Optimus Prime to him. He would operate it with one of his clones, turning it into an extension of his will. After 2 hours, the entire 2 million-strong army reached the deserted area. On any other day, such a sight, a living ocean of martial power, would have been the most shocking spectacle imaginable, but no one was in the mood to admire it. Dragon stepped forward and raised his hand. The army halted in unison, dust settling around them in a vast hush. Ethan already expanded his mental domain to cover them all, concealing their collective pressure like a cloak. If such an immense aura had been released, the land monsters nearby would have sensed it, and the Ocean Emperor might have changed its plans. They waited. The silence was absolute, thick with the knowledge that tomorrow, many of them would not see the sunrise. No one spoke. Suddenly, Ethan rose into the air, the moonlight glinting off his armor. Brilliant light erupted from his body in blinding waves. One by one, armored figures materialized around him, each a perfect duplicate of the martial artist who had saved the city the day before. This had been broadcasting all over the world. Everyone watched in stunned disbelief. A hush spread through the ranks and across the shelters where civilians clung to each other. For a moment, the entire world seemed to hold its breath. Charles smiled faintly, as if surrendering to the truth he'd been avoiding. I used to think I was protecting humanity's last hope back in Bay City 5, but it was always this monster protecting us. Leon gave a tired, almost sorrowful smile. He never needed our protection. Dragon said nothing. He'd suspected it yesterday, but now the evidence blazed undeniable. In Super City 1, deep in the Hunt family's bunker, Jack smiled with a pride so fierce it hurt. Even surrounded by 2 million martial artists, his sun was shining brighter than all of them. His eyes turned red as he fought back the tears. Alina couldn't hold her back. Thighs was the proudest moment a parent could ever know, to watch their child stand out among everyone in the world. Rose clenched her fists, her heart beating too fast to breathe. She couldn't even think straight. This man might have surpassed everything on the planet, yet he had never once treated her with condescension. He had always been there, like the warmest blanket on the coldest night. Do I really deserve him? The question hollowed her chest. Back in the city, Ryan threw back his head and started laughing like a madman, his voice hoarse with devotion. Ha ha ha, that's my king. Someday I'll be his strongest general and slaughter anyone who dares to stand against him. Everyone felt something different. Pride. Awe. Terror. On the battlefield, Alexander couldn't suppress the smile tugging at his face. But the situation was too grim, and if he started laughing, Dragon and Leon might pummel him on the spot. Leon caught the glimmer in Alexander's eyes anyway. What the hell are you smiling about, you old bastard? I knew you abandoned his family. Damn it, I shouldn't have told you about him. I should have adopted them myself. What a fool I was. Alexander's grin only widened, almost taunting. Leon was about to lunge at him when Dragon stopped him with a look. One by one, Ethan's 1,000 clones materialized, clad in armor that gleamed like molten steel. Inside his mental domain, Ethan released their pressure in a single, unstoppable wave. The aura of a level 3 Emperor poured from each clone, rolling over the army like a promise of salvation. Ethan did it on purpose to boost the morals of the army. He needed some backbone right now. Dragon alone wasn't enough. Even Dragon's eyes went wide, awe breaking through his composure. These are his clones, if they're this strong. How powerful is he really? And how can he conjure 1,000 of them? What kind of skill is this? Where did it come from? Thousands of questions churned in his mind, and none of them had answers. Meanwhile, far out in the sea where Ethan's mental domain couldn't penetrate, a colossal octopus, at least 100 kilometers long, studied the beasts beyond its hidden territory. Its massive red eyes glowed with cold calculation. 50 years have passed. It's time we erase these insects from the planet, or else. A trace of something like worry flickered in that endless gaze. It issued a mental command, move. Millions of monsters began to march. Giant jellyfish drifted like living continents. Sharks larger than megalodons knifed through the waves. Blue whales bigger than the greatest ships from Ethan's past life surged forward. As the octopus's hidden domain lifted, Ethan finally saw the full magnitude of the threat. His face turned grim, shadows etching his features. That octopus had to be the Ocean Emperor. Its life force was massive. Its strength was nearly 80 trillion tons. No wonder Dragon had never defeated it. But if it was so strong, why wait until now? Something didn't add up. Among the monsters were some Emperor-class creatures whose strength began at 1 trillion. What the hell is going on? How can these monsters be this strong? None of this makes sense. By tomorrow, his base strength would be 10 billion. With 360x combat amplification, he'd reach 3.6 trillion. His level 5 force weapon would multiply that by 80,288 trillion total. Not bad, but he was sure the octopus had other tricks. He couldn't afford to be careless. As dawn broke, the sun spilling fire across the desert, Ethan's voice rang out, cold and defiant. All martial artists ready. We're going to FK up these ugly bastards, and then we're having a seafood festival for 3 days and nights non-stop. Everyone erupted in cheers, fists raised, their fear transmuted into raw resolve. Now that they knew Ethan's true capabilities, their respect was genuine, almost reverent. Only the morning stars looked sour, their faces twisted in silent spite. They were the same kind of people Ethan had known in his past life, those who would rather die than let someone else surpass them. He noticed their ugly expressions and thought coldly. You'd better behave yourselves, otherwise I won't even give you time to regret it. On land stood a 100-meter-tall ape, its knuckles like siege weapons, a level 9 emperor. Beside it, a bear the size of a hill and a flame wolf as large as a 2-story bus, each radiating killing intent that made the air feel thin. In total, there were 578 emperor beasts on land. Their kings and lesser ranks were innumerable, yet even they were only about 5 of the total enemy force. Above, the sky teemed with monstrous eagles, vultures, and mutated birds, around 300 Emperor-class sky beasts wheeling in formation. Ethan released the suppression from his mental domain. A horrendous pressure surged outward, crashing into the monsters like an invisible tidal wave, a declaration of war. The monsters reacted immediately, falling into disciplined battle formations. They waited, silent and monstrous, for their command from the sea. Then, thousands of ocean creatures began to emerge. In their midst, the colossal head of the octopus rose from the deep, dark waves. It issued a single, resonant command. The monsters charged straight toward the source of that impossible pressure. The battle had truly begun. The monsters came like the end of the world itself. From every horizon, they advanced at a living tide that swallowed the earth. Hundreds of millions of monsters, their bodies a writhing mass of scales and fur and claws, moved in perfect order, obeying the command of their emperor. Ocean leviathans, land titans, winged predators from the sky, an entire ecosystem of annihilation converging on a single point. They advanced in disciplined ranks, first the warrior-level beasts, then the masters, then the grandmasters, then the kings and emperors at the very rear. This was not a mindless beast tide. It was like a war between two intelligent species. The colossal octopus was watching with calm eyes, its vast tentacles drifting across the waves like drifting mountain ranges. Its crimson eyes regarded the scene as though observing ants squabbling at the edge of a campfire. For it, this was not war. It was extermination, and the sheer magnitude of it struck even the most hardened veterans numb. The martial artists who only hours ago had felt a surge of bravado now stood paralyzed. Their weapons shook in their hands. Tears slid down hardened face thighs was instinct. When standing against such an overwhelming force, your body just didn't want to listen anymore. All the training, the faith, the hope crushed under a single truth: they were not enough. In every shelter, millions of civilians were watching the broadcast with wide, hollow eyes. Children clutched their mothers. Old men pressed trembling hands to their mouths. Somewhere, a woman let out a quiet, broken sob that echoed through the silent bunkers. Humanity is finished. Who could fight such a thing? Who could stand against an army that blotted out the horizon itself? Even Dragon, Leon, and Alexanderman, whose names were legend, had no words. They understood exactly what the lower-ranked martial artists felt in that moment: the hopelessness, the certainty that nothing they did would matter. Ethan stood at the forefront, his face lit by the rising dawn. He looked at the monsters. If those things reached the army, there would be no time to scream. Millions of warriors would be shredded into red mist before their minds could register death. He didn't intend to let that happen. He closed his eyes, and in the hush before the apocalypse, he breathed once. Then he gave the silent command. His 1,000 avatars, which were hovering in the air, each clad in armor that caught the morning light and threw it back in brilliant flashes, moved. It was already dawn. His attributes doubled again. Master, Ethan Hunt. Physique, 11.61856 billion. Spirit, 11.61856 billion. Talent, infinite comprehension. His clones' attributes also doubled. Now each of them was comparable to a level 4 emperor. That was enough, more than enough. The clones raised their hands and with a flick of their collective will conjured swords that shimmered with lethality. Their edges glowed pale gold in the dawn, and then, as one, they struck. The air erupted with 1,000 lines of searing light. The blades didn't merely slice the monsters, they fell on them like judgment from the sky, each strike splitting the ranks of the beasts and vaporizing them by the hundreds of thousands in number. In a blink, entire columns of creatures ceased to exist, their bodies reduced to drifting motes of ash. The martial artists stared, unable to comprehend what they were seeing. Before the shock could settle, Ethan's clones extended their hands again. This time, 500 knives materialized around each, 500,000 blades arrayed in a perfect lattice. The knives shot forward with a shriek like a world coming apart. They tore into the monsters, slicing them as easily as grass beneath a scythe. Flesh and bone fell away in clean, impossible cuts. Blood vaporized into pink mist, but the clones did not advance alone. The Nova Sentinels also moved. 500 armored giants surged forward, each piloted by 3 grandmasters working in perfect unison. Their footfalls shook the desert floor like distant artillery. The sky split with their war cries as the sentinels crashed into the monsters too. The Optimus Prime, with its big blade, which was being piloted by one of Ethan's clone, started cutting the monsters in minced meat. Even with all this, the tide didn't even decrease a bit. They were still coming forward. Moreover, to confront Ethan's clones and those sentinels, from the massive monsters, 2,500 Emperor-ranked beasts advanced directly. Sentinels met the monsters in a cataclysm of force. Behemoths roared and lashed out with claws and jaws that could pulverize skyscrapers. Ethan's avatars met them blade to flesh and bone, each clone wielding a sword at once while maintaining the telekinetic storm of flying knives. Each clone was now battling with 2 level 6 or higher level emperors. But the clone could also use 360x amplification. Those monsters didn't stand a chance against his clones. One after another, the colossal bodies were carved open, their cores shattered, their life force extinguished. The monsters died by the millions, the battlefield transforming into a graveyard of titans in mere minutes. But the enemy had no shortage of life to throw away. From the ocean and the skies, the remaining emperors and kings poured forth. 10,000 emperor-ranked monsters joined the fray in a single thundering charge. The pressure that rolled across the desert was so heavy that even the most seasoned warriors stumbled to their knees. Dragon's expression turned grim. Leon wiped sweat from his brow. They were also fighting. Just as they felt they might have a chance, those emperor beasts shattered that dream again. Alexander closed his eyes for a heartbeat, steeling himself. Ethan watched in silence. He felt the shape of the battlefield in his mind, every movement of every life form etched into his awareness like a living map. If I let them continue, this army will be annihilated. His gaze passed over the ranks of lower-level martial artists, still frozen in place. None of them could survive what was coming. He needed to step forward. All clones fall back. A silent command was sent to every clone. The clones disengaged in perfect coordination, blades retracting. In an instant, they vanished from combat. The Emperor-ranked monsters howled in confusion, their colossal heads sweeping the sky to find where their prey had gone. Ethan's clones reappeared across the battlefield, each beside a stunned martial artist. One by one, the avatars placed hands on their shoulders. Without warning, they vanished, flickering from the desert as if they had never existed. They used teleportation now. Dragon turned to Ethan, bewildered. "What are you planning?" Ethan didn't answer. He simply stepped into the air, rising higher until every ihuman and monster alike could see him. Then a horrendous pressure released from his body. It enveloped almost all the monsters on the battlefield. It hit like the sky collapsing. The monsters shrieked and reared back, their bodies instinctively trying to flee from a force they couldn't win. Ethan had enveloped them all in his mental domain. Every beast except the handful of creatures which were clustered around the octopus was caught in its crushing grip. Claws scraped furrows into the sand. Wings beat the air in futile panic, but there was no escape. He raised his sword. It was just a normal sword conjured by his metal element, and in that gesture, countless monsters felt the moment of their death somehow. They roared in collective defiance. Countless king and emperor beasts lunged toward him at speeds that blurred the air, but Ethan was fast. He gathered his light energy, infusing it into his sword intent. Then he focused, drawing every particle of power into a single, perfect line. In that breathless second before the end, his voice rang out, "I am atomic." A blinding light ignited in the sky. The cameras in the bunkers flared white, every lens overwhelmed by the radiance. For an instant, it was like a new sun had appeared. The light spread outward, rolling over the monsters with the quiet inevitability of dawn. They screamed thousands of overlapping voices, high and ragged with primal terror. All their power, all their numbers, all their instincts meant nothing. The light touched them and they ceased to exist. Hundreds of millions of creatures, warriors, masters, kings, emperor swallowed by a radiance so complete it erased even their shadows. The light kept expanding, bright as the birth of the world. For a single heartbeat, even the octopus on the horizon turned its massive eyes away. And then, as suddenly as it had come, the brilliance vanished. Silence fell, ringing and absolute. The desert was exactly as barren as it had been the day before. Not a single monster remained. No bones, no bloodily scorched sand cooling in the morning breeze. Ethan lowered his sword, his breath slow and even. The attack had carried nearly 4 trillion tons of force, laced with pure light energy. Against that, those monsters didn't have a chance. Far away in the shelters and bunkers, the feed returned. Civilians stared in mute awe. The martial artists were looking at the scene like they were in a dream. Dragon watched the scene. With the force weapon in his hand, he could create an attack stronger than this, but that would be a single attack. At most, thousands would die with the residual energy. But this, what the hell was that? And what the heck did he say before attacking? The other people's thinking, however, was not complex. There was only one emotion in their hearts at that time, and that was awe, nothing else. Ethan breathed out air. Huff, that felt so good. Maybe I should use the Rasengan or Kamehameha next time. He was grinning ear to ear. The attack felt exhilarating, but then he noticed the look on the octopus. Those eyes didn't have fear, only disdain and ridicule. Seeing the ridicule, Ethan somehow felt thrilled. That beast was the only one who could now give him a real taste of battle. Ethan also smiled. Come then, let me see what you are made of. Octopus's crimson eyes glowed like twin dying suns. The entire sea seemed to tremble as that baleful light intensified. Ethan felt a suffocating premonition. His mind processed it in less than a heartbeat. Damn it. He recognized the aura instantly, an amplification skill, but this wasn't an ordinary boost. He could feel the scale of the surge, how reality itself seemed to warp around those burning pupils. 5 times amplification, minimum. 2 spears of light erupted from the octopus's gaze. Red laser beams so bright the sky turned white where they passed. Even before the beams fully formed, Ethan's instincts were screaming at him. His mind calculated faster than any machine ever built. He could feel every atom of that attack, could predict every trajectory and outcome. If those beams touched him, there would be nothing left to regenerate, not a molecule. Even the supercity miles behind him would vanish in a single flash if he tried to dodge sideways. His brain processed solutions in nanoseconds. The energy needed a target, a sacrifice. All 1,000 of his clones vanished from the periphery of the battlefield and appeared in the direct path of the beams. They stood shoulder to shoulder, clad in golden armor, each one reinforced with every scrap of his mental energy. For a flickering instant, they looked like an unbreakable wall. Then the beams struck them. The impact didn't even sound like an explosion. It was too sudden, too absolute. It was as if the universe itself had decided to delete that patch of reality. A sphere of annihilation swallowed the clones. Their bodhisachas, powerful as an emperor, shattered into motes of light and vanished. The shockwave tore across the battlefield, flattening dunes of sand, vaporizing monster corpses, and scarring the earth into black glass. But they bought him one crucial instant. The energy of the beams was reduced, diffused. Ethan exhaled a single, measured breath. Then he raised his force weapon sword, and every fiber of his being roared into motion. He poured the force weapon's potential through his arms, the 360x amplification colliding against the weakened beam in a titanic eruption of force. A dome of golden energy bloomed around him as sword and laser met. The beam surged forward anyway. Its power was monstrous, more than 400 trillion tons of destructive force. His counterattack slowed it, but did not stop it. It reached him. The last few billion tons of energy struck Ethan's armor and ripped it away in a single incandescent burst. His skin blackened and cracked, but before he could even feel the pain, his regeneration had already begun. Flesh burned to ash and regrew in the same heartbeat. Destruction and rebirth in perfect balance. Even so, the sheer impact sent him tumbling backwards, half buried in molten sand. For a moment, the world blurred. Then the beam finally dissipated, and silence returned. Ethan's chest heaved once. Damn it. One shot and he'd been reduced to this state. If he hadn't sacrificed every clone, if his reaction had been a fraction slower, he would be gone. He tried to summon more avatars and felt a void in his core. The force needed to sustain them had been burned away. He would have to refill it with his breathing technique before he could manifest even a single clone again. Slowly, he rose out of the scorched crater, sparks dancing across his skin as his regeneration finished repairing the last wounds. "How can a monster use an amplification skill?" he muttered. His eyes narrowed. "What secret are you hiding?" The octopus's gaze tracked him with chilling intelligence. For all its brute power, it looked unhurt, unshaken, as though Ethan's attack had been nothing but a child's tantrum. He couldn't let it charge that beam again. If he stayed in this position, the next shot would either vaporize him or erase the city behind him. He moved. In a blink, he teleported kilometers of battlefield, positioning himself so that any further attack would fire harmlessly into the empty desert. But the danger hadn't ended. From the waters behind the octopus rose 3 more leviathans, a shark the size of a fortress, a blue whale larger than a stadium, a serpent whose coils stretched across kilometers of churning sea. Ethan could feel it instantly. Each had at least 1 trillion base strength, and worse, each radiated that same unsettling sense of purpose. Skills, tactics, intelligence beyond monsters. Though monsters gain intelligence and ability to talk at king level, but that's only that, not like them using skill. He clenched his jaw and sent a message through his mental energy to Dragon. "Those 3 are yours. I'll handle the Emperor." There was no hesitation. A golden streak ripped across the sky. Dragon flew at a speed that made the air itself thunder. All of humanity watched the feat in breathless silence. There was nothing else they could do. No more warriors to send. No reserves to call up. Their fate rested in the hands of 2 men. When Dragon stopped above the sea, he let out a long exhale. He opened his eyes and a golden radiance flared from his pupils. He raised his hand, and an invisible authority descended over the battlefield. The ocean churned and drew back as though bowing to him. The Emperor's aura, an ancient, regal pressure, rolled outward. A golden crown formed above his brow, glinting in the light. For a moment he looked less like a man and more like a figure carved into legend. The same aura that had stopped a beast tide 20 years ago. Somewhere in a shelter, a little girl whispered to her mother, "He looks like a king." But even now, something felt different. The octopus's subordinates radiated a killing intent that was orders of magnitude stronger than anything Dragon had faced in that first battle. The blue whale alone felt like an entire army packed into a single body. Had the Ocean Emperor always been this strong? Had it hidden its true power all this time? No one had the answer. Dragon didn't wait to find out. He raised his Hondan. The sea exploded. He struck first, the sword light that tore across the water and crashed into the serpent's skull. At the same time, the shark launched itself upward, jaws wide, aiming to swallow him whole. On the other side, Ethan turned his focus fully on the octopus. The Emperor's eyes glowed again, this time not a beam, but a flare of malevolent light. Dozens of tentacles lashed out, each moving faster than sound, trying to crush him from every angle at once. He didn't hesitate. Blurred sideways, evading the first impact by millimeters. He met the next tentacle with a slash of his sword, pouring all 320 trillion tons of his force into the strike. The blade landed, but then it stopped, and simply stopped. Ethan's pupils contracted. The tentacle absorbed the impact like it was nothing. The skin didn't so much as bruise. The entire colossal body shimmered, as though a barrier existed between reality and the flesh beneath. Another skill, a defensive. But he felt something in the moment of contact. a vibration, a tremor that passed through the barrier into the meat underneath. It's not absolute. He pulled back, flipping through the air to dodge another swipe. If I can keep hitting the same spot, if I can overload the absorption. He would need time he didn't have. Dragon and the Leviathans were locked in a titanic clash of force. Golden beams rained from the sky as Dragon unleashed every technique he possessed. The serpent answered with blasts of condensed water pressure that punched holes into the ocean itself. The shark's fins split the air with sonic booms. The blue whale simply barreled forward, battering the sea into tsunamis that pounded the coastline. Each impact sent shockwaves rolling across the battlefield. Dragon's Emperor aura clashed against the serpent's force in a dazzling spectacle that left the sky split by gold and blue. He looked like a war godrigal and unbending, but every time he struck, another tentacle or maw came for him. The whale's bulk slammed him into the waves. The serpent's teeth tore through his armor, splattering the ocean with blood. He rose again, defiant, his aura blazing. But even from afar, Ethan could see it. Dragon was bleeding heavily. His breathing was ragged. Ethan's own breathing technique was running at maximum. His core was slowly filling, precious trickles of force gathering with each measured inhale. He couldn't help Dragon yet. His own regeneration was taking those force. All he could do was keep the Emperor occupied. The octopus came again. Tentacles slammed down like mountains falling. Ethan wove between them, striking over and over. The barrier drank each blow, but the vibrations kept building. He could feel the shield weakening, molecule by molecule. He didn't feel fatigue. His stamina was limitless. His regeneration repaired every bruise, every burn, every broken bone. 1 hour passed, then another. Dragon was still fighting. The serpent lay dead, its skull split open by a final, desperate strike. The shark floated lifeless in the bloodied waves, but the blue whale remained, crashing into Dragon again and again. Dragon's golden crown flickered, his aura sputtered. He raised his hand one last time, gathering all the force left in his battered body. With a roar that shook the heavens, he drove his sword into the whale's heart. A shockwave spread across the ocean. The whale's spasmed onseam collapsed. Dragon fell to his knees on the corpse, gasping, every cell screaming, but he was alive. He had done his part. Ethan looked back at the octopus. Its entire body was heaving now. The once impenetrable barrier glimmered in and out of existence, flickering like a dying flame. The eyes glowed again, but no more beams came. No more power to draw on. It was fighting desperately, and it knew sooner or later that sword would reach its flesh. He met its gaze, and for the first time he saw something other than arrogance in those massive red eyes. He saw unwillingness, regret. The octopus already used his eye beams 10 times. Its core was also empty now. The defensive barrier just barely activated. It knew it couldn't win against this man. A memory flushed in his mind. 50 years ago, it had been an ordinary creature, a slightly larger octopus, nothing more. Then in the darkness, a voice had spoken inside its mind. An order: grow, conquer, destroy humanity in 50 years. In that instant, it had gained intelligence. Power surged through its flesh, mutating it beyond recognition. It grew and grew, unstoppable, until it became a peak-level emperor with unimaginable power. The voice promised it everything: dominion over the oceans, supremacy over the planet. But the condition was simple. If humanity survived, it would die. For decades, it had waited, conquered the seas, subdued every rival. And when humanity's resistance grew too strong, it revealed itself, keeping them in check, making sure no final victory came before the appointed time. 20 years ago, it fought Dragon and spared him. Because the command was not yet complete, he couldn't kill that time. Today, after 50 years, he SDSR'd this decisive battle. He was sure he could squash those weak ant in a day. Then everything would be his alone. But today, everything unraveled. Because of one man. Ethan's sword rose, gleaming with the last of his gathered force. The octopus stared up at it, and for a moment in those vast, ancient eyes there was a plead desire to live. Then Ethan brought the blade down. The barrier shattered. Steel met flesh. The Ocean Emperor split cleanly in two, from crown to tentacle. Its consciousness dissolved into nothing. Silence returned. Dragon lifted his head, barely able to stand, but he saw the body fall. He closed his eyes, exhausted beyond words. The battle was over, and the humanity against all reason was still alive. But then suddenly they heard a voice, not them. Everyone in the planet heard the voice of someone in their head. It was like a divine voice from the outer cosmos, a royal decree. Hear me, children of Earth. I am Freya, the central intelligence of the primordial human race. Your species has transcended its trial and proven itself worthy. From this moment forth, you shall be nurtured and uplifted by the primordial alliance. Prepare your Sylvester, an emissary of our kind shall soon descend upon your world. This message struck everyone like thunder in their minds. They couldn't process what the hell was going on. Some even thought after the earth-shattering battle just now, they were probably too tired to think straight. Some of the old ones believed they must have gone senile, but such a tremendous event couldn't be suppressed. Soon they began sharing their thoughts, and that was how everyone on Earth realized the voice wasn't a hallucination or an illusion. On the battlefield, Dragon and Ethan were looking at each other, the same question marks on both their faces. Ethan asked Poe, do you perhaps know any primordial human race? Poe's voice came instantly, a little agitated. Boss, where have you heard this name? Your backdated planet shouldn't have any records about them. I know everything about your planet. Ethan rolled his eyes. You're backdated. Your entire generation is backdated, you fat panda. But then he told Poe about the message. Poe fell silent. Ethan frowned. Poe, still silence. Fatty. Then Poe's undeniably excited voice came. Holy shit, boss. You aren't lying, are you? Ethan rolled his eyes again. Why would I lie to you? Poe nearly squealed. The primordial human race is going to contact you. Boss, your planet is going to soar. I'm not letting go of your big fat thigh. Ethan sighed. Would you stop being such a baby and tell me the details? Poe took a deep breath. Yes, boss. The primordial human race is one of the sovereign races in the universe. Sovereign race, yes, boss. You already know the universe contains countless races, but only 5 races can be called sovereign races. The primordial human race is one of them. Sovereign race, huh? What's so special about them? Poe said, what do you know, boss? Even my master isn't worthy enough to become a powerhouse in a sovereign race. There are many galactic lords present in a sovereign race. Above galactic lord is the universe realm, but even that doesn't make them sovereign. Above universe realm, there is another realm, the ultimate realm, universal supreme. They are the ultimate evolution of life in the universe. Any race that has a supreme watching over them is a sovereign race. So that was how it was. A huge world opened before Ethan's eyes. He wanted to roam the cosmos, meet every race, taste their food, and experience their customs, everything. So there are 5 sovereign races in the universe. Did that mean 5 supremes are present in the universe? Poe said, not really. The primordial human race has 7 supremes. 7. Do you know the other 4 races? The celestial race, the vampire race, the cosmic behemoth race, and the titan race. So how many supremes are there in total? The celestial race has 10 supremes. The vampire race has 6. The space behemoth race and the titan race each have 5. So the celestial race is number 1. Yes, they are the number 1 race, but the primordial human race is ranked 2nd. Ethan suddenly called out, Miss Freya, can I ask you something? He didn't have much hope of getting an answer, but the voice came into his mind. You may call me Queen Freya. Ask your question. You are the champion of this planet, so you are entitled to 5 free questions. After that, you will need to pay contribution points to receive answers, so that's how it is. Okay then, can you tell me about this trial issue? Are you sure you wish to use one of your free opportunities? Yes, I am sure. Your planet offended a galactic powerhouse. He annihilated the previous civilization and sealed your solar system, but that civilization had potential. The primordial human race is always searching for promising human races to nurture for the future. When we scanned your planet, it was sealed. We unsealed it to observe the race's potential, but it was already gone. We found a new race here. So we gave you a trial as well as an opportunity to gain enough power in 50 years to survive the calamity we created for you. We designed the calamity to be strong enough that only a planetary powerhouse could deal with it, but you killed the calamity as a king. That caught our attention. Therefore, an envoy will personally come to judge your potential. If your potential value surpasses 100,000 points, your race will be included in the primordial human race. That was a long answer, but all his doubts were finally clear. Then he asked again, what is the potential value? The entire existence of a being is their potential point. We can measure that number. If someone has 10 potential points, he is considered a little genius. If it surpasses 10 points, he is an absolute genius. If the value surpasses 20 points, he is a monster. And if 30 points are exceeded, he is a legend. If 40 points are surpassed, he is a myth. So we will check your races, people, and their potential values. If combined they surpass 100,000 points, you will be deemed worthy to join us. Okay, Queen Freya, that's all. You have used 2 of your free slots. Sigh, the Earth was about to enter a grand stage now, but he was really looking forward to it. A bright smile spread across his face. Then he looked at Dragon. He was still battered in blood. Ethan used his healing skill, and Dragon healed in 30 seconds. He was as good as new. Ethan looked at the drones hovering nearby. He said, hello, I am Ethan Hunt. The voice you have heard in your minds is real. An envoy will soon arrive on our planet. Every corner of Earth was now full of discussion. Today they had faced 2 world-shaking events. The first was the battle that changed Earth's history, but they hadn't even had time to celebrate it. Now some alien was coming to visit their planet. What if they were coming to make them slaves? Wouldn't that be worse? Though they had lived in fear, at least they had their freedom. Then Ethan spoke again. Don't worry, people. They are not coming with ill intentions. I have talked to the AI. She confirmed that if we can show them enough potential, we can become part of them. Dragon was already surprised by the healing skill Ethan had shown. All of Ethan's skills felt out of this world. Where did he get them? And now he was saying he had talked to the voice. Dragon had tried to contact it too, but it hadn't responded. Dragon asked, hey Ethan, did you really talk with it? I also tried, but it didn't respond. Ethan told him about the conversation he'd had with the AI. Dragon nodded, so that's how it is. It didn't respond to me because I wasn't the one who killed that octopus. Ethan said, President, bring this octopus to the city. We can have a super feast with this thing. We'll celebrate for 3 days and 3 nights. Dragon nodded. Yes, I was also planning the same. He grinned. Leon and Alexander came over to them. The Morningstar family patriarch came with his son beside them. He stood in front of Ethan and bowed. We are sorry, Mr. Hunt. After seeing Ethan's power, even if they had the guts of 5,000 men, they wouldn't dare to antagonize the Hunts anymore. That would be suicide. Ethan didn't actually hate them, so he smiled at them. Seeing his smile, the father and son duo beamed with happiness. Then the martial artists and the Nova Sentinels went into the sea to bring out the carcass of the octopus. It was 100 kilometers long. Each tentacle was around 50 kilometers long, so a grand feast would be held. The 2 million martial artists were still present there. They collectively knelt down when Dragon and Ethan came in front of them. No words were necessary. Their actions showed how deeply they felt in that moment. It was a grand sight, 1 million people kneeling before 2 men. Then everyone began returning to Super City 1. Ethan went directly to the Hunt estate. His family had been tense the whole time. When he, James, Ryder, and Alexander arrived, there were thousands of people standing there. They welcomed the pillar of their family with a warm reception. Alina came forward and hugged Ethan. She didn't say anything. Jack hugged him too. I am proud of you, son. I can die now without any regret. Ethan said, What are you babbling about, old man? I still need a cute little sister. How can you talk about dying? You have to carry my children and play with them. I am very busy, you'll have to take care of them. Jack laughed out loud. Sure, when are you giving me a grandchild? He looked at Rose. She turned red instantly, but she didn't come forward to congratulate Ethan. Ethan noticed that slight change in Rose, so he dismissed everyone. Rose was about to leave. Wait, Rose, is something bothering you? Rose tried to smile. No, nothing. I'm probably just a little tense about the upcoming alien. Hee. She laughed awkwardly. Ethan narrowed his eyes. Did someone say anything bad to you? His gaze turned cold in an instant. Who in the family would dare speak badly to her? Tell me, Rose, did anyone say anything? Rose's eyes turned red. Ethan, you are too good for me. I'm not worthy of you. You shouldn't be with me. You deserve someone far, far better. Then Ethan understood what was bothering her. When two partners' social standing was worlds apart in power and status, naturally the weaker one would feel insecure. He'd been so busy these days that he hadn't considered her feelings. Ethan stepped forward and hugged her tightly. Silly girl, no one other than you is worthy of me. I, Ethan Hunt, will only approve you to stand by my side. No one else is worthy in my eyes. Rose asked why. Her eyes were still red, but she felt sweetness blooming in her heart. Ethan smiled. Of course, because I am a supreme genius. Who the hell in the world is worthy of me except the girl I love? Rose laughed through her tears. Ethan pulled her out of his embrace and wiped away her tears. Don't ever think like that again, okay? Though Ethan sounded sarcastic, he was telling the truth. With his system, he would surpass anyone in the future. No one else was worthy of him except the first love of his life. Rose nodded. Ethan said, Go, get ready. We are having a grand festival for 3 days and 3 nights. We will tour the whole city. Then I will take you to see the entire world with me. The Ocean Emperor's body was no longer a threat. After the final battle, its massive corpse was cut into countless pieces. Even then, cooking it wasn't easy. Normal fire couldn't even warm its flesh, let alone cook it. So Dragon, the fire elemental emperor, stepped forward. He raised both hands and blinding flames burst out, hotter than the core of a volcano. For hours, the fire wrapped around the mountain-sized chunks of octopus meat. Its smell spread across hundreds of miles. When the meat finally softened and steamed rose into the blue sky, people knew this was a feast no one in history had ever seen. The news spread everywhere. A message was broadcast to every corner of Earth. The Super City is open to all. Today, we celebrate the victory of humankind. People came in endless waves. From faraway base cities, they arrived in aircraft or by road. There were no more monsters present on Earth right now. Some cried when they saw the Super City gates open. For 50 years, no one dared step inside without permission. Now, even children ran through the vast plazas with toys in their hands. On the main square, huge screens played old videos of humanity's struggle. Scenes of ruin and terror flashed by, monsters tearing through cities, warriors falling one after another. Then came the moment when Ethan stood alone against the Ocean Emperor. The recordings showed him floating above the black waves, sword in hand, eyes locked on the enemy. People grew silent, watching that moment again and again. Even the strongest fighters felt a tightness in their chests. If Ethan hadn't appeared, their entire species might have been wiped out. Dragon stood in front of the crowd, wearing a simple robe instead of armor. He didn't need to look imposing anymore. The world already knew he was a legend. The cameras focused on his handsome face as he raised a hand to quiet everyone. Some time ago, Dragon began, his voice calm but strong. I made a promise. I said that whoever could become a king before turning 20 would be the next president of the Alliance. He paused. A breeze blew across the stage. But that young man didn't just become a king. He did something none of us even dared to dream of. He conquered the entire world for humankind. A wave of cheers exploded. Some people clapped so hard their hands turned red. Dragon waited for the noise to die down. He turned and gestured. Ethan stepped into view, wearing a plain black coat. He looked almost shy. Dragon put a hand on his shoulder. He is now the strongest person alive on this planet, Dragon said. So today I hand over the presidency to him. Ethan raised both palms. Wait, he said, almost laughing. President, this is a huge honor, but as you can see, I'm still very young, and I have a very pretty life partner. He looked around until he spotted Rose in the crowd. Her face turned red. Ethan continued, I won't have time to manage everything. How about this? I can be the honorary president, and you keep doing what you're already so good at. Dragon's eyebrows shot up. Damn no, he replied in the same blunt tone he always used. I'm not good at this managing shit. I want to wander the world and maybe, someday, see the vast universe. Ethan was speechless. For a moment, he just stared at Dragon. The cameras were rolling, broadcasting the entire exchange live. You're still the president, you know, Ethan said. Dragon looked around as if searching for someone to dump the job on. His eyes landed on Leon, who was trying to hide behind a line of medics. Dragon and Ethan both turned their gaze to him. Leon felt an icy shiver race down his spine. He took a step back. Ethan grinned and said, then it's settled. Leon Gravis will control the alliance on my behalf. Leon's mouth opened, but no sound came out. When did I agree to this? He thought, but the crowd was already cheering again, and he didn't dare say no. All over the world, people watched this ridiculous handover unfold. Some were rolling on the floor laughing. Others simply shook their heads. Even the reporters looked lost for words. One cameraman whispered to his partner, they know they're live, right? Ethan and Dragon shrugged at the same time, as if to say, so what? Then Ethan raised a hand, and his expression turned serious. Listen to me, he said, his voice echoing across the plaza. It's time we rebuild our planet. The Earth belongs to all of us now. Let's make it something worthy of the grand stage we're about to enter. Soon, foreign races will visit. We should show them that Earth is a place of strength and beauty. This time, the response wasn't just cheers. It was a roar of pure excitement. For decades, people had been trapped behind walls and barriers. They dreamed of seeing the supercontinent and the hidden wonders of the world. Now, those dreams were within reach. Ethan stepped off the stage and walked toward Rose. He took her hand without a word. Then slowly, the two of them rose into the air. People watched in awe as they climbed higher and higher until they were just dark shapes against the sky. For the next 3 days, Ethan and Rose traveled to every corner of the planet. They flew over deep forests and endless deserts. They dived beneath the waves, where Ethan shaped a giant bubble out of mental energy. Inside it, they drifted through silent underwater ecosystem and coral canyons. Sometimes, Rose would reach out to touch a strange fish gliding past. Not every creature turned monsters in the apocalyptic time. Only some chosen ones, you could say. If every animal turned monster, then Ethan had to kill in billions, not just millions. Sometimes, Ethan would point to the seabed and whisper that there was something hidden below. At one point, he used his mental power to lift a whole layer of sand and rock. Beneath it lay ancient ruins, buildings from a civilization no one even knew existed. Rose pressed her hand to her mouth, her eyes wide. Above ground, Leon was already buried in work. He didn't get to wander or explore. He spent those 3 days inside a control room, surrounded by screens and maps. New cities were planned in every region. Resources were gathered from the vaults and storerooms of the Alliance. There would be no more base cities locked behind barriers, no more nations fighting for scraps. All of it would be the Alliancion Empire under a single banner. Some people might have resisted that, but no one dared to speak against it now. Everyone knew if humanity was still alive, it was because of Ethan. And deep down, they also knew something else. Humans were greedy. Without an absolute force to keep them in line, that greed could tear the world apart again. In those quiet hours before dawn, when the work slowed for a moment, Leon would sigh and rub his face. He had never asked for power, but now he was the acting emperor of the world. Dragon, meanwhile, had his own path to walk. He was a fire elemental martial artist, and Ethan had given him a special fire elemental stone to help him comprehend the laws of flame. Dragon locked himself away to train. He dreamed of the day he would break through to the planetary realm and fly among the stars. Back in the supercity, one now called Aurora City, capital of the Alliance, Ethan gathered Rose and Ryan. They stood in a tall chamber lined with relics and weapons. Ethan placed a small pile of shimmering crystals in their hands. These will help you break through to the warrior realm, he said quietly. You can even reach the Grandmaster level with enough effort. Ryan's hands trembled as he accepted the gift. He opened his mouth, but Ethan held up a hand. Listen, he said. Once you touch the Grandmaster realm, don't rush your cultivation then. You'll need to comprehend skills, so don't rush. Take your time. Rose nodded, her eyes serious. Afterward, Ryan left the city on a mission. Ethan had told him to search the world for talented people. The Alliance had many contracted geniuses, but most were loyal only to rewards. Ethan wanted to build something different, a force that would stand by him no matter what. While the world was busy rebuilding, Ethan felt his strength surging. In just 3 days, his attributes had multiplied eightfold. Status panel master. Ethan Hunt. Physique, 93 billion. Spirit, 93 billion. Talent. Infinite comprehension, 42 days remaining. His body was now so powerful that he could flatten a city with a single punch-no technique. No skill, just raw force. He knew he couldn't stay still. It was time to break through to the Emperor level. After that, he would start comprehending laws. If he wanted to stand on equal ground with the true powers of the universe, he had to become a planetary powerhouse as soon as possible. He was about to retreat into seclusion when his mind suddenly throbbed. His mental domain, which had been spread across the earth like a protective shell, sensed a pressure beyond anything he had ever felt. He retracted it instantly. Pain burst through his skull. His vision darkened, and for a few seconds he thought he might lose consciousness. His regeneration worked quickly, healing the torn nerves in his brain, but his heart was still racing. What was that? He thought, I only felt a fraction of that power, and it almost killed me. That thing. It could erase the entire solar system with a thought. He swallowed, his throat dry. The emissary is here. And then, without warning, a man appeared in front of him. The figure wore a grand battle suit that glowed with shifting symbols. Behind him, 3 more people stood, each radiating a quiet, terrifying force. Ethan's knees almost buckled. The man in front studied him with calm, curious eyes. A small smile played at his lips. In Ethan's ear, Poe's voice screamed like a siren. Boss, this man is even more terrifying than my master. If he attacks, maybe even the Milky Way will disappear. The stranger tilted his head and his smile widened. Oh, he murmured, as if talking to himself. A little AI, 10th generation. Almost an 11th, what a surprise. Ethan's back was soaked in cold sweat. He forced himself to lift his chin and meet the man's gaze. The stranger looked amused. I am Arthur Gray, he said in perfect English, an emissary of the Primordial Alliance. Boy, no need to be so nervous. I sensed an incredible mental energy just now, so I came directly to you. You are a very interesting fellow. Ethan felt his heart slam against his ribs. He made himself smile, though his face was stiff. It's an honor to meet you, he said hoarsely. I'm Ethan Hunt. Please come with me. And as he turned to lead them, he knew the doorkeeper of the grand stage was here. All he needed was to step onto it. Ethan led the emissaries into the Alliance Hall. They climbed the tall marble steps and walked down the long corridor where banners of the Alliance hung from the walls. Finally, they entered Ethan's roomed grandest room in the entire building. The ceiling was covered in glowing carvings of stars and constellations. A huge round table sat in the center, surrounded by soft chairs. Please have a seat, Your Highness, Ethan said politely. Arthur didn't move. He looked around the room once, then turned his eyes back to Ethan. We can sit and talk later, he said, his voice calm but edged with a power that made the air heavy. If your planet's potential surpasses the threshold, then it will be worth my time. If it doesn't, someone else will come to handle the formalities. You will be treated like all the other civilizations. Ethan felt his heart tight. He knew this emissary wasn't just any envoy. Only something extraordinary like the way he fought the Ocean Emperor could have brought such a high-level figure here personally. He bowed his head, as you wish. Arthur turned to the tall man standing behind him. Ares, he said, scan the entire planet. Ares nodded. He stepped forward and pulled out a thin, transparent device that looked almost like a sheet of glass. When he tapped it, hundreds of symbols lit up. Ethan watched silently. This device would scan the potential of all martial artists on Earth. It wouldn't measure the billions of civilians because their combined potential didn't amount to much. Even if you added every ordinary person together, their value wouldn't even reach 1,000 points. The real power was in the few who awakened as martial artists. The device glowed softly, then flashed a red message across the surface. Error. Ares' eyebrows shot up. He tapped the device again, checking for any mistake. This scanner had never failed him, not once in all the years he'd used it. He tried again. The same red word appeared. Error. The hall fell silent. Ethan felt the tension rising in his chest. Even Arthur tilted his head a little. Ares looked almost embarrassed. He tried a third time. The scanner flickered. Wuridan again displayed the error message. Ares stepped back and spoke carefully. My lord, the device isn't working. Arthur's eyes, deep as the galaxy, held a flicker of surprise. He lifted a hand, and a small, dark object floated into his palm. It looked like a heavier version of Ares' device, with lines of blue light running through it. Try with this one, Arthur said. Ares took it with both hands. He knew this was no ordinary scanner. This was a 9th-generation device meant for high-level civilizations. He'd never needed to use it on a low-level planet like Earth. Even holding it made his palms sweat. He swallowed, then activated the scan. A hum filled the room as the device pulled in data from every corner of the world. Everyone waited. This time it took longer, almost a full minute. Ares felt hopeful. Surely this device would work. At last, the message appeared. Error. Ares felt his mouth go dry. He checked again, but the answer didn't change. He He looked up at Arthur, who was staring at Ethan now with an expression that was no longer just curiosity. Arthur thought for a moment. He was a galactic Lord Somion who had lived for eons. In all that time, he had never seen a planet's potential surpass the limits of a ninth-generation scanner. But maybe, scan again, Arthur ordered. He lifted his hand and pointed a finger at Ethan. This time, exclude this young man. Ethan blinked but stayed silent. Ares adjusted the device's settings and started over. The humming returned and everyone waited, holding their breath. This time, a number formed on the display. Ares' eyes nearly popped out of his head. 5 million. He felt like he'd been punched in the chest. 5 million. That was the potential value of a powerful civilization planet with 100 times more people and technology far beyond Earth's. He ran the scan again, thinking a mistake might have happened. The same number appeared. Arthur didn't look surprised this time. His face was serious, even thoughtful. He seemed to be studying Ethan in a new way. Ares swallowed. My lord, he whispered, how can this be? Arthur didn't answer. He slowly waved his hand, and something that looked like a flat disc of metal with 7 colored bands came to his hand. The colors were bright and perfect violet, purple, blue, green, yellow, orange, red. This device, Arthur said, turning it in his hand, measures individual advancement potential. It can show what realm a person can reach in their lifetime. It was forged using the law of fate itself. Ethan watched him carefully. He could feel the pressure in the room rising with every word Arthur spoke. Arthur's voice dropped lower. Normally, I would never use this, but your case is different. He lifted his gaze. Boy, take this device in your hand and channel your energy into it. Ethan stepped forward. His palm felt cold against the smooth metal. He closed his eyes and sent a slow stream of his power into the disc. At first, nothing happened. Then the red band lit up. That meant planetary realm. A faint murmur passed through the emissaries. The orange band lit up next star realm. Then yellow black hole realm, green galaxy realm. Ares' jaw hung open. The blue band began to glow. Galactic overlord. Even Arthur leaned forward. Then the purple band lit. Universe realm. Arthur's eyes widened. He had probably never thought he would see this level on a backwater planet, but it wasn't over. The violet band also lit up and then burst into brilliant light so bright everyone had to shield their eyes. The device began to vibrate in Ethan's hand, the potential to become a supreme. And then it shattered. The metal broke apart in a flash of white light, scattering glowing fragments across the floor. For a moment, no one moved or spoke. Arthur swallowed, and Ethan could see the awe in his eyes. In all the eons this man had lived, he had never seen the fate device destroyed. Ethan took a shaky breath. System, he thought, what just happened? A mere universal fate. Law cannot measure your destiny. Oh, Ethan thought, feeling his heart pound. So I'm that much of a badass. Arthur didn't speak. He was contacting someone. Queen Freya, he said quietly, I have an urgent report. A clear, calm voice answered in his mind. Yes, emissary Arthur, you may proceed. Arthur took a deep breath. I have completed the initial assessment. The situation is beyond anything I have encountered. He explained everything scans failing, the number 5 million, the destroyed fate device. Queen Freya was silent for a long time. Finally, she spoke again. Change the contract plan, she said. Make it X level. Arthur lowered his hand. He looked almost relieved. Understood. Only the X-level contract could barely be worthy of this monster. Even if Ethan wasn't here, with 5 million potential value, they could get a level contract easily. Contract had levels 2. E level, D level, C level, B level, A level, S level, SS level, SSS level, X level, the highest. He looked at Ethan and said, your planet is worthy of signing an X-level contract with us. Ethan watched him, puzzled. May I ask, he said carefully, what does the X-level contract mean? Arthur looked at him. It is the highest level contract of our race, he said. Only 1 or 2 civilizations in a billion years have qualified. Ethan felt his heart lurch. He hadn't expected that. Arthur continued, his voice steady. After signing it, your civilization will receive the following benefits. He raised a finger. First, every member of your race will be given a Tier 9 bloodline evolution fluid. Ethan's eyes widened. Behind him, Poe whispered in his mind, boss, that's enough to let them ascend heaven in 1 step. Arthur held up a second finger. Second, your civilization will gain access to our virtual reality. An entire galaxy within the simulation will be reserved for your people, free of charge. He raised a third finger. Third, you can buy anything within the virtual reality at half price, and they will be delivered to you through teleportation directly. Poe almost started crying. Half price. Even my master never dreamed of that. Arthur didn't pause. Fourth, any member of your civilization whose cultivation matches the requirements may join the Primordial Alliance's leadership. He lifted his hand again. Fifth, you will be given a teleportation device, allowing instant travel to any other such device in our domain. Ethan's breath was shallow. It felt like too much, like he was standing under a waterfall of blessings. Arthur went on. Sixth, potential candidates from your people may take residence on the primordial starer home world. He held up the last finger. Seventh, you may request help from a galactic lord for free for 5 times. Ethan's head spun. It felt unreal, like he'd walked into a dream, but Arthur wasn't finished. He looked at Ethan and said, "These are the benefits for your race. Yourself have further exclusive rights." He began counting again. First, you may purchase any resources at 1% of the price so long as they are only used by you or your family. Arthur's face stayed solemn. Second, you may request assistance from a universe realm powerhouse 3 times for free. Even Poe was silent now. No more jokes, just quiet awe. Third, Arthur said, you may select any 2 items available in the virtual universe. They will be yours free of charge. Ethan swallowed hard. Fourth, upon reaching the planetary realm, you will become the Lord of the Milky Way galaxy. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then Ethan heard Poe whisper in his mind, voice soft and a little sad, "Boss, please never leave me. I know you'll have better options, but I want to stay by your side. I can be evolved if you give me some resources." Arthur nodded. "Your potential is rare, Ethan Hunt. We will help you rise, but one day we may call on you in return." Ethan smiled, though his heart was still excited. "I understand." In that moment, he knew the Truth Earth was no longer alone. They had entered the royal class of the universe. No one could stop their rise this time. Ethan spread out his mental domain and reached out to Dragon, Leon, and Alexander for their opinions. This wasn't just his own matter. The fate of everyone on Earth was tied to this choice. Soon, he received positive responses from all of them, so Ethan signed the contract. But it wasn't a paper contract, it was a contract bound by the laws of the universe. Arthur took the time to explain everything in detail. When both sides completed the signing, something strange happened. All the people on Earth felt a surge of power flow into their bodies. It was the bloodline power of the primordial human race. With this highest level contract in place, every person on Earth now carried 1% of the primordial human bloodline. What did this bloodline do? It elevated their genes in ways no technology ever could. A purebred primordial human held at least 50% of this ancient blood in their veins. The other half was diluted from the original progenitors. But even at 50%, they were 5 times stronger than ordinary humans on Earth at every cultivation level. Even the average person without any awakened abilities could live for 500 years. Among the primordial humans, talent was judged by comprehension, core size, and the percentage of bloodline they possessed. 50% was considered standard, but if the bloodline rose to 60% or more, their power grew immensely. They could grasp the laws of the universe faster, because their very blood was mixed with those laws. There were many such gifts, and now the humans of Earth had been granted the beginning of that blood. Even if it was just 1%, with the Tier 9 bloodline evolution fluid, it could be raised to 50% comparable to a pure primordial human. Arthur shared something even more astonishing. "There's a saying," he told Ethan. "If your bloodline can ever be purified to 80%, when you reach the planetary realm, you will awaken a special Abolitide Eye of Destruction. With it, you can comprehend the law of destruction itself. Creation and destruction were also supreme grade law. Benefit after benefit. No wonder they were called a sovereign race." Then Queen Freya's calm, powerful voice echoed in everyone's minds. "Congratulations, children of Earth, for signing the highest level contract. You are now part of the primordial human race. Your rewards will arrive within 5 hours. All martial artists may now enter the virtual reality network simply by thinking of it. You will be logged into your assigned place." The message caused a huge commotion. People could feel that their strength had grown. A list of rewards appeared clearly in their minds. Excitement was everywhere. They all longed to enter this virtual reality, but no one dared to rush in. Everyone waited to see what their leaders would do first. Ethan suddenly thought of something important. "Your Highness," he asked, "is there any way to help someone awaken if they don't have an elemental core?" Arthur looked at him with a calm expression. "It isn't impossible," he said slowly, "but the cost is very high. Even with you paying only 1% of the normal price, you'd still need 1,000,000,000 contribution points to buy a seat of law." Ethan's heart began to race. He didn't care how high the price was. If there was a way, he would get it for his family. Trying to keep his voice polite, he asked, "What are contribution points? How does one earn them?" Arthur nodded. "Contribution points are the currency our race uses. You earn them by performing valuable service. If you invent something important, you earn points. If you discover something vital for the race, you earn points. But the fastest and simplest way is to fight on the battlefield against other races. More enemies you defeat, the more contribution points you gain." Ethan finally understood. Conflict was everywhere because resources weren't infinite. Every race wanted to gather them for themselves. So there really is a battlefield against other races, he thought to himself. "I haven't felt proper fighting satisfaction except the Ocean Emperor. Maybe out there I'll finally meet opponents worth my strength." A hungry grin crept across his face. Arthur continued, "All right, everything here is finished. Soon someone will arrive to install a teleportation chamber. Once it's active, you'll be able to connect to all the regions under our control." "Your Highness," Ethan asked, "just how vast is our domain?" Arthur looked pleased. He noticed that Ethan now referred to the primordial humans as our people instead of your people. With pride, he replied, "We control 1,000,000 galaxies." Ethan's eyes widened. 1,000,000 galaxies. The scale of it left him silent. What about the other 4 sovereign races? He finally asked. Arthur wasn't surprised by the question. He had seen the AI with Ethan and knew Ethan had been briefed. In a solemn tone, Arthur explained the celestial race holds 5 million galaxies. The vampires control 500,000. The cosmic behemoths and the titans are few in number, so each only holds around 100,000 galaxies. The celestial race was truly on another level. Maybe one day, Ethan thought, I'll have a chance to fight them. Then he asked, Your Highness, is there anything that can help one comprehend the supreme laws? Arthur looked at him with surprise. You want to comprehend supreme laws before even reaching the planetary realm? Ethan laughed awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. I just wanted to know if such things exist, that's all. Arthur relaxed. That's good. You have great potential, but if you try to rush too far ahead, you could destroy your foundation. As for your question, yes, there are many things that can help. You'll find them in the virtual universe, but know this, they cost an enormous amount of points. Ethan nodded seriously. A path was enough, he would earn what he needed. He thought of something else. Your Highness, do we have a battlefield for those under the planetary realm? Arthur smiled at the eager look in Ethan's eyes. Already thinking about earning points, Ethan nodded honestly. Arthur chuckled. Yes, that battlefield has the largest number of combatants. You'll be able to go there once your teleportation station is ready. Until then, focus on reaching the Emperor realm. That breakthrough will make you much safer. Ethan agreed. He was thinking the same thing, and when he received the bloodline evolution fluid, his combat power would rise to an entirely new level. He was determined to sweep the battlefield himself. After that, the 4 emissaries left Earth. Master Po finally let out a long breath of relief. Boss, I was terrified. What do you want to do next? Ethan said calmly, let's visit the virtual universe first. I want to see what makes it so special. With a single thought, he entered. He found himself standing inside a city. The place was unbelievable. It was more advanced than the most futuristic movie he had ever seen. As soon as he appeared, he noticed people staring at him with curiosity. Who is he? How did he just appear here? Ethan was just as puzzled. Where is this place? He wondered. A young man walked up to him and asked in a harsh tone, Who are you? How did you arrive here? Ethan tilted his head slightly. Where am I? The young man blinked in surprise. He didn't even know. The virtual universe was under Queen Freya's supervision. Mistakes shouldn't be possible. Still, he answered patiently, This is Solaris, capital city on the primordial star of the primordial humans. Now, can you tell me who you are? Ethan felt a little dizzy. Why would I be logged into the primordial star itself? He took a breath and explained, I'm Ethan Hunt from Earth. Earth? The young man frowned. Where is that, and how could you be here in the capital? I'm not sure, Ethan said honestly. Some time ago, an emissary came to our planet. He made an X-level contract with us and said we were now part of the primordial human race. Maybe that's why. The young man's legs began to tremble. Hee. Brother, please ignore my nonsense just now. I haven't slept for 3 days. Me head isn't working right. Would you like me to be your guide? Ethan was speechless at the sudden change in attitude. Is he like a girl on her period or something? He wondered but kept it to himself. Out loud, he said, Please, that would be a great help. May I know your name? The man slapped his forehead in embarrassment. Look at my manners. I'm sorry. My name is Genos. Ethan grinned, feeling more at ease. Then do you have a bald master? Genos looked puzzled. Sorry. I don't get it. Ethan waved it off. Never mind. Shall we go? Sure, Genos said, beaming. His friendliness was genuine. Everyone knew that civilizations with an X-level contract produced monsters among their people, and usually the one to arrive first was their leader. The primordial humans had their youngest supreme who came from an X-level contracted civilization. In some ways, such a civilization was valued even higher than pure-blood primordial humans because their strength was earned, not inherited. While they spoke, some young men and women watched them from a distance. What's Genos talking about with that stranger? Let's go see. A beautiful girl stepped forward, her cold, distant aura making everyone cautious around her. But Ethan could tell she probably held a higher status. She asked Genos evenly, Who is he? How did he arrive here? Genos smiled politely. Ms. Orlia, he is a brother from an X-level contracted civilization. This is his first time here, so I offered to show him around. Everyone froze in shock. An X-level civilization. Damn, someone whispered, why didn't we go up to greet him first? Even Orlia's cold gaze flickered with curiosity. She studied Ethan carefully. He looked like a top-class handsome young man. He must be from a very high-level place the Primordial Alliance found. Ethan took a small step forward, tried to sound friendly. Hello, everyone, I'm Ethan Hunt. It's nice to meet you all. This was his first time here. He wanted to make some friends if he could. Back on Earth, no one dared to treat him as an equal anymore. Even his cousins, Layla and Cedric, didn't dare to approach him anymore. Only his parents, grandpas Rose and Ryan, could talk to him in an easy manner. But here, among the primordial humans, he hoped he might find peers who were as strong as him, people he could stand beside without feeling so alone. The group introduced themselves warmly, their curiosity turning into open friendliness. Genos said cheerfully, Shall we go, brother? There are so many things I'd love to show you. You'll be amazed, I promise. Ethan smiled, feeling a lightness in his chest he hadn't felt in a long time. Sure, he said, and with a final wave to the others, he followed Genos into the heart of Solaris. Ethan walked beside Genos, their footsteps echoing softly along the pristine silver walkway. Everything around him seemed so advanced it almost felt like he was dreaming. Roads shimmered like flowing liquid metal, shifting and reforming as people walked over them. Towering buildings stretched far into the sky, their surfaces curving in impossible ways, each layer outlined by glowing veins of soft neon light. There were no cars anywhere. Instead, sleek hovering pods zipped silently overhead, guided along invisible currents of energy that pulsed between buildings. Ethan had watched many sci-fi movies in his previous life, but none of them could compare to Solaris. Here, everything felt so complete, so immersive, as though this was a living world rather than a virtual construct. Even the air itself carried a cool freshness that made his senses sharpen. Curious, he tried to summon his system panel. Nothing happened. He tried again, concentrating harder, but still no response. He could feel the connection to his system within his soul, but it was as if this virtual universe ignored it entirely. He let out a short breath. That made sense. The virtual universe could perfectly replicate his body and even imitate some aspects of his soul, but the system was not something it could touch. It was likely protected by safeguards beyond even the primordial human race's technology. Ethan was looking at everything curiously, likely wanted to find anything that could tell him that it was a virtual world rather than a real one. But he couldn't. Beside him, Genos chuckled as though he'd expected this. "And you're only seeing level 1, he said, amusement in his voice. Ethan turned, surprised. "What do you mean by level 1? Genos smiled faintly. "Solaris is made up of 8 levels. Each level corresponds to a cultivation realm. We're currently on the first level, which only permits people below the planetary realm. When someone breaks through to a higher realm, they earn access to the next level." Ethan blinked, trying to picture it. "So, are all the levels exactly like this? Or do they change?" "They're very similar in appearance," Genos said with a nod, "but each level has its own internal systems of operation. Slight differences in functions like permitted items in trade regulations. Little things that keep everything balanced. And yes, thy's whole city is a replica of the real Solaris city from the primordial star." Ethan's gaze wandered over the crowd. Young people walked by in groups, chatting, gesturing, laughing. He realized he hadn't sensed a single overwhelming aura here. No crushing pressure from experts, no suffocating presence that made the heart tremble. Only ordinary fluctuation strong, certainly, but still within the limits of Emperor or lower. No wonder. He murmured to himself, "I was worried that if Earth's people entered this place, they'd be bullied by powerful cultivators. It could destroy their confidence, maybe even ruin their future. That's exactly why the system exists," Genos said. "No one can travel down to a lower level without explicit permission from Queen Freya herself, and she won't grant it unless there is a very valid reason." Ethan nodded slowly. There was something admirable in that. To build such an enormous system, and still think of protecting the weak, said a lot about the primordial human race. But Genos continued, "If you buy a private property like a house or an estate, you can invite anyone inside regardless of their cultivation realm. This way you won't be bullied outside and won't face a problem of not being able to meet if necessary. Even if you don't have a private space of your own, you can rent one." Genos's expression grew serious. "That's why our race stands at the pinnacle of the cosmos," he said quietly. "It's not just strength, it's foresight, order, and respect for every level of life." They resumed walking. Their destination was a massive structure that sprawled across an entire city block. It looked like a colossal shopping center, but with a modern elegance that made it feel almost sacred. "This is the shop," Genos said. "You can buy almost anything: heir treasures, techniques, rare materials. If it's recorded in the primordial race's database, it can be purchased." Ethan glanced around as they stepped inside. Endless shelves stretched in all directions. Floating signs marked sections. Glowing counters displayed items behind transparent barriers. "But remember," Genos added, "everything costs contribution points." Ethan stopped in front of a display of crystalline spheres that pulsed with an inner light. "What are these?" "Comprehension spheres," Genos explained. "Each one holds a fragment of law, recorded by a powerful expert. If you meditate near them, your comprehension of that law will improve rapidly, but they're expensive." They continued on, passing through a section lined with herbs of every color and beast cores still flickering with residual energy. Some items had red symbols hovering above them, restricted goods that only certain ranks or permits could buy. Everything here was vast and perfectly organized. Nothing felt chaotic. Even though it was only a simulation, it had a life of its own. "Come on," Genos said with a grin, "I'll show you something even better." They left the shop and approached a towering cylindrical building bathed in blue-white lights that moved in rhythmic patterns across its surface. Inside, the air felt heavier, denser with power, though not in a way that weighed on the body. It was simply potent. "This is the cultivation hall," Genos said, lowering his voice with respect. Inside are individual cultivation chambers you can rent. Once you're inside, you can accelerate time up to fivefold. Every 5 hours you spend cultivating in there is 1 hour outside. Ethan's eyes widened. 5 times. Yes, Geno's confirmed. It can save decades of your life if you use it wisely. Ethan stepped forward onto one of the circular platforms that line the entrance. The floor beneath him lit up, scanning his presence. But be warned, Geno said, his voice taking on a wry note. 1 hour here costs 10,000 contribution points. Ethan laughed. Of course it does. Even so, he couldn't deny how powerful such a place could be. With this cultivation hall, any genius could grow even faster. For someone like him who already had beyond monstrous talent, it was a terrifying thought. They stepped back out onto the walkway, and Geno's led him toward a building shaped like a slowly rotating crystal. Inside was the auction house. The main hall was enormous, ringed by rows of floating seats. Platforms hovered in the air, rising and lowering based on rank and status. Weekly auctions happen here, Geno said. They sell treasures you won't find in the shop, ancient artifacts, forbidden techniques, sometimes even living creatures. Ethan glanced around. Some spectators wore featureless black masks. Others appeared as blurry silhouettes avatars who valued anonymity. He couldn't even afford to bid on the cheapest item here. Right now, he was a pauper. Though he was the richest person in Earth, he was a pauper here. He should try to earn contribution points as soon as possible. Geno seemed to sense it because he didn't linger. Instead, he led Ethan outside again. Now, he said, brightening, my favorite place. They walked into a colossal stadium that looked as if it could hold 100,000 people. High above, two figures clashed in mid-arone, wielding a glowing spear, the other surrounded by crimson flame. Their strikes made the sky ripple. This is the fighting arena, Geno's explained, his eyes alight. Here you can challenge others openly. Every victory earns you contribution points, glory, and attention from the higher levels. You can go all out here. Ethan's heartbeat quickened as he watched the duel. Every strike felt real. Every movement was precise, as if life itself had been poured into the simulation. The crowd roared with every clash. Can anyone register? He asked. Anyone, Geno's confirmed. You'll be ranked according to your strength. There are solo duels, elimination tournaments, even team battles. And if you want, you can set your fights as premium matches. Spectators will pay contribution points to watch, but that would need a lot of fans. Ethan wanted to fight. He really wanted to go all out. This stage was perfect for him, as if it was made for him. He grinned. Then Geno's pointed to the massive tower that loomed behind the arena. It rose so high that its peak vanished into a canopy of simulated clouds. That, Geno said softly, is the primordial tower. Ethan turned to look. It holds the names of the 100 greatest prodigies below planetary realm. Geno's went on, his voice reverent. From the ancient eras up to now, every one of those people are legends. Some new generation monsters are also included in the list. Those who could place their names there become legends overnight. They get invited straight into the Primordial Alliance as officers. This place contains the soul imprints of all those monstrous genius. You can challenge them one by one, but for that you have to give the first rank in the fighting arena, and you also need to become. Then you will be able to challenge them. You are the leader of the younger generation of your civilization, right? Maybe you can achieve the honor to battle them someday, said Geno's in a reverent voice. Ethan's blood was already boiling now. He wanted to fight them right here, right now. He wanted to test his skills against those ancient monsters. He wanted to crush them and prove that he was the greatest genius of all time. This was an inner urge of his to dominate everything, but he didn't meet the requirements, so he had to wait. He forced himself to calm down. What do you get if you rank there? He asked carefully. Only contribution points. Geno smiled, his eyes distant. No, the prize is never fixed. If can enter the rank, you are offered choices, sometimes rare treasures, sometimes techniques, or even a single wish within limits. That's why people dedicate their lives to leave their name on the list. Ethan stood in silence. He needed to challenge this tower as soon as possible. Geno said, don't sweat over it, bro. I never saw someone as humble as you who comes from an X-level contracted civilization. They are always arrogant because they are talented, even sometimes more than our purebred primordial humans, and they have the right to be arrogant as the X-level contract means you are as pure-blooded as us with monstrous talents maybe we don't possess. Ethan didn't answer right away. He thought of Earth. He needed to make a name for himself. Everyone here was thinking he came from a high-tier civilization, but he was not. And when his people would enter the virtual universe, people might treat them badly if they couldn't show talents worthy of the X-level contract. He wasn't a fool. The highest level contract was probably given Picasso of him. Their scanner couldn't measure his potential value, so Earth needs a backer, and he would become that backer for them. Besides, if he could defeat those genius and rank high, then he could probably get the seeds of law for his parents, which was worth a fortune, and also gain the fame necessary for Earth. But first, he needed to break through to the Emperor Realm, as the requirement for challenging the Primordial Tower was to be in the Emperor Realm. He thought of logging out, breaking through to the Emperor Realm, and then coming back again to challenge. He then said goodbye to Genos and also took his contact info. Genos said, "Bye, brother. When would you come back? You can just send me a message. I'll be here." Ethan logged out of the virtual universe. He rubbed his temples, still digesting everything he'd seen. Then he turned to Poe, who had been quietly waiting nearby. "Poe, what do you think of this visit? Are all Earthlings going to log into Solaris?" Ethan asked. Poe had been granted permission to access the virtual universe as well. He tilted his head thoughtfully. "Boss, I've never heard about this X-rank contract before, but I can come to one conclusion, you people. You're not ordinary humans anymore. You've become core members of the primordial humans. Once you take that blood evolution fluid, you will fully become their rank. You won't be under their command. You are them containing the same blood and gene as they do." Ethan nodded slowly. "I was thinking about this too." He glanced out the window, his expression distant. "So probably everyone will have to log in there, right? I should let them know." Without hesitation, Ethan spread his mental domain across the entire planet. A gentle pressure sank into the minds of every single person. "This is your president, Ethan Hunt," he said calmly, his voice echoing inside billions of thoughts at once. "I have something important to tell you." He explained everything he had discovered the existence of Solaris, the virtual world's tears, the coming gift. Then he added, "Everyone should take the blood evolution fluid before entering the virtual universe. It will be essential." When his message ended, a wave of commotion swept the planet. People stood frozen wherever they were, in homes, in offices, on training grounds. They had always known the new president was extraordinary, but hearing his voice directly inside their minds shattered any lingering doubts. Reverence for Ethan rose to a whole new level. 5 minutes later, Dragon came to see him. His eyes were sharp with curiosity. "What did you see in the virtual world?" "I'm very interested in knowing that," Dragon said. Ethan didn't hold anything back. He told him everything about the city of Solaris, the levels, and the potential. Dragon listened intently, arms folded, absorbing each detail. "You should take the blood evolution fluid, then go there," Ethan advised. "When you arrive, you can tell them you come from an X-level contracted civilization. If you prefer, this is someone I methi's contact information." He handed over Genos' credentials. "You can reach out to him. He seemed pretty good." Dragon nodded. "All right, the gift should arrive in about 5 minutes. After I take the fluid, I'll visit the virtual world myself. Oh, one more thing, try to build up fame like battle in the arena. We need fame and connection. Though we are now the part of them, we need to prove ourselves to be recognized by them." Okay, Dragon left. Ethan watched him go, feeling a flicker of relief that someone else shared the burden of understanding this new reality. Then he leaned back in his chair and exhaled. 5 minutes passed in restless anticipation. He was more than a little curious about how the so-called gift would be delivered. Finally, a familiar voice resounded, soft but commanding, directly inside every mind on Earth. "Children of Earth, your gift will now be distributed now. Be ready." Queen Freya's tone was calm, as if she were announcing the weather, but what followed was anything but ordinary. Ethan felt a shift in the air near him. A jagged tear opened silently in the space. From the darkness beyond, a sleek high-tech box dropped down and fell to his hand. Then the rift closed, and the air stitched itself back together as if nothing had happened. Damn, Ethan thought, a thrill running down his spine. That was awesome. He wasn't alone. All across the world, the same scene unfolded. Shimmering tears in the sky, boxes descending into outstretched hands or landing softly in waiting rooms. Even the Hunt family estate was no exception. Ethan had already instructed everyone in his family not to touch the fluid until he arrived. So Rose, her family, and the entire Hunt clan sat waiting, every eye turned toward the sealed boxes. Ethan approached his own. He placed a hand on the smooth surface and flipped the latch open. Inside, nestled in black velvet, lay an elegant glass bottle the size of his palm. The red, blood-colored liquid shimmered, pulsing faintly with power even through the glass. He didn't hesitate. He unsealed the bottle, raised it to his lips, and swallowed every drop. Instantly, a cold sensation spread through his body. He closed his eyes and followed the liquid's path with his mental energy. It slipped into his stomach, then dispersed into his bloodstream, flowing like a tide through every artery and vein. He sensed that it was probing for something hidden deep within him. Moments later, he found it, tiny droplets of golden blood floating inside his body. As soon as the red liquid reached them, it surged forward and merged. Boom, it felt like a big bang exploding inside his cells. Ethan's entire body shuddered. His vision went white, but before he could react, a crisp system notification appeared in his mind. A lesser cosmic bloodline wants to occupy your body, want to absorb the blood essence. He stood frozen, heart pounding. What? Blood essence? Why? I can't gain the power of the primordial bloodline. Is it not allowed? The system replied with unhurried certainty. This bloodline contains a mixture of law and an ability, Eye of Destruction. Also, it has a complete supreme law, Destruction. Do you wish to extract them? As for your question, Eyes, your body cannot be tinted with any lesser bloodline. That tiny portion was tolerated because it would have been swallowed anyway after 6 hours. Ethan stared blankly at nothing. So without this primordial human blood, I can't truly become one of them. Won't they be able to tell I don't carry their lineage? No one can check your body condition unless you allow them. The confident tone somehow made it worse. Ethan sighed heavily. What can I even say? He took a steadying breath. Fine, extract the essence. Ding, you have awakened the ability, Eye of Destruction. Eye of Destruction. You can destroy anything within your mental domain, simply by looking and thinking about it. Of course, the target must be within your current capabilities. Ethan's pulse calmed a little, so that was it. This ability probably relied on the law of destruction without requiring true comprehension. What a frightening power. Although he couldn't absorb the primordial human bloodline itself, he felt something change in his veins. When he looked inward, his own blood shone with a faint golden hue. So my blood can absorb the strength of other bloodlines to become more powerful, but it can't truly contain them. Correct. All right, Ethan thought. A few boosts mean nothing. I only need time. In a few days, I'll reach their level anyway. He glanced at his status panel out of habit. Master Ethan Hunt. Physique 200 billion. Spirit 200 billion. Talent infinite comprehension. 41 days remaining. He blinked in disbelief. Wait, wasn't my attribute around 93 billion? How the hell did it become more than double? Are you kidding me? Ethan was probably the first person to ever curse at gaining power. Each breakthrough cost him precious time. He was now one step closer to death. No, I have to break through, he thought fiercely. I don't know how long it will take to comprehend a lollet alone 11. He peered inward to study his core. It had expanded massively, now 10 meters across. Only days ago, it had been barely 2.3 meters. All the potential of that bloodline had been fully consumed. Ethan exhaled, his resolve hardening. There was no time to waste. He vanished from the room in a ripple of air, reappearing directly inside the Hunt Estate's drawing room. Everyone was gathered there, martial artists, non-awakened family members, all waiting. Rows of boxes sat unopened on polished tables. As Ethan stepped in, every person except Rose, his parents, uncles, and grandparents stood quickly in respect. He nodded once. Everyone sit cross-legged. Swallow the fluid. They obeyed at once, the room filling with tense, synchronized movements. Ethan extended his mental energy over them all, wrapping each mind in steady focus. One by one, they unsealed their bottles and drank the shimmering red liquid. The effect was instant. A muffled boom rolled through the room as their auras destabilized, surging wildly. Even the non-awakened were caught in the tide of power. Their bodies convulsed. Inside their veins, the liquid spread, weaving through each cell. It strengthened tissue, rebuilt decaying DNA, and erased years of accumulated damage. In the smallest capillaries, the liquid sought out hidden traces of weakness. When it found them, it infused them with the golden potential of the primordial human race. Muscles tightened and swelled. Bones hardened, hearts pumped with new force. All across the room, skin smoothed and brightened as age melted away. Even the oldest among them looked as though decades had reversed in seconds. Their blood began to glow at first faintly, then steadily shifting from dull red to a rich, luminous half-golden hue. This was the mark of the transformation, the signature of the primordial human bloodline. Slowly, one by one, they opened their eyes. First, they looked down at their own hands, turning them over as if unsure they were real. Then they glanced around the room. Each face mirrored the same astonishment. They were young again. The normal lifespan of a primordial human exceeded 500 years. Now, even the oldest among them had become vigorous, renewed, ready for centuries more. And for martial artists, the potential lifespan stretched into thousands of years. Ethan then relaxed. Everything looked normal. Everyone had made it through the transformation safely. He turned to Rose. She looked more radiant than ever, her features sharper, her presence calm and strong. Not only Rose, every woman in the family had been refined in the same way. Vitality and power radiated from them all. Same goes for the male too. Their body becomes like a sculpture, perfect. Ethan allowed himself a small smile. This was how it should be. He took a final look around the room. They were ready, more capable than ever. And he had already given Alexander the instructions to lead them into the virtual universe when the time came. There was nothing more he could do for them right now. Ethan said goodbye, his voice low but steady, and slipped away into seclusion. He was a level 1 king. This time he would break through straight to the Emperor Realman, to the very peak of the realm. He didn't have much time left. Too many things still needed to be done. Ethan locked the door behind him and thought, finally, I have got some time for myself. It's been really hectic these past few days. Let's break through first. He sat cross-legged in the center of the training room and began his primordial 3-elemental breathing technique. An infinite amount of energy started to pour down into his core from the outside. 12 hours passed. Boom, he broke through to level 2. It was the start of a new day, but he didn't open the panel. He continued to practice. 12 more hours passed. Boom, level 3 king. After that, 42 hours passed. Boom, level 6 king. It was already the 3rd day of his seclusion. He checked his panel. Master Ethan Hunt. Physique 1.6 quadrillion. Spirit 1.6 quadrillion. Talent infinite comprehension. He had passed the quadrillion mark. This time, everything in his perception felt so fragile. Ethan felt he could invade anyone's mind on the planet, collect their memories, or even implant new ones if he wanted. But that was just that. His main target was to break through to the Emperor realm. It was really taking forever. Sigh, I still need more time, he continued. This time, each breakthrough would probably take 16 hours each. Time passed by like flowing water. 48 hours passed this way. Boom, level 9 king, master, Ethan Hunt. Physique 6.4 quadrillion. Spirit 6.4 quadrillion. Talent infinite comprehension. He looked at his core. It had been 10 meters in diameter before, but now it was 10.32 meters. 8 realm advancements gave him 32 centimeters total. Increasing the core's diameter with each minor breakthrough was probably Ethan's own unique feature. Though he got some more power breaking through from level 1 to level 9, king about 1.7 million tonnesit was such a minuscule number that the system almost didn't count. If anyone at the king realm knew that 1.7 million tons of punching force was simply ignored, they might go crazy. Ethan smiled. He needed one more day. Then he would be able to break through to the Emperor realm. After that, he would go to the virtual universe, challenge everyone in the fighting arena, get first place, and then challenge the primordial tower. A simple yet terrifying plan. Let's continue. One more day passed. It was the 6th day of his seclusion. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, he broke through to the Emperor realm. He felt immense power coursing through his body. Maybe he could destroy Aurora City with a punch now. It wouldn't be normal destruction, everything would just disintegrate into nothing. He looked at his panel again. Master Ethan Hunt. Physique 64 quadrillion. Spirit 64 quadrillion. Talent infinite comprehension, 17 days remaining. His core was now 51.7 meters in diameter. A huge core. Ethan's heart started pulsing fast. He didn't have time. Breaking through to level 9 Emperor would take 12.5 days if he didn't use any resources. But he still needed to comprehend 11 laws and rank in the primordial tower. Shit, I don't have time. FCKU system, why didn't you tell me earlier? I could have gotten more time. But no reply came. He didn't wait. He directly entered the virtual universe. As soon as he opened his eyes, the super high-tech Solaris came into view again. He didn't hesitate. He walked straight toward the fighting arena. The moment he entered, a gasp rippled through the people nearby. He looked at the battle happening on the main platform. He saw a familiar figure fighting. A crown rested on his head. He looked regal and superior, wielding a crimson sword. It was Dragon. He also noticed some familiar figures sitting in the audience: Leon, Alexander, and the other emperors. Ethan had already forbidden everyone on Earth from entering the virtual universe without becoming emperors. The city of Solaris was the most sacred city of the primordial humans. If anyone below Emperor Realm came here, they might be looked at unkindly. Ethan could tell. Dragon was fighting a tall, handsome young man from the rankings. That young man was at a disadvantage. What surprised Ethan even more was that, even while losing, the opponent didn't activate any soul talent. What is going on? He doesn't have any soul talent. How did he become a ranker? While he was deep in thought, he heard a familiar voice behind him. Brother, when did you come? Why didn't you inform me? It was Genos. Ethan smiled and said, I just came here. Genos nodded, then asked again, that dragon guy is from your planet, right? Really worthy of an X-level contracted planet. What tremendous fighting power. He crushed everyone the moment he entered, and now he's fighting a battle to enter the top 500. Ethan asked curiously, why isn't his opponent activating any soul talent? Doesn't he have one? Genos looked stunned. What soul talent? This time it was Ethan's turn to be shocked. A prodigy of the primordial humans didn't even know what a soul talent was. How could that be? They both stared at each other with countless question marks in their minds. You don't know about soul talents. Does no one possess them, or do people just hide them? Ethan asked. Genos looked genuinely confused. You guys have some kind of soul talents. Then is that royal aura coming from Dragon his soul talent? What does it do? Ethan nodded. Yes, that's a soul talent. It amplifies his combat strength up to 20 times. This sentence felt like thunder in Genos' ears. 20 times? Why don't you ascend to heaven already? No wonder their planet had gotten an X-level contract. With tacking the Tier 9 bloodline evolution fluid, they possess 50 primordial human bloodline. They were equal to Themabe, a little less in foundational strength. But with that soul talent specialty, for the first time in his life, Genos thought, maybe if I was also from Earth. Ethan patted his shoulder. There, don't let it get you down. Genos felt comforted that a genius of Ethan's level was consoling him. He was about to reply politely when Ethan added with an innocent face, please bring a bucket before you watch my battle. Otherwise, where will you put your tears? Genos' mouth twitched violently. FCKU, Ethan bro. Ethan smiled calmly. FCKU 2. The fight on the platform ended. Dragon was floating in the air while his opponent lay defeated on the ground. Dragon had the aura of an ancient emperor. There were loud cheers from the viewers. Ethan was surprised that so many young men and women were cheering for Dragon even though he wasn't one of their own. "I love you, Dragon. Love you, Dragon, please go out with me. Boss, please give me an autograph." There were many cheers echoing through the arena. Dragon had already built quite a reputation. These primordial humans don't feel that different from us, even in their minds, Ethan thought. Were they also normal people eons ago who became powerful through struggle? Dragon finally came out of the arena. Ethan also walked over to where everyone from Earth was sitting. As soon as he arrived, they all greeted him. "President, when did you come?" Ethan said, "Just now." Leon asked, "President, do you also want to join the battle?" Ethan nodded. Dragon came over to greet him too. After exchanging a few words with everyone, Ethan went to register for the battle. There was no need for paperwork. He simply placed his hand on a crystal. If you were a grandmaster or above, you could enter the arena. Ethan did as instructed. His information floated in front of him. Name, Ethan Hunt. Level 1 Emperor. Age 18. Primordial human. So the virtual universe system couldn't tell any difference that he didn't possess any primordial human bloodline, or maybe his system had hidden everything. Either way, it didn't matter. The little robot acting as the host and commentator suddenly said loudly, "We now welcome a new warrior. He is also from Earth." As soon as it spoke, many people gasped. "Another one. He's so young. That planet is where Dragon comes from, right? An X-rank civilization." Genos gave him a thumbs up. "Damn bro, you went straight into fight." Ethan stepped into the arena calmly. Each step was steady and unhurried. As he walked across the boundary, his entire aura changed. He became focused and cold. His emperor presence rolled out silently. "Damn, he's also handsome. Are all Earth people this good looking?" Someone in the front row whispered. In the private viewing box above, Orlai was watching too. "This guy looks okay. Let's see if he's as good as the other one," she thought. Ethan stood at the center of the arena. His hand was behind his back, waiting for his opponent. The robot announced again, its voice ringing across the arena. "Now we welcome another promising young warrior. Let's see if he can defeat someone from an X-level civilization." A young man stepped forward with a steady, calm manner that matched the battlefield's intensity. He looked at Ethan with indifference in his eyes, as if the commentators, the crowd, everything meant nothing to him. He spoke in a low, cold voice. "I don't know what's so special about you people, but remember this: no matter what happens, you are the outsiders and you always will be. It doesn't matter if you carry the same blood as us. A beggar can't become a ruler overnight, even if he suddenly gets wealth." Ethan's face didn't change. "So everyone isn't the same, huh?" he thought calmly. "I just met some good people here the moment I arrived, that's all." He looked the young man straight in the eyes and continued, voice flat and unshaken. "It doesn't matter whether I'm a primordial human or not. It doesn't matter if you're pure-blooded or not. The only thing that matters is that I can crush you with one finger." Ethan slowly raised his little finger in front of him. "Everything in this universe is determined by power. So stop acting like a brat and come fight. Don't just always cry like a baby." A hush swept over the audience. Did he really say that? To Kevin, "Man, this guy has guts. Let's see how he gets humiliated by Kevin. His luck is bad. His first battle here is against Kevin." Kevin was a supreme prodigy at the King Realm, and now he was a level 1 emperor. Many believed he had a real chance of breaking into the top 100 soon. Kevin's eyes turned dark, but he didn't reply. Instead, he drew his saber with a slow, deliberate motion. "Let me teach you," he said, his voice low and full of disdain, "just how vastly superior we are to lowlifes like you." Kevin, gripping his blade tight enough to whiten his knuckles, appeared in front of Ethan in a single blink of motion, so swift it sliced through the air with a faint whine. He landed silently, but his presence exploded across the arena like a thunderclap. Ethan stood where he was, still gazing at him with the same eyes of unshakable disdain, as if Kevin's killing intent was no more than an annoying breeze. The contempt etched in those calm pupils made something inside Kevin crack. He could no longer bear the humiliation. He wanted to crush this outsider's arrogance beneath his heel. He longed to see fear reflected in those indifferent eyes that hadn't wavered since the match began. Though this was not the real world, the pain inflicted in the battle arena was no illusion. Every blow, every broken bone, every last gasp was felt in the marrow. Kevin planned to defeat Ethan, then torture him slowly, savoring the agony and the surrender. He was the son of a noble house on the primordial star, born to a line that claimed their blood was purer than any other. He despised the policies of his race policies that elevated insects from lower realms to stand beside the true aristocracy merely because they displayed some paltry spark of potential. Disgust churned in his heart. He dreamed that one day he would become powerful enough to rewrite these repulsive rules. He would purge the diluted blood, make everything clean and pure again. All these dark ambitions flooded through his mind in the heartbeat it took for him to raise his saber high overhead. The blade gleamed with a pale azure radiance, humming as it devoured the surrounding energy. He brought it crashing down in a vicious arc aimed directly at Ethan's exposed neck. Yet Ethan didn't move an inch. He simply watched, his gaze distant and bored, as though he were observing a child throwing a tantrum. Cavan thought Ethan was paralyzed by fear. A cold, triumphant smile tugged at his lips. "You'll die, you mongrel," Cavan roared, pouring every drop of strength into the strike. But before the blade could bite into flesh, something ancient and monstrous woke up. Cavan felt it first as a suffocating chill, as though a primordial beast had locked onto him as prey. His entire body froze, every muscle turned to stone. His saber trembled, stuck a single inch from Ethan's throat. His lungs refused to draw air. His thoughts shriveled to a single, all-consuming terror. In that instant, he felt like he was no longer in the arena. He was drifting in a black ocean without shore, night pressing down on him so densely it felt as if the stars themselves had been snuffed out. And Thentwo's colossal red eyes opened in the darkness. Eyes the size of the sky itself, eyes full of cold indifference. The same gaze Ethan was leveling at him now. Time slowed to an impossible crawl. He felt as though he were suspended in amber. Even the sound of his own heartbeat vanished. Ethan moved. Slowly, almost delicately, he raised his pinky finger. Cavan saw that finger, impossibly small and casual, and in that moment, it became the axis of his world. He felt as though the entire universe was collapsing around it. Then it came down. An apocalyptic force slammed into him. His consciousness burst like glass. In the blink of an eye, Cavan's body exploded into countless motes of pale light. He was ejected from the arena, automatically logged out before the system could register his death. Yet in that fraction of a second, he had felt the truth. If this were reality, he would have been vaporized. No doubt at all. The arena fell into a stunned hush. Even the most powerful spectators could barely follow Cavan's movement, but Ethan's had been invisible, transcendent. Boom, Cavan was gone. A supreme prodigy obliterated in a single motion no one could even comprehend. The host robot's laughter crackled, distorted by static as though something had stuck in its throat. Heh heh. We didn't see what happened, did we? Shall we see the replay in slow motion? The crowd erupted in shouts of agreement, their faces pale with curiosity and fear. They needed to know what had just happened. The replay began. Cavan's blade hovered over Ethan's neck. Twice slowed, the footage showed nothing but a blur. 5 times slower, still nothing. 10 times slower, and Cavan vanished again as if erased by an invisible hand. Exasperated, the robot slowed the recording 100 times. Finally, in that glacial crawl, the audience saw it, Ethan's pinky finger rising and descending like a divine judgment. Even slowed to a crawl, it was still so fast it left afterimages. A shiver went through the spectators. Silence gripped the arena. Gino swallowed hard, feeling his throat click dryly. I was always behaving friendly with this monster, and he even indulged me. An indescribable pride blossomed in Gino's heart. He puffed out his chest unconsciously. The robot's voice boomed with a thunderous finality. "We have a winner, Ethan Hunt." A deafening roar of applause swept through the stands, a tidal wave of excitement and awe. Leon smiled warily, rubbing the back of his neck. "The president has surpassed us by every margin. We can't even see his shadow anymore." Orlia stood motionless, her eyes wide, her mind caught in a whirlpool of thoughts. This man, maybe he could help me too. Her heart gave a hard, uncertain thump, yet the protagonist of this spectacle did not smile. Ethan turned his eyes to the robot. His voice was calm as a still pond. "I want to challenge all the rankers. Is it possible to challenge the number 1 directly?" The robot's screens flickered as it processed. It laughed awkwardly. "We are sorry, Mr. Hunt. You must follow the protocol. You can't challenge the top rank immediately." As expected, Ethan sighed, his shoulders relaxing fractionally. "Then what do? I don't have time." The robot answered briskly. "You must first challenge rank 1000, then 900, then 800 in sequence. If you defeat rank 100, you can face the top 10. Only after that may you challenge number 1. Ethan nodded as if that was acceptable. "That's good enough. Can you tell them to attack me together? I really don't have time, please." A hush fell again. The rankers in the observation stands erupted in anger, faces red. "So what if he's strong? He isn't even putting us in his eyes. He dares to mock us." But no one dared step forward. Ethan sighed again like a weary scholar. "All right, ranks 100 to 1000, these 10 can come together." "Yes," the robot hesitated, unable to answer. Then a resonant, cool voice rolled over the arena. "The request is granted." Queen Freya herself had spoken. The crowd gasped. Even the queen was observing this match. Who was this man? As ordered, 10 figures stepped onto the arena platform. 7 men and 3 women, each radiating a crushing presence. Ethan's gaze softened slightly with regret. "I'm sorry, I really don't have time." He lifted his hand and snapped his fingers. Boom. The 10 rankers vanished in a single breath. What happened this time? The replay began again, every spectator's heart racing. Slowed down 100 times, they finally saw slender needles of metal force sprouted from Ethan's palm. Each needle bored into its target, slicing them apart from within so quickly their bodies dissolved into motes of light before they could even scream. The arena was deathly silent. Gino's was already holding a bucket to catch the tears streaming down his face. What kind of monster is he? With everything, he's also a spirit master. Great, just give him every talent. Why am I even alive? Orla's eyes were shining with a feverish brilliance. If the first time was a fluke, this time wasn't. Those 10 were all level 7 or higher emperors. All the emperors of the primordial humans were at least 10 times stronger than normal races. And yet, they were slaughtered like chickens. No, not even chickens die so quickly. Ethan turned calmly to the robot. Number 10, please. The robot gave an uneasy chuckle. Number 10 is not active at this moment. He has been informed. He will arrive in 10 minutes. Ethan nodded with a resigned sigh. Then I challenge everyone from rank 99 to 11. Though everyone was not active, 70 figures stood up as one, their expressions tense. Genos did not hesitate, raised his hand, and announced in a quivering voice, I admit defeat. He scuttled to the back, clutching his bucket. Orla looked at him in disgust before stepping forward without hesitation. This time, all 70 rankers prepared every defensive technique they knew the moment they set foot on the platform. Ethan did not attack immediately. He exhaled, adjusting his posture. These opponents were worthy. He would test his heavenly Usura free-hand combat technique again. He sank into a balanced stance, 1 foot forward, arms half raised, fingers relaxed but ready. The rankers exchanged wary glances. What was he waiting for? Ethan did not speak, merely curled his finger at them, inviting them to come. They roared as one and charged. 70 of the most advanced prodigies under the planetary realm, every aura blooming to maximum intensity, every skill unleashed without restraint. The arena was swallowed in overlapping tides of force-burning pillars of flame, claws of shadow, spears of lightning. Ethan moved. His body flowed like liquid mercury, dodging each attack with zero wasted motion. He bent away from a blade with less than a hair's breadth of clearance, turned aside a bolt of energy with a casual flick of his palm. He never stepped farther than he needed, never moved faster than he must. It was not precision. It was perfection. Every counter was inevitable, unhurried. The audience forgot to breathe as Ethan deflected 70 attacks as if dancing. 10 minutes later, the number 10 arrived just in time to see Ethan flick his wrist. A soundless wave of force erupted. All 70 rankers were blown bodily from the arena like broken dolls. He showed no mercy, not even to the women among them. The audience erupted in mad applause. Genos pounded his head on the railing. Damn it, I missed my chance. Who would have thought he wouldn't kill them instantly? That battle was so satisfying. Number 10 stood at the edge, a proud figure in a white mantle. He inclined his head with respect. I am Klaus von Silford, Prince of the Silford Empire, he declared, his voice resonant. It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Hunt. Ethan inclined his head in return. It's an honor, Your Highness. I hope you won't mind if I end this quickly. Klaus laughed heartily. No, I won't, and please don't call me Your Highness, call me Klaus. I would be honored to call you friend if you allow it. Ethan smiled faintly. Very well, Klaus, shall we start? Klaus nodded, but instantly he regretted it. Ethan appeared in front of him, faster than thought. Bam! A single strike caved in Klaus' chest plate and launched him outside of the arena about 2 kilometers from the platform. Klaus skidded to a halt, clutching his ribs and cursing. Damn you bastard, is this how you treat a friend? Ethan called back mildly. That was the punch of friendship, my friend. With this our bond is sealed. Every spectator's mouth twitched. First the prince cursed in public, then this reply. Then Ethan was looking for the first-rank person. The first rank was a man named Damien, finally stepped onto the platform, his gaze heavy. He had watched Ethan's moves. He could not even see them. With a wry smile, he bowed his head. I admit defeat. And so Ethan Hunt became the undisputed number 1 in 15 minutes. He turned to the primordial tower, a sigh on his lips. So much time wasted, he murmured. Ethan stood quietly, gazing at the primordial tower looming not far from the fighting arena. Without any further delay, he teleported straight to the base of the tower entrance. All eyes turned to him, curious why he'd said he was so busy. When they saw Ethan place his hand on the tower, a surge of excitement rippled through the spectators. Everyone had witnessed his overwhelming strength in the Arenano, they wondered. How did this monster compare to the ancient legends sealed within the tower? Ethan pressed his palm against the glowing handprint. As the number 1 in the fighting Aranon Emperor, conditions were fully met. A green halo pulsed over the door, signaling his clearance. He stepped inside. The primordial tower had 100 floors. The ground floor was a resting zone. Any challenger who wished to pause after a victory would be teleported there, but if you lost, you'd be locked out for an entire month. Ethan didn't pause. He moved straight to the first floor. A calm female voice echoed in his mind, Queen Freya. There are many spectators waiting to watch your battle. Do you permit them to view it? Yeah, no problem, Ethan replied indifferently. He had no intention of hiding. If anything, he wanted the entire world to see. He stepped onto the polished white stone floor. A man sat cross-legged in the center, eyes closed in meditation. At the sound of footsteps, he opened them, revealing clear, deep pupils. Oh ho, someone finally trying to challenge the tower. What is your name? Ethan raised a brow. You can converse independently. You have free will. Yes, this is my soul imprint. I left a fragment of free will everyone dose otherwise. It would be so dull, don't you think? That's a point, Ethan said, amused. So, are you alive or have you kicked the bucket already? The man's mouth twitched. Hey, I'm not that much older than you. I achieved this rank about 50 years ago. Then you're even older than my grandfather. The man nearly coughed up blood. Brat, I was trying to be nice to you, but clearly you don't want my friendliness. Very well, let this grandpa teach you a lesson in respecting your elders. With a thunderous boom, an overwhelming pressure poured from him, shaking the floor. But Ethan merely lifted a hand and started poking his ear with his little finger. He had already gauged the man's strength much stronger than the first-rank opponent who surrendered, perhaps 10 times more powerful, but still not enough. He snapped his fingers. The man who had been about to charge was blown apart instantly, body dissolving into motes of white light. Outside the tower, an immense crowd had gathered, thousands upon thousands of spectators. They erupted in shocked discussion. That same move again, someone whispered. He killed the 100th ranked guardian of the primordial tower with a snap. The first 10 who'd been killed by him in the fighting Arenaeans logged and Agin felt much less ashamed. Inside the tower, the calm voice returned. Congratulations. Do you wish to advance or rest? Advance, Ethan replied. He was teleported to the second floor. There a young man stood with a regal bearing, hands clasped behind his back. His gaze swept Ethan as though regarding an insect. Ethan didn't like those eyes. He hated arrogant people. Only he could be arrogant, so he met that gaze without any expression. He raised his hand like a pistol. Bam. A bullet of condensed metal element shot from his fingertip, piercing the man's forehead. The body fell, lifeless. Outside, the crowd was speechless. At least let the poor guy introduce himself, someone muttered. Ethan ascended like a rocket. The third floor, the fourth floor of Reguardian, was dispatched with a single strike. In this way, he reached the 20th floor in less than 15 minutes. There, for the first time, he felt pressure heavier than all the earlier opponents combined. A woman stood waiting. Her aura was radiant, suffused with seductive charm. Her power easily exceeded 100 billion. Oh, a handsome man has come to visit me, she purred, tilting her head coyly. Since you've reached this floor, you must be quite powerful. Would you care to play some adult games with me? Ethan yawned. Your breasts are smaller than a lemon. Where the hell do you get this confidence? The woman nearly toppled over. She had always believed in her allure. Was this man impotent? When Ethan heard her muttered speculation, his expression darkened. His eyes turned red. Your father is impotent, he growled and punched her. Her body disintegrated instantly. Outside, Orlia's cheeks flushed red. She murmured under her breath, not a gentleman at all. Ethan resumed his slaughter. The so-called primordial tower was proving disappointingly unchallenging. He was growing bored. But what he didn't know was that this time, his battle was not merely watched by the audience outside. In distant realms, 7 supreme-level entities had taken notice, the 7 universal supremes of the primordial humans. Ethan's potential already surpassed the universal supreme level, so naturally he caught their eyes. They sat upon their grand thrones, a floating screen before them. After a long silence, the woman seated upon the 5th throne, exquisitely beautiful, her face like a flawless sculpture, spoke. Brother, do you think he can defeat our imprints as well? The man on the 4th throne frowned. Let's see. I'm certain he's holding back much of his true power. What troubles me is that when I scanned that boy before, I didn't sense any overwhelming force. How could he have hidden it from my eyes? Interesting, she murmured. Let's watch, Ethan continued. Every level fell to a single strike. He reached the 70th floor, where a guardian awaited with power exceeding 5 trillion. Still, it made no difference. Then at last stepped onto the 91st floor. This was the realm of the ancients. In the last 100 million years, these 10 rankings had remained unchanged. They were called the eternal prodigy. The top 7 were the 7 supremes themselves, while the remaining 3 were the most powerful living beings of the universal realm. For the first time, all 10 of the primordial tower's true masters were watching. They wanted to see whether a legend would be created, whether this young man could change history itself. Standing calmly in the center was a woman radiating ethereal light, soothing to the soul, no oppressive aura at all. Valentina Cassava, the supreme leader of finance for the entire primordial human race. Ethan bowed deeply. He knew these 10 were truly alive, not merely imprints. Valentina inclined her head, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Let us begin, she said softly. I'm watching you, Ethan Hunt. Show me your potential. He wasn't surprised. Their consciousnesses were indeed real. Then in an instant, a horrendous apocalyptic pressure descended upon him. He smiled faintly. Valentina's strength to 150 trillion. Senior, Ethan said politely, I'm sorry. In this realm, you are not my match. He conjured his sword, though he didn't need it. Out of respect, he would not strike bare-handed. Valentina also smiled, drawing a thin white sword, delicate as a cicada's wing. Then let me see, she said. Ethan inclined his head. Why don't we exchange our strongest moves? The one who remains standing will be the victor. Agreed. They took their stances. Valentina spoke first, her voice a whisper. Eternal doom. Gilles lashed. Extinction. Ethan countered. The two world-ending forces collided, but Ethan's strike was on an entirely different plane. Valentina's body disintegrated without resistance. Her sword slashed harmlessly past Ethan's side, fading into the air. Outside, in every star system under primordial human rule, countless spectators forgot to breathe. Even Earth, Ethan's family, Rose, and all who knew him watched in stunned awe. He had defeated one of the eternal Prodigy. Even if she was the weakest, it was still unprecedented. Ethan advanced to the 92nd floor. A man awaited him there. Lucas Celestis, Supreme Emperor of the Primordial Humans, ruler of all governance. Ethan bowed again. Your Majesty, it's an honor to fight you. Lucas had 784 trillion tons of strength. Lucas smiled warmly. I saw your battle with Valentina. Let's begin. Yes, Ethan conjured his sword once more. Lucas drew a long spear, standing tall, the weapon angled diagonally behind him. Even in the Emperor realm, his figure exuded indescribable majesty. They clashed. Sword and spear collided hundreds of thousands of times in a fraction of a second. The entire primordial human civilization was shaken when they saw the raw power of this battle. Finally, Ethan invoked extinction again. Lucas's figure dissolved into countless motes of light. My avatar will await you at the planetary level. I will not lose again. Ethan smiled faintly. Thenflor 93, the man who guarded this place, was named. Marcus Valor, who stood there waiting for him. Marcus was the supreme commander of the primordial humans' armies, the war monarch himself. Ethan felt a suffocating pressure. It was 1.5 quadrillion tons of strength. How the heck did they become so strong? Did they also have a system or something? Marcus was an axe user. They didn't waste time with pleasantries. Both attacked at once. Ethan's sword and Marcus's massive axe collided in an explosion of blinding light. The shockwaves tore across the tower, rattling the void itself. In mere moments, their weapons clashed hundreds of times in a blur too fast for ordinary eyes to follow. Then, with a final strike, Ethan's blade cleaved through Marcus's defense. The war monarch's figure froze then dissolved into countless motes of light. The audience, the entire primordial race, watched in stunned silence. Even when the battle ended, the awe it left behind made their hearts race and their skin prickle with goosebumps. They longed to savor that moment forever. Dragon smiled. He is the pioneer of Earth. From today onward, he is the supreme ruler of Earth. His decree won't need any voting. Everything he said is the law. Ethan then looked up. Above were the 7 universal supremes. He really wanted to know what surprise this supremes would bring to him. He smiled again. 94th floor. A young woman with flowing red hair was standing in the center of a vast platform, her slender fingers dancing over the strings of a violin. The melody that poured forth was a strange contradiction. It sounded terrifying, like the dirge of a dying world, yet it somehow soothed the heart and made the soul feel as if it were drifting on a gentle sea. This was Tassia Virelian, the 7th and youngest supreme of the primordial humans. She was from an X-level contracted civilization too. She wore a long red gown that rippled like liquid fire around her ankles. Her face was hidden under a thin, gauzy veil, but her presence was enough to make the entire floor feel sacred and oppressive at the same time. Ethan just stood there, unmoving, letting her finish the haunting piece without any interruption. The echoing notes filled the air for 5 minutes straight, each rise and fall striking something ancient in the hearts of all who listened. Finally, the bow lifted from the strings, and the last vibration vanished into silence. Ethan bowed respectfully, his voice steady. It is an honor to be in your presence, Supreme. Tassia's veil shifted slightly as she smiled. Raise your head. I am not a Supreme Tadya, at least not this version. That title is for my future self. Right now, in this place, I am only your opponent. Don't hold anything back, or you may never get another chance to use your power. Ethan lifted his head and a faint smile touched his lips. As you wish, Supreme. Please forgive me if I end this battle quickly. He already knew the might of Supreme Tassia, or rather, the Emperor version of her projection. Her raw strength was an astronomical 8 quadrillion tons of force. Quite a number, but not enough. He raised his sword in one hand, the blade shimmering as if hungry for the contest. Tassia did not put her violin away. Instead, she lifted it again, nestling it beneath her chin. The gentle melody Ethan had heard a moment ago began to play again, drifting across the platform like a soft lullaby. But within seconds, that illusion was gone. The sound transformed into a crushing wave of apocalyptic resonance that struck Ethan's body and mind at once. It felt as if a billion invisible hands were clawing at him, trying to tear out his soul and shred his consciousness. The air quivered, reality itself seeming to warp under the pressure of the music. But Ethan's physique and spirit each had 64 quadrillion points. That monstrous foundation meant the assault washed over him like rain over an unbreakable wall. He didn't even flinch. He didn't attack either. He could feel Tassia hadn't reached her peak yet, and he intended to give her that dignitito, let her climb to the summit of her power before he brought her down. Each moment that passed, the sound grew sharper, heavier, more horrifying. In the vast space where 7 grand thrones were suspended in the void, Valeth Terraskaveth Fifth Supreme watched with an amused smile. "Oh, Tassia, it seems your violin can't do any harm to this young man." Tassia's voice answered calmly, though there was a strain in her tone. "Just wait. It hasn't reached its peak yet." Below, Ethan could feel the crescendo building. The vibration was now at 30 quadrillion strength, a hurricane of resonance that threatened to rupture the very platform beneath his feet. Still, he waited. Another 30 seconds passed. The pressure reached a terrifying climax, 64 quadrillion, the same as Ethan's base strength. But Ethan was wearing his elemental armor, a dense overlay of energy that amplified his defense, body, and soul by another fivefold. It meant the music, no matter how violent, was as harmless as a lullaby. When he was sure it would climb no higher, Ethan spoke, his voice cutting through the cacophony. "Supreme, it's my turn now." His sword began to gleam with cold brilliance. Out of respect, he decided to use both sword intent and extinction in tandem. The instant he swung, the world turned white. A horrendous torrent of annihilating sword force erupted. Tassia's figure was instantly engulfed and obliterated, scattering into motes of dissolving light. This fight made every single primordial human rise to their feet. Even those who usually lounged in floating chairs stood ramrod straight, because watching a battle of this level while seated felt like an unforgivable disrespect. Xenos felt his throat turn to dust. He couldn't swallow. Orlai was trembling uncontrollably, her heartbeat thundering in her ears. This man, he was out of her league. Would he ever even glance at her after today? Can she ask for help from such a person? Dragon, Leon, and every Emperor of Earth clenched their right fists and pressed them over their hearts, heads bowed low. This was the respect Ethan deserved. The 7th Supreme had been defeated and not merely defeated, but crushed so utterly that her soul imprint couldn't even linger. Even the most exalted powerhouses were astonished beyond measure. Far away, Arthur Grey, who had gone as an emissary to Earth, was also watching. He exhaled slowly, feeling a chill. "Our race will probably welcome its 8th Supreme in the future if he keeps growing." At that moment, he heard Queen Freya's voice in his mind. "Emissary Arthur, from this day onward, you are assigned to be the guardian of Earth. You may take anyone under your command to do so." Arthur nodded solemnly. He understood the importance. Too many spies and hidden claws lurked among them. The news of this battle was probably already spreading among their enemies. Virtual Universe, Primordial Tower. "Congratulations, Ethan Hunt. Do you wish to proceed further or rest?" "Proceed." Ethan's figure vanished in a ripple of energy and reappeared on the 95th floor. There the 6th Supreme stood, his broad back turned. His hands were clasped behind him in an ancient, regal posture. Ethan bowed. "It's an honor, Supreme." This was Orion Blackspire, a man nearly 2 meters tall. Long silver hair drifted around his shoulders, catching the faint ambient light. Even from behind, he radiated the oppressive calm of a monarch. Slowly, Orion turned to face him. His red pupils glowed with a magnetic allure. "I won't say anything unnecessary," he murmured, his voice low as thunder. "Attack with everything you have, Ethan Hunt." Ethan didn't waste time. 10 dark flying knives materialized around him, spinning lazily in the air. He began to float, his aura swelling until it blanketed the entire floor in suffocating pressure. The knives accelerated. A casual observer would only see blurs of shadow. Even an emperor would struggle to follow them. Orion extended one hand. A shimmering defensive sphere enveloped him, flickering with layered sigils. His base strength was 15 quadrillion, a fortress that could withstand armies. The knives struck. The sphere fractured instantly, shattering like brittle glass. Orion's eyes widened a fraction in expression of faint surprise. Before he could speak, the knives descended again, slicing his projection apart as easily as if they were dicing cabbage. Valeth's laughter drifted across the Hall of Supremes. "Junior brother, it looks like you can't stop this little guy either." Orion just snorted. "Let's see how you deal with him." Valeth just laughed again, a musical sound that made the hall tremble. Ethan proceeded to the 96th floor without a word. A woman with flowing green hair was waiting. He almost stumbled when he appeared, teleporting right in front of her. This was Valeth Tereskova, the 5th Supreme of humanity. She was holding an ornate Chinese fan in her delicate hand, its ribs carved from jade. She smiled at Ethan, warm and almost motherly. But somehow that smile made his spine break into cold sweat. Ethan bowed low, unsure what kind of nightmare this floor would bring. As he reached for his sword, Valeth tilted her head and sighed. "Oh dear. Would you really resort to such violence against a helpless woman like me?" Ethan froze like a wooden statue, his hand hovering over the hilt. A chill worse than any battlefield seeped into his marrow. Then Valeth laughed. Her laughter rang out like a heavenly bell. "Look how cute you are. No need to be so surprised." She fluttered her fan lazily. "I admit defeat. You may go on and mop the floor with Big Brother." Ethan didn't even have time to respond before the system teleported him away. Tassia and Orion, watching from the Hall of Supremes, exclaimed in unison, "That's not fair, big sister. How could you do that?" Tassia was already regretting it. If she had been a little smarter, she might have surrendered too, sparing herself the humiliation of total annihilation. Valeth just snorted and ignored them both. She has her own dignity. No way she'd let her soul imprint be obliterated by someone in the Emperor realm. HMPH. Ethan found himself on the 97th floor. The fourth Supreme, Zevaris Ashron, awaited Hema Man whose body radiated 30 quadrillion strength. Ethan chatted with him for a few minutes out of courtesy, then raised his sword. Extinction. In a heartbeat, the floor cleared. Outside the tower, the world was now so silent it seemed even the wind refused to blow. No one dared breathe too fast. If they missed even a moment, they felt they'd never forgive themselves. 98th floor. The third Supreme, Varin Grimholt, stood like an iron mountain, strength at 35 quadrillion. He too fell to extinction. The 99th floor. Noah Voidstar, the second Supreme, was waiting for Hema Man with calm eyes and the aura of an emperor above all emperors. His base strength was 45 quadrillion. Ethan bowed solemn. It's an honor to fight you, Your Highness Second Supreme. Noah nodded gravely, his gaze like the abyss itself. He drew a long black spear, its edge crackling with dark lightning. This time, Ethan felt a rare thrill. This battle would not end in a blink. This battle would be cataclysmic. On this floor, Noah was standing like an eternal warrior who wouldn't bow even to time itself. His posture was so calm, so unshakable, it seemed as if the universe had paused just to witness him. The very air around him felt heavier, charged with something ancient. Ethan said, "It is an honor to fight you, Your Highness, the Second Supreme." His voice was respectful, yet beneath it a steel resolve glimmered. Noah nodded. He didn't say any fancy word. He simply lifted his gaze and took out a spear. The spear was 2.5 meters long. It was a dark spear, looking regal and dangerous, as if it had ended countless lives and witnessed countless eras. Noah looked at Ethan with a calm expression, like everything was under his control, like the coming clash was nothing but a formality in a story he had already read. Ethan became a bit wary. He thought they should be watching the battle, right? Then what makes him so confident? Or is it just a facade? A trace of unease flickered in his heart, but it didn't dull the sharpness of his will. Ethan this time didn't conjure a sword from his element, but took out his level 5 force weapon. The moment the black blade appeared, the oppressive darkness around Noah seemed to stir, recognizing a worthy rival. This sword was also black. Its edge shimmered with faint runes, whispering of extinction. Just as Ethan was about to step toward Noah, a dark, blinding light shot from Noah's spear. The spear pulsed once, and the floor beneath them cracked like brittle ice. The light quickly absorbed the surrounding area like a dark sphere. A deep, guttural hum reverberated through every inch of the 99th floor. It covered around 10 km radius of area. Enough space to fight with one's heart content and enough to drown weaker beings in despair. The moment the sphere formed, the temperature plunged as if reality itself were suffocating. Ethan heard Noah's voice for the first time, deep and resonant, carrying the weight of inevitability. "Welcome to my domain, Abyss." This was a domain born from the dark element of Noah and an inborn weapon domain of the spear. This spear had made Noah invincible in the same realm when he was young. Those who challenged him had vanished into legend, unremembered. Ethan immediately felt it. His strength was being suppressed, pressed down by the cold fingers of the abyss until it was only half. It became 32 quadrillion, whereas Noah's strength surged to 90 quadrillion, double. So this was why he was so confident, huh? Ethan thought, his heartbeat echoing louder. The suffocating domain pressed against his spirit, but his gaze stayed clear. "Doesn't matter. I just need to land one hit on him." Ethan's eyes were still as calm as ever. Noah moved. The world itself seemed to lurch. As his strength was 3 times more than Ethan, he was also faster, and now his footsteps made the entire darkness quake. He disappeared and came before Ethan in less than a blink, spear streaking forward in a thrust that cracked the air. A shockwave rippled through the darkness, strong enough to erase a mountain. But Ethan teleported from there and appeared in another place, black sword raised defensively. He activated his sword intent and absolute speed sword technique. The power shivered along his veins, desperate to erupt. Then he slashed toward Noah in a single decisive arc, but Noah also disappeared. Noah could also teleport in his domain. He reappeared behind Ethan, his dark spear wreathed in the abyss, a reaper's scythe poised to claim life. "Oh ho, now that's a tricky situation. What should I do?" Ethan muttered under his breath, feeling the cold bite of adrenaline. The spectators beyond the tower were all leaning closer, their hearts hammering in collective dread and awe. Then Ethan started conjuring flying knives. 1,000 points of black light bloomed around him, then 10,000. Each one hummed with lethal promise. He created 10,000 flying knives and let all of them scatter in the domain like a rain of extinction. Ethan also activated his mental domain. Wherever Noah would appear, he would strike. The darkness itself seemed to recoil under this sudden surge of killing intent. Noah appeared and attacked from behind instantly, his spear plunging with absolute authority. Ethan counterattacked with his sword, but Noah was using an amplification technique of 20 times. It was around 1.8 quintillion, enough to obliterate anything it struck. Ethan's power with his sword intent was 380 quadrillion and 10 times the speed. He could barely be left alive, and when the spear grazed his side, an explosion of force ripped through his elemental armor. A deep gash appeared, his ribs cracked. Pain flared white-hot. His regeneration started, skin and bone weaving back together in seconds, and he was in his peak condition again. Damn, I need to land one solid hit, the battle would be over, Ethan breathed, his expression resolute. The domain seemed to press closer, hungry. Noah again disappeared, but this time Ethan also disappeared. They were playing a cat-and-mouse game, teleporting in and out of the darkness in blinding flashes. Each time they reappeared, the ground erupted, the air cracked, the shadows screamed. Ethan this time didn't activate his sword techniques. He wanted to use the Eye of Destruction he got from the bloodline. He activated his ability. This ability let him amplify 20 times of his base strength. If something was in that power range, that thing would disintegrate instantly. As Ethan's mental domain was also covering this abyss domain, Noah appeared right behind Ethan, spear poised for the final killing blow. Ethan also knew Noah was here, but this time he gave a devilish smile, a glint of inevitability in his eyes. He uttered a single word, disintegration. Bang. With 664 quadrillion power range, Noah had only 90 quadrillion and a defensive skill with 5 times more amplification, but still was under the range. Noah's spear stopped a millimeter away from Ethan. His face had a look of astonishment. He also knew Eye of Destruction. But he had gotten this skill in the planetary realm. How could Ethan have gotten this ability? And moreover, how could he use this now? Slowly Noah's body turned into light particles. The darkness dissolved with him. The Second Supreme was defeated. The outside world was numbed already. But this Eye of Destruction was a known ability to the primordial humans. Many had them off course. They were all prodigies, and some got them in Star Realm or even above. How could he achieve this ability? With the Tier 9 bloodline evolution fluid, his bloodline should be around 50 pure. Did the higher-ups give him any higher-level serum? Even the Supremes were surprised. They knew they didn't give him anything special. This boy is something else. Ethan said quietly, I need to rest. He teleported down to the ground floor. He had been fighting for hours already. Those eternal prodigies had demanded real effort from him, and the Second Supreme had forced him to use everything he had. Now he needed time to recover, because the final opponent was him, the progenitor of the primordial humans, the Grand Supreme Odin Astrolith. He had protected his race for eons. Even after other Supremes had risen, he remained the strongest of them all. Even the other Supremes called him Grand Supreme. Odin was not only the strongest amongst the primordial humans, he was also the second strongest person of this universe, a level below the progenitor of the celestial race. The man was on a whole different league than others. Ethan needed to be ready to face him. He didn't know what was the level of power he possessed when he was an Emperor Realm martial artist eons ago. He sat cross-legged, closing his eyes, steadying his breath, calming his mind. He rested for a full hour. In that time, not a single person from the audience left their place. They were like people possessed no one could bear to look away, as if afraid to miss even a second. After 1 hour, Ethan finally opened his eyes. Okay, I'm ready. He teleported straight to the 100th floor. There, a man in his late 20s was quietly sipping tea. His face wasn't devastatingly handsome, but simply looking at it calmed Ethan's mind. It was the kind of face that made him feel like he was a child looking at his father who returned home after 10 years of missing, a closeness he couldn't explain. So this is the Grand Supreme, Ethan thought. He bowed deeply. Grand Supreme. He didn't say anything else. Nothing more was necessary. Odin looked up at him and smiled. That smile felt like stars falling from the sky. What a charismatic man, Ethan thought with respect. Odin slowly set down his teacup and stood up. Ethan, he said, his voice calm and steady, I know you are very strong, so I want to fight you with the most primitive method, barehanded. He let the words sink in for a moment. When I was young, I never had any opponents among my own people. I fought other races, but I always used weapons and techniques. I have long craved a battle fist to fist. Odin's gaze met his, ageless and unshakable. What do you say? Let's forget everything we know. Only fists against fists, flesh against flesh. Ethan could tell this man held 64 quadrillion tons of force, the same as him. His blood was boiling so fiercely it felt like his internal organs might be cooked. Then Odin added, voice tinged with a quiet promise, even if you can't defeat me, if you can just satisfy my craving, I will send you a gift. Ethan's eyes lit up. A gift from the Grand Supreme himself. Damn, I want it. The vast 100th floor was so silent, it seemed the universe itself held its breath. Ethan faced the Grand Supreme, Odin Astrolith, progenitor of the primordial humans. They would fight barehanded, no amplification skills, no elemental domains. Both of them had equal raw power 64 quadrillion tons. Ethan looked at Odin, who had a profound look of sovereignty in those eyes. They carried the loneliness of being the strongest of his realm and having no opponent to fight. Ethan could feel those feelings as he was passing through that same loneliness, and he knew this feeling would only grow quietly. But today there was no time to reminisce. Before him stood the pinnacle of raw power in the same realm. Ethan had never felt his blood burn this hot. He felt his inner organs might be cooked. His bones vibrated with anticipation. Odin tilted his head, studying him with calm, fathomless eyes. Ready? Ethan clenched his fists. Yes, bang. The air quivered as they vanished from view, their bodies blurring with sheer velocity. They met in the middle of the floor. Fist smashed into fist so hard that a shockwave rippled outward, and the audience felt as if that shockwave came directly toward them through the screen. Odin was an immovable wall, every movement honed by countless eons of battle. Ethan was a surging tide, instinct and comprehension fusing into something unstoppable. Ethan slipped inside Odin's guard, throwing a sharp uppercut that connected with the Grand Supreme's ribs. Thud, Odin didn't even flinch. His counterblow landed square on Ethan's shoulder, sending pain lancing down his arm, but Ethan's eyes gleamed. He pivoted, twisting to fire an elbow into Odin's jaw. Odin raised a palm to catch idly for Ethan to feint and stomped down at Odin's knee instead. Bang! The Grand Supreme's leg buckled by half an inch. For the first time, Odin's calm mask cracked with a spark of surprise and something like joy. Good, he said softly, voice deep as the ocean. The next instant, Odin surged forward. Ethan could only react by pure reflex, blocking a straight punch that sent him skidding backward across the polished white floor. He caught himself, breathing hard. His shoulder throbbed. Though they both had similar strength, Odin was the progenitor after all. Outside the tower, Orlia, watching through projection, pressed a hand over her racing heart. He's holding his ground against the progenitor. Gino swallowed, eyes wide. No, he's doing more than that. Most of the younger generation never saw the Grand Supreme in their life, but today, for Ethan's sake, they could finally see his face, though it was a projection of his younger self. Still, their eyes were full of reverence and fanaticism. The Supremes, observing from their thrones, were silent. Even they had not seen the Grand Supreme pressed like this. They had tried to fight him in every realm, but were obliterated before they could even go near. Ethan closed his eyes just for a heartbeat. Focus. He let everything else fall away, techniques, skills, scheming. Only instinct remained. He exhaled and stepped in. Odin threw a hook toward his head fast enough that an emperor would have seen only a blur. Ethan didn't dodge. Instead, he ducked just enough to graze past the strike, planted his right foot, and drove an uppercut straight into Odin's diaphragm with every ounce of force he possessed. Boom! A deep, muffled concussion rocked the floor, though it did not crack. Odin's body folded forward, but he recovered, instantly grabbing Ethan's arm and spinning, hurling him over a shoulder. Ethan flipped in midair and landed in a crouch, panting. Sweat stung his eyes. His knuckles were split and bleeding. Odin straightened, expression more alive than any Ethan had ever seen. You truly are remarkable. Ethan rose again. One more exchange. That was all he needed. He flicked a bead of blood from his fingers. His eyes locked with Odin's. They charged. Their fists met again, the impact resonant and pure. But this time, Ethan's left arm snapped up, baiting a counter. Odin took it, aiming for Ethan's neck with a chopping hand. And that was the instant Ethan had waited for. He twisted into Odin's guard, shoulders rolling forward. His right fist gathered the totality of his power body, spirit, will, and struck up beneath Odin's chin. Crack, a sound like a mountain shearing apart reverberated in the floor's perfect stillness. Odin's head snapped back. His body went rigid. A long silence fell. Then slowly Odin lowered his gaze again. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he smiled. Beautiful. He took one step back and sank to one knee. Hush spread through every observer. From the Supremes to the youngest emperor, none could find words. The Grand Supreme had knelt. This was a fight between two Emperor Realm people, not even worthy to be called ants. But between the two, one was the progenitor himself. Countless eras had passed. No emperor could shake that unshakable mountain even for once. Not even those 6 Supremes. But now that mountain collapsed in front of a young man they didn't even know the origin of. Ethan's chest heaved. He fought a satisfying battle, the true battle every man desired. Odin looked up at him, eyes bright with something that transcended pride. You have satisfied me more than any opponent in 10,000 epics. You will get your gift soon. Odin rose to his feet, still smiling. I look forward to the day you surpass even me. And in that moment, every primordial human felt a collective shiver of awe. They knew without question. A new legend had been born. Ethan vanished from the 100th floor and came to the ground floor. Congratulations, Ethan Hunt. You have created a new history. From today onward, your sole imprint will be placed at the 100th floor. Before becoming a planetary realm, your base strength and skills will be updated regularly if you make any new breakthroughs in them. Here is your reward list. 5 billion contribution points. Choose any 5 items, no matter what, for free. Damn, now he was the big boss in the primordial tower. If a future generation wanted to challenge him, he would first need to defeat the progenitor. Even if they could, he would become even more powerful in the coming days. He would be the eternal big boss of this tower. Now for the gifts. Ethan didn't even hesitate. 1, something that could help comprehending the law of time. 2, something that could help comprehending the law of space. 3, something that could help comprehending the law of fate. 4 something that could help comprehending the law of karma, 5 something that could help comprehending the law of creation. Ethan felt satisfied, but Queen Freya felt her mouth which was not present witching. These 5 things would cost blood even for a galactic overlord, but a deal was a deal. Ethan also bought 3 seeds of law from the shop with 3 billion points. Now he had everything necessary to enter the final seclusion. He stepped out of the tower, but when he came out, he saw hundreds of thousands of people kneeling in front of him. Ethan could be described in one sentence. The man, the myth, the legend. He defeated the progenitor, becoming the undisputed leader of the young generation from the beginning until now. He could be called the young supreme, but no one dared to give that title openly. It would be blasphemy. Ethan looked at everyone. He felt like a ruler standing before his subjects, but he didn't want to waste time here. He needed to go, so he logged out directly. The audience was dumbfounded. They had wanted to talk to him, take his autograph, but the man had simply vanished. Earth Hunt Estate, Ethan's room. He opened his eyes. Damn, 20 hours had passed. It was already morning of the next day. The panel was refreshed again. Master, Ethan Hunt. Physique, 128 quadrillion. Spirit, 128 quadrillion. Talent, infinite comprehension. 16 days remaining. Just as he was about to call everyone to let them know he would be unavailable for 16 days, the space tore open in front of him. An exquisite box came out. Ethan caught the box and opened it. There was a seed placed gently inside. A message came into his mind. This is the seed of the world tree. Plant it in your inner planet when you break through. This was the voice of the Grand Suprema, but this time it sounded more ancient. The Supreme was speaking to him directly. Damn, the gift of the world tree seed. As a man who had read countless novels in his previous life, he knew very well what a world tree meant for one's inner world. He bowed toward the space tier. Inside the Hall of Supremes, Noah smiled. Grand Supreme surely likes this boy, even giving away the seed of the world tree he got from that tremendous fight against the Celestials. Odin didn't say anything. He just smiled. Ethan called everyone. Then he told them he would be in seclusion for 16 days. Everyone nodded in understanding. No one said anything, not Jack or Alina, not even Rose. Ethan went to Rose and hugged her. Don't worry. After I come out, I'll take you to visit the galaxy. The teleportation chamber would be completed soon. People from the Primordial Alliance had already come that morning and started working. Dragon and Leon were there. Ethan also got a message from Queen Freya that Arthur was now the guardian of Earth. If he needed, he could call him. Ethan didn't give the seeds of law to his parents yet, as he would need to observe them when they took it. This could wait. He had also bought 6 law spheres he'd seen in the shop. As he only had 3 law affinities among the 9 elemental laws, he would need the other 6 alongside the law stone. Everything was in place. Let's begin. Ethan sat cross-legged. 9 law stones were arranged in front of him, and the 6 law spheres were also placed on the floor nearby. Then he called Poe out. Ethan asked Poe, "Do you know anyone who had comprehended all 9 laws before breaking through to the planetary realm?" Poe looked at him as if he had just heard the most ridiculous question ever. He yawned. "Boss, please do what you need to do. Don't disturb my sleep by asking this type of ridiculous question. Are you a child bullying a panda?" With that, he vanished into the air again. Ethan was speechless. "Anyway, I'll do it. But first, I need to break through to the Emperor level 9. It seems I need to buy some resources for this that would help me break through quicker, or else I won't have enough time." He entered the virtual universe again and went straight to the shop. There, he bought 2 low-level energy fluids, 3 mid-level, and 3 high-level energy fluids suitable for the Emperor realm. This cost him 100 contribution points. When Ethan opened his eyes, space split open in front of him, and a box materialized out of thin air. He opened it. Inside were 8 liquid bottles, 2 blue, 3 purple, and 3 violet. Ethan didn't wait any longer. He consumed the 2 low-level ones and activated his breathing technique. His core turned into a black hole, drawing energy from the air and from the fluids he had just swallowed. He needed 1 day to break through to level 1 Emperor from King. This time, though, he broke through 2 levels in just 12 hours, 4 times the cultivation speed. Very good. Then he swallowed the 3 purple ones. Again, he had previously calculated that at least 1.5 days would be needed to break through to level 4. But this time, he reached level 6 in a single day, something he thought would have taken at least 4.5 days, more than 4 times his normal speed. A day and 12 hours passed, but he didn't stop. He took out the 3 violet-colored fluids and swallowed them. He had estimated that from here at least 2 days would be needed per level. But once again, he advanced faster than expected, breaking through to level 9 Emperor in only 1.5 days. 3 days in total, and he had advanced from level 1 Emperor to level 9. It was simply unheard of. Even in the history of the primordial humans, not even the Supremes had broken through this fast, even with more powerful resources. His core was 50 meters in diameter at level 1 Emperor. Now with the breakthroughs, he gained 40 centimeters more, 50.4 meters in diameter. Okay, he was now ready to comprehend laws. First, he would comprehend the light law, then thunder and metal. After that, he would comprehend the remaining 6 elemental laws. As for the supreme laws, he would only comprehend space and time now before breaking through. The plan was set. He commanded System make a row about the law comprehension in the panel. Okay, came the reply. First, he took the light elemental law stone and closed his eyes. Then he heard the notification. Ding, the law of light is detected. Comprehend, sure, Ethan said, grinning. A row appeared in his panel. Law of light 0.00001. He saw the percentage increasing at a visible rate without pausing for a moment. 1 hour later, law of light 0.1 cool. He needed 10 hours to comprehend 1% of the law. 10 hours later, law of light 1. He stopped. He needed only 1%, and besides it felt like he couldn't comprehend any further. Some kind of barrier was obstructing him. Okay. Next, he took the law of thunder stone, same as before. He needed 10 hours. Law of thunder 1. Then came the law of metal. 10 hours later, law of metal, when a total of 4 days and 6 hours had passed in his seclusion. Ethan didn't waste time. He only had 11 days and 18 hours left. He picked up the law of fire stone in his right hand and the law of fire sphere in his left. Since he didn't have affinity with this law, he needed the help of the sphere. This time he needed 12 hours to comprehend the law of fire. 12 hours more. Law of fire 1. Next was the law of earth. Another 12 hours. Law of earth 1. 5 days and 6 hours had passed in total. 12 more hours. Law of water 1. Only 3 more laws remained from the 9 basic laws. 36 hours later, law of ice 1. Law of darkness 1. Law of wind 1. A total of 7 days and 6 hours had passed. Ethan hadn't wasted even a single second. His panel had been updated 7 times. His strength had multiplied 128 times. Master, Ethan Hunt. Physique 16.384 quintillion. Spirit 16.384 quintillion. Talent, infinite comprehension, 8 days 18 hours remaining, time was ticking. Now it was time to comprehend the supreme laws. Then he took the space elemental object he had obtained from the virtual universe. It was the core of a space beast. These beasts were born with space affinity, and they emerged already at galactic realm from birth. You could understand how rare and valuable this thing actually was, but Ethan had gotten it for free. What a luck, hee. He held the core in his hand. This core was unlike the other monsters' cores. It could directly help a martial artist connect with the law of space. That's why it was even more precious. Ding, law of space detected. Comprehend, yes. Another row appeared in the panel, law of space. 0.000000001. Damn, no wonder it was a supreme law. This time he needed 1 day and 12 hours total. The core was even more potent than he had thought otherwise. He would have needed even more time. Law of space. 1. Now the final law he would comprehend before breaking through. The supreme law of timeth emperor of all the elemental laws. The object he got from the gift was a flower. This flower was called the flower of time, a bloom born at the banks of the river of time. Only a supreme could go to the river of time and collect them. Another treasure with unimaginable value. Ethan took the flower of time in his hand. Ding, the law of time is detected. Comprehend, yes. Law of time, 0.000000001. This time, Ethan needed a total of 2 days. Law of time, 1. 3 days and 12 hours had passed again. Master, Ethan Hunt. Physique, 131.072 quintillion. Spirit, 131.072 quintillion. Talent, infinite comprehension. 5 days 6 hours remaining. Before starting his seclusion, Ethan formed a domain from his mental power and asked the system to ensure that no one could see inside, not even those supreme beings. Otherwise, if they witnessed this madness, even the Grand Supreme might come to punch some sense into him. Damn, a total of 11 laws, among them 2 supreme laws. He must be the only antique piece in creation to accomplish something like this before becoming a planetary powerhouse. Because before reaching the planetary realm, one's brain simply couldn't capture the essence supreme laws. But Ethan was Ethan, so that was okay. He thought he had completed his task. All that remained was to break through, and the sword of death would disappear from his back. But then he heard another system notification. Ding, detected all 11 laws. Do you want to comprehend the law of chaos? Boom, a thunder struck in his mind. The law of chaos. Damn, the ultimate fate of all elements. All came from chaos. Chaos is all. Ethan knew about this law. It was above every law. Even the universe didn't possess this law. He said yes without thinking. Who the hell cared about measly time? Law of chaos. 0.000000001, and all the other laws disappeared from the panel. Ethan didn't need any external object to comprehend this law, as he had already comprehended the 11 laws required. He only needed time. Days were passing. 4 days later, he finally heard the sound of the system notification. Ding, law of chaos comprehended. Law of chaos, 1. He had 1 day and 5 hours left. Master, Ethan Hunt. Physique 2 sextillion. Spirit 2 sextillion. Talent infinite comprehension. 5 hours later, it would double again and become 4 sextillion. The mass of Earth was 6 sextillion tons. That meant he needed to break through before the day after tomorrow, or else he was gone. The urgency was huge. He activated his breathing technique and calmed his mind. Doesn't matter what happens, I will succeed, he told himself. But just as he was trying to absorb energy, the system sent a message. Looks like Master is ready to break through to the planetary realm. The sublimation protocol is initiating. What sublimation protocol? What are you talking about? Ethan asked urgently. He really didn't have much time, and he wasn't ready to take any more bullshit from the system at this life and death moment. Ding, the protocol is activated. The core is being connected to the system. Boom, Ethan felt the big bang happen inside his core. It began absorbing energy madly without even activating his breathing technique. Where the heck was this energy coming from? There was no energy vortex in front of him. Besides, the absorption rate was too vast. If this energy were coming from the universe, surely many top-level powerhouses would have been alerted. Then where was this energy coming from? Suddenly, he remembered the system's notification. His core was bound to the system. Is it possible that the system was supplying this energy? Correct. As soon as the reply came into his mind, his eyes widened. Holy S. Did this mean he wouldn't have to rely on universal energy anymore? All the energy would be supplied by the system. Then wouldn't he have infinite energy? This thought made Ethan's heart pound like crazy. The concept of infinite energy was simply mind-boggling, because every technique and skill needed energy from his core, and it had always been limited, so he needed to think carefully before using them. Because Earth didn't have any powerful opponents, he hadn't faced energy insufficiency often. But during the fight with the Ocean Emperor, he had run out of energy and needed to use the breathing technique to sustain himself. In the upper realm, even more energy would be needed, and Ethan had been worried that a similar situation might happen again. His breathing technique wouldn't be able to keep up with that level of consumption. This problem was solved now. Ha 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 ha. He started laughing like a madman. Ethan was extremely excited beyond words. That meant from today onward, he wouldn't need any external energy for breaking through or using any of his skills. He felt as if a giant weight had been lifted from his shoulders, and a boundless sense of freedom welled up inside him. Again, a system notification chimed crisply in his mind. Ding, chaos law detected. The clone skill can be elevated to Genesis level. Want to do it? Genesis level. Ethan murmured, raising an eyebrow. What can it do? The Genesis level clone skill can produce one single clone every time with similar stats as you, and it can sustain as long as it isn't killed. If killed, another clone can be created. The clone would be a blood and flesh person. He thought carefully, weighing the benefits and the drawbacks. So the Genesis level was taking away the power of making an infinite number of clones, and instead, granting him one single clone as powerful as himself. Wasn't that, in a way, a loss? He valued flexibility far more than raw duplication of strength. I'll pass on this for now, he decided. He would think of some other method to create a clone as strong as himself later. Perhaps with the law of chaos as his foundation, he might eventually invent a skill even more terrifying. Meanwhile, his core continued absorbing energy at a terrifying rate and expanding further. Ethan folded his arms and closed his eyes, trying to estimate just how far it would grow. One basic law could expand the core up to 100 times, so 9 basic laws would yield 900 times expansion. As for the supreme laws, each should individually expand the core 500 times. 2 supreme laws would thus create a 1,000-fold increase. So in total, it should have expanded up to 1,900 times. But this time was different. His core was expanding based on the law of chaos, the ultimate law that governed and transcended all others. Nobody in history had documented how far a core would grow under the influence of this primordial force. I guess I'll just have to wait and see, he muttered, exhaling slowly. A faint smile curved his lips. While he waited, one of Ethan's clones sent him a message. The teleportation chamber had already been built. He had some time before he inevitably broke through. Once he ascended to the planetary realm, all his clones would ascend along with him. That was why he wanted to use the remaining 1 day and 6 hours to enter the battlefield of other races while still in the Emperor realm. Heh, he couldn't help the evil grin that spread across his face. I'll destroy those punks from the other races before my promotion. Immediately, he dispatched 10 of his clones at 5 of his power, along with 20 clones at 2 of his power. The 30 figures moved in perfect unison toward the teleportation station. Along the way, guards stood watch, clad in futuristic exosuits and armed with high-tech rifles that gleamed under the overhead lights. As soon as they saw 30 identical warriors clad in sleek, matte black body armor marching in step, the guards stiffened in astonishment. For a split second, the entire corridor fell silent. Then, without hesitation, they all stood at attention and saluted as if they were welcoming an emperor. After all, these were the president's clones. The president himself had come to inspect the teleportation chamber. Ethan stepped forward and addressed one of the guards. Do you know how to use that thing? The guard, a young man with neatly trimmed hair and clear blue eyes, looked as if he might faint on the spot. He started nodding his head frantically, like a child meeting his lifelong idol. Ethan had long since become the living legend of Earth. Good, Ethan said with a slight nod. He paused, then spoke inwardly to the AI in his mind. Queen Freya, I'd like to visit the battlefield of the other races. The gentle yet commanding voice of Queen Freya responded, That place is dangerous. Are you sure you want to proceed? Yes, Ethan said calmly. Even if that place was perilous, these were merely his clonish could create more of them infinitely. There was no real risk. He stepped into the teleportation chamber, the reinforced steel floor humming softly beneath his boots. He handed the coordinates to the guard, which he'd received from Queen Freya. The young guard adjusted the glowing control panel, his fingers trembling as he keyed in the location. Once the last rune locked in place, he swallowed nervously, looked up at Ethan's helmeted figure, and pressed the activation rune. All 30 clones shimmered with radiant blue light before vanishing in an instant, their departure marked by a low-frequency thrum that rattled the walls. After they were gone, the guard exhaled shakily, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. He felt like a child who had finally finished the hardest exam of his life. Damn, you're so lucky, another guard muttered with envy, clapping him on the back. The president actually spoke to you. Why wasn't I the one stationed here today? The young man was still smiling from ear to ear. When he finally spoke, his tone was grave. I don't even know where the president went. Those coordinates were very, very far away. Meanwhile, Ethan's clones opened their eyes at once. They had arrived on a star whose gravity was at least 50,000 times that of Earth. Even the air felt heavy, pressing down on them like a physical weight. The golden sky shimmered above vast obsidian plains that stretched out to the horizon. So this is the galaxy of Neolance, Ethan muttered through one of his clones, scanning the alien terrain. He turned slowly to take in the colossal mountains that ringed the plain like dark sentinels. This was the border between the primordial humans and the vampire race. This star known as Planet Xerox was where the younger generations came to fight. The battlefield existed because countless small conflicts arose whenever the two races' interests clashed. If high-level powerhouses took action over such trifling matters, the entire universe would mock them for their pettiness. So they had created a dedicated arena where these disputes could be resolved in honorable combat. Every month, a battle erupted here. Each time, about 1 billion warriors from each race participated, their combined might enough to crack moons. This place feels alive, Ethan thought, his clones sharing the same sentiment. He strode toward the human city where warriors gathered. All 30 clones moved in perfect synchrony, their armored boots thudding against the ancient alloy streets. As they approached, several Emperor Realm martial artists cast curious glances their way. Most of the core members of the primordial humans didn't bother to come to this place usually. Only low-level contracted civilizations sent their soldiers to earn contribution points. When Ethan reached the main city gate, a squad of guards stepped forward. One of them raised a hand, a polite but firm gesture. Please remove your helmets and place your hands on the identification machine. Without hesitation, every clone complied. As their helmets hissed and retracted, 30 identical faces were revealed, faces so devastatingly handsome that several of the female martial artists nearby gasped audibly. But more importantly, every face was unmistakable. The guard who had requested identification looked up, and for a split second his eyes widened in disbelief. Then he dropped to one knee with a dull thud. Young Supreme, forgive me for the inconvenience. Please forgive my ignorance. Ethan wasn't surprised at all. He gave a faint, reassuring smile. Please do your duty. You don't need to give me special treatment. Enemies could copy my appearance to infiltrate this city. You know that. The guard flushed with embarrassment, his head bowed low. Why, yes, sir. Ethan stepped forward, placing his palm against the scanner. One by one, each clone did the same. A soft chime sounded as the machine confirmed their identities. Identity confirmed, Ethan Hunt. The guard sighed in relief and waved them through the gate. Clone skills weren't especially rare, so this didn't cause much commotion, though the thought of so many powerful clones at once made some of the onlookers shiver. Inside the city, Ethan took his time observing everything. Although this settlement couldn't compare to Solaris, it was at least 50 times more advanced than Earth's most modern cities. Crystal spires pierced the sky, their surfaces etched with living runes. Hover platforms zipped along transparent roadways, carrying armored warriors to and fro. He walked into the nearest restaurant, a sleek place with shimmering silver walls. The moment he entered, every patron fell silent, watching him with wide eyes. He approached a young waiter whose jaw went slack. I'd like to know more about the battlefield, Ethan said calmly. The rules, the customs, everything. The waiter swallowed hard, blinking like he couldn't believe this was real. Why, yes, sir. He spoke as if in a daze. There will be a battle in 5 hours. This will be a massive clash of 5 billion warriors from each race. The vampires are incredibly powerful, and most of our forces are not core members of the primordial humans, so we're usually at a disadvantage. We lose about 7 battles out of 10. The result is that bad? Ethan asked, his tone curious. The waiter nodded solemnly. Yes, sir. Tomorrow's battle is especially critical. A resource point was discovered in this galaxy, and both races want control over it. The higher-ups have sent many young geniuses from high-tier civilizations, perhaps even some core members. Ethan tapped the table thoughtfully. I see. 5 billion per side. A humongous battle. Before he left, he handed the waiter 1,000 contribution points as a tip. The young man blanched and shook his head fiercely. Please, sir, it's my honor to answer your questions. I can't accept this. What an honest guy, Ethan thought, smiling. He ordered more food just to ease the man's embarrassment. Once he had eaten, he made his way to the city hall to meet the city lord, a black hole realm powerhouse who oversaw this entire battlefield. A guard saluted him crisply, then guided him through a labyrinth of polished corridors. Inside the main chamber, an imposing man with silver hair and deep blue eyes awaited him. Ethan smiled. It's nice to meet you, City Lord. I came to participate in the upcoming battle. City Lord Boris inclined his head respectfully. It is my honor, Mr. Hunt. Your status is exceptional, though you are an emperor. You are a young supreme. If you wish, I can appoint you as a commander. Boris nodded gravely. Understood. You are free to rest or tour. The Scythe battle will commence in 4 hours. Ethan left the hall, wandering back into the bustling avenues. As he walked, he considered what unique impression he could leave on this battlefield, how he might carve his legend into the minds of friend and foe alike. A sly smile tugged at his lips. That's right, he thought. It must be the BGM's protagonist's own background music when he enters the field with overwhelming aura. He could picture it vividly, 20 of his less powerful clones standing behind him as a battle band, their instruments singing a fierce anthem that sent goosebumps down the spines of every spectator. With the idea set in his mind, he created 20 violins instantly. As the clones took their instruments, Ethan began recalling the grand battle songs of his past life melodies that could shake worlds. He would recreate those songs here and wipe out those vampire punks with a wave of hands. That would surely make a unique entry, he. Ethan went to find a room for 4 hours. He didn't want to waste time viewing the city. After booking a room with 50 contribution points, he created a small mental barrier and started practicing some battle songs he had heard in his previous life. Then he started modifying them according to his taste and need, as he needed more goosebumps. 10 billion warriors would be present there, so the song would need to be loud enough to be heard by everyone and strong enough to be remembered by everyone. His clones practiced for 3 hours and the song was perfected. Ethan smiled with satisfaction. 1 hour later, the battle would be started. Meanwhile, on Earth, Ethan was watching as his core was still expanding. Then suddenly he remembered the world tree seed the Grand Supreme had given him, so he immediately took it out and planted it in the center of his core. As soon as the seed entered his core, it started absorbing energy, twice as much as his full core. Damn. If I needed energy from the outside world, the energy in the environment would become so thin that it would take days to recover, and the powerhouses would surely know something was wrong. Then Ethan was thinking what to do. Suddenly he had an idea. He had an elemental domain, thunder domain, but it did not help him much in battles, as the enemy would either be too powerful to be affected or too weak for the domain to matter. So he was thinking if somehow he could merge that domain into the chaos law. Ding. The domain can be merged with the law of chaos. Comprehend it. The moment he thought about it, instantly a notification came from the system. It really can be done. Let's do this. Yes, ding, your thunder domain has been upgraded to chaos domain. Ethan felt a vast amount of knowledge come into his mind: what the chaos domain was, how to use it, its functions, etc. Chaos domain. It can suppress all elements. If the enemy is as strong as you or weaker, he won't be able to use his elemental force inside the domain. If the enemy has twice your strength, then his elemental force will be suppressed by 50. Besides, you can use all the elements. You can separate a space inside the domain, cut out the total space. No one would be able to contact others or get energy supply inside the domain. Ethan knew the domain was far more than this explanation. It was simply invincible. He now had one more trump card up his sleeve. Xerox Planet. All the soldiers who came here to participate in the battle had already entered the battlefield. There was a rule to enter the battlefield and had to have base strength of at least 400 million. So if someone could make a stronger clone than the required power, he could participate with his clones. But most of the clone techniques had the potential to make at most 2-3 power of the main body. So if anyone had enough stats to make the required clone, they could participate with clones. But most of them were from low-level civilizations. Though they were contracted with the primordial humans, they were more laborers than members. Battlefield. It was a huge battlefield which could easily contain the battle of 100 billion people if needed. One side of this battlefield had the aura of darkness and gloom. Though it was almost day, that place was dark as night. There countless warriors were present. Most of them had some similar feature-resp skin. Everyone was extremely pale, red pupils, and their canine teeth were longer than normal humans. Besides, each and every one of them was extremely handsome. 5 billion warriors had 500 commanders. Each commander was radiating a terrifying aura. Some of them were talking among themselves. Adrian, do you think those ants can leave a single scratch on me or not? Adrian said with a smirk, I don't know about you, but I won't let any of those fodder leave, his drool coming out. Vampires, kings of darkness, suckers of blood. Though they were not like in those movies where they would die under light, they preferred darkness. As 99 of the vampires had dark elements, they normally lived on blood. The blood could come from their partners with whom they bond or get married, but human blood was a rare delicacy to them. That's why so many powerful, genius vampires volunteered to come to this battlefield. Because this battlefield normally contained the servant races of the primordial humans, and they were weak as FK they could drink blood to their heart's content, even took blood to give their loved ones. The commander said, silent, we have information the young supreme of the human race has come here. We don't know if he would participate in the battle or not, but be careful, that guy is a catastrophe. Many vampires stiffened when they heard the name. They also knew about him, the man who created a legend in one day. Why would such a person come to this battlefield? There are countless other ones, even with the celestial races. Why didn't he go there? Damn it. Some of the vampires were now panicking. Ethan had already covered the entire battlefield in his mental domain. He could hear them chatting. He smirked. So you like to drink human blood, you filthy bats. I'll let you drink mine if you're capable enough. Meanwhile, on the human side, they were not as panicked as before because many geniuses had come this time. That resource point was really important. Hey, I heard the young supreme is here. Do you think he would participate in this battle? We would be honored to fight by his side. Some enthusiastic young men and women were talking among themselves. 1 hour passed. The drum of war was activated. Countless warriors took their stance and started rushing toward their opponents. They clashed in mere moments. The vampires were super aggressive and powerful. They started shredding those humans with bare hands and drinking their blood like beasts. In the center of the battlefield, 500 humans died in one hit. Then they saw a gruesome scene. The blood of those humans started floating in the air and became a sphere of blood. The blood sphere came to a young man with stunning looks, even more stunning than the normal vampires. The blood sphere came near his mouth and he swallowed the blood of 500 humans in one suck, a spirit master. When the humans saw the young vampire's face, immediately despair engulfed them. Why would he come here? Why would Samuel come here? We are finished. Though they were losing, they still had some hope that they might have a chance. But seeing Samuel, the supreme prodigy of the vampires, that hope was gone. If he is here, then the other four are also here. Even more despair engulfed them as soon as they thought this. The vampire race had 5 supreme prodigies in the Emperor realm. They could be compared to humanity's ranks 86-90 in the primordial tower. Samuel, Ariel, Lauren, Thomas, Emma, the 5 prodigies. Samuel was ranked 3rd among them. If he was here, there was a possibility the other 4 also came here. As expected, another side was also cleared by someone. This time, 1,000 people died. The blood also became a sphere and entered a young man's mouth. Samuel looked at him and snorted. Why are you here, Thomas? Thomas was 2nd in rank. He smiled. If a pathetic creature like you can come here, why won't I? Samuel's face turned dark. Thomas was his eternal rival. He just couldn't surpass him, no matter how much he tried. Then one side was cleared by 10,000 people. This time, it was a girl. Beautiful couldn't even explain. Hirsch was beyond the realm of words. This was Ariel, the first prodigy of this generation of vampires. They all came here to see who could kill more humans. Besides, human blood was very beneficial for them. Lauren and Emma, guy and a girl, they were siblings and both ranked 4th and 5th. They killed around 9,000 together. Not only these 5 supreme prodigies, but also the other geniuses came. The human side also had geniuses. They also cut down vampires like grass, but the killing ratio was far too big. Humans didn't stand a chance against those vampires. They wanted to flee, but once one came into the battlefield, win or die, no fleeing. That would sully the primordial human's reputation. One man and woman were talking to themselves. Brother, we will die here, right? Our planet won't have any chance to become more powerful. Don't worry, sis. As long as I am alive, no one can touch a hair on your head. These were twin brother and sister. They were the hope of their planet. They became emperors at the age of 25, and the primordial humans contracted them on a D-level contract because of their good potential. They came here to earn points to make their planet a better place. But now, seeing the vampires' terrifying might, they lost their hope. Thomas laughed out loudly. You filthy humans, you just exist to become our fodder. Don't struggle anymore. Accept your fate and let us have a good meal. Ha ha ha, he swung his hand. Thousands died. In this short period of time, more than millions of humans died, but only a few thousand vampires died. The humans were in despair. Tears were coming down. They would all die. No one could win against those geniuses. In this generation, humanity didn't produce any monsters of their caliber. Only him. As soon as his face came into their minds, there was a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Maybe he would intervene. While the carnage was going on, suddenly they heard a strange sound coming from the human side. The sound could be heard all over the battlefield. They didn't understand the sound, but somehow it boosted their fighting spirit. That sound sent goosebumps through the humans. They all looked to find the source. Even the vampires looked toward it. This song was very uncomfortable for them. It sounded like the sound of their doom. When they looked at a single place, they saw a young man slowly walking toward the battlefield. 29 people clad in battle armor were playing some kind of instruments in a single rhythm. The sound somehow complemented the walking style of the young man in the front. When the humans saw the face of the young man, some couldn't control their tears. They fell to their knees. Then the billions of humans said in unison, "We welcome the young supreme to this battlefield." It sounded like a cacophony of death to the vampires. This time, it was their turn to start shivering. Some felt their legs giving out. Even the 5 supreme prodigists, their faces were dark. Suddenly, Thomas's face turned ruthless. He shouted loudly, "What if you can defeat those Supremes' younger versions? We are not a bit weaker than your Supremes back then. I am not afraid of you." He charged toward Ethan like a madman. He would kill this bastard. These 5 were all clones, but not something created by skills, created by rare materials. Each clone needed countless treasures to become as strong as the main body. If these clones died, they wouldn't die, but the vampires would feel a pang in their heart. Ethan calmly looked at the incoming bat. He then snapped his finger calmly. Thomas, who was rushing toward him, was shredded into pieces and became cosmic particles in an instant. Then everyone heard an authoritative yet calm voice. "Did I permit you to move or speak, filthy bat?" Thomas's clone was gone. The clone contained a portion of his soul. That soul was also obliterated. Ethan would start a carnage here now. When everyone saw that Thomas was shredded like a piece of paper and even turned into cosmic particles, the situation became very different for both sides. The song, which was still playing in the background, was sending death signals to the vampires and goosebumps to the humans. That was Thomas's clone, yes, but it had similar strength to Thomas himself. And the clone was extremely pricey, as Thomas, one of the 5 supreme geniuses in this generation of vampires, could only afford one, and was told he could not get another one if it died, unless he killed some black hole-level powerhouse from the enemy. Besides, Thomas's portion of soul was also obliterated. He would need at least a year to recover from this. The humans roared in loud cheering. They felt as though the hand of death had just disappeared from their backs. "Young Supreme is invincible." This was the slogan they were shouting. Ethan smiled. He loved being praised and worshipped. Then he looked at the vampires as if he were looking at some dead insects. Ethan thought, "This is a good chance to use Kamehameha. Though I'm not as strong as Goku yet, I can still squash these bugs easily." He then took the position for Kamehameha, and a bright ball of light started forming between his palms. Now that he had comprehended the law of light, the light element was even brighter and more powerful. Ka-me. When Ethan was saying the name of the attack, the vampires felt their bodies stop reacting to their brains. They stood there like wooden statues. That ball of light was a death call for them. The vampires were the same as humans. Most of them had come with their true bodies. Only some higher-ups could get materials to build a clone. And clones which were conjured by skills weren't enough to take part with that. Before their minds could process what was happening, a laser beam of light shot from Ethan's hands. Instantly, millions of vampires vaporized under the path of the light beam. They could only watch like lambs in slaughter, unable to do anything. Ariel roared, "We need to kill this man, or else we all will die." She thought Ethan was also using a powerful clone gifted by the higher-ups of the primordial humans. If they could destroy this clone, Ethan would also be harmed. When the vampires heard her shout, they came to their senses from the daze and roared toward Ethan. Some unfortunate humans who were still standing in the path of vampires became meat paste during this charge. Ethan's calm eyes looked down from above. Those billions of vampires were nothing but insects to him. This time, he didn't use Kamehameha or any sword art. He first wrapped every vampire who was charging toward him inside his mental domain. Then he smiled like a demon from hell and activated the Eye of Destruction. Disintegration. Every vampire stopped immediately as though time itself had frozen for them, and they began turning into cosmic particles. Their souls were also disintegrating. They could see their bodies becoming dust. They felt the unbearable pain in their souls but could do nothing. In front of their helpless eyes, their devastatingly handsome faces and bodies were becoming cosmic particles. Not a single one was spared, not even those Supreme Prodigy's clones. But as he killed all those vampires, Ethan heard a roar from the vampire side. The city of vampires was located there. A tremendous pressure locked onto Ethan. "Damn you bastard, why do you have to be so ruthless?" No. This was the Black Hole Realm City Lord of the Vampires. He couldn't believe Ethan could kill billions of his people just by looking at them while being in the same realm as them, especially those 5 clones. The vampires had suffered a huge loss, as those clones would have become stronger at the same pace as the main bodies. "Damn you, I'll kill you, son of a BH. But this time a similar pressure, if not stronger, clashed with his, and his pressure was nullified. Boris snorted coldly. Kale, why don't you try fighting me if you're itching for a beating so badly? Kale said, Boris, let me kill this boy. We will forget about that resource point. I promise. Boris laughed out loudly. Ha ha ha. Have you gone senile from living too long, perhaps? Look at the battlefield, you idiot. We humans have won the battle. That resource point already belongs to us. Kale stopped talking as he properly thought about the situation. What would he say to the higher-ups? He was badly screwed this time, and all because of that bastard playing some bullshit sound behind him. He was going crazy with anger. Ethan heard the conversation of these two powerhouses. Then he said sharply, Kale's slightly stronger bat, huh? Mark my words, in 1 month, Ethan Hunt, will come here again. That day will be the end of your pathetic life. The humans didn't know where Ethan got his confidence from, but scolding a black hole realm powerhouse when you were just an emperor. Only the young Supreme could have this kind of guts. Kale was roaring and threatening and cursing everything he could think of, but he didn't dare to attack Ethan. The moment he attacked, he would die faster than light itself. He knew that much. Primordial humans were not some random grasses that any Tom, Dick, or Harry could mess with. Ha 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 ha, well said, Mr. Hunt. Boris laughed out loudly. Ethan didn't say anything, only nodded at him politely. There were millions of humans who had died here. He stepped into the air and started walking higher until he reached the center of the battlefield. Then he said one word, heal. An infinite amount of light elemental force started coming out of his body. His healing skill could heal even a blood cell back to a full body and make it alive unless it had died more than 10 hours ago. The only drawback was the energy. That problem was also solved now. So that day, humanity saw a miracle beyond their comprehension. Their dead comrades who died here, shredded bodies, were becoming whole again. Some were coming into existence from only the blood. 100 million people died today. And all 100 million came into existence within 5 hours. Not only that, the living were also fully healed from their injuries. All the powerhouses of the universe, even the Supremes, were watching this scene with wide eyes. The Supremes could also bring people back to life, but they had to pay the price of origin for reversing time. But this boy was using a skill they didn't know of, where light elements were reviving dead people, and no price needed to be paid, only energy. The Supremes didn't know how much energy was needed, as the energy was being supplied by Ethan himself, so no outside energy was used. But they could still guess the tremendous amount of energy it might require. Where is he getting so much energy from? The boy is too mysterious. I can't see his fate nor his inside. Once I even thought of using force, but my instinct told me that wouldn't be a good thing, said Noah, the second Supreme. Odin said, let him operate as he is. He isn't an enemy. That's all we need to know. Everyone nodded. 6 hours later, all 100 million people had come back to life. The miracle left everyone standing in place like wooden statues. This day he would never forget when they came back from death itself. All 5 billion people knelt down with a roar. The space itself shook from the collective sound. Even Boris wanted to kneel, but he composed himself. No need to say anything. Words could not express their feelings, so they let silence express them. Ethan only nodded at them and said goodbye to Boris, then vanished from there. Now he could use teleportation skill, as he knew the coordinates and had comprehended the space Lawan had an infinite supply of energy. All 30 of his clones vanished from there. Boris looked toward the teleportation chamber, but Ethan wasn't present there. Where did he go? Then he heard Queen Freya's voice. No need to worry. He has gone home. A total of 11 hours had passed, and Ethan had created 2 miracles in that time. He got 400 billion contribution points for killing those 5 billion vampires and 100 billion for reviving the dead. In 11 hours, he got 500 billion contribution points. Damn, money was nothing but dust. He sighed. His panel updated in the meantime. Master, Ethan Hunt. Physique 4 sextillion. Spirit 4 sextillion. Talent infinite comprehension. He had 18 hours left to make the breakthrough, as his core was still expanding and the seed was still absorbing energy. After that, he would become a planetary realm powerhouse. Ethan looked inside his corate, had almost expanded 5,000 times what it was before, but was still consuming a horrendous amount of energy and growing. Ethan was starting to worry now. His estimation told him that it would expand 1,900 times if they didn't combine into Chaos Law, but now he didn't know the Chaos Law's true limit. What if the day was over and his core still hadn't finished its evolution? He would still die. So what was the benefit of getting so much power if he only died in the end? His tension was growing with every passing second. 12 more hours passed in this manner, and his core expanded up to 9,000 times but was still expanding. Only 6 hours were left. Then finally, 4 more hours later, his core stopped expanding at 10,000 times, and immediately he felt every cell undergoing evolution. Their structure was changing into something more complex. Up until the Emperor realm, he was still a normal human with a normal build, only with super strength, but now, he could feel his existence had upgraded to a new level of life form. Ethan's courier, his inner planethed, expanded up to 10,000 times. That meant his inner planet was now 504 kilometers in diameter. A 10,000-fold increase of the inner planet meant his strength had also increased 10,000 times over his previous power. He looked at his panel. Master Ethan Hunt. Physique 6,666.67 Earth. Spirit 6,666.67 Earth. Talent infinite comprehension. Earth equals 6 sextillion tons. That meant Ethan now had the strength of over 6,000 Earths. That was insane. A normal planetary realm powerhouse had 100 times the power of their previous realm. Ethan was now immensely powerful. He could destroy the supercontinent with a single punch. Finally, the death sword is gone. Then he asked System, how much strength can I have in the planetary realm before I need to break through? You can have the strength equivalent to the mass of 100,000 suns before you need to break through to the star realm. Okay, give me a time limit so that I won't forget. 23 days remaining, Ethan. Great, I can't leave home anymore. I need to comprehend the law. Okay, we'll do the reverse. My clones will comprehend the law and I will stay out. No way I'm going to coop myself up at home for my entire life. I'll create 100,000 clones. They'll all comprehend laws and skills for me in the future. To break through to level 2 planetary realm, he needed to comprehend 2 of the law. To reach level 9 of the law. Normally, each one of the basic law would give 2 times more power than the previous strength. That meant a level 9 planetary realm powerhouse was 256 times stronger than a level 1. But that was for a basic law. The law he comprehended was the ultimate law of chaos, which probably would give him 5 times more power per level, meaning 39,625 times stronger than level 1 even if his attributes didn't increase. But his attributes would increase every day, so the amplification would be more than this. He didn't know how many times. He really didn't have much times. He created 100,000 clones at 5 of his attributes and let them enter into his inner planet and commanded them to start comprehending the law of chaos. It would take time. Previously, he needed 4 days for one, but that was for one person. This time it was 100,000 people. All the clones had their individual thoughts. Only when Ethan wanted to know their memory could he know what his clone saw. So it was like 100,000 new people were doing the same job with the same talent. Ethan then went outside to get some fresh air. He planned to change the Hunt estate inside out. His Hunt family would be strongest family in the creation someday, so he needed to prepare them for that day. He had been cooped up for 17 days. He called everyone as soon as he came out. All the members of the Hunt family came to the hall room. Ethan looked at everyone and said calmly, "Those who couldn't awaken any core, raise your hands." The Hunt family had more than 1,000 members, internal and external. All the internal ones were awakened. Some were too little to be tested yet, but there were many external members who were loyal to the Hunt family and worked for them. Not everyone was an awakened person. They worked in different sectors. All sectors didn't need martial artists. 230 people raised their hands. Their bodies were trembling. They thought the president would throw them out of the family as they were not worthy to be called Hunts anymore. Among the 230, there were Ethan's parents too. Ethan nodded. He now had 500 billion points. He had 3 lost seeds before, and now he ordered 227 more with 227 billion contribution points. Instantly, the space in front of him was opened, and 23 boxes came out from the rift. Ethan said calmly, "Those who are not martial artists, come forward." They immediately started crying. They thought they would no longer be Hunts. Though they had contributed to the Hunt family, the world had changed. The president was now an important figure, not only among Earth people, but also among the primordial human race. They were not worthy to carry his last name. They stepped forward in unison. Someone said out loud, "I am willing to accept my fate, sir. Can you please grant me one last wish to say goodbye to all of them?" The other 227 also looked at him, as if asking for the same permission. Only Jack and Alina were standing there calmly. Ethan raised one of his brows and asked, "Where are you going by saying final goodbye? Are you going to fight your wives in bed or what?" The 228 people were confused now. The guy who had asked the permission looked at Ethan. "We aren't expelled from the Hunt family because we don't have any value, sir. We know we are worthless." Ethan was speechless. He asked, "Why don't you all look to your very left side?" They all looked. Jack and Alina were standing there calmly. At that moment, they remembered Master Jack and Madame Alina also didn't possess any elemental core, but they were real Hunt and his wife. Moreover, they were President's parents. But as for them, they were outsiders who had only taken the Hunt last name. Ethan asked in a flat tone, "Do you think I have the guts to expel everyone without an elemental core?" They were speechless. How could they dare to comment on this question? Ethan said, "Okay, enough with this drama. Now stand here and open your palms." They did as he said, though they were still confused. Ethan opened the boxes, took out all the seeds, and distributed them among those 228 people. Ethan said, "These are the seeds of law. Once you implant this seed into your body, you will awaken an elemental core. From then on, you can also become martial artists. This simple sentence sounded like thunder in their heads. They rooted there like statues. They couldn't even breathe properly. A stream of tears was coming from their eyes. They didn't even realize it. Even before the sentence settled in their minds, the thought that there might be even a tiny possibility that the sentence was true made their tears flow. Suddenly, someone wiped her tears and looked at Ethan to confirm whether the president was telling the truth or not. But Ethan was as calm as ever. Ethan looked at Jack and Alina. "Mom, Dad, please wait for some time. After I settle their issue, I'll personally plant the seed inside your bodies." Then he looked back at them and said, "Okay, sit cross-legged and open your mouths." When they heard Ethan was also going to give his parents the same thing, they felt a rush of dopamine surge inside them instantly. The excitement was not something they could express through words. Only silent tears could tell their feelings. They sat down and crossed their legs. Ethan wrapped them with his mental energy, and all 228 seeds entered their bodies, one for each. Those seeds went directly from the trachea to the lungs. Then from the lungs they went to the left lung. From there they moved near the heart. After that, the seeds melted down and the essence entered the heart. Boom. With a boom, every heart opened a dimensional space inside it, and a core the size of a marble synthesized in that space. All of them were now Quasar warriors. Ethan looked at James, who was still watching everything in a daze. He said, "Grandpa, please test their elements and give them their breathing methods accordingly." Ethan had already bought high-tier breathing methods for all the elements from the virtual universe, which were used by the core members of the primordial humans. Everyone on Earth had already changed their breathing technique too. James nodded, still in a daze. Then all the 228 people followed James to get their own breathing techniques. An infinite amount of happiness surged inside them right now. The thought of becoming a martial artist was enough to make them go crazy over it. Then Ethan looked at Jack and Alina, and then at Elizabeth, who was standing near them. "Dad, Mom, Auntie, please come here and sit down." The three of them did as they were asked. They sat down cross-legged. Ethan took out 3 more seeds of law, and each seed entered their bodies. The process was very delicate, but with Ethan's control of mental energy, he could easily handle this minor task. All of them awakened their cores, but Ethan didn't stop. He created a tiny energy ball near the core of each of them. This energy ball was connected to his courier rather, now the inner planet. Whenever they cultivated or used energy, this energy ball would supply them energy, even if they were in a place where energy was cut off. As long as Ethan's core had energy, they would also get energy. As the energy ball was very near the core, it would supply at least 100 times faster than absorbing energy from outside. In a sense, they all now had an infinite amount of energy supply. The 3 of them opened their eyes. Ethan smiled. "Dad, please take Mom and Auntie to know which element you guys have awakened and you can start cultivating." Ethan called Rose. Her eyes were red from crying. She had never imagined her mom could one day cultivate too. She was also happy for Jack and Alina. Ethan hugged her in his embrace. Hugging Rose gave him a sense of peace, a relief somehow. "Rose, let's go out tomorrow. I'll take you out to see the new cities now." Then he kissed her deeply. All the people turned their heads. Their face had an expression like saying, "We didn't see anything." Ethan placed an energy ball inside her core space too. Then Ethan called Ryan. "Did you get the people I asked?" Ryan said, "I have got around 50 people, boss." Ethan said, "Okay, bring them to me and also bring Rhea too. Meet me tomorrow morning." Ryan said, "Okay." Ethan went back to his room. His clones were comprehending laws at a frightening speed. He could literally see the numbers filling up so fast it almost didn't feel real. At this rate, he would probably need just 10 hours before he'd be able to step into level 2. "Damn, what the fuck is going on?" he thought. "If this continues, I'll have to run around every single day without a second to breathe." Though he was complaining, the truth was, becoming powerful was just too addictive. Gaining control over everything, or simply reaching that ultimate freedom where no one could ever control you it all came down to one single word: power. The day was already over. His attribute panels had doubled again. Master Ethan Hunt. Physique 13,330, 3.33 Earth. Spirit 13,330, 3.33 Earth. Talent Infinite Comprehension. Ryan called him. He had already arrived and was waiting outside the Hunt estate. Ethan told them to come inside. There were 50 people in total, 30 men, 20 women, plus Ryan and Rhea. Ethan stepped out to see them. These 50 were all orphans who hadn't awakened yet. Ethan had only one criteria: character. So Ryan had toured the whole continent to gather these 50 who matched Ethan's standards. Ethan also called Rose over. Then he bought another 51 seeds of laws. Before distributing them, he said in a calm voice, his voice calm but serious, "I only want absolute loyalty. I could enslave your souls if I wanted to, but I won't do that. If you think you're capable enough to betray me, you're more than welcome to try. But trust me when I say this, if you betray me, death won't even be an option for you anymore, that's all. I can give you the awakening opportunity. If you think you have it in you to be loyal, step forward, or you can leave. No one will force you." All 50 people looked at each other. Most of them didn't even process half of what Ethan was saying. All they saw was Ethan, the living legend, standing right in front of them talking about something about betraying him. Who the hell would even consider that? Every single one of them stepped forward and spoke in unison. Our eternal loyalty belongs to you, President. If you wish, you can enslave us. Ethan looked satisfied. That won't be necessary. Then he fed the 50 seeds to them and awakened their core. He turned to Rose. From today onward, you'll command these 20 women. Then he looked at Ryan. And you'll command these 30 men. He gave their teams names, Team Alpha and Team Omega. Alpha was the beginning, Omega was the end. Rose's team would be Alpha. Ryan's would be Omega. Rhea also awakened by using a seed of law. After that, Ethan distributed all the necessary resources for them to cultivate up to the peak Emperor level as fast as possible. But he knew very well even if they grew quickly, they'd never be able to keep up with him. His enemies would get stronger every single day. He wanted the Alpha and Omega teams to become his right and left hands, to handle everything he simply didn't have time to do. He needed a technique or skill that could help others break through faster as fast as he wanted. If something like that existed, perfect. If not, he'd create it himself. Ethan could already feel how lonely the path of invincibility was. He didn't want to walk it alone. He'd make the people around him powerful enough to stand by his side. After the process was complete, he dismissed them all. Ryan and Rhea would train them for now. When Ethan came back with Rose, she would take over command of Team Alpha, with Rhea as her vice commander. As for Team Omega, Ethan already had someone in mind for the vice commander role, Cedric, his cousin. He also had plans for Layla. He'd form a band with her leading it to play battle songs in the battle. Team Alpha would handle intelligence and information. Team Omega would be the strike force, the killing machine. And Team Zeta, Layla's group, would be the battle band that inspired and cheered everyone on. This was absolutely necessary. Ethan could already picture how powerful these teams would become in a few years. The entire universe, even the multiverses, would tremble under their feet. After everything was arranged, he took Rose out. This time, he just wanted to enjoy some time with her. He hadn't really given her much since their engagement. Ethan used a simple disguise and a bit of makeup so that normal people wouldn't recognize either of them. He planned to tour the entire continent. He'd already explored it before, but back then the cities were just base cities inside of walls. Now many new cities had been built using high-tech technology given by the primordial humans. Ethan created a super bicycle. Rose sat behind him, wrapping her arms around his waist. For now, they were just a normal couple. He would take her everywhere with this bike. Meanwhile, in the Eclipse galaxy, the entire star system was blanketed in darkness. Even the stars themselves radiated a cold black light. This was the core galaxy of the vampire race. The royal and noble clans lived here. On the Blood Star, a world similar to the primordial star of the primordial humans, 5 figures opened their eyes in their palaces: Ariel, Thomas, Samuel, Lauren, and Emma. All of them were noble child among the vampires. Ariel Alucard belonged to the royal family. The progenitor of the vampires was Victor Alucard. This was his bloodline. Ariel glanced to the side. An astonishingly beautiful young woman was sitting near her bed. Ariel's face instantly turned cold. Uriel, why are you here? Uriel Alucard, her elder sister, was even more monstrous than Ariel. She'd reached the planetary realm at only 30 years old, a supreme prodigy. She looked calmly at Ariel. You're a disgrace to the royal clan. You lost the precious clone we gave you in a simple battlefield against some ants. What explanation do you have? Ariel replied coldly, I'm not obligated to answer your questions. Get out of my room. Uriel didn't look angry. Maybe you're not obligated most of the time, but I'm the leader of the epic generation. As its leader, I order you to answer me, Ariel Alucard, or else the consequences will be dire. Ariel gritted her teeth. Normally, she could avoid Uriel, but as the leader of the epic generation, if Uriel commanded her, she had no choice. That was the law. The epic generation was special. There was a prophecy among the vampires that someone from this generation would become a supreme. They hadn't seen a supreme in countless eons. If another one emerged, they could challenge the primordial humans toe-to-toe. That's why everyone under 50 was called the epic generation. Ariel finally spoke. We didn't know the young supreme of the primordial humans would be there in that battle. As soon as it started, he appeared like a harbinger of doom. Just looked at you and every single one of us turned to dust. That man is on a level I can't even imagine. When Uriel heard that, she only said one word, pathetic. Then she left the room without looking back. Ariel gritted her teeth again. She wanted to shout at her sister to curse her, but she couldn't. Uriel was right. She really was pathetic. She clenched her fists. I'll kill you, Ethan Hunt, with my own hands. Trust me on that. Ethan was now on the top kill list of the vampires. The same went for the Celestials. They had already dispatched assassins to eliminate him before he could grow to his full potential. At that moment, Ethan and Rose arrived in a town in one of the newly established cities. People were finally living freely outside the walls. He came here because he'd heard about some famous restaurants that sold their signature recipes. Though the city itself was new, the people weren't. They had adapted to the change quickly. The streets were bustling with life. Ethan felt happy seeing that people were finally able to walk outside without fear. He didn't activate his mental domain. He was just enjoying the moment like any normal person. He stopped a man passing by and asked where the restaurants were. The man enthusiastically told him they were near the rivers. The new cities had even created artificial rivers, since all the natural ones had disappeared when the supercontinent was formed. Ethan rode his cycle toward the restaurant. The city was built quickly by using high-tech technology, but the actual city was not that fancy. It was a normal city. Earth would need time to walk a long way before it could become as high-tech as Solaris. Soon Ethan saw the restaurant. It was not a big one, rather a small, simple one. He could see an old man and a woman were serving food to the customers, but as soon as he saw the couple, Ethan's eyes turned cold instantly. Old man and woman weren't humans. Ethan could see everything down to the molecular level if he wanted to. The moment he laid eyes on them, he had a bad feeling in his gut. But the real question was, how had they managed to enter Earth while emissary Arthur was overseeing everything? He spread his mental domain out and wrapped it around those two. They were both Emperor level, but insanely strong, as powerful as Ariel, or maybe even stronger. Who are these two? They're not vampires. Are they celestials? They really move fast and have a lot of tricks up their sleeves, it seems, Ethan thought. He made sure to wrap Rose and every other human in the area within his mental barrier, so that even if those two attacked, nobody else would get hurt. Ethan didn't say anything. He just walked into the restaurant and found an empty table to sit at. Rose didn't know anything about what was going on. She was just happy to finally come out with Ethan. Ethan shouted, "Old man, bring us your signature dishes." The old man smiled kindly at him and brought out a full tray of food. Ethan scanned the dishes. They didn't look poisoned, so they were trying to act like good businessmen and blend in with Earth. Let's see how far this little show could go. He and Rose started eating. Ethan had to admit, the food was actually really good. While they were eating, a group of tough-looking guys barged into the restaurant. The leader shouted, "Old geezer, have you prepared the money, or do you want to die today?" The old woman started crying. "Please, leave us alone. We don't have that much money." The leader smirked. "You could rent a restaurant in a new city by the river, and now you're telling me you don't have money. Who the fuck would believe that? Get us the money, or else his little love nest of you old dogs will be demolished." Ethan watched the scene with amusement. "Damn, I couldn't have asked for anything better. Let's see how you handle this situation. Humans are the most disgusting creatures, you should know." A bunch of noobs thinking they can mess with anybody. He could clearly see the killing intent in the eyes of the old couple. If nobody was here, Ethan was sure those 7 thugs would already be dead meat, but he was really enjoying the show. Then he noticed Rose's face had turned dark. She was about to get up and teach those bastards a lesson. Ethan quickly stopped her. "Why do you want to ruin the fun, sweetie? Just watch and laugh." Rose was confused. What was so funny about this? It was obviously some scum bullying an old couple, but she knew Ethan well enough to understand he never said things without a reason. So she sat back down and started watching with him. The leader punched a table and smashed it to pieces. The customers started running out in a panic. He shouted, "Geezer, I'm going to break one table every minute if you don't pay up. Then I'll break everything else inside." His lackeys laughed. "Boss, just break them all. That old bastard can surely afford to buy new ones." The old man started crying and pleading. "Please leave us. We don't have that money. Where would I find 10 million credits? Please have some mercy." Ethan thought, damn, they really are good at acting. What great performers. Then he spoke up. "Old man, you should give the money to these brothers. After all, they'll be protecting you after taking the money, right, brother?" The leader started laughing. "You're absolutely right, brother. This old geezer doesn't understand how dangerous this city is. We'd protect them. By the way, why don't you bring your girl over to have a drink with us after we get the money?" Ethan's eyes turned cold, but he still didn't react. He wanted to see what those aliens would do. He said calmly, "You see, my wife is sick and can't have alcohol. I don't drink either. You brothers carry on. We'll leave now." The leader's face twisted into a sneer. "Punk, bring her over here. Or else we won't mind crippling you and taking her for ourselves." Ethan sighed. "Damn my mouth. Why did I have to butt in? The fun was just about to hit its peak. Now I have to end this shit." He looked at the hoodlums, and in the next instant, every single one of their heads flew off their shoulders. The old couple screamed when they saw the blood, but there was also astonishment in their eyes. They hadn't seen how Ethan killed those people. Ethan stood up and said, "Okay, old man, your food was good. Here's the money, we'll leave." Just as he was about to walk away with Rose, the old man said in a calm voice, "Stop." Ethan smiled with a devilish grin, then quickly hid it and looked back at the old man with a neutral face. "What is it?" the old man asked. "Who are you? Why don't I know someone like you exists on Earth?" Ethan replied with an amused tone, "Oh, you know everyone on Earth, old man. How's that possible?" The old man looked flustered for a second, but then his eyes turned cold. Maybe he decided to kill Ethan right here. Someone like Ethan could become a threat to them in the future. Killing a genius would earn them more contribution points. He attacked Ethan without giving any warning. Rose's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't even see the old man's movement. The old man had a dagger in his hand and was about to slice Ethan's throat when Ethan caught the blade between two fingers. The old man's eyes went as wide as footballs. He immediately let go of the dagger and somersaulted backward on instinct alone because he felt the aura of death coming off this young man. The old woman moved too and came to stand beside the old man. Ethan started playing with the dagger in his hand and said casually, this metal isn't bad. Your celestial race sure has some nice things. When the couple heard this, they attacked together without hesitation. Their identities were exposed. They had to leave this place, but before that, they were determined to kill Ethan. Ethan just looked at them, and both of them froze in midair like time had stopped. He had used his mental energy. After surpassing Earth mass, his mental energy could even control living beings now. Ethan walked over to them. You guys are clones too, huh? That's a bummer. If you were real, I could have extracted some memories. Then Ethan's mental energy invaded their brains. The moment it did, he felt the souls inside those clones vanish, probably self-destruction. What dedication, he thought. Anyway, I'll be using these two clones from now on. Hee. If these two could come, I'm pretty sure others will come too. I'll find them later. Let them have their fun for now. The Earth really is beautiful after all. Rose looked at him as she also wanted to know what was going on. Ethan laughed. Don't worry about anything. Just some ants trying to kill a dinosaur. Ethan put those two clones inside his space ring and took his bike to visit other cities. Ethan took those two clones into his space ring. Then he got on his bike and started riding across other cities. 5 hours later, while the landscape flashed past him, he finally comprehended his chaos law up to 2. That meant he was now ready to break through to level 2 planetary realm. But before doing that, he contacted Queen Freya mentally. Queen Freya, I've become a planetary realm cultivator, Ethan said calmly, releasing a bit of his aura so she would sense the change herself. After a short silence, Queen Freya's gentle voice came back into his mind. Congratulations, elite human Ethan Hunt. You are given 1 billion contribution points and you will become the Lord of the Milky Way galaxy from this day forward. Ethan nodded. This was part of the deal he had signed with them. Once he stepped into planetary realm, he would take command of the entire Milky Way. But the title she used caught him off guard. Elite human, what exactly did that mean? Queen Freya seemed to sense his question and continued. Elite humans are those who show very high potential or have over 5 trillion contribution points. Here is the benefit list. A large document loaded in his mind, but he wasn't in the mood to read through it all. He stored it away for later and sat down right there on a small hill outside the city. Rose was looking at him as if asking why he stopped here. Ethan smiled and said, wait here for some time. We would go fishing after that. Then he started his breakthrough calmly. He broke through to level 2 planetary realm. His inner world became 5 times larger in diameter, 2700 km in diameters. Meanwhile, far away in the Hall of Supremes, the 6th Supreme frowned. When did he become a planetary realm cultivator? I didn't sense any energy fluctuations at all. In the domain of the celestial race, inside a massive planet shaped like a glowing crystal, 2 figures opened their eyes at the same time. They were Nina and Clint, members of the origin generation of the celestial race. Both of them had sent their clones to Earth to kill the rising young supreme of humanity. But not only did they fail, they had also lost their precious clones to some unknown punk. There was still a lingering cold fear in their hearts. The Celestials were a humanoid race, but they were born directly from the origin of stars. That was why they were naturally powerful from birth. As they matured, their strength grew at a frightening pace, to the point that no other race could rival them easily. The primordial human race was an exception. It was the newest among the 5 sovereign races. Even so, they were already ranked second, and that potential made the Celestials uneasy. They had killed countless human geniuses in secret over the years. This time, they had used technology to sneak Emperor Realm powerhouses past the detection of the Galactic Lords. They couldn't send planetary realms that way, so they sent 16 super powerful emperors to ambush that human boy. But now 2 of their clones were gone, wiped out before everyone. This was an utter humiliation. Clint couldn't swallow this anger. Clint's body trembled before he suddenly started roaring like a mad beast. Damn humans, you filthy creatures, he shouted, smashing his fist into the glowing crystal wall beside him. I swear I'll squash that boy someday if I ever see him on the battlefield. Nina didn't say anything. She only closed her eyes again, trying to calm the fury she shared with Clint. Meanwhile, the target of their rage was traveling all over Earth with his lover, not caring in the least about any incoming threats. No planetary realm cultivator could kill him anymore. Only a star-level powerhouse had even a slight chance, but Ethan was sure no such expert could arrive unnoticed. If they could, they would have already done so. Another 10 hours passed in peace. While he was sitting beside a lake with Rose, he quietly broke through to level 3 planetary realm. He felt his inner planet expanding rapidly. When it stopped, it was over 13,500 kilometers in diameter, about the same size as Earth itself. He clenched his fist, feeling the density of power locked inside every cell. 20 hours had passed that day. He and Rose were staying in a hotel, but in separate rooms. Ethan had made up his mind that he wouldn't cross that line before marriage. He would wait until he became a star realm cultivator. By then, even a black hole realm powerhouse wouldn't be able to threaten him. He sat alone on the balcony that night, watching the stars over the city skyline. His mind was already thinking ahead to the next step. This time he wanted to go to the planetary-level battlefield, where humanity clashed with the celestial race. Those battlefields were filled with the elite of the elite's planetary cultivators who could destroy continents with a gesture. He wanted to left his mark on each realm's battlefield at least once. He conjured 30 clones like before and contacted Queen Freya again. "I want the coordinates of the celestial race's battlefield," he said in a calm tone. Queen Freya didn't waste any time. Stream of information flowed into his consciousness. "These are the coordinates. Be cautious. That battlefield is far more dangerous than the vampire front," she advised. Ethan didn't answer. He already knew what he was doing. The moment he had the coordinates, all 30 of his clones vanished in a flicker of space ripples, teleporting across thousands of light years to their destination. One advantage of comprehending the law of space was that he could teleport anywhere as long as he knew the exact coordinates. There was no limit to distance or frequency. When he arrived, he was stunned by the sight in front of him. This battlefield was actually a single planet, but it was so huge it dwarfed everything he had ever seen. Its diameter was the same as the entire solar system. From space, it looked like a dark blue marble floating among the stars, bigger than anything he had imagined. Ethan stood there for a few minutes, just taking in the view. He descended slowly, landing near the outer city gate. As usual, his 30 clones landed together, walking at exactly the same pace in perfect synchronization. The cultivators on the gate towers looked down at him. None of them looked surprised. Everyone here already knew about what he did on the vampire battlefield. Word had spread among the primordial humans and even among other sovereign races. They had all dug out the reports line by line, trying to understand how a single Emperor Realm human had wiped out billions of vampires like insects. This time, no one dared to block his way or question his identity. The city gate opened by itself the moment his clones came near. Ethan looked at the guards and smiled at them. The guards were mesmerized by the smiles. Some female guards even felt butterfly inside their belly. Ethan entered the city slowly. He looked around calmly as he moved deeper into the city. Everywhere he went, people stopped what they were doing and watched him in silence. He kept walking. This time he wanted to teach the Celestials a lesson for sending assassins for him. He looled at his panel. It had updated 2 times. For 2 breakthrough, his attributes increased 25 times. Master, Ethan Hunt. Physique, son. Spirit, son. Talent, infinite comprehension. 1 sun equal 333,000 Earth. He already had enough strength to disintegrate Earth with a single punch now. It won't be normal breaking the Earth, but Earth would turn into cosmic particles. It was a devastating power leave. This time he didn't go to talk with the City Lord. The City Lord was a galactic realm powerhouse. Instead, he went directly to the camp where the warriors were present. As soon as he reached there, some people immediately stood up. They greeted him politely. Though they were level 9 planetary realm powerhouses, Ethan deserved the respect after killing 5 billion vampires in a single battle and reviving 100 million people. Ethan smiled and also greeted them. The planetary realm battlefield was a battlefield of the elite class. Many core members of the primordial human race participated in this battlefield. Suddenly, Ethan noticed a young man was approaching him. The young man stood in front of Ethan and moved his hand into a handshake gesture and said, "Hello, I'm Roman Cromwell, Genos' big brother. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Hunt." When Ethan heard Genos' name, he smiled. He had a good impression of Genos. So he shook back the hand and said, "It's nice to meet you too, Mr. Raymond. How's Genos doing?" Raymond smiled and said, "He is doing okay. If you don't mind, would you like to get to know some people?" Ethan said, "Sure." Raymond said, "Please come with me." Raymond belonged to the elite class warriors. The primordial humans also had a generation that was called the Generation of Chaos because this time was the time of chaos. The other sovereign races were getting ready for welcoming their new supreme, and so were the primordial humans. There would appear only 1 supreme per generation. This was the limit of the universe. The last generation had produced the youngest supreme from the primordial humans, and that was why they could surpass the vampires. Every race wanted the supreme to come from their race, naturally. The generation of chaos was full of monsters. The primordial humans also operated on a great scale to contract as many potential civilization as possible so that they also had a chance. Now that Ethan had appeared, the upper echelon thought Ethan had a tremendous chance to become the new supreme. Raymond took Ethan toward a group of people who were standing apart from the others. They were chatting among themselves. Raymond clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. "Hello, everyone. Let me introduce this." Before he could even finish his sentence, one girl from the group shot toward Ethan like a cannonball and tried to hug him. but Ethan was using his mental power to create a short barrier around his body so that nothing could touch him without his permission. The girl crashed into the mental barrier like a bird crashing into an airplane glass. Rimmon was speechless. He immediately stepped forward and pulled the girl away from Ethan. He smiled awkwardly. "I am sorry, Mr. Hunt." They were just way too excited, but Rimmon was cursing inside. "Damn it, what a bunch of bastards, ruining my image in front of Mr. Hunt, a member of the generation of chaos, my ass." He wanted to slap that girl black and blue but still controlled himself. "Maya, what are you doing? Do you want to scare off Mr. Hunt?" He scolded the girl. Maya looked a little embarrassed, only a little. She looked at Ethan with an apologetic face. "I am sorry, young Supreme. I just couldn't control myself and wanted to hug you." Ethan was speechless. This girl was really bold. Then he said, "Please don't do something like this again." The girl nodded. Then Rimmon again stood in his position to introduce Ethan. This time a burly-looking man stepped forward and said, "Shut the fuck up, Rimmon, will you? Who the fuck needs you to introduce the young Supreme, huh?" Then he looked at Ethan and said, "It's an honor to meet you, young Supreme. I am Anthony Cavendish." Ethan nodded politely to him and introduced himself. "I am Ethan Hunt. It's nice to meet you too, Mr. Cavendish." Maya also rushed forward and introduced herself. "I am Maya Fairfax." "It's an honor, sir." Ethan smiled and greeted her politely. He could tell these people belonged to some powerful families. Rimmon was bubbling up like a balloon in the corner. He was cursing these bastards' entire 14 generations. He got a perfect chance to show his superiority among his generation and wanted to make friends with Ethan, but no fucking way those bastards didn't even give him a little face. He would challenge them in a fight someday and thrash their asses. Then one by one, everyone introduced themselves. Then Ethan asked, "So you guys said you belong to the generation of chaos. What does that mean?" They simply explained what it was. Ethan nodded. "So only one Supreme could appear in every generation, and the gap is 100 million years in each generation. Then the dude who is 99 million years old, is he also a member of the generation of chaos?" Rimmon's face twitched a bit, but he still answered patiently, "No, each generation starts after 100 million years of someone becoming a Supreme. The people before that were from the older generation. Our generation started 50 years ago." Ethan had a look of understanding. "So those older generations don't have any chance to become Supremes. That's quite unfair, you know. Why would parents give birth between each generation if their child didn't even have the chance to become a Supreme?" Rimmon felt like someone had slapped his face hard. Listen to him, he talking human language. But he still said, "It's not that they don't have any chance, but they would need to wait for the new generation to grow up and then compete with them for the position. Normally, someone from the new generation gets the position." Ethan now had the understanding of the full scene. Then he asked, "The other races have also cool generation names." This time Anthony chimed in and shut Rimmon up. "Yes, the vampires have the epic generation, the celestials have the origin generation, the titans have the divine generation. And as for the cosmic behemoth, they are not just one race, they have many races combined. So we are not sure of everyone's name, so that's how it is." Each race had their own fucking cool generation names. With the law of chaos he comprehended, Ethan was truly worthy of being called a member of the generation of chaos. Beside, Ethan also thought of something. The disaster of Earth also started 50 years ago, so maybe that had something to do with it. As the new generation just started that time and primordial humans were looking for potential civilizations. Ethan then scanned each of them. He could tell all these people were very strong. They at least had the power of 10 Earths or more. Not bad. "Now tell me, when will the war start?" he asked. Maya answered this time. "The war will start in 2 hours and 1 million people will participate from each side. It will be a great battle." Ethan also thought so. 2 million elite planetary realm powerhouses in a single battlefield was a tremendous force, so he had 2 hours left. The day would be over in 2 hours. His panel would update again. He was looking forward to thrashing the celestial bastards who had tried to send people to assassinate him. Ethan asked, "Who is the leader of the generation of chaos?" Rimmon replied, "The leader is Neo Astrolith. He comes from the direct bloodline of the Grand Supreme. You will see him here. He's also the supreme commander of this battlefield." Ethan nodded thoughtfully. He then spread his mental domain. With the power of his clone body, he could only cover the human side of the battlefield, not the enemy side. Suddenly, his mental senses picked up an enormous power fluctuation. It was equivalent to nearly 100 Earths. This must be Neo Astrolith, the leader of the generation of chaos, Ethan thought, worthy to be called an Astrolith. Ethan sat down in a corner, quietly planning for the upcoming battle. Should he make his 29 clones play the battle song? He shook his head slightly. No, not this time. He didn't want to enter the battlefield late like before, just to look cool. This time he wanted to join from the very beginning, 20 minutes later. Deep voice echoed in everyone's mind like thunder. All warriors, ready for battle. March toward the battlefield. It was the command of Neo. Rimmon walked over to Ethan and said, "Let's go, Mr. Hunt. It's time we take our positions." The battle among the planetary realms was considered less deadly, mainly because most of the combatants were geniuses. Most battles ended in draws. Only a few died, usually those who weren't core members and came from B-level or A-level contracted civilizations. Ethan's 30 clones began marching toward the battlefield alongside everyone else. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the battlefield. A massive war zone spread before them. Neo stood in a commanding position, overseeing the formation. Ethan didn't hesitate. He went straight to the front lines with the others. As he took his position, Neo suddenly looked straight at him, and Ethan immediately sensed a deep hostility burning in Neo's eyes. What the heck, did I steal your wife or something? We don't even know each other. Why would you be so hostile? Ethan kept his face calm, though his mind was full of sarcastic thoughts. Rimmon noticed the silent tension. Not just him, many others had also picked up on it. They could only smile wryly. What could they even say? Neo had always been the undisputed leader of the new generation of the primordial humans. Everyone always showered him with praise. He always heard that this time maybe him, Neo Astrolith, would become the next supreme. But Ethan had appeared out of nowhere, like a tidal wave, and stole most of his fame. From the very beginning, when he defeated all the eternal prodigies from the primordial tower to the battlefield of the vampire, Ethan's path was created by changing the page of history again and again, and he became a legend overnight. Everywhere Neo went, all he heard was one question: how long will the young supreme take to surpass the leader? Though Neo still held the official title, he was practically becoming a stepping stone for Ethan. No genius would tolerate that. Moreover, people are even calling him Young Supreme. What a grand title. He wanted that title for himself. Besides, back in the Primordial Tower, the Grand Supreme Odin, Neo's ancestor, had been defeated by Ethan in hand-to-hand combat. That loss had stung the Astrolith bloodline deeply, so he despised Ethan with every fiber of his body. Rimmon leaned closer to Ethan and whispered, "Just ignore him, Mr. Hunt. He wasn't like this before, but ever since you arrived." "Well, you know." Ethan raised a brow and said, "So he's just a jealous brat, huh?" Rimmon's mouth twitched. How could Ethan say that out loud like it was nothing? He glanced nervously at Neo, whose face was turning red with both embarrassment and fury. If the battle weren't about to start, Neo might have already challenged Ethan to a personal duel just to prove himself and let everyone know who was the boss. Ethan shook his head and said, "Whatever. I'm not interested in a child's story about looking for attention. Where are those celestials?" Just as he said this, a massive aura surged from the opposite direction. Ethan's mental domain had already covered the battlefield. He could feel 1,000,000 of the strongest planetary combatants marching in perfect synchronization. They moved as robots, very precise and unified. The aura they were radiating, Ethan could tell that they were at least 1.5 times stronger than the average humans. Only the core human members could compare to them, and even then not equally. For instance, Neo, the commander of the primordial humans, had the strength of 100 Earths. But the celestial leader, a handsome 2-meter-tall young man, had 105 Earths worth of raw strength. On paper, the difference seemed small, but in battle, this 5-Earth gap was a massive chasm. Neo didn't stand a chance against this leader in a one-on-one combat. He would be crushed in a direct physical fight unless he had some hidden techniques. The Celestials were also very handsome and beautiful like the vampires. But unlike the vampires who radiated darkness and gloom, the Celestials radiated a blinding light. All Celestials were born with light elements. Some even had multiple elemental affinities. Rimmon explained, the leader of the origin generation is called Cashin Thornavale, a direct descendant of the Thornavale bloodline from their progenitor. Ethan nodded. It made sense. Most generation leaders were likely descendants of progenitors. That was understandable, as the bloodline of the progenitor was extremely potent. Cashin let out a soft snort as he took his position, but the sound cracked like thunder across the field. He said, "Neo, you came here again just to lose. Have you no shame?" Leo replied calmly, "We were at a draw until the last battle. Don't worry, we'll win this one, and every battle after that." Cashin's eyes narrowed with disdain. "You won't taste victory ever again in your life. We will crush you pathetic humans in every battle from now on." Ethan, who had grown bored of the exchange between these two commanders, suddenly yawned and asked, "Is there a ritual to start the battle? Why the hell are these guys wasting time with so much nonsense?" Rimmon looked a little awkward. This has become their ritual before every battle. "The real fight will start any moment now." Cashin turned his attention to Ethan and sneered, "You've got guts, boy. They call you the Young Supreme, and you think you actually deserve the title. You came straight here just after your breakthrough. What do you think we Celestials are?" Ethan yawned again. "Nothing much. Just some pesky bugs who like to make a lot of noise." The entire battlefield murmured in shock. Had he really just called the leader of the origin generation a bug? That took serious guts. Some humans started praising him out loud. They had always wanted to scold Cashin but never dared. Their leader was not good at scolding people, so they always had some regrets in their heart. Now Ethan had done it effortlessly. Even Neo felt oddly satisfied, but then he remembered Ethan was his rival, and he immediately composed himself. Cassion's face turned crimson with rage. Blinding light began pouring out of his body. Ethan looked surprised by this show, and when Cassion saw the surprised look on Ethan, he felt a bit proud. This could be called his innate ability. He was known as the Son of Light. Whenever he felt extreme emotions, divine light poured out from his body. Ethan turned to Raymond and asked with a straight face, look, he could be used as a bulb. The light he's radiating is insane. If I captured him and placed him in a park or something, children would surely enjoy it. Don't you think so? Raymond looked away instantly. Even he felt bad for Cassion at this point. The proud leader of the origin generation of the Celestials was being humiliated so brutally. A light bulb, what dignity did the man even have left? Cassion let out a roar filled with rage. Attack, bring me the head of that bastard. If anyone can do it, I, Cassion Thornavale, will owe him 10 times. That was no small promise. If Cassion owed someone 10 times, that person could easily become a powerhouse within the Celestial race. The Celestials responded instantly. They charged like lightning, moving at nearly the speed of light, all heading for Ethan. Neo also raised his hand. Attack. All the humans surged forward except Ethan. He stood there like a log. Neo gritted his teeth in fury. Ethan was blatantly disregarding him. Then suddenly, boom, Ethan's 30 clones vanished from their position. In the next instant, all 30 avatars reappeared in front of the 30 most powerful Celestials. Cassion's heart suddenly dropped. A chill ran down his spine. He shouted careful before he could even finish the word boom. Ethan slapped all 30 of them. They exploded into meat paste instantly. The battlefield fell silent in horror. This didn't happen in the battlefield for a long time, killing 30 most powerful geniuses instantly. Cassion roared like a mad beast, light bursting from every inch of his body. No, you bastard, I'm going to kill you. Ethan looked at Cassion, who was shouting like a dog. All his 30 avatars vanished and directly surrounded Cassion from every side. Cassion fell to the ground on his butt when the 30 harbingers of doom stared at him like death itself. Those eyes were so calm, totally different from before the battle. His face was calm then, but not those eyes. Those eyes sent a chill down his back. Cassion slurred, what do you want? Do you want to start a racial war by killing me? Ethan also knew this. If he killed him, that galactic realm cultivator might lose his mind and directly attack him. Though that would not do anything to him, it would bring humiliation to his reputation. So he decided not to kill Cassion. Ethan waved his hand in a grabbing motion, and Cassion immediately floated up as if he had no control over his body. Ethan caught him by the neck. Then bam, boom, slap after slap. He wanted to humiliate him in front of everyone. He said with disdain, with this dog strength, you dared to mock me. How pathetic can you be? Is this all your celestial race has? Though Ethan was slapping him, his mental domain was observing someone else. A young man from the celestial race. That man was very unusual. He gave a sinister feeling to Ethan. Ethan did not know who the man was. The most astonishing thing was that he could not gauge that man's strength. That man was as calm as ever. He was watching the scene where Ethan was beating Cassion, but Ethan could see disdain on the man's face, like everything was beneath him. Interesting, who might you be? Ethan thought in his heart. From the very beginning, Ethan felt this Cassion guy was too shallow. How could a leader of a whole generation be this shallow? Something was fishy. The same went for that Neo guy too. He was too naive and shallow to be able to hold the title. The upper echelon was playing some game. Ethan was sure of it. Because there was someone on the human side who was looking as calm as that man on the celestial side, like two kings observing peasants. Ethan had not noticed him at first, as he did not check every single human's strength. He only checked based on aura. But now that he was trying to gauge these two men's strength, he could. He thought, this is getting more fun. I'd really like to know your origins. The more mystery, the better. When he was thinking all this, he forgot that he was still slapping that Cassion guy. The whole battlefield was as silent as ever. Only the sounds of the slaps could be heard echoing in the air. Cassion's face was already distorted beyond recognition. When Ethan finally looked at him, he said in a mocking tone, oops, I overdid it. He then let go of the man. He was not interested in Neo or Cassion anymore. He was more interested in those two instead. The battle could be said to be over. The leader and the most powerful 30 people from the celestial side were dead. What was there left to fight for anymore? Ethan looked at that young man from the human side and called him. You there, come here. The man was surprised a bit, but he still came forward without hesitation. Yes, Young Supreme. Though he was calling him Young Supreme, there was not much respect in his tone. Ethan smiled. You are the leader of the generation of chaos, am I right? This time the man was genuinely surprised. Even Raymond, Maya, Antony, and the others were just as surprised. What was he talking about? Wasn't the leader Neo? Neo came closer, almost about to explode, but he did not dare do anything after he had seen Ethan's might. The young man smiled and said, how did you find out, if I may ask? When they saw that the young man did not reject the claim in front of everyone, their eyes opened wide. Even Neo's eyes went wide. How dare this man claim to be in his position so brazenly? Ethan smiled. Your eyes. They are the eyes of a king, not a subject. What's your name? The man laughed out loudly. As expected of the young Supreme, forgive me for my late introduction. I am Lucian Astrolith, the leader of the generation of chaos. It's nice to meet you. Neo's eyes were wide open. Neo always knew someone better was present in the Astrolith family, but he could never find out who the person was. Though everyone thought Neo was the leader, Neo himself knew he was not. He was just for show. Someone else was the true leader. Today he finally got to see him. So this is Lucian, he thought, who was born one day before me, and from that day all his information was vague. Ethan asked in a curious tone, "You are just a clone, not afraid of losing it." Lucian laughed again and looked at the calm young man from the celestial race and said, "They are not worthy enough to make me lose this clone." What a confident tone, Ethan thought. Then he asked, "Why this hide and seek?" "That same goes for that celestial bastard too." Lucian asked in surprise, "You figured that out too?" Ethan raised his brow. "Do I look like Cashin? Why wouldn't I be able to figure that out?" Now some people laughed when they heard this, even though the intense curiosity was killing them inside. Lucian was about to introduce that man when the celestial came forward himself. "No need to trouble yourself, Lucian. Let me introduce myself. I am Alistair Thornavale, the leader of the Origin generation." This time the Celestials were surprised. All this time they thought Cashin was the leader. What the heck was going on? Ethan said, "Okay, I don't give a fuck about your mysterious reason for playing hide and seek. Would you fight or not?" Alistair said as he turned away, "The battle is over. You humans win, but don't rejoice too soon. I will crush you insects in the next battle." Lucian said calmly, "Do you think you are worthy?" Alistair did not look back.